On a magical sunny day, somewhere on the outskirts of a beautiful city, a young man is hammering a nail and rejoicing that his building has been completed. We see a beautiful building with a restaurant sign on it. He starts crying because he finally opens his restaurant after 15 years. His name was Ellison, who is also a 9th grade Arch-Mage. 15 years ago, he was coming home from school as usual. He starts yawning because he is late for practicing cutting food, but before he knows it, it is already very dark outside. He really liked cooking, so he enrolled in a school with a culinary bias, and he was going to become a first-class cook and open his own restaurant. With these thoughts, he was crossing the pedestrian, but shattering his dream, a truck hit him. When Ellison opens his eyes, his head starts to split open, and he doesn't realize where he is, holding his hand over his head. Behind him, everything was ablaze with fire, and in front of him, everyone was fighting a huge dragon. As it turned out later, he found himself in a fantasy world. Looking at everything that is happening, he realizes that this place turned out to be far from peaceful, and then he was grabbed by some man from which he begins to get scared. The hooded man tells him that he needs to evacuate as soon as possible because he can die here. Everyone lines up at the shelter, and Ellison asks the man with the mustache where they are. The man looks at him and notices he's dressed strangely but says this is the back of the Rurin Empire, and he never thought the Scarlet Dragons would come this far and attack them. He looks at the devastation and fire everywhere and realizes that the world he has fallen into is full of monsters and magic. Not realizing what's going on here, and it's a good thing people here adapt quickly, but still he needs to accept what's happening as soon as possible. He is thinking positive thoughts. He almost got hit by a truck, so this is his second chance. And then he thinks about the fact that now he won't have to take exams and he won't have to join the army. And then he thinks maybe he won't have to join the army here. A man on a horse appears on the horizon asking for everyone's attention. He holds up a piece of paper and says it's an imperial decree. He says, citizens of the Rurin Empire, the fate of the nation hangs in the balance. Mercenary warriors have fled and knights have fallen in battle. There is no longer any escape from the dragons, therefore all of them will have to stand up to defend their country. After all these words, all the people are excited, but only Ellison doesn't understand what this is all about. And then the same man tells everyone that the emperor has ordered them all to fight to the death, and everyone starts screaming and cheering even more. And that's when a clearly frustrated Ellison began to realize that he had come into this world in the middle of a war with dragons. And since the country's army was depleted and the empire relied on contract laborers, the government had to institute conscription. A bald man asks him if he has any relatives of noble or knightly descent, but he doesn't understand how this could have happened to him. Then it turns out that men between the ages of 17 and 45, regardless of their origin, were automatically assigned to the knight's army. The bald man realizes that he has no such relatives, so he asks him not to hold up the line. Then he, entering the room, sees that some are also unhappy with their fate, and some have already resigned themselves to it. The next day, the commander asks the soldiers to salute, and Ellison, through his tears, thinks he'd rather be hit by a truck than by this army. And since he had some pretty good potential, the commander informs him that after his training, he'll be going into the magical forces. In the cafeteria, everyone was served local food that looked like thick swamp water that had rotten potatoes in it, but he still tasted this food. Ellison thinks that being a magician is better than mindlessly swinging a sword. And then he becomes uncomfortable after such a terrible taste, but for others, this food is not bad at all and even tasty. He is shocked by his comrades as he does not understand how it can be delicious. And then he sees his comrade gulping those disgusting food and he gets a brilliant idea. He thinks about what if he opened his own restaurant here while practicing with everyone else. He can't help but think that here he can realize his dream while practicing magic. He thinks that dragons are just beasts and his service will be over in 2 years and he'll just have to be patient for a little while. But Ellison didn't know that his service would last not 3 or even 4 years, but 15 years. And thinking about it, Ellison wonders if would he have been able to keep his spirit alive if he had known he would serve 15 years. But still, the time has gone by pretty quickly. The scene changes to a marvelous town called Greek. The girl notices some new buildings and wonders if there is a store there. But suddenly she notices him, who is standing and crying as he has finally finished building his restaurant. The girl realizes that he has been holding all these feelings in himself for a very long time. She walks up to him and asks him if he's okay. He turns around, wiping his tears, and says everything is fine. He's just very happy that he finally opened his restaurant. The girl was surprised that it was the owner himself and then introduced herself, saying her name was Rain. He extends his hand and introduces himself as well, saying it's nice to meet you. Rain starts asking Ellison how long has he been here and did he came alone. He says he's not here alone and he's been in this place for a while. And then he says that she is a significant one, but she really likes to sleep and is unlikely to wake up until tonight. And at that moment we see a black-haired girl wrapped in a blanket. Then Rain remembers that Ellison said something about a restaurant, so she asks him if he needs a meat vendor. He informs her that he was just about to look for a butcher. Rain tells him that her husband has a butcher shop on the left side of the alley at the entrance to town called Noel's Butcher Shop. He was very happy to hear this news, so he said he'd go there right away. But Rain warns him that her husband can be very intense if he gets angry. She tells him to say she had sent her. He smiles and thinks Rain is a very nice girl, then says he gets it. A little later, he walks into the butcher shop and sees a menacing and big man clearly not happy about him coming to see him. At this point, he is really scared and doesn't know what to say. And then he starts mumbling that he has a small restaurant nearby and this angry man has a butcher shop, so he's looking for someone. But the man immediately interrupts Ellison and says he doesn't sell meat, which he doesn't understand at all. The man starts yelling at him again and says that he doesn't sell meat. And then says that all of you are like that, buying meat and then reselling it for 3 times the price. He scratches his head and thinks to himself that he didn't mean to do that. But the butcher stands his ground and says that he is just like everyone else. And then the butcher gets hit with something heavy. Rain came to the butcher shop because she knew something bad was going on. She apologizes to him for her husband. Her husband says he doesn't want to sell the meat because he's already suffered from people like him. Rain starts yelling at her husband, but he at this point just wants to go home. Eventually, she sends her husband to get the meat and then apologizes to him one more time and explains that she's been catering a restaurant for a long time as a contract worker and he still can't get over how he was treated. Then Rain marvels that he is so young and already in the military. He says that he's been through a lot and that 15 years of experience are not forgotten. Then the husband comes in and brings meat and tells him to show off his skills. He looked in the sack and was clearly not pleased. That's when the man starts to get indignant about the fact that Ellison thought he was going to sell him great meat from Rurin. The man says he only sells the kind of meat to restaurants he trusts, and Ellison didn't think he'd get meat like this. And then a frying pan flies in the man's direction as he talks about Ellison making a decent dish. And if he doesn't like it, he can forget about good meat. The man goes on to tell Ellison that he is a very picky eater and then says that Ellison seems to be seriously frightened because his face is terrified. But, as it turns out, the man's body was lying unconscious while his astral body was trying to reach Ellison, and the cause of this event was Rain, who had hit her husband with this frying pan, which had a huge dent in it. He is worried that Rain hit him hard with the frying pan, but she says that Ellison not to be worried because her husband is sturdy. In the end, he agrees to cook him his coveted dish, which surprises Rain. He tells them to come to his restaurant and he'll set it up. When Ellison leaves, however, Rain asks how will he cook something with this meat, asking if she can give you some Rurin meat. But he refuses, saying that this meat will be enough to make a delicious dish. Rain looks at the sack of meat and tells the departing chef that it contains the fat of Yuba. As it turns out, in this world, cattle have different names. For example, cows are called Yuga, chickens are called Palenku, and wolves are called Rurin, but pigs are called Yuba. He pulls out the meat and says the guests will be here soon. Looking at the belly of the loss, he says it's time to start cooking. He looks at this meat carefully and thinks that now he understands why Noel is so proud of this meat because it is the best. But Palenku, unlike chicken, is a very expensive ingredient. The cheapest meat here is Yuba or, in our language, pork, and the cheapest part is the belly. Looking at the meat, he doesn't understand why this part is so disliked and then starts using fire magic to roast this delicious pig. The scene changes to a beautiful sunset where Rain indignantly asks her husband about why he said he would only deliver good meat to trusted restaurants. After all, Ellison is a good person, but the man replies to his wife that she doesn't know him to say that. But Rain says that she is not the person who is always being cheated, and these words clearly upset her husband. Rain looks at her husband and tells him to admit that she just wants to see his cooking skills, and Rain seems to hit it right on the mark. And then he says he's very picky and asks his wife what she'll do if he turns out to be a terrible cook. Rain says, "What are you going to do?" And the man walking down the path alone says he'll give him half of what she asked for. The scene changes to a fearsome orc screaming at the top of his lungs, hitting a soldier with his huge club whose mouth is bleeding. A lot of people have fallen on this battlefield, and the commander looking at this madness tells everyone to retreat as there are too many monsters. Then one of the soldiers screams for help as he can't get up from under the rubble as his leg is stuck. The orc swings his club while this poor guy is sobbing at the top of his lungs, saying he's here. And when help was nowhere to be expected, a mage arrives and uses a spell, the thermal blade. And then a bright light flashes, blinding all enemies and comrades. The orcs begin to sake in fear, unhappily at having their plan of carnage thwarted. Soon the rocks begin to rise up and the man under the rubble has been rescued. Everyone turns around and is delighted to see Mr. Ellison. As it turns out, at the time, Ellison was a great magician who came at the right moment to save his comrades. Returning to the present, he summons a thermal blade to give the meat a good cut, which helps to improve the flavor of the seasonings. And during roasting, excess liquid evaporates and makes the meat crispier. Finally done cooking the meat, the first customers enter the restaurant in the form of Rain and her husband. He asks them to be seated wherever they want as the dish is almost done. Rain was very pleased with the place, it was clean and cozy. But Noel thinks it's just a show-off and nothing more. But Rain pulls out her pan and tells her husband to stop nagging and just wait for the food. And her husband has no choice but to agree in front of such a fierce wife. Then he begins his cooking. He pours oil on the hot stove and then lays a whole piece of Yuba's meat on it and then waits for all the moisture to evaporate from that meat. He sees his meat cooking, and from that sound of the oil sizzling, it's like an angelic chorus to him. With tongs, he flips the meat so that each side is fried to a golden crust. After that, he adds salt and seasoning and then bakes the meat well inside. After that, he slices it into bite-sized pieces. He also makes a small salad. He thinks that perhaps this combination is unknown to the locals and a hot sauce could be added to emphasize the juiciness of the meat. But since Noel seems to be very picky, he thinks not to take any chances with the hot sauce. After the salad was done, it was time to put everything on the plate, and now the roast pork and salad can be served. While serving this dish, Rain notices how wonderful it looks, and it even impresses Noel. Rain tastes the meat and can't believe how good it is. She can't believe she sees pigs running towards her. In the end, she can't believe it was belly fat because it's so delicious. But Ellison says it was. Rain was pleased, and now Ellison thinks he can supply meat to his kitchen. He asks Noel how he likes the food but sees that Noel just took all the food, leaving his plate completely empty. Gritting his teeth, Noel says they have no more meat, and then he hits the table with his fist. He doesn't realize if the customer is satisfied or not. Noel says he's not satisfied and he wants more and more of this food. And Rain hits him again with her frying pan. Noel grumbles a little bit but still stands up and says this is the best dish he's ever tasted, and from now on he would supply only the best meat in the Rurin Empire, especially for him, to which he was very grateful. And then with a firm handshake they conclude the contract between the restaurant owner and the butcher. And then Noel again asks him to bring him as much meat as possible. Meanwhile, the sleeping girl was still lying in her bed, but then she got up because she smelled the delicious smell of food. The scene changes to early evening where we still see his restaurant the same way. In it are guests who want 2 more servings of Yuba's belly, and they seem to really like the meat. He happily served them their entree and they were devoured in the same instant, leaving the diners satisfied as they really enjoyed the food, especially the Belloran meat. He is at the restaurant thinking it's time to start cleaning up but notices that his spices and seasonings are already too little, and everyone knows how important spices and seasonings are in the world of cooking. But luckily for him, he knows how to fix the problem. He takes out a gold coin, starts drawing a magic circle, and puts the gold coin in the center. Then he starts reciting the spell that made that bright blue light appear. His eyes start to sparkle and the room fills with bright light. After that, everything you need to cook appears. There were a few spices and various sauces. As it turned out, he had developed this magic quite by accident when he was trying to return to his world. And any magic is good if you use it. Still, there are size and weight restrictions here. But this technique is very useful. But watching everything summoned, he wishes he could move home as easily as this Peppa box. He sends 1 gold coin for delivered food, but unfortunately, the meat, eggs, and vegetables spoil on the way. Also, this magic takes a lot of energy. So after the summoning, he just collapses from fatigue. And even for a 9th grade archmage like him, 1 summon a day is the limit. He then opens his refrigerator to have a can of beer as he is very tired. But notice that the fridge was empty. And then in anger, he yells, "Rurin." We see the same girl from the 2nd floor who is currently asleep with beer bottles lying around her. He hits her on the head, but she doesn't realize what she did wrong. He shows the empty can and asks how could she drink all the beer, especially since she didn't clean up. But Rurin says it's because he didn't leave her any goodies, because when he woke up and went downstairs, there were only leftovers. Rurin cries out that she's a dragon and dragons aren't suckers for cleaning up. But that only makes him angry and he gives her a couple of slaps again. And then orders her to peel onion and clean up after herself. Rurin starts peeling onion and cries either from the onion or from being beaten. And then just says she's a dragon. He looks at this girl and thinks about how she really is a dragon. But now she's in human form. When there was a war with the dragons, he accidentally stumbled upon her when she lost her mother and lost her lair. So he couldn't leave her there. And now he cares for her. And though you can't tell from her, she's lived for hundreds of years. Then he decides to take pity on Rurin and tells her to finish cleaning. And he'll make her steak for dinner. So there's no reason to be offended. And Rurin was very happy that he promised her steak. And then he notices Noel walking into his restaurant. And from the look on his face, he's in trouble. Noel asks for something strong and Ellison asks him to wait a minute. Looking in the refrigerator, he sees that all the beer has been drunk by Rurin. So he decides to serve Noel something else, serving hard liquor and meat. Noel wonders what is this water. He says it's not water, but it's really good too. This drink is called soju. Noel holds up a glass of soju and it smells kind of weird but still decides to try it. And then snacks on the meat. Noel then wonders how good it tastes because the drink has made the meat taste different. Noel tells him that he's a great cook and then asks for another bottle. And he notices that Noel is looking a little strange today and that something's wrong. Time after time, Noel asks for another bottle of soju. But he says he's had enough as the drink is quite strong. But Noel says he has to get drunk tonight. He wonders why Noel needs to get so drunk. So he asks him about what happened. Noel lowers his head and then says it's about rain. The atmosphere heats up and with a heavy expression on his face, Noel tells he that Rain probably has another man, which immediately shocks him. Noel starts talking about how she said a couple of times that she needed to go out. But now it happens all the time. Every month she dresses up. And then he says that one day he decided to go after her since it had been going on for months. And what he found out shocked him. The man she was with was his former battle buddy. To him, this person was his close friend. But after Noel opened the butcher shop, they never saw each other again. And now it was clear to him why that had happened. He must have been embarrassed to look Noel in the eye since he was preoccupied with Rain. And then gritting his teeth, Noel says that she left again today. And she probably doesn't love him anymore. He looks at him and says that a bottle won't help. But Noel says he doesn't know how to get through it all. He closes his eyes and touches his hand to his face and then says to Ellison, "You know what the funny thing is? I still love her. Because despite all of this, he still can't be without her. So he doesn't understand what he should do now. He looks at a grief-stricken Noel and decides to help him. Even though they haven't seen Rain in a while, he doesn't think she's the kind of person Noel described. So he asks him to wait a bit. The scene then shifts to Rurin, who is still peeling onions and in tears as well, saying that Elle is an idiot. Soon, he comes up to her and tells her to finish up because there's something she needs to do. And then tells Rurin, well, if you want, you can stay to peel onions. But Rurin immediately agrees to go along with him. Being in the center of the ninth city, people are partying and dining in luxurious establishments. And Rurin is impressed that the restaurants here are very crowded, not like some people's. And those words clearly hurt his feelings. Soon, they noticed Rain and a man with white hair. And Rain was clearly upset about something. As they look at the man, he remembers Noel saying that he was his battle buddy. Ellison calls out to Rurin and asks if she sees that woman. And then asks to overhear the conversation between that woman and that man. But Rurin asks him if he will give her a steak if she does. And he says he'll give her 2 whole steaks. And Rurin agrees. She starts to use her powers and hears about Rain asking the man sitting next to her about telling her husband everything. As it turns out, this man with white hair was named Man. Rain talks about how her husband is beginning to suspect them as he is sad that Man doesn't come into their butcher shop anymore. Man begins to think about it and says he can't come in like this because if Noel finds out about his help, he'll treat him even worse. After hearing all these words, Elle is surprised. And he thinks it doesn't sound like a business meeting. He then jumps off the roof since he doesn't need to know anymore. And also tells Rurin to go home. He is behind them listening to Rain say they did it to save their marriage. But then he comes closer and asks if he can intervene. And his appearance really surprised Rain and Man. He just says that Noel does have a lot of suspicions. He knows they are meeting secretly. While at Ellison's restaurant, Noel is lying on the table as he has had a lot to drink. Suddenly, he notices Matt and his wife Rain walk through the door. Matt looks at his friend with sad eyes and says that they haven't seen each other for a long time. Noel gets up from the table, clearly very angry, and says that Matt and Rain look very good together. But Rain tries to explain everything to Noel that it's not what he thinks it is. Clenching his fist, Noel is furious that he believes his friend. Man clamped his eyes shut expecting a blow from Noel, but a barrier appeared in front of him saving him from Noel's blow. Matt was surprised that he was still in one piece. And Rain was also surprised that it was the barrier's magic. Then Elle shows up as well asking Man if it might be best to clear things up. He walks into the restaurant and holds up the food. And also says that aggression won't solve anything. After all, they should just say that Matt lent money to Noel to open a butcher shop. And those words immediately make Noel freeze in place. Noel turns around and asks him to repeat what he said. But he just tells them to sit down at the table and talk while he prepares food for everyone. He gets everything ready to cook since Noel has been drinking all day. So he wants to make him a restorative soup for his digestion. And since Rain brought Belerin's special meat, we can make shabu shabu. Shabu is a dish of thinly sliced meat and vegetables served with a sauce. He wants to prepare several sauces, but the main one will be soya sauce. And when the broth is ready, the anchovies will need to be rinsed and placed in the pot. And when he finished his preparations, the shabu shabu was ready. And at the same time, he hoped they had gotten rid of their misunderstandings. A little while later, Noel couldn't believe what his wife said that Mant had lent them money. Rain sighs and says that after the deception he had no money left. And Mr. Mant gave them most of his savings. And when the butcher shop began to bring in a steady income, Rain began to see Mant to repay the debt. Noel can't understand how this happened after all the money was given after the cheater was caught. And then realizes it was a lie. Mant asks Noel if he would have taken the money if he told the truth. And then apologizes for not being there to congratulate him on opening the shop. He simply had no choice, for if the truth were to be revealed, he would end up a cheat. But Mant didn't realize that Noel was having such a hard time right now. A frustrated Noel asks Mant about whether he didn't have plans after his resignation. Oh, and how could he give away so much money? That's when Elle cuts in, which causes these two to start staring at him intently, and Ellison says that vegetables take a long time to cook, so kind of, yeah. Anyway, they start evaluating the dish, and Man is surprised that the meat is so thin. He tells them that it's Rurin meat from Noel's shop and he sliced it thin on purpose because it's only served with soup. Then he asks everyone to try his dish. Everyone pours a portion of food into their cups and Man is amazed at how good it is. He holds the food out to Noel for him to taste, and when Noel tastes it, something awakens in him, a memory that Man is about to tell us about. Man tells us that Noel sacrificed himself to save him, and he remembers that day very well. They had run out of provisions and the fight had gone on too long, and all they had left to eat was a lean and unpalatable soup. That's when Man caught Borin, but he caught only one, and he immediately collapsed on the floor. The soup they made was bland and the meat was tough, but it was still amazing. Noel, barely containing himself, confirms Mant's words, and then Mant says, "You asked me why I helped you despite my plans." But it turns out Mant didn't have any plans after all. The only thing he wanted to do was to help Noel. Hearing these words, Noel, unable to hold back his tears, begins to cry and apologize, and he's really sorry, but this dish really warms the soul. A little later, Rurin wakes up and is outraged that she hasn't been fed yet, and "You have to keep your promises to dragons." He sighs and says it's not eating yet and he'll make steaks for her, but Rurin still stands her ground since it's nighttime. And based on their agreement, she demands food immediately. But at that moment, he is called out by Mant. He turns around and asks him if he liked the food. Mant replies that it was awesome, but he came to ask him something. As it turns out, he and his squad had recently been instructed to escort a rather high-ranked person, and they all wanted to celebrate with a dinner before they left. So Mant asks if that dinner can be held at this restaurant. He shuts up as he's going to have to make dinner for the whole squad. The scene changes and we see him running after someone in the woods, and he doesn't seem to be having much success. As it turns out, all this time he was trying to catch a local chicken which is called palinka here. It is considered a very rare bird and is highly prized. The moment he does meet his eyes with this chicken, he thinks about just burning down this forest as he is very tired of chasing this overgrown chicken. But unfortunately, he chose the meat of this bird for the celebratory dinner that Man was talking about. A little earlier, Crescent asks, "So you want to know about palenku?" and then says that if such a bird existed, the person who caught it would be able to bathe in gold. Elle gets upset that Noel's butcher shop doesn't have such meat, and then with a sullen look, he says that he was told they get any meat for him. So he asks Noel where his confidence went, and these words, of course, make Crescent angry, so he calls him a little. But then he decides to tell Elle that palenku was recently seen in the lemon forest, and that's why Elle went into the woods to get the chicken. But still, it was difficult for he, even though he's kind of a 9th grade archmage. But still, because of desperation, he asks Rurin to deal with this chicken. Rurin looks at the chicken and agrees, but in return asks him to do the dishes in her place. With no other choice, he agrees. Meanwhile, Rurin gives off an eerie dark purple aura that clearly scares the chicken, and then Rurin uses Dragon's Fear, Palenka gets scared and just passes out afterward. Rurin then also brags about her power, saying that Ellison would have passed out too if he hadn't absorbed the dragon heart. But all she is interested in now is the sweet chicken that he's going to make for dinner, and then says that it's nothing to him since he could absorb 15 dragon hearts like that. While at the restaurant, Rurin sips a can of beer, happy that this is what she needs after a good day's work. But Elle, while cutting up the chicken, says that Rurin was just watching on the sidelines. Rurin resents it, saying it wasn't easy since her eyes were burning. At this point, he says, okay, and then asks her not to drink too much beer as they need to leave some for the guests. He places the palenka meat in a deep bowl and then pours milk into it, as this dish will pair perfectly with the beer. That same evening, the guests have already gathered and there are many of them. There is a friendly atmosphere around, and someone even says that it might not be good as he doesn't trust Man, but Man's very young companion named Miltine says he believes Man and everything he says, and she's sure it'll be delicious. The bald man laughs at him, saying that the food will be good for him too if Man says so, but the girl doesn't like what the bald man says about him. Man tells them to stop and they'll talk after the food arrives. Elle comes over to the table with the chicken palenku and Man asks them to forgive them for making such a big fuss, but he says it's okay since it's a holiday. Mant then introduces Milline, who says he's heard a lot about Ellison's restaurant since Mant has been praising it so much. He smiles and serves the food, saying that he'll be very happy if the guests are happy with the food. Upon seeing the fried legs from another world, Mant, and especially Miltine, are thrilled at how delicious it looks. Elle informs them that it's palenka meat, and Miltine can't believe that he has caught the very legendary creature that even the pros can't catch. But for him, it was a no-brainer, but we all know that Rurin caught this chicken, that's why Elle was so nervous about talking about it and then told them to start eating before it gets cold. Everyone starts tasting it, and they all get excited about how delicious it was, so good that Miltine swallows the chicken whole in his mouth, and the bald man asks Miltine to leave some for him. While he goes to serve the other tables, a little later, a tired Elle walks into the kitchen and asks Rurin to help him since there are so many people in the room. But Rurin doesn't realize if Elle is really talking to her, the dragon who caught that legendary creature that even the most experienced hunters can't catch. Then Elle realizes that Rurin has heard their conversation and tells her that if she doesn't want to do it, she doesn't have to do anything, but tells her not to forget that after the war, they decided to open a restaurant together. And they also swore to each other that they would work hand in hand. But it seems people change very quickly, and he remembers those times with a light sadness and is left with no choice. He asks Rurin to go and do what she wants since he can handle it himself. But at this point, Rurin quickly changes her mind and agrees to help him, as serving guests is sure to be a lot of fun. And as it turns out, this was his plan to get Rurin's conscience to wake up and start helping. All the people in the restaurant were drinking beer and eating chicken, and Rurin was as a waitress serving everyone's food. And when the feast was over, Rurin falls without strength on the table and just wants to go to sleep. But Elle comes in with mugs of beer and a delicious chicken, so Rurin gets up to enjoy the delicious food. Rurin thinks this meat is awesome, which makes him very happy, but he doesn't understand why Rurin cleaned up the restaurant since he didn't ask her to do that. Rurin rested his head on his shoulder and looked up at the window, telling him that this was our restaurant. The atmosphere at that moment was so warm that nothing seemed to break it. Rurin sensed that someone was approaching the restaurant, so she hid behind Ellison when the door started to open. He looked around and recognized the person, and from the look in his and Rurin's eyes, this person was very familiar to them and not in a good way. As it turned out, it was a black dragon elder, Metadana, who is against humans, saying his name. Elle asks what brought him here, while at this point Rurin is hiding behind him, and the dragon wonders if Elle and the dragon are doing well in this shack. Rurin clearly doesn't like the old man. He asks him what he wants. Have you come for Rurin, after all? As far as he knows, no one objects to Rurin being with he, but Metadana looks angrily at Elle and says his tongue is as sharp as ever but still agrees with Elle's opinion that he came for Rurin. Rurin grits her teeth and says she's staying here, asking, what are you going to do? After all, you already left me once. But the old man tells Rurin that he didn't leave her, he was just too late. Just when he is about to tell her that her mother committed a terrible sin, he is interrupted by Elle asking him if he remembers their promise because as far as he knows, dragons don't mess around with that kind of thing. This old man says he's just here to discuss that promise. They did trust Rurin to El to take care of her, but there's another promise that was made first. But El doesn't understand what it's about, and then the old man explains that in the Black Dragon clan, the age of 800 is considered the threshold of adulthood. But a dragon without a lair becomes a ward by the age of 800 and goes to the sacred lands. And since Rurin lived in her mother's lair, which was destroyed, the old man with an evil grin says that next year when Rurin turns 800, she will have to go to the sacred lands. After all, those are the rules of the clan, and no one is allowed to break them. Breaking the rules would start a war. Then Ellison sighs and says, "What's the big deal?" which stuns the old man because he didn't expect such audacity from El, making the place fill with a terrifying aura. But El stands his ground and asks, "Do I have a choice?" And Rurin calls out to him, clearly hinting that he should not express himself like that in front of the Black Dragon. And these words immediately enrage this old man, making him show his razor-sharp teeth and then with a terrifying aura tell him that although you have consumed the heart of a lord, you are being too impertinent. Rurin realizes that something terrible could happen now, so she tells El that she's fine, and as it is, war is not an option. But from the look on his face, he doesn't realize what war could be because he is talking about the dragon's lair, and it's discouraging for Rurin and the old man. El says they have a whole year, so why not build the lair in that time? And they can start right now, so he asks the old man if they can do that. The old man, not knowing how to react, agrees and then leaves through the portal, saying they'll see each other in a year. Then it turns out that the dragon's lair is a cave where dragons live. It should have a superb interior and dazzling treasures as it is the symbol of the dragon's lair. But it takes a lot of time and resources to build such a lair. A little while later, people lined up outside Ellison's restaurant. People kept asking for food, but there were too many of them. And El, even if he had Rurin counted as one, as it turned out there were rumors that his restaurant was serving palenku, which was why it was so crowded. And even when he said that the palenku was a limited edition dish, they didn't listen to him and started placing their orders. But he can't take it anymore, so he has to come up with something to reduce the influx of guests. The scene changes where we see Noel looking at several palenkas sitting in the trees, wondering what are these even. He says they are palenku, but Noel doesn't understand why. And then he says he'll provide him with these palenku and Noel will own the only shop that sells such high-end meat. But Noel doesn't understand how El is going to catch them because even the best hunters in Greek can't do it. But he tells him not to worry about it and asks, "Didn't you hear that man's troop tasted palenka meat in my restaurant?" And then says, "We can make a deal for half. El will supply the meat for free so Noel gets half the proceeds." But Noel thinks that's too much since he himself has decided to capture them and bring them to him. So he doesn't understand why the whole half. But El again says it's fair and they won't make much anyway. So they can use this opportunity to sell other meat. And then ask Noel to buy his wife Ray a new dress. But these words only make Noel angry, but in the end, they agree to these terms. Noel says that palenko often changed their habitat. So he uses barrier magic to create a large dome so that they can hunt palenku. Noel looks at the barrier and marvels at how huge it is, but it's not easy for a newcomer to build one. So Noel wonders who he is. But he just says he's a chef who's retired, just like Noel. So he hopes his magical powers will remain a secret. The next day, El's plan was executed perfectly and the hall had no guests. And he is happy about it. Rurin looks at him and asks him if he is really so happy that they have no guests now. The atmosphere changes and he realizes that he has done something stupid because he had hoped to have at least a couple of guests. But now they have time to build a den, which Rurin was very happy about, asking if they'll be living together when they build the lair. And he informs her that he's staying here. But Rurin doesn't like that, so she says she's going to start a war with the dragons since she doesn't want to be without him. But he says they'll just build a lair somewhere nearby, and when Rurin calms down, El asks her to follow him. They go down to the bottom of the hill where their restaurant is, and he says that since the restaurant is on the outskirts, all the surrounding land belongs to him. And Rurin says she's fine with that distance for a den, but he says they'll have to dig, so they'll have to keep an eye on the inner barrier at all times or the ground will collapse. Rurin agrees and says it's time to start digging then, but he just tells her that he's going back to the restaurant as he can't leave it empty. Which of course shocks Rurin as she'll have to dig alone. He's in the restaurant enjoying the sunshine and he hasn't had so much free time in a long time. But soon his rest is interrupted by a young boy with golden hair. Once inside, he apologizes and asks if this is the famous restaurant. El greets him but says he doesn't know how famous it is, but yes, he came to the restaurant. The boy says he's heard that they serve palenka meat here. But he clams up and says he's sorry, but they don't make that dish anymore. So he asks to look in Noel's shop. The guy starts looking around and says he can't. and then asks Elle if he has any other dish since he's really hungry. In which case, Elle says if he's satisfied with another dish, let him sit down. And this kid thanks him. Elle realizes that this kid is from a well-to-do family who's just facing hardship. But he treats all his guests the same. The only thing the kid likes is a hamburger because he makes them so often for Rurin. He uses magic to cut up the meat from Wok's tenderloin to make a fine mince that is fried along with crispy buns that are fried in oil. But for the cutlet to be tasty, you need to salt it a bit and then lay the cutlets on top of the vegetables and drizzle with garlic sauce. At the end, Elle adds a poached egg. And even though he says he doesn't sell poached eggs anymore, he didn't say anything about their eggs. And then the hamburger was ready, all nice and tasty and appetizing. The kid's wondering if it's a sandwich and he says, almost, but not quite. And just as the kid tries to take a bite, a gray-haired man calls out to him, calling out a young gentleman. He's been looking all over for him. And he's wondering what he's doing here, and he doesn't understand how he can eat in a place like this and that he, the young gentleman, will get poisoned. So he asks him to follow him. And Elle was watching all this and he didn't like it. He didn't want to interfere, of course, but this was too much. The gray-haired man asks Elle if he owns the place. And then says he's not sure. Elle knows who he was serving food for because it was the Lord's son, whose name was Transmigrated. Elle starts a conflict with this man, saying that he doesn't care about titles since he was just serving his guest. So he doesn't understand what's wrong here. And this really ticks off the man, who thinks it's very arrogant. And to calm everyone down, Transmigrated tries to calm them down by saying that everything is fine. So he leaves a gold coin, not knowing if it's enough because he made Elle cook and he didn't touch the food. And when they left, Elle felt a kind of uneasiness. And then Rurin shows up covered in dirt because she's been digging alone for so long. She declares that she can't take it anymore and says it's his turn. Elle says that that's enough for today and he'll dig more tomorrow. But for now, he asks her to go after him. But Rurin doesn't understand what the big deal is since she just wants to eat. Elle looks at the gold coin and says that he'll cook her something when they get home. Then they head to the Lord's castle. We see Diran sitting alone, but then he notices some sort of portal behind him. Out of that portal comes Elle and Rurin, who have brought with them the very burger he didn't get to try. Diran was very happy to see this burger, and since Elle has heated it up, it is safe to eat. Diran is drooling from the smell, and he has so many questions for him, but he wants to taste the hamburger first. But as usual, they are interrupted by voices coming from behind the door. Elle is tired of this kid not being allowed to eat properly. Diran is now shaking with fear and doesn't know what to do. Elle looks at him and says, like what? You'd have to say he's imagining things. He tells Diran that he is the son of the local lord, so they just wouldn't dare go against your word. Diran was very upset. He says they never listen to him and they ignore him all the time. The door continues to be knocked on and the man behind it says that he opens the door. Rurin starts to sigh and says that it's sad. Then she starts yelling loudly that nothing happened, so just leave, and he didn't give permission to come in. That's when Daran realizes it was his voice. But still looking at the door, he realizes that they won't listen to him. The man behind the door said he understood, so he asked him to call if he needed anything. Daran was shocked that nothing happened, and Rurin was very unhappy about it. Then he tells him to be a little more confident, but as a friend, Daran bends the knee and asks Elle to be his teacher. He's standing there, doesn't understand. Next, we are told Daran's story. His mom died during childbirth, his father soon remarried, so he spent most of his life with his stepmother. Sitting in a field by a tree, we see Daran and his stepmother saying something about him breathing too loudly. His stepmother was very strict with him. She taught him to behave carefully, after all, he is the son of a lord. But there were good things too, so he continued to love her. However, everything changed when her father became bedridden due to illness. At feasts and dinners together, she simply kept silent and averted her gaze. Daran tells her that the servants still continued to do her bidding in the same way, controlling his every move. And so he was all alone. Elle is a little discouraged by this. Once Daran thought that he wasn't going to be treated any better even after he became a lord. And then, also looking at him with excited eyes, says that today his opinion has changed. He asks his teacher to tell him how he can become a good lord. He looks at him with a dumbfounded look and says it's all weird. Then he says he's just a chef instead of a restaurateur. But Daran still goes on to say that this has never happened before because they used to just break into his room. He looks at this kid and thinks he's very insecure and it feels like he's suppressing himself on purpose. But then he sighs and gets ready to give him some advice. He tells Daran to always make contact when he talks to someone. After all, if he wants to become a good lord, he must realize that such a title comes with great responsibility. That is why it is important to teach him to take responsibility for his words. But this does not mean that one should ignore everyone. It is necessary to listen carefully and think before speaking. Looking at Diran and saying all this, he also continues to say everything. If you're happy with the decision, that's great. But if you're not, you need to take responsibility. El thinks that's the kind of skill a good lord should have. And while Diran persists with his words, he says goodbye to him and tells him to eat his hamburger before it gets cold. He tells him to stop by his restaurant and then enters the portal and disappears. Diran, standing alone, thinks it was just some kind of dream. But then he looks at the burger and thinks about El's words. Diran takes a bite of the burger and realizes that it's really good. Then he gets a brilliant idea. He starts to realize and says that the good lord is the one who will make sure that everyone can enjoy this deliciousness. And now he's got it all figured out. Coming out of the portal, he says to Rurin, hoping you don't take his words seriously. Rurin asks, what is it about that boy? Why do you even care so much about him? He then shows Rurin a gold coin and says that he had to work it off. Rurin looks at the gold coin and says that it's 100,000 runes and a regular hamburger costs 200. Wondering, did he really pay that much? He confirms that he did. So he gave him the appropriate service because he doesn't want to be a cheapskate. He hopes this kid will stop by more often because he has very generous hands. But Rurin is against it because there won't be any burgers left for her. The scene changes to a forest on the outskirts of the town of Grick. There is a fairly popular healing center there, and all the men are lined up to get in to see her. As she examines her hands, she says that this girl has a serious burn. As it turns out, it was Rain, and she wasn't very careful while cooking. This healer says it's okay, a good thing Rain stopped by to see her. If the wounds aren't healed, it could leave a scar. Then we find out the reason why people have started coming here. It's because the healing center is owned by an elf, not a human. This elf healer's name was Elena, who uses healing magic on Rain's hands. Rain was surprised that her hand was completely healed, and she thanks her for being the best as always. But then Rain sees that Elena is sad about something and asks what it is. Elena is silent, but then she says that she is thinking about going back to her home. Rain is shocked by this and asks why. Elena says with a sad look that she loved helping people, and despite all the general discontent, she left town. But it wasn't as she had imagined. For what she has realized is that few people are interested in treatment, and people go to her to see the elf. These men standing outside the window think she's a goddess and very beautiful. Elena then tells Rain what she was recently yelled about by a woman who accuses her of seducing her husband. Elena squeezes into her eyes and knows that not all people are like that, and she still loves to heal. But yet she's already failing. Rain thinks about it for a bit and then asks Elena, you don't like me either? Elena is a little shocked by this and says, Miss Rain is very kind and you have always treated me very well. Rain then also asks, would you stay if you liked it here a little more? And Elena starts to think about it. Next, Rain brings up her husband, Noel. She says, I don't like some things about my husband either. He snores and is very naive. But she likes him a lot better, and she remembers him only with the kindest smile. She loves him for his independence, his caring, and for his dedication. So Rain asks Elena one more time, you said you still love to heal people? And Elena confirms that she does. And then Rain also says that a restaurant has opened up on the hill, so check it out today. Elena doesn't understand what restaurant they're talking about, and Rain says, I don't have enough fingers on both hands to describe why it's worth a visit. She's sure Elena will love El's restaurant. The scene changes and we see El, who is outside the cave. He is called by Noel, who is just on his way back to his restaurant. El tells him that he was going back too, but there is just some renovation going on. Then he asks who is next to Noel, and Noel tells him it's his nephew, though not biologically. Then Nylan greets him. Noel says that his nephew wanted to discuss something with him, so he just decided to do it over a plate of meat. And then they ask, is there no one in the restaurant right now? But El says something to the effect that Elena should be there. And why is that? Then Noel says that his wife, Rain, recommended his place to a famous elf, and he thinks that she is already there. El, upon hearing this, thinks it's time to go back. As they approach their restaurant, El talks about how they don't usually leave the wood shack and she must be very popular. Noel starts to get angry for some reason and talks about not asking, and he's heard about all the guys running over to her and staring out the windows and pointing fingers. He starts to realize why it is that elves avoid humans. But El closes his eyes and thinks that not all elves are like that. As he walks into his restaurant, he recognizes that this is still a very proud race. But then we see the horrifying scene of Elena bowing down to Rurin. Elena says something that Rurin is the greatest being, and she asks to be forgiven for being rude. Rurin looks at her with dragon eyes and says something that she will forgive her if she becomes her servant. Seeing this scene, he was shocked to the core and his hand starts to burn with anger. Rurin just says that she found an elf servant and smiles. That's when Elf starts yelling at Rurin and asks if this is how you behave with our guest. Standing outside, Noel and Nellen don't realize what those sounds are, but it's best to wait outside. Then we are transported back in time where Rurin meets Miss Elena, who asks if this is Mr. Ella's restaurant. Rurin informs her that it is his restaurant, but he is not here right now. Rurin notices that Miss Elena is an elf. Rurin compliments the elf, saying that she is very beautiful. Miss Elena reciprocates, saying that Rurin is also very beautiful and looks even much younger than her. But this only makes Rurin angry, thinking about the fact that this pixie seemed to call her a little girl. Rurin tells the sassy elf that she is indeed young among dragons, but she would clearly be older than her. To which Miss Elena is surprised with a terrifying dragon aura. Rurin asks this elf how dare she open her mouth in her direction, which shocks and horrifies Miss Elena. She immediately bows to her knees and apologizes to her. At the same moment, he walks in and sees the scene of Miss Elena bowing down to Rurin. Elena reiterates that Rurin is the greatest being and she asks her to forgive her for being rude. Then Rurin says she will forgive her if she becomes a servant, which of course also shocks Elle. Building up rage in his fist, he punches Rurin in the head and then looks outside and asks the guests to come inside. After some, Rurin cries out in pain because she was in a lot of pain and the elf was surprised at this behavior of this dragon. After all, as the rule is known to everyone from small to large, don't piss off a dragon for anything. They are a walking disaster that can sizzle an entire village if desired. They are at the head of all living things. Miss Elena listened to a lot of legends about it as a child. However, this guy is treating her like a child. And she wonders who this man really is. He approaches Miss Elena and apologizes to her for what happened earlier. He didn't know about Rurin behaving this way in his absence. Miss Elena stutters nervously and asks, "Are you human?" This surprises him, but he still says yes, he is human. Then thinks to himself that it was expected, but Rurin didn't even try to hide the dragon aura. He tells Miss Elena, as you've already figured out, it's a dragon girl. And for sure, it may seem strange that he lives with a dragon, but still, it's a long story. So approaching Miss Elena's mission, he whisperingly asks her, can she keep this a secret? Elena had no choice, and of course, she's not going to get involved with the dragons as she still wants to live. He is, of course, not happy about this situation but says that Rurin won't kill her. And also thinks about the fact that Rurin made a terrible first impression on Miss Elena. Then he asks this elf woman, you are Reina's healer, right? And the elf replies that it's true and her name is Elena. In his head, he imagines that he was left a bad review. That Miss Elena visited this place on the recommendation of a friend and she was made a servant. And now she has terrible impressions. Meanwhile, Elena says that she heard that even the vegetable dishes here are good. So she decided to visit this place. He smilingly says he'll cook whatever you order and then asks, you can't tolerate meat, right? She informs him that she has no personal reasons about meat. It's just that her body doesn't digest meat. And he thought about the fact that any dish without meat would be fine for her. So after taking the orders, he says he'll cook something right away. And in the background, Noel is still asking for Yuba's meat. And Elena says she'll wait for that dish. He starts to say that there are a lot of non-local dishes. And he thinks tomato paste would be perfect. He takes a skillet in his hand and then stirs the chopped onions, garlic, and mushrooms in it heated with olive oil. And because of this, an incredibly savory flavor will form. Then you also need to strain the tomato juice through a strainer and add it to the skillet. And add salt, sugar, and spices of choice. Then turn down the heat, making sure the sauce doesn't burn. While the sauce is cooking, you can prepare the pasta. You need to cook them for 8 minutes and leave a little liquid at the bottom. At the end, you just mix the pasta with the sauce. And the tomato paste is done. He serves the dish and Miss Elena was very surprised by the beauty of this dish. He asks Miss Elena to use a fork and so that she doesn't worry, he didn't use any meat. Miss Elena was very impressed as it looks very appetizing. Elena twirls the tomato paste on her fork and then tastes it. In the meantime, Yuba's meat was ready. He brings Yuba's meat to these two. And while he was carrying this meat, Noel almost fell asleep while waiting. Noel asks Nellen to try the meat soon as he will like it very much. But he notices that Nellen looks sad, thinking that he might not like the food. And then also he calls out to Elena. But when he looks back, he sees a complete shock. He sees Elena swallowing more and more of that pasta. Her eyes were full of happiness and her mouth was full of delicious food because she had only eaten fresh vegetables before. And she didn't know that there was such delicious food. After emptying the entire plate, she exclaimed that it was just awesome but seemed shocked at the sight of it. And it really embarrassed Elena. But he is embarrassed and says it looks like you like the pasta. Elena embarrassingly closed her eyes and apologized, but it was so good she couldn't help herself. Elle laughed and said it's no big deal. The important thing is that she enjoyed the food. Offering her a napkin, he asks, "You don't go to restaurants that often, do you?" With embarrassed and closed eyes, Elena says that yes, it attracts too much attention. So she prefers to eat vegetables from the market. But still, sometimes she thought about visiting a restaurant. But there aren't many places in their region that serve meatless food. And if they do, the dishes don't taste any better than vegetables. So she wondered why she needed to eat cooked food rather than eating raw vegetables. Elle thinks about the fact that it is true because here almost no spices are used and there are very few of them. And then Elena joyfully exclaims that his food made her change her mind. After all, the pasta was delicious. And Miss Rain is to be thanked. He imagines in his head the praise that Elena left a review. And he is happy to hear that the food was to Elena's liking. But then he notices something is wrong. Noel asks Nellen to repeat what he just said. Nellen says he learned that his mother was not his own. The scene takes us to the mine. It was his mom who didn't understand where her son had gone. She asks the worker if he has seen Nellen. The worker says he hasn't seen anything. But the night shift guys have already gone into the mine. And his mother starts to worry, hoping he at least ate before work. She then asks if she can drop something off for him. And that's when his mom starts walking to the mine. Back at the restaurant, Noel asks Nellen who told him that. Nellen angrily pounded on his desk, saying that it wasn't the most important thing right now. After all, he had been fooled for 20 years. He couldn't concentrate on his work, so he left early. At that moment, Miss Elena and Elle were sitting at the table and overheard their conversation. Nellen is talking about how he can't go home. And that's when Noel asks Nellen, "Do you have any idea what Mrs. Malin went through to raise you after your father died? She worked days and nights to feed you," asking, "Don't you think she's done a lot for you even though you're not her own?" And looking at Nellen, Noel says, "You should realize that yourself." Nellen says that he knows all this and it's all his fault. But this morning he was very angry. Early in the morning, until his mother went to the mine, she had prepared lunch for her favorite son, asking him not to forget lunch. But Nellen only turned angrily and said she wouldn't need it. And then, instead of saying mother, he said the word woman. And those words really upset his mother. Noel grabs him by his clothes and can't believe what he just said, saying that you can't talk to your mom like that. Elle comes out from behind the table and says that this is not the way to do it. And it needs to stop immediately. But just then, Rain runs into the restaurant and screams at Nellen. She talks about how terrible things have happened. And for him to hurry to the mine as soon as possible. Rain tells Nellen that the mine collapsed on his mom and she is trapped there. Nellen looks at Rain and can't believe that something like that happened. Noel asks what happened and what's up with Mrs. Malin now, but Rain doesn't know. But it seems she went inside to look for Nellen and then disaster struck. Nellen, in confusion, says no and then runs outside while Rain and Noel yell after him. They then announce that they have to go after Nellen and Elena asks if she can go with them. She says she'll probably need to help the injured and Elle then also says he'll go with them. Rain looks at Miss Elena and then remembers what our elf said about how she knows that not all people are like that and she still loves to heal them, but unfortunately she can't do it anymore. After finally realizing everything, Rain says that she will take everyone to the mine. While at the mine, Nellen tries to go inside but is restrained by two men, saying it's dangerous. Then Elle and Miss Elena show up and say that they will save Nellen's mother, so everyone had better calm down. But one of the workers says that they can't go into the mine now because the situation is critical. But he just says that this girl is a healer and there are probably people in the mine who need help. After weighing all the pros and cons, he and Elena end up in the mine. But Elena tells him that he didn't have to follow her because it's too dangerous. And when the debris started falling, he used barrier magic to protect himself and Elena and then says that he knows magic and can stop the falling rocks, which immediately shocked Elena since she didn't think Elle was a magician. Elle informs her that he was good in his youth but now he is long retired. He then asks Elena, "Why did you go into the mine?" He says that he heard about Elena having her own healing facility, saying that he had a battle buddy who was also an elf. And he doesn't think Elena owns a healing center just because of race. And then stops and tells Elena that humans are probably rude to you and you still went into the mine to save a human, so what's the reason? Elena is silent for a moment and is about to say something, but she is interrupted by him who notices that things are quite bad. They had two paths in front of them and now it's not clear which way to go. Realizing that they don't have enough time to go around both passages, he starts to read a spell after which spheres of spirits appear. Seeing the spell, Elena was very surprised that he controls the spirits. As it turned out, these spirits will tell if there are survivors. After a while, the spirit sphere found a survivor. The worker was puzzled by this ball of energy, thinking it was just a death hallucination. But he shocked when he saw the beautiful elf Elena who came to his rescue. The worker had injured his leg, but luckily the wound was not that serious, so after a little treatment, it would be possible to walk. The worker was grateful to Elena for her help, happy that she had come to his aid. And then the spirits found another person. Again, it was another old man whom Elena had also healed with her magic. He used telekinesis magic to lift a huge rock so Elena could help the mine worker. And then people magically started flying out of the mine, much to the surprise of the other workers. Luckily for everyone, it was the last of the workers. By the look on Elena's face that she had almost no strength left. It was then that Elle began to wonder if Nellen's mother wasn't here, but suddenly they find her wounded and unconscious on the ground. As they get closer, Elle asks her how she's doing. Elena looks at Nellen's mother and says that things are bad, but she uses a strong spell, but promises nothing. Elena uses a powerful spell and the last of her strength just to help this poor woman. After a while, the people have made a temporary shelter for the wounded. Rain at the same time wonders what they're going to do now. Noel reassures her that Elena's spell worked, so there's no need to worry. So Nellen's mother has to come to her senses. Nellen is sitting in front of his mother, clearly believing that he is to blame for everything that happened today. Elle asks Nellen to be calm as Miss Elena has given first aid using a strong spell, so his mother's condition is now stable. But looking at Elena, she's doing well right now. Elena, who is now exhausted, says that Nellen's mother hit her head hard, but the treatment was successful. But the wound near his eye is not very serious, so after the bandages are removed, she will be able to live her life again. In the meantime, Nellen reaches for the basket of food and sees that it is the lunch his mother made. But Nellen also remembers the horrible words he said to his mom, and it upsets him. But at that moment, Nellen's mother calls out to her son, which brings him to his senses. Everyone starts to rejoice, and Nellen looks at his mom with tears in his eyes, telling her that he is here, his son is here. His mother was worried about her son, but Nellen said he was fine. He was very worried and scared for her, afraid that those words he said in the morning might be the last words he said to her. But Nellen's mother was just glad that he started calling her mom again, and then he apologized to her for making her worry. But she was glad he wasn't in the mine. Meanwhile, Elena looks at him and says he's right, that she wanted to close the asylum and go home because she couldn't stand the horrible treatment. And that's when Mrs. Rain came in. Elena smilingly says that Rain said she should try to find the good stuff, and she must have found some good. After all, humans live much smaller lives than elves, but they have so much emotion in them. But that's why humans suffer so much. Elena says it's funny, but that was one of the reasons she decided to help people. So after blowing it all out, she can't leave something she values so much. After all, she likes human sincerity, and now she also knows how good the food here is. Closing her eyes from fatigue, she says that today she realized a lot and then started to fall. But at that moment, Elena is picked up by him asking her to be more careful, which immediately makes Elena embarrassed. And then she starts to apologize to him. But Elle knows that Elena is overworked, so he asks her to wait a minute. Then he started emitting his energy into Elena's body, which Elena was surprised because it was a mana transfer spell. He says that the spell was taught to him by an elf he knew whose name was Beeden. Elena was amazed because Beeden was an elfin hero. She doesn't understand how this happened, but he informs her that he has already mentioned that he used to be a famous magician. Meanwhile, on the hill where Elle's restaurant stands, Rurin is still poking around in her cave, complaining to him that he left her here all alone, all because she can't use magic in public. She just wanted to find them another servant though, and having said that, her face was suddenly in the water. And looking down, she saw that it was some kind of water source that came straight from under the ground. Elle confirms that suddenly water came out of the ground, and Rurin wondered where it was coming from and dug and ended up getting water all over the place. Rurin replies positively and says that is how she got water all over the place. Elle calms himself down and tries to be patient as he knows she doesn't mean to irritate him. Rurin says that she tried digging again and couldn't find it. Elle explains that there must be an underground water source nearby, and digging opens up a waterway. It seems that she dug pretty deep, but even if they used magic, seeing it from here would be impossible. Elle asks Rurin if she remembers the last time when they talked about covering the ceiling with a shield, to which Rurin again replies positively. After asking this, Elle uses some 8th class magic spell called Inferno to seal the ceiling. While he is using the spell, Rurin reminds him that he will have to control his power, if not, he will fly off the hill. El creates a massive shield, but the water starts bursting inside the shield. He questions himself that Inferno hit the groundwater and is pushing up. He confirms that this definitely is hot spring water. Rurin, in an excited manner, asks El to do this again, as she needs to clean herself up a bit while taking her clothes off. He tried to stop her from entering the hot water, but it was too late and she entered it already and burned herself. We see that they put a kettle on the stove while they figure out this case. El reminds Rurin that she can't just run into things like that, but she tries to defend herself by saying that how is she supposed to know it was hot. He apologizes that he should have told her and creates another shield around the stream of water. Rurin wonders what he was doing with the shield and asks him. El explains that he wants to create a safe place where he can collect clean water. He further explains that by pressing down on the ground with the shield, the dirt will naturally settle and create a space to collect clean water. Then he will remove the top of the shield while explaining he made a hot water bath in minutes. He throws Rurin, saying, "Get in." Rurin, without realizing it, starts screaming that the water is hot and she is going to get cooked. But she realized that it was just a little bit warm. While taking clothes off, El explains that he cooled it down to not burn their bodies. Now El enters the pool filled with warm water. She exclaims that the water feels good. Rurin asks El where did he go. El explains that the mine has collapsed and he went to save the people there. Rurin, in anger, asks with that female elf and becomes mad at him. El tries to calm her down and explains that she is needed as he is not good with healing magic. Rurin, still in anger, says that is the reason he was so happy. Rurin exclaims that she had to dig these holes while he was at the mines and says that that part of her hates elves and other races too. El tries to calm her down by saying that he hates everyone but her. Anyways, he grabs the hot water in the kettle and pours it into a cup. He adds cocoa powder and mixes it all up. He asks Rurin if she would like to have some. Rurin grabs it and asks what this is. El replied that this was cocoa and that he brought some along with the towels. Rurin tries it and realizes that it's sweet but delicious. El explains that cocoa is made by processing a fruit called cacao and it looks simple powder, but it takes a lot of growing, fermenting, drying, roasting, pressing, and much more to make this. A lot of people worked hard so they could taste some of it. El expresses that he has the power to blow up a mine, but even then he couldn't save a single injured person. He can't even get simple ingredients for the restaurant with Noel. Even if he uses magic to create a large space here, he will eventually have to ask the dwarves to build a lair. While taking a sip of his cocoa, he explains that there may be differences in races, abilities, and personalities, but they shouldn't try to push everyone away because of that. Even a dragon can't take on the world alone. Rurin says that she understands and will treat him differently from the rest as he is special to her. El tries to explain that that's not how it works but gives up and tells her to take it slow. The scene changes to a period of war when we see Ment commanding someone to hold the position and not get too close to the cliff's end. He was commanding Miltine on how to fight. He again commands her to back up as he is too far out while slashing a person who was attacking Miltine. Suddenly, a person comes attacking from behind with a large weapon from behind Ment. Ment manages to stab him with his sword and tries to throw him off the cliff, but it doesn't quite work that way as the man takes Ment with him as well. On the cliff, Miltine saw his senior getting injured before his eyes. The scene changes and we see El putting together 2 wooden planks with nails and a hammer. El closed the restaurant for today. Rurin asks why he closed up the store. El explains that they were drinking cocoa the other day, but they had no milk as he used it to marinate meat and they only had so little left over. Because of this, he is going to build a ranch so he can have a constant supply. Rurin gets confused as there is nothing. El says that they have to start from scratch. He explains that what they need is called Barineric and it's located downstream of the Varant River. We see both of them planning to teleport down the Barrent River, but Rurin refuses it because she can only teleport to places she knows and has gone to before. Last time, she was successfully teleported because she was tracking the scent the Baron kid left behind. But El can also tell the direction and distance if they have any trouble, but Rurin refuses because, in this way, it will not be possible. The scene changes and now we see a beautiful island where 2 Barinerics are drinking water. The focus again shifts to our protagonist, who is so happy because he has reached the right place where he wants to go. Also, there were the animals he wanted. But the fact is they were all right until they found themselves high up in the sky. But it seemed like the ground was lower here for El. Rurin is so afraid and wants some help from her master, but he refuses to do it because she is a dragon. How can she be afraid of falling? He thinks that she might have wings, but she doesn't want to transform into a dragon. Instead, she prefers to die. Elle wonders why she hates changing into her dragon form, but she refuses to tell this. He uses his magic and makes a shield-like structure to prevent damage from falling and wants her to say something, but suddenly she interrupts him by telling him how wide the river is. But Elle corrects her that this is not a river, this is the sea. After hearing sea, she gets confused because she might not have heard this before, but she makes excuses that, of course, she knew that. But he quickly figures out that Rurin has never seen a sea. So he decides to visit the sea after they catch some Barineric. After hearing this, Rurin gets very excited and she asks how much cattle he needs. So he tells her something around 10. After she asks him to bet that the slower one has to do the dishes, Elle accepts and warns her to think about it again because she might regret it later. The scene shifts and we see Elle's restaurant where Noel, Diane, and also the elf are dying because of hunger. Noel is waiting for lunchtime. Also, Diane regrets his decision to come here because he didn't know that today the restaurant is closed and it's not easy to get out of his castle. The beautiful elf skipped her breakfast today so she could enjoy the food of the restaurant because the food she had last time was so good. So she wanted to try it again, but he was not in. Those three continue to wait for him. A magic portal appeared and from the portal Elle and Rurin are coming out with some cattle with them. They were talking about their experience of the sea and they enjoyed it a lot. Elle never thought the cattle would be so docile. That's all that happens because of mind manipulation magic. He was so thankful that the fence should be enough. Now he has to make a place for the cattle to sleep in later. Now he is thinking of opening the restaurant again. After reaching his restaurant, he gets to see all three about to die because of hunger. Noel wants a wooba belly and the elf wants pasta. The man noticed that now he had finally come back and they were worried because they had been waiting here for a long time and now all they want is food as soon as possible. All of them get their food and start eating like they are hungry for years. Seeing all these, Elle wonders what they were planning to do if he hadn't come back today. Noel jokes that if that happens, he might have to dig 3 graves next to the restaurant. They ask him about what's the reason for his absence, so he tells the whole story. On the other hand, Rurin is washing the dishes because she has lost the bet she made. The reason why he went to catch the cattle is because he wants to self-supply milk. When Noel sees the number of cattle, he suggests Elle look for some helpers. Now he thinks of hiring a few employees because now the pasture will need constant management. The next problem is that he just can't hire random people, so he will have to arrange some job interviews. When Noel hears about interviews, he tells him not to worry about that because elves are supposed to have the ability to see a person's intention and Diane will help them to tell apart good people and bad ones. Both of them agree with the points him while eating the tasty food. Also, Noel met a lot of people of a mercenary, so they made you work on his work. He asks him to let him allow them to help. In return, they will help him by taking the job interview for him. The plan is to pick excellent employees for him and tell him not to worry about this work, just leave all things to them. Now it's the next day and they apply a poster for recruiting. Elle's restaurant is looking for people to manage the pasture. Finally, now the job interview for pasture management started and many people have come to apply for the job. Noel ordered the first man to come for the interview. After hearing him fail, the man who came for the interview asked for the reason, and the reason was the energy. If someone like him handles Barineric, it will be hard to manage. Another man comes for the interview and he will also do whatever task they give him. The guy seems useful to Noel, but the elves have some doubts about him. This doubt is because the man is not interested in the job but in the pretty elf, so she rejects him and tells everyone about the vulgar thoughts he has. But the man protests that he was only thinking about her beauty, but he also gets failed. The next man comes who claims that he has 30 years of experience, but the young master fails him and gives a reason. He goes back cursing all of them. On the other hand, Elle thinks if this continues like this, they will not be able to find anyone. Many more people come, but the same thing happens every time and they keep failing them. Elle's heart gets broken and he starts crying. Now the time comes when there are no more people left. All of them get demotivated, but then someone comes into the room. She came here when she saw the announcement. Elle and Noel are surprised to see Miltine there. Noel asks her why he was there instead of being with men on a mission. Miltine and his mercenary troops were assigned to guard a caravan of merchants. Miltine replies something terrible has happened while they were on the mission. Some bandits had attacked them on the way and men fell off a cliff while fighting the bandits. Both Elle and Noel are shocked to hear the news. Noel inquires about Men's current condition, fearing the worst. But to everyone's relief, Men has recovered from his injuries. Sadly, he is unable to use his leg anymore. After the incident, Ment decided to retire from the mercenary and Miltine followed him by leaving the mercenary too. Elle tells Elena that since Ment has already recovered, she won't be able to help much in the healing process. But still, Elena insists she has to meet him in person first to confirm. Meanwhile, Rurin points out that if Ment is hurt, then why does Miltine want to work with them after leaving the mercenary instead of Ment? Elle shouts at her for being inconsiderate, but we see that Miltine is starting to turn red. On the other side, she tells everyone that when Ment got hurt, she had no purpose to continue in the mercenary. She wants to be with him all the time, she wants to work with him on a ranch together. Everyone is shocked by her revelation. She's clearly in love with Ment and everyone can see it on her face. Noel curiously asks about her age. She replies that she'll be turning 29 this year. So there's a 13-year age gap between her and Ment. Elle thinks it's probably okay to have such a big age gap and asks Elena if it's the same among elves too. Elena replies that it's not that simple and it's a bit different in the case of elves. Miltine adds that if she doesn't get to work on the ranch, she'll rather die starving in the streets. Rurin is impressed by her determination and accepts her offer. Elle is happy to have her and Ment work on their ranch too. But still, he asks Miltine if she has consulted with Ment yet. Miltine replies that she hasn't told Ment about it yet, as she is planning to tell him when she gets the first salary from the ranch on her own. Ment had taught her everything from fighting and bookkeeping in the mercenary. This time she wanted to be the one teaching about working on a ranch, thus she wants to work alone first. Everyone is impressed by her passion, and Elena remarks that the passion for love is indeed something else. Hearing Miltine's resolution, Elle also gets an idea of the perfect dish to prepare and ferment using milk from the ranch. The next day, Miltine joins Elle to work on the ranch. Miltine calls Elle manager and asks what she should be doing on her first day. Elle is surprised to be called manager, but he assigns her with the task of taking the cattle, the Barineric, out of their fence to graze. Miltine heads over to the cattle fence. Initially, she thinks it won't be that hard taking the cattle out to graze. But it turns out that the simple process needs a lot of effort too. Even though the cattle are quite calm, they refuse to move an inch even after Miltine's repeated attempts to move them out. Then she is given the task to change the hoofs of the cattle. Unlike wild bears and erex, domestic ones require hoof maintenance too. She fails in completing this task too, as the cattle simply kicked her away every time she tried changing their hoofs. The next day, she is given the task to dry out the hay for later use, but the cattle come running towards the hay to feast on them. Thus, Miltine fails this task too. After a few more days of hard work and failures, Miltine falls to the ground and is feeling disheartened. She was so confident before joining the ranch, but after working there for a few days, she feels that she is terrible at work. Just when she feels like giving up, the cattle approach her and give attention to her. They seem to have grown a liking to Miltine, and to reward her for her affection, they gave her a jar full of milk. Miltine rushes inside with the milk and calls out to Elle. He is surprised to see the milk, as he thinks that it would take her at least a week to fetch it. He tells Miltine to clean up and join him in the kitchen. When she asks Elle what they are preparing, he tells her that it's a special dish for Ment, a pizza with lots of cheese. Elle starts the preparations by pasteurizing the milk with heat carefully for 30 minutes. Then he adds some vinegar to curdle the milk. Rennet would have been better, but since they don't have it, they'll have to proceed with vinegar. After the milk coagulates, he cuts the curd and separates it from the whey to clump all together again. He directs Miltine to stretch and fold the curd mixed in bran and hot water to remove the trapped air bubbles, to finally make some mozzarella cheese. Miltine wonders if it looks different from the cheese she has seen so far. Elle confirms that it looks different from the cheese found in their world. Elle teases Miltine by stating that one needs a special gift to confess. Since Ment loves food, a special dish will be a good gift to confess. Miltine is flustered hearing the word confession. She wasn't planning to confess anytime soon. Elle tells Miltine that even though he doesn't look the part, he used to be very popular among ladies. Everyone used to line up for him. Miltine is surprised by the revelation and wonders if Elle has had a lot of dating experience. But sadly, he doesn't. He tells her that the ladies simply left after lining up for him. But Elle shares that he knows in the case of love, sincerity always gets through, and that's what Miltine should put into the dish for Ment. Miltine is clueless, but still, she tries to put her sincerity into making the pizza. In the evening, Elle visits Ment's home with Noel and Elena. Ment is surprised to see them, as he hasn't told them about his condition himself, and asks furiously why he hasn't told him about his accident. Elle asks him how his rehabilitation is going. In the distance, we can see Miltine standing with the pizza they prepared earlier. Elle asked Ment how he has been recovering now. Ment is embarrassed by their sudden visit, as he wasn't looking forward to a celebration that night. Elle introduces Elena to Ment and tells him that she runs a clinic. Ment recognizes her instantly as the famous one. He questions them about how they knew about his injury since only the people from his mercenary group were supposed to know. Elle replies that it was someone from his group who told them about him, and Miltine enters the house with the pizza in hand. She asks Ment how he is feeling now. Elena proceeds to check Ment's injured leg, and after some healing she asks Ment if he is feeling any better. Ment replies that he can move more comfortably now. Elena tells him that the healing process will take some time, but it will help in his recovery. Ment then turns his attention to Miltine. He asks her what she is planning to tell him. Miltine tries to muster up the courage to express her true feelings, but the moment of truth seems too nerve-wracking for her. She takes the help of the pizza to further delay her confession. She takes out the food in front of everybody and tells Ment she has prepared the dish for him with the help of Elle. When Ment opens the pizza box, we see that the toppings on the pizza are carefully placed in the shape of a heart. Everyone is surprised to see the pizza as they have never seen anything like that before. Miltine asks Ment if he finds the design pretty, indicating the heart-shaped design, but before she can finish, Ment takes out a slice to have a bite, thus breaking the shape and almost breaking Miltine's heart. Ment is surprised by the taste. Elle asks if the cheese is stretching well or not. Ment is even more surprised to learn that it's made of cheese. So far, he had assumed that cheese was nothing but spoiled milk sold in a corner of the market. He didn't know it could taste so good. He describes the taste of the pizza as savory, salty, and chewy and calls it delicious. After Ment, others take their slices too and love the taste. Miltine, while having a slice, is wondering if her mission to convey feelings through food is about to fail. After finishing the food, Ment praised Miltine, expressing surprise at her cooking skills. Someone then asked if he saw her in a new light. Now Miltine asked Ment about his plans for the future, and he replied that he would have to think about it slowly while recovering completely. She then asked if he would like to work on Elle's ranch. Ment was surprised to learn that Elle owned a ranch too. Elle explained that it was a recent development venture for him and expressed his happiness at having Ment work there. Ment then asked Miltine if she was already working there and inquired about her job in the mercenary group. Miltine replied that she had quit the mercenary group after his accident. When Ment asked for the reason, Miltine realized that the moment of truth had finally arrived. Nervously, she replied that she wanted to be by his side from now onwards. Elle, Noel, and Elena were keenly observing their conversation, expecting something eventful. Ment accepted the offer to work on the ranch, but told her that he needed to recover completely from his injury first. Miltine was happy to hear this, thinking that he had understood her true feelings for him. To everyone's shock and disappointment, Ment's reaction was totally different. He proceeded to ask Miltine about finding a boyfriend for her since she had left the mercenary group. Miltine was heartbroken but tried hard to hide it on her face and continued stating that since she was in the mercenary group, he couldn't imagine her having a boyfriend. Now that she wasn't working there, he suggested she should try finding someone of her age to date. Noel was confused, wondering how things had turned out this way. Ment then thanked Elle for the offer and asked when he should join him on the ranch. Elle, confused by the turn of events, bluntly replied that Ment could join them when he fully recovered. Elle apologized to Miltine in his mind and realized that maybe sincerity doesn't always get through. After leaving Ment's house, everyone told Miltine not to lose hope, assuring her that there would be more chances in the future while working together on the ranch. Miltine faked being okay in front of the others, but after parting ways, she couldn't hold back her tears. Later, it became evident that Ment had actually understood what Miltine was trying to convey, but he was confused about how he should act. After that, the next day, the town buzzed with a celebratory atmosphere as confetti flew everywhere and royal musicians blew their horns to welcome special guests to the kingdom. The crown prince of the Rurin Empire, Leon Hayrace, had arrived for a visit. In his mind, he remarked that the town always seemed peaceful and unimpressive whenever he visited. As Leon made his way through the crowd, two ladies couldn't contain their excitement over his handsome looks. Casually, he invited them to meet him in his room later that night. Behind the crown prince, the Duke of the Rurin Empire, Rurin, wondered what the Greek family was doing. The chief magician Madrin informed him that they were preparing to welcome the guests. Porgo expressed dissatisfaction, suggesting that they should have welcomed them even before reaching the castle. He made it clear that since he had arrived, he intended to put an end to the Lord's games inside the castle. The young Greek Dion was getting ready to welcome the guests. He inquired about his father's condition from the butler, who sadly revealed that he wasn't doing well and was ill. The The butler emphasized that the young Greek had to represent the family now and meet the guests in place of his father. He reminded him that every word he spoke represented the Greek family. With this in mind, Dion headed out to greet the guests. The Duke initiated the conversation by asking Dion about his father's health. Dion replied that he was still better. Expressing sympathy, the Crown Prince recalled that Dion's father had been quite close to Duke Rurin. Dion confirmed this, mentioning that they hadn't met for a while. The Crown Prince then informed Dion that even Duke Rurin wasn't healthy these days. The Duke entered the conversation, introducing the topic of changing ownership. Dion was surprised by the statement. The Duke continued by telling Dion that he was asking him to join them. He promised Dion that, in exchange for joining hands with the Crown Prince, his territory would be safe under their protection and he wouldn't have to worry about the politics involved. The Duke asked Dion about his thoughts regarding the matter, but Dion was at a loss for words because of the pressure. He replied firmly that he was not in a position to answer at the moment. The Duke then shifted the conversation to the problems of the flood prevention plan and the civil war going on in the bordering kingdoms. He added that they would have to increase taxes for Greek city and other regions to make up for the expenses in solving these problems. Dion questioned the Duke if it was a direct order from the capital. The Duke dismissed the question as meaningless and added that everything was pretty much in the Crown Prince's hands at the moment. However, if Dion accepted the previous offer, the consequences would have been different. The Duke pressured the young boy further, trying to extract an answer from him. He emphasized that making difficult choices was common for people in his position and questioned why it was so hard for him to make a decision, stating that not answering was not an option. Young Dion thought of an idea to relieve the pressure on him. He invited the Crown Prince and the Duke to a dinner party, informing them that he would give them an answer after the dinner party. The Crown Prince accepted the proposal and the Duke asked Dion if he could satisfy someone who eats the best dishes at the royal palace. Dion confidently asserted that the Crown Prince would definitely love the food in their city's finest restaurant. Meanwhile, at Elle's restaurant, Elle called out to Miltine, who was working on the ranch, to join them for something to eat. Inside the restaurant, Elle served 2 plates of fried rice to Rurin and Miltine. Rurin questioned Elle about her portion getting smaller every day. Elle assured her there was enough on the plate, but if she wanted more, there was plenty in the kitchen. Suddenly, a knight marched through the door, drawing his sword. He asked Elle if he was the owner of the restaurant. Elle, trying to keep the situation calm, asked the knight to sheath his sword as there were customers present. However, the knight persisted aggressively, putting the sword to his neck and demanding him to kneel. Elle's patience was wearing thin, and he issued a final warning. The knight, ignoring the warning, continued shouting aggressively. Elle was on the verge of using a spell against the knight when a familiar voice intervened. The first Knight Order Vice Commander Darian Ober entered the restaurant and ordered the knight to stop. He apologized to Elle, addressing him as Mr. Ellison, and reprimanded his subordinates, punishing them outside. The knight who had drawn his sword expressed ignorance about Elle being a friend, and his friends scolded him for going overboard. Darian apologized to Elle, explaining that he had sent his knights ahead of him, fearing Elle might disappear again. Elle reassured Darian, asking him to drop the formalities as he had already left the army. Elle then asked how long it had been since they last met. Darian revealed it had been 5 years. Inside the restaurant, Miltine wondered about Elle's true identity after witnessing the scene. A flashback revealed that Elle was coming to the rescue of Darian and his group in a battle 5 years ago. Darian vividly remembered the day when monstrous creatures attacked them while holding their position on the battlefield. Ellison intervened, defeating all the monsters with his magic and leading them to victory. After the battle, when Darian was offered a reward, he insisted on being punished instead of receiving the award and gave it to Elle. He remarked that honor is everything for a knight. However, he didn't think it through back then, and his wife was very upset that him not receive the award. Darian was all about honor, but amidst all this, he forgot to take care of the people closest to him. Elle came to his help again, and after receiving the reward money, he sent it to Darian's house. Elle laughed it off, saying that Darian deserved the reward for putting his life on the line while defending the position. Darian told Elle that he always wanted to return Elle's favor by doing something for him, but he had already left the army. So when he heard that Elle had opened a restaurant in Greek City, he wanted to help him out there. He told Elle that if he closed every other restaurant in Greek City, Elle's restaurant would turn out to be the best. With this, he called his knights and rushed towards the town. Elle was shocked at Darian's plan and shouted at him to stop. Meanwhile, Dion was on his way to the restaurant along with the Crown Prince and the Duke. The Duke asked the Crown Prince if he was really going to have dinner in a common restaurant for the evening. The Crown Prince replied that since the young Count had recommended the place himself, he was looking forward to having dinner at the restaurant. The Duke then emphasized the fact that they should have at least called up their knights to accompany them on the route, as the circumstances were quite dangerous these days. The Crown Prince told him that he had relieved the knights from their duties until dinner time, so it wouldn't look good if he took back his words, and they didn't have to worry as they already had the powerful Arch-Mage Madrin by their side. All of a sudden, arrows were fired in the Crown Prince's direction, but they were blocked by a magic shield created by Madrin. The attackers revealed themselves and demanded to hand over the Crown Prince, but the Duke ordered Madrin to finish all of them. The attackers recognized Madrin, but their leader made it clear that there would be no change of plans, and they jumped at her to attack. Madrin easily defeated the attackers and showed them the difference in their power levels. The Crown Prince is impressed by Madrin and calls her the mightiest mage in the whole empire. He exclaims that with her by his side, even dragons can't harm him. One of the attackers survives her massive attack, and she asks the Crown Prince what to do with him. The Crown Prince orders her to finish him off too, and with a snap of a finger, she completes the task. Dion, having witnessed everything, realizes that the rumors of Madrin being the only 7th grade mage in the kingdom capable of fighting a whole army on her own are indeed true. Back in the restaurant, we see that El has used his magic to restrain Darian and stop him from destroying other restaurants in town. He states that Darian has always had a habit of not looking back when he gets excited and starts running. El asks him if this reminds him of the old days. Darian stands up and tells his knights to get back to their original position. Seeing El restraining Darian so effortlessly, his subordinates can't help but wonder how powerful El is. Darian tells El that he still holds on to his words as he wants to return El's favor. But El tells him that if he goes on destroying other restaurants, how will that make him a good knight? Darian corrects El by telling him that he was actually planning to tell the customers of other restaurants that their food has worms. He didn't mean to destroy them. El remarks that it's quite a creative idea but not something he'd like Darian to do. Darian then promises El that he will think of something better. Darian then notices the arrival of the Crown Prince from the corner of his eyes. He orders his knights to get information instantly. The Crown Prince is surprised to see Darian there too. Darian greets the Crown Prince and states that he thought the Crown Prince would be at the castle. The Crown Prince expresses being surprised. The Crown Prince tells him that he is there to have dinner at S restaurant as the Greek city's young count has recommended the place himself. He adds that since he can't travel alone, he has brought company with him, indicating the Duke and Arch-Mage Madrin. The Crown Prince then greets El, inquiring if he is the owner of the restaurant. El agrees and greets him warmly. El realizes that since the Crown Prince is in town, that justifies the presence of the First Order Knights. The Crown Prince tells all that he is looking forward to the food that can even make a royal go crazy. The Crown Prince notices that the dress El is wearing is the one old Imperial mages used to wear. El clears his confusion by telling them that he used to serve in the Mage Legion in the past and he is only wearing it for comfort now. Knowing that El used to be in the Mage Legion, the Crown Prince asks him if he knew Madrin from before, pointing towards her. He tells him that she is a 7th-class Arch-Mage and that if he was in the Legion, he would certainly recognize her. Madrin recognizes El too but is too scared to speak out his name. The Duke wonders why they are wasting their time in such a shabby-looking restaurant and tells Madrin that the Crown Prince is calling her name. He adds that if she is feeling overworked for the day, she can go and rest for a while. Madrin apologizes for her absent-mindedness and gets down from her horse. She slowly walks towards El with haunting flashbacks of El from the past. She recalls how powerful El was and realizes that she must act wisely to save everyone from danger. Before she could speak, El initiates the conversation and tells her that he doesn't think they have met before. Madrin realizes that El is trying to fake not knowing each other so as not to cause any trouble. She decides to play along and tells the Crown Prince that she has never met El before. The Crown Prince seems to be disappointed by this. She adds that having the Crown Prince as a guest should be a great honor and he should start preparing the food right away, hoping that since they are faking it, they won't mind some rudeness from her. The guests enter the restaurant and Madrin is still wondering about El's true identity while working outside on the ranch. As the guests take their seats inside, the Crown Prince expresses how the restaurant looks cleaner than he thought it would be. The Duke supports his claim too. Madrin also added that the interior does look decent for an ordinary restaurant. El claims that he wasn't expecting such distinguished guests for the day. If they had known beforehand, he would have prepared something special for them. He then brings out a fancy candle stand to the table. The Crown Prince replies that it's fine, as the only thing that matters in a restaurant is the quality of the food served. Elle decides to ask the Crown Prince about why he was there to have dinner in an ordinary restaurant. The Crown Prince tells all that he is looking forward to the food that can make even a royal go crazy, as suggested by the young Count of Greek City himself, pointing towards Dion. Elle finally realizes the type of situation he is in right now. With his father ill, Greek City is on shaky grounds, and after not being able to handle the pressure of the power struggle, young Dion has turned to Elle to seek help. Elle looks around and recalls that the Duke sitting next to the Crown Prince is a power-hungry noble. He hates that he has to be in this situation but decides to help the kid regardless. The Crown Prince then puts forward a shocking proposal in front of young Dion. He calls him Greek boy and tells him that if he has so much confidence in this restaurant, he should have some faith in them too. He tells Dion that they should put a bet on the food. He explains that Elle must bring something that surprises the Crown Prince. If he fails to do so, Dion will have to run around Greek City without his clothes on. Dion is shocked by the terms of the bet, but the Crown Prince pressurizes him further by adding that if he has so much confidence in Elle's cooking skills, he shouldn't be worrying about the terms of the bet. Elle breaks the tense situation by announcing that he will bring in the food quickly. The Crown Prince considers this as an acceptance of his bet. Elle thinks hard about what to prepare. Being royalty, the Crown Prince must have had all sorts of delicacies. It would be a difficult task to prepare something that would amaze him. In the Duke, he decides to prepare mutton mushroom soup first as an appetizer to try his luck. The Crown Prince takes a spoonful of the soup to taste it. He expresses that the smell is good and the taste is delicious too, but it's not something extraordinary. He has had many mutton mushroom soups before, and this dish simply doesn't amaze him much. The Duke too shares the same opinion. Elle realizes that things are not going his way, so he is hoping for help. He expresses that he would like to hear everyone's opinions at the table. He had left a message for Madrin in her soup bowl asking for a hot opinion. Madrin sees the message and, out of fear, she overacts, surprising everyone. After having a spoonful, she announces that the soup is delicious and describes Elle's cooking skills as 7th-class magic in the culinary world. She then corrects it by calling it not 7th but 9th-class magic. Elle is taken aback by her overacting too and feels like killing her right now. The Crown Prince was very shocked at Madrin's reaction. He said that if she liked it so much, he would try it too. At the same time, Dion also decided to try the soup. He was very curious as to why the Arch-Mage himself had such a strong reaction to it. After tasting the soup, he noted that it was really good, and if not for the awkward atmosphere, he would have asked for more. However, he had doubts that the Arch-Mage's reaction was due to the taste. After all, it was hard to believe that the Royal Mage had never tasted mushroom soup. But then there was another question: what had influenced Madrin to have such a reaction? After all, very few people in this world would be able to subdue a Class 7 mage. However, he still had one guess. He didn't really believe it, but when he looked at his teacher, he had a feeling that he wasn't as simple as it seemed at first glance. Elle headed for the kitchen and said he'd go make the next dish. Although his face was not visible, the aura he exuded spoke for itself about his mood. While he was preparing the next dish, the Crown Prince said a bit disappointedly that no matter how many times he tasted it, he couldn't notice much difference from the royal soup. Duke Porgo turned to Madrin and said that he didn't expect her to like the mushroom soup so much and promised to add it to the royal menu. When she heard this, she panicked and said that it wasn't because she liked mushroom soup but because it was special. To confirm her words, she immediately started eating the soup quickly and talking about how delicious it was. However, as soon as she finished, there was a surprise at the bottom of the bowl, namely a sign that said she had to leave the restaurant as soon as she finished eating. It was so unexpected that almost all the soup that was in her mouth immediately came out while she was coughing and recovering. The Crown Prince asked Porgo bewilderingly if she had always been like this, to which he only shook his head negatively. After a while, Madrin managed to find an excuse and leave the restaurant. Waiting for her on the porch as expected, it was Elle. Madrin was very frightened as she didn't know what to expect from the man standing in front of her. Finally daring to speak, she asked why he had called her. The next moment, Elle applied a soundproof barrier that prevented outsiders from hearing their conversation. This made her even more frightened. However, despite her misgivings, Elle showed no hostility. Turning around, he greeted her with a smile before adding that she had played it perfectly. Despite her fear, Madrin tried to respond, but she was unable to do so, for the mood of the man standing in front of her had changed drastically. The murderous aura he emitted made it clear that he was angry. Turning to her, Elle said in a cold voice that he had already warned her that they shouldn't have met again. Rurin immediately panicked and started making excuses, saying that she didn't know they were coming here. As if he hadn't heard her words, he looked at her coldly and asked her why she had come here. She replied in a trembling voice that it was because of Duke Porgo, who was traveling through small estates to increase his influence in the palace. However, that was not what our hero was asking. His main question was why she was together with the prince. The girl's face was immediately covered with sweat, but Elle did not stop and reminded her that he had a terrible reputation. He wallowed in lust and had no interest in the state. But it could only seem that way at first glance. Anyone from the outside could say that he only cared about himself and just enjoyed life. In addition, he had no claim to power, but as it turned out, he knew how to use his position to his advantage. In fact, he just covered up his lecherous image and put pressure on the Baron. Elle originally thought Duke Porgo wanted to expand his influence by absorbing the town of Greek, but as it turned out, the Crown Prince himself was behind it. To fully understand the situation, he decided to ask her what was going on. However, that wasn't something Rurin could say. She immediately replied that she would not say anything even under torture, as it was an oath she could not break. The next moment, a voice was heard, one that mockingly said that it might be worth a try just to be sure. With tears in her eyes, Rurin looked up in fear at the person who had spoken. There stood none other than Rurin. Since they had met before, she knew it was a dragon. This was the limit of what she could endure. Falling to the ground and laughing hysterically, she said after a short pause that she just wanted to go home. After a while, Rurin walked back into the restaurant. Seeing her, the Duke and Crown Prince couldn't contain their surprise. Seeing that she was not in the best condition, they asked what happened to her. Smiling, she replied that she was fine and was just enjoying the aftertaste of the soup. Hearing this, the prince said with a smile that the soup was definitely a revelation for such a backwater restaurant. Then he looked at the slumped Dian and added that he was probably somewhere in the back of his mind looking forward to the deal. There was one thing. However, turning to Duke Porgo, the Crown Prince asked him to remind him what the terms of the dispute were. He immediately replied that he had to surprise the prince with a dish. Hearing this, the latter smiled mockingly and said that he was not in the mood for surprises today. Laughing mockingly, he added that on normal days he would be satisfied with such a soup. Today, however, he had an important argument to win. Finally finished laughing, he asked if they understood what that meant. Without waiting for an answer, he said that it meant that he would not be surprised even if his sick father got up and started cooking. However, if he heard something that wasn't said in the mansion, he might change his mind. Turning to Rurin, who was clenching his fist nervously from the weight of responsibility that was upon him, the Crown Prince asked if they would hear his answer now. The one replied that the position of Lord demanded a lot of responsibility, therefore he was willing to bear his own shame. However, he was not going to jeopardize the lives of the people of the kingdom. But at the same time, he believed in the success of this restaurant with all his soul, so he was not going to back down. He promised that if he lost, he would take off his clothes and run through the city without showing any emotion. The prince replied that he respected his choice. After a while, evening came by. This time, Elle had time to prepare a new dish. He returned to the guests and apologized for the long wait. Placing the bowl on the table, he solemnly announced that it was the main dish of the day. Hearing this, the Crown Prince asked if he was so sure of it since a lot of things depended on the dish. Lifting the lid, our hero replied that he was more confident than ever. The dish on the plate was a bit different from what everyone had imagined, as it was more like a lump of clay. Porgo immediately asked what it was, to which Elle replied honestly that it was baked mud. Hearing this, he asked in a cold voice if they would have to eat it. Taking out a hammer, our hero replied that of course not. He immediately pounded the clay with force, thus breaking it. As it turned out, there was indeed something under the mud. The Crown Prince was surprised to note that there was a salad inside, but it was not just any salad. For underneath it was nothing more than a palenchu. Taking out a knife to cut the dish into pieces, Elle replied that this was indeed the case. The prince still couldn't believe his eyes and asked where this rare meat was from in such a backwater restaurant. Ignoring the rudeness, our hero replied that he rarely cooked it, but today was a special day. Cutting off juicy pieces of meat, he added that the outside of the dish looked like a mountain of dirt and not everyone would know what it was. The thing was, there was a little surprise in the dish. While Elle was saying all this, the prince listened in silence. It was as if he began to guess what our hero was trying to tell him between the lines. With a bright smile, Elle added that the surprise was impossible to see unless you knew what the dish really looked like. For as soon as the sticky dirt peeled off, the juicy meat of the palenchu was revealed. Acting as if he didn't understand, the Crown Prince asked our hero, "What are you talking about?" Holding a piece of clay in his hand, he replied that he wasn't saying what it was all about as it was just a dish. However, the next moment he said that he must have been familiar with the massive expulsion of nobles to strengthen the royal power because it was very similar to the prince. From the prince's reaction, it was immediately clear that he didn't expect to be caught out so easily. To say nothing of the prince, everyone in the room was shocked by L's words. Without intending to stop, he added that the secret of the dish could not be revealed so easily. He looked at the crown prince, who had nothing but horror on his face, and asked if he agreed with him. L continued his thoughts and said that the empire had lost control of the capital because of the Dragon War, and the emperor had only been able to consolidate his power in a few cities. To avoid a coup, with the emperor's power at an all-time low and the aristocracy on the rise, the crown prince had to find a way out. And that way out was to spread his power. The prince continued to sit with terror on his face, feeling completely defenseless as some restaurant owner saw right through him. "Look at me. I'm not interested in power. I'm completely harmless. I'm only interested in booze and money." Turning to everyone, L asked if this reminded them of anything. Duke Porgo, who was no longer able to listen to all this, asked if he was in his right mind and if he knew what he was talking about. As if not hearing his words, our hero replied that if they were willing to listen to more, he would be happy to tell them, as it would only get more interesting. He said that His Highness was actually pretending to regain his lost power. He began to slowly gather an army and prepare a strike against the nobles. Then, smiling, he asked those present what they thought was going to happen next. However, the Duke didn't let anyone say anything. Abruptly jumping up from his seat, he called out to the commander of Darren's warriors in a fierce voice. The latter instantly opened the door and excitedly inquired about what had happened. Turning to our hero, Duke Porgo said in a cold voice that it was a curious theory, but he still didn't understand anything at all. Then he added that it still didn't matter anyway because this restaurant, as its owner, was finished. Darren was not at all happy to follow such an order. All he could do was wonder what Mr. Ellison had done. El grinned and asked if they thought they could get rid of him, to which Porgo immediately replied that talkers should have their tongues cut out. He immediately ordered Madrin to force our hero to kneel down. She was ready to do it herself as long as she didn't follow the order. In a trembling voice, she replied that she could not do it. Hearing this, he angrily asked what was the matter. While Duke Porgo was trying to understand what was going on, El said with a smile that he understood everything. These words made the Duke even more angry, and he said that he wanted that person to be stripped of his head immediately. Amid all this tension that almost led to someone's death, the fork with a distinctive sound stabbed into a piece of meat, which the very next moment ended up in the crown prince's mouth. Without stopping there, he took another piece of meat. Everyone present stared at the prince with bewilderment and shock. He was now holding a large piece of meat in his hands and was happily saying that it was incredibly delicious. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, he asked them why they were not frozen. Then, pointing at the meat, he happily told them to try it too. The Duke apologized and said he couldn't do that. It didn't take long for the prince to react, pounding his fist loudly on the table. He shouted furiously for him to start eating now. Not daring to disobey, he silently sat down and began slicing the meat. After a moment, he took a bite without much enthusiasm. Turning to him, the prince asked if he liked it. He replied that it was delicious. With a smile on his face, the prince asked if he had found it as amazing as he did. Having no other choice, he nodded in the affirmative and said that it was indeed so. Finished eating, the crown prince said he thought they had settled the dispute, admitting defeat. He added that he would be lying if he said that the dish didn't surprise him. Congratulating Dian, he said he really deserved to win. Still not quite understanding what had happened, he awkwardly thanked the prince. Standing up from the table, the crown prince also thanked our hero. He praised him for the wonderful meal and said that it was time for them to leave. El asked him if he was expecting an answer from the Baron. The crown prince replied that he was going to stay here for a couple of days anyway, as he had plans with the lovely ladies. However, in his mind, he had already heard his answer. Heading towards the exit with Duke Porgo and Madrin, the crown prince ordered all the knights to gather as they had plans to return to the capital. In parting, he told our hero that he would not disturb him again. As soon as they left, only El and Dian remained in the room. The boy was still bewildered by what had happened, while our hero realized that it would not end there. However, they could think about that when it would happen. For now, they should be glad that everything went well and glad that they were able to win the argument. Duran was very grateful to El because it was only thanks to him that they had won the argument. But he didn't understand why the crown prince had made such a decision at the last moment. After some thought, our hero answered that he didn't need to understand anything. He added that he didn't need to worry about anything as long as he was around. Deciding to change the subject, he said that now that the strangers were gone, it was a good time to enjoy the Palenchu. El also praised the boy and said that he held himself very well in front of such important people. At the same time, the crown prince and the others were on their way to the capital. You could tell from their looks that they were not in the best of moods. Darren didn't understand what had happened and why they were suddenly going back. The awkward silence that hung over the group was broken by the hereditary prince, who turned to Madrin. He asked if the cook was the man she had spoken of earlier. She replied that it was. Hearing this, Duke Porgo was shocked as he couldn't believe her words. Confirming her hunch, the prince smiled. He was finally able to see the person Madrin said that even the knights respected. Duke Porgo had also heard of this man. He realized that even with Madrin and the knight army together, they didn't stand a chance against this man. However, the crown prince was thinking about other things right now. He realized that until now they had only used superficial tactics to consolidate power. But now he no longer wanted to do so. Remembering Dian's statement of betting his reputation on some backwater restaurant, he couldn't help but laugh. He wondered if he could continue the argument if he were in the boy's shoes. And would he be able to trust some commoner with his life? After a little thought, the prince said that they should start small and this time do everything more slowly to gain trust. After all, the path they were about to take was more dangerous than running down the street naked. After a while, over the restaurant, there were cheers of joy and a little tired cries that at last, everything was ready. Tired El, with a hammer in his hands, looked happily at what was in front of him. While the girls had bewilderment and surprise on their faces, as it turned out they were all looking at the big barn that our hero had built especially for the cows, which, judging by their happy eyes, liked it very much. But beautiful doesn't mean sturdy. Failing the crash test, in a few moments, the barn was left only a pile of wooden sticks. The face of our hero who built it was hard to put into words. Rurin noted that it was a good thing that it had collapsed at once because if the cows had been inside, they would surely have died. Sitting by the pile of rubble, El noted that it was probably not a good idea to build a building without understanding how to do it properly. Rurin immediately had a rather logical question. She wondered how he had managed to build the restaurant. However, the answer was quite simple. He didn't build it, it was built by the craftsman and he simply put up a sign. At the end, realizing that they can't do without a stable, our hero said that they would have to try hard. It wasn't easy to find good architects. He immediately told Rurin to get ready, for their next goal was to visit the dwarf city. The dwarf settlement was located in the Miliork Mountains. Amid the vast amount of gold, gems, and weapons sat some woman. The tanned woman turned out to be a red dragon, Serena. When she sensed the intrusion of the intruders, she said with anticipation that she would let them know whose territory they were in. But there was another side to her insidious manner. Like a child, she was happy that she finally had a reason to come out. She'd been bored all this time, and there weren't even any insignificant people to honor and ideally tease a little. Besides, because she hadn't shown up for so long, everyone had forgotten that she was the mistress of these territories. What was to say? She was so excited by the appearance of people that, in her haste, she didn't even look under her feet, for which, in the next moment, she paid the price. Even though she didn't hit her little finger, the pain from the blow was still very strong, even for a dragon. In the meantime, El and Rurin continued their journey to the dwarf city. The dragon girl was tired of the journey and complained that her body was not made for walking in the mountains. Our hero tried to convince her that it was worth it. Still not understanding why he was so eager to find dwarves, Rurin asked him why they couldn't just find a good human architect. He replied that when it came to making things, no one could do it better than the dwarves. When she heard this, she excitedly replied that, in that case, the city of dwarves must have been a very cool and interesting place. To which our hero replied that it was. Turning the corner, they indeed saw the entrance to the city of dwarves. At first, El was happy that they could finally get there. However, after a closer look, they realized that what was in front of them was more like a ruin. El, who had been here before, was surprised that there were no guards at the entrance. Deciding to check what was wrong, he headed inside. But as soon as he looked inside, a look of horror appeared on his face. He realized why none of the dwarves were guarding the entrance. They were all dead. All that remained of the once legendary race were skeletons covered in dust. Rurin immediately alerted El that someone was probably already inside. Looking at the mountains of skeletons that were once living beings, our hero became enraged. He couldn't help but wonder who had done this. However, his thoughts were interrupted by the sensation of something dangerous approaching. In the next instant, something rumbled and fell on the entrance leading inside. The first to emerge from the column of dust was a red dragon's tail. Looking at Rurin, the owner of the tail was surprised to see that she was of the same race as Rurin, but her strength was not at the proper level, which was very disappointing. In front of our heroes was indeed a huge red dragon called Serena, who was showing who was in charge with her entire appearance. Smiling mockingly, Serena said she wondered who dared to invade her territory. But as it turned out, it was only one person and a juvenile dragon. From the moment the dragon appeared, El only stood silently. Although no emotion could be seen on his face, one could tell from the atmosphere around him that he was in a bad mood. He was rarely this angry. However, what he saw was enough for that. Greeting Serene, he asked her in a cold voice, "Did you do it?" The dragon was very surprised by such directness, and she was perplexed to ask if he was really saying that to her. She started to ask him how dare he talk to dragons who were the pinnacle of life like that. However, he didn't let her finish. Interrupting her, El told her in an even darker and colder voice to just answer his previous question. Serena didn't realize who she was dealing with, so unable to tolerate such an attitude, she began to gather fire in her mouth. Already in the next moment, a huge column of flame headed towards our heroes. Realizing that it was the fiery breath of an adult dragon, Rurin panicked and shouted to El that it couldn't be blocked by a shield. Without turning around, he created a large magic circle behind him. The magical shield of even royal mages could hardly withstand a direct attack from an enraged dragon. However, our hero was far beyond their level. He was a Class 9 Arch-Mage. In addition, he was now more angry than ever, and so such an attack wasn't a problem for him. Serena's attack was aimed precisely at the target. However, it was not destined to hit. Stopping half a meter away from El, the flames began to disappear. This turn of events left the dragon puzzled, as she didn't understand why her flames suddenly disappeared. But she didn't have time to be surprised, as in the very next instant, El had already used plasma burst magic. A large pillar of light shot out at Serena. The attack was so strong that she immediately let out a painful scream. Horrified at the wound caused by the attack, she wondered how a human could be capable of such a thing. Turning her gaze to our hero, she tried to realize who he was. After some thought, she was able to remember. Returning to human form, she said that she had heard before about the man who had killed many of her kin in the last war. Then turning to Rurin, she angrily asked why she was with that man. El wasn't going to listen to any of this and reminded her that he had asked her the question first, and if she wasn't going to answer, he wasn't going to be nice to her either. He immediately conjured up another magic circle which sent shivers down Serena's spine. Realizing that she might die at this rate, she panicked and replied that she hadn't done anything and that when she came here, everything was already destroyed. Hearing this, El stopped. Even though he was angry, he wasn't about to kill someone who had nothing to do with it. Serena immediately began to justify herself and tearfully apologized for being so rude to them. She also added that she hadn't seen a single living dwarf since coming here. With a painful groan, she rose to her feet and added that she could not say for sure whether the dwarves were alive or not, for there was a huge door inside which she had not been able to open. Hearing this, our hero immediately inquired what the door was and where it was located. Seeing his interest, Serena saw this question as her chance. A moment later, there was no trace of her pained and frightened look. Walking up to Al, she said in a sweet voice that she could take him there. Then she added that it would be more fun than walking with the baby. But her plans were quickly cut short by a kick from Rurin, who shouted furiously that El belonged to her and kicked her in the leg. As it turned out, it hit her right on the bruise. While the red dragon groaned in pain, Rurin irritably demanded that she tell them where the place was. After getting the answer, our heroes went to the dungeon where the door was located in the deepest part of the dungeon. The scene shifted to the Greek mansion where Dion and his stepmother were sitting at the table. Turning to his mother, Dion told her that the Crown Prince and Duke Porgo had returned to the capital. When she heard this, she had little reaction. Bringing his fork to his mouth, he said that he had heard that she had not been feeling well lately, so he wanted to know if she was all right now. She replied with an expressionless face that she was fine. But seeing her blank stare, anyone could tell she wasn't. Noticing that she hadn't even touched her dessert, Darren said that if she didn't like the menu, she could just choose something else. Standing up from the table, she replied that he didn't need to worry about that. As soon as she left, Don bit his lip frustrated. He wanted to talk to his mother and find out what was wrong, but no matter how many times he tried, she wouldn't open up to him. At the same time, Berna Grake entered the room where her husband lay. Sitting by his bedside, she began to pour out her heart. She told him she couldn't take it anymore. The huge space she was in was a coffin to her. She couldn't feel truly free. Eating sweet desserts was like chewing sand. Clutching the sheet with her hand, she asked in desperation if he was listening to her. She repeated in a desperate voice that she couldn't hold on any longer because every moment she spent with Dian was painful. As they entered the dwarf city, Elle and Rurin looked at the ruins of what had once been a thriving city. However, no matter how many times they tried, they were unable to find any signs of life. After inspecting the ruins, Rurin concluded that it had been done by a dragon that had gone berserk. So she immediately suggested that Elle go back and kick that red dragon. She told him to calm down because dragons were proud creatures and she wouldn't lie to them. Soon they managed to get to some sort of huge door. As it was the only thing that had survived amid the ruins, our hero concluded that it was the door that the red dragon Serena had spoken of. Though the door bore numerous attack marks, it showed no signs of collapsing. The dwarves were truly masters of their craft. While Rurin tried to smash the door with her fist, Elle, as a man from the modern world, wondered if there was a button somewhere that would open the door. Though the door didn't open suddenly, the orb in the middle of it glowed with a bright light and someone's voice ordered them to stop. Calling our heroes trespassers, he told them to leave as they were not welcome here. Elle was astonished and wondered if the man who spoke was a dwarf. He also asked what had happened there, to which the voice replied that a red dragon had brought destruction to their land. These words came as a surprise. Rurin immediately started screaming furiously and saying that she knew it all along. With shouts of kicking that liar's ass, she tried to go back, but Elle stopped her in time. He told her to calm down and listen to the rest of the story. After hearing their family squabble, a voice from the door asked in surprise, "Red Dragon?" It was hard to quell Rurin's anger. She thought that if she just kicked that red dragon's ass, she'd solve everything and the dwarves would open the door. But Elle kept convincing her that it wasn't that simple. Judging by the scratches, there were several dragons there. The voice had only said something about those creatures being the strongest, and the raging girl stood on, quiet about piling on one and then dealing with the rest. Then he whispered in her ear that he had a plan, which made Rurin calm at least for a little while. He took the bag off his shoulder. The door had been closed for about a year now. It was no surprise to the guy that so much had happened. He frowned thinking about it. He touched his bag, thinking about what he was more concerned about, namely sustenance, so he decided to take the peaceful route once again and asked if they could open the gate for him, explaining that he wanted to help. But on the other side of the doors, the creature couldn't trust a stranger for no reason. They made demands to prove that the uninvited guests were not minions of the Red Dragon, which angered her greatly, for she did not want them to be like such people. Just when the girl was ready to shout, Elle immediately covered her mouth with his hand, smiling as he said that he respected the decision and thanked whoever was behind the gate for understanding. He then quietly ordered Rurin to fetch the backpack. The brunette was a little surprised but did so. Meanwhile, the Arch-Mage had started a fire with his inhuman abilities and was ready to put a frying pan on it. That's when the voice asked what was going on. Ellison replied that they weren't doing anything special. They just had a long way to go and needed a proper refreshment first. This made the voice on the side there get nervous and ask why the two suddenly decided to do such a thing. Elle replied with a question asking why not do such a thing. He then asked Rurin to get food, and she graciously agreed, making some sort of play. The girl pulled a pile of sausages from her backpack, carefully going through them and counting them, and handed it to the guy. When asked what it was, he replied that it was sausage and explained that it was made with ground meat. Teasing whoever was on the other side, he threw the meats into the pan, and they scrambled on the fire, releasing a wonderful aroma and enchanting their golden crust. Rurin played along, telling them how delicious it smelled, and her voice began to panic, for the smell would go away so easily. Elle internally finished saying that they'd have to savor that mouth-watering smell for a long time. The aroma was incredible, which was completely heartless compared to the other hungry people there. Outside the doors, someone offered to join in the meal too because it smelled wonderful, but the chief ordered these sophisticated creatures to shut their mouths. Only then did Rurin realize what his plan was, and with a playful tone, Elle commented on the situation, saying that, in general, they had brought food as a gift, but it looked like no one was willing to take them. He sternly repeated that he just wanted to know what had happened there and asked if he really demanded so much. He emphasized that there was nothing dangerous about it. To this, there was only silence and a certain shock on the other side. Then he gets something else from the bag of supplies. He loudly opened the beer can that Rurin loved so much, continuing to create seductive sounds and smells around him. There was another question from inside the door about what that sound was. El grimaced with a frustrated face and replied that it was too bad he had salted those delicious sausages for nothing. He added that it was just incredibly delicious with beer, after which he chugged it with his partner holding forks of meat in his hands. At last, the sound of the gate doors opening, which they had been longing for, was heard. The dust rose a little from that. Ellison smirked, realizing he had finally gotten his way. It wasn't just the taste of beer and sausage. It was the taste of victory. From the darkness beyond the gate came the same voice, who asked to taste at least a bite. This was the magic of food. The sausages sizzled even more in the pan, releasing the smell into the air and tantalizing everyone with their appearance. Bearded men gathered around the fire, looking at the food as if it were some miracle of the world, drooling, and their eyes were eager not only to look at the sausages but also to taste them. Ellison looked at them and thought about the fact that they looked like they hadn't eaten in a while. He knew they were having trouble eating right then, but to this extent he hadn't suspected. He took out the plates, saying that now these strangers would eat in peace. Two men began biting off sausages and chewing everything thoroughly, juice running down their beards, brewing it all up with beer, and just couldn't get enough of the deliciousness. The men grabbed sausage after sausage. They hadn't thought they would ever be able to eat again, and then El realized that it wouldn't be a good idea to give alcohol to the hungry, but the dwarves had a strong tolerance for such drinks, so they wouldn't have to worry. After a while, the guy asked how the creatures liked the food, even though they feared it was poisoned. Giving the food to one of the dwarves, who laughed and replied that it was just awesome, so this man owed a great debt. El was glad to hear that and then asked the stranger to share the sausages with the others and also asked if the dwarf gazer was among them. Now the man in front of him seemed to come to a shock. He asked how their provider knew the name. As it turned out, Ellison had seen him once a long time ago and would like to talk to him. While the Arch-Mage was already promised to be escorted to the one he was looking for, Rurin brought the hungry dwarves more sausages and made them shout with joy and spill their beer from the sharp movements. A small man led the two guests through corridors littered with something. It was a kind of township underground. It was inhabited by a colony of 20 or 30 dwarfs. It wasn't clear how they got there. One woman, as soon as she saw a human, ordered her child not to go outside, and so they came to a house, the entrance of which was blocked by a curtain of some kind and guarded by two guards. While El was asking Rurin if she had given all the sausages away, the dwarf who had brought them was calling for Master Gultazar, for he had guests here to see him. A voice was heard from behind the curtains and welcomed them. El pulled back the tentative door, looked inside, and said they hadn't seen each other in a while. Gultazar, the head of the dwarves, recognized an old acquaintance. This old man was sorry that they had to meet again under these conditions with El. He had spotted the noble creature next to the guy. Rurin had said the man had an eye, and the man who had just escorted them out was standing at the threshold, eavesdropping on the entire conversation. The gray-haired, bearded dwarf noticed a familiar aura nearby. The provost watched all this and did not understand who these two were since Master Gultazar was speaking to them so respectfully. The old man asked what his guests wanted to talk about. He thought he should be able to guess. El wondered what had happened here, his gaze becoming more determined and menacing. Why has the dwarf town become like this? The houses are destroyed. There are only ruins around. There are few inhabitants, and they are intimidated. Remembering the reason made Gultazar's expression change, and he was uncomfortable replaying it in his head for the 8th time. Then he did say that they were attacked by a red dragon, and they defended themselves desperately, but it didn't work out, and there were only a couple of dwarves left to defend the town. El then clarified if the dragon had red hair and horns, and Rurin became more menacing, thinking that her past guesses were true. The old man added that the monster that had destroyed everything around him was not alone. The man clutched his head. They were attacked by a whole troop of red dragons. It made the Arch-Mage cringe. That's why there were so many scratches on the doors. There was more than one beast there. There was only one question. Why would narcissistic dragons unite? Had these creatures simply gone mad? El smelled something was wrong. These creatures must have been united for some very important purpose. The guardian of this house tensed at such talk. The old man thought about something for a while longer, rumbling loudly, and very quickly found the answer in his head. Still, he couldn't tell these people this story. He pressed the button under the table to get the mechanism working. Allison and Rurin were cold in surprise. The bookcase moved away from the wall, revealing a secret passage in the wall. Gultazar ordered them to follow him, wanting to show something to his guests. They moved forward along the lighted corridor, and Gultazar admitted that this was not the first time the dragons had attacked. These creatures had demanded tribute from their people several times before and then killed. The old man brought his hand up, hand on his ring. The stone glowed with a bright blue light. He continued to talk about how they had always managed to protect the city. Suddenly, a huge dragon skeleton appeared in front of them. It turned out to be the ancient dragon, the protector of the dwarves. El was in unspeakable shock. Did the dwarves make sacrifices? Looking at the tomb, he concluded that the dragon had lived at least 5,000 years. With sadness in his voice, Gultazar replied that this dragon wasn't taking any sacrifices. He was just helping them. It was hard to look at the remains of one who had protected them from attack and shared wisdom. It was the kindest of souls, according to the dwarf. Despite all this, Colored couldn't keep up with the time. Allison and Rurin watched in silence, a terrible chill running down their spines. The stone on the ring glowed even more, and Gultazar took one look at his guests' reactions, concluding that they were very much curious. He touched the air with his finger, and a vortex began to appear. The whole reason for these troubles, the fact that they were attacked by the red dragons, why this race chose to stay in the Ruin mine, now appeared in lands. A realization came to Rurin, eyes widening in understanding what this was all about. An ancient orb in the old man's hands. This could birth the dragon lord himself, and they, the dwarves, must protect him with all their strength. This is the head of all dragons. If the mighty dragons united and acted under a common command, they would be unstoppable by any warrior in the kingdom. That's how the will of one being can destroy absolutely the entire world. This ancient orb in the hands of the head of the dwarves can spawn a dragon lord, which is why it must be kept in a secret protected place, and Colored was the only dragon capable of guarding the orb. He hid it and guarded it from prying eyes. Upon hearing that it took multiple entities to give birth to a dragon lord, Rurin clutched at her heart, her breathing becoming heavy and frequent. A picture appeared in front of her eyes as she, a small black dragoness, played with the tail of a large dragon, not thinking about anything serious. Her body began to shake. It was hard to take gasps of air. Panic began to creep in from the outside. Another memory of Rurin's mother standing in the hallway across from the black dragon elder, awaiting her sentence, and the sentence was short and uncomplicated. The girl was ordered to be locked up, and then the daughter and the woman sat in the cave by the shining waterfall. Though her mother had asked Rurin not to come here, the little girl had replied that her grandfather was stupid and wouldn't know about it. She fell to the floor from the exhaustion of anxiety after such memories. One thought and one worry swirling around in her head. She remembered seeing her mother battered and bloody, the brutal way she had been treated. Her heart clenched even tighter in her chest as if all the blood had been drained from it, and then tears came from her eyes. It was her mother. A sincere, childish feeling of closeness to her mother awoke inside. Ellison pulled her closer and hugged her tightly, not letting her emotions overwhelm her. Rurin squeezed him, shaking with tears and feelings tearing her soul from the inside into little pieces. El completed by saying 3 essences could give birth to the ruler of all dragons. Gultazar covered his eyes and apologized to the dragon present in the room for reminding him of a painful moment from the past. He explained that it was about an ancient orb filled with sad moments of the past and that Colored had tried to find a way to destroy this dangerous artifact, but he had never been able to make his wish a reality. Then El, without turning to the old dwarf, notified him that they wanted to build a shelter in Greek City. He offered them to go with him and decided to bribe them with the news that they could build a new village there, a village for dwarves, which made Gultazar a bit taken aback. Hugging Rurin to reassure her, Ellison remarked that he could tell by the girls' reaction that they didn't want to spawn a new dragon ruler. It was getting dangerous here, as the dwarves could be attacked by dragons at any moment. The old man looked at the dragon skeleton and, with a sad tone, asked a rhetorical question about how they could leave this place for nothing. The Arch-Mage explained that he was not trying to persuade because he knew that the dwarves treasured this corner insanely. Be that as it may, it was still up to the people and their leader to decide. Gultazar stood by the dead dragon, pondering the words he had heard. Rurin was finally feeling better. That panic attack had passed, and she was already wiping her eyes as she came to her senses. The girl was worried about the future of this race, so she asked Elle if they could not just leave but at least take the orb for safety. She received the answer that Elle had already cast a couple of spells, so there was nothing to worry about. The girl just had to realize that it wouldn't be that easy for them to leave a place full of precious memories and let that place be almost destroyed. Gultazar sat in his office, completely blank, thinking about the offer from the Arch-Mage and what his people were going through right now. The man heard nothing and no one. Now he had to make a decision on which their future depended. Then a guard, who was holding a plate of flavorful food in his hands, managed to reach him and brought the head. The old man was surprised at something like this and asked what it was, only now learning that Elle had left this gift. His interlocutor said that the others were already eating. He had tried to talk them into waiting, but they didn't hold back. The man pulled back the curtain, revealing a feast for the world. Hungry dwarves stuffing themselves with sausages and pouring liters of beer. Some were already drunk and numb. Gultazar hadn't expected to see anything like this. No one had ever staged such a feast for them in such a long time. One of the already drunken creatures pulled her one can of beer and asked if anyone wanted another refill, and sure enough, there were those willing. Gultazar's eyes sparkled with either happiness or sadness at the memories arising in his mind. He was then young and hot and had come to Mr. Colored, and the ancient dragon asked him if it was hard for him to live in such a small and dark place. The creature in his memory remained so lovely and friendly, instilling hope and a sense of protection. At that time, young Gultazar had replied that the small place was only for Colored and that it was a very large place for such as him. Then the creature laughed loudly, almost to the whole cave. He hadn't even thought about it and didn't understand how all these people could live here like this. It made the dwarf a little angry, and he replied that they all understood the responsibility they had. The Joker and dragon form disappeared, and the conversation turned to a serious topic, namely that Colored's energy would be enough to harbor the essence, but sooner or later he would be gone and the dragons would descend here. The ancient dragon had decreed that when he was gone, Gultazar should gather everyone and leave this place immediately. It was incomprehensible to the man how one could abandon one's own home, one's native place. The dragon had laughed again, talking about how there would be only bones left of him, but his companion asked for such a thing not to be said. He didn't want to think about the fact that they would have to say goodbye to such a protector someday. Then the creature had looked at the dwarf with a serious but somehow affectionate look and asked him to listen carefully. The motivation should at least be that if everyone died, he would be forgotten, so they should live for that at least. Since they didn't see any other motivation, the living should not suffer for the dead, and the dragon wanted these people to live happily and be able to exist after his death as they did now. With a kind expression on his face, as if he wasn't a dragon at all, Colored said that he wasn't here to bring all these dwarves but quite the opposite. But his interlocutor tried to change the dragon's mind, starting by saying that he was indeed very grateful, since this noble creature was helping them all so much. The dragon had laughed again in his usual manner, saying that he wasn't going to drop the orb's guards on them anyway, and then the dwarf realized that there was no constructive conversation to be had here. Now, Gultazar's hands were trembling as she watched his people rejoice and think of nothing bad, that they were just enjoying the moment. How long it had been since the man had seen their smiles and such carefree emotions. He remembered the skeleton behind the secret passage in the grave and felt sorry for it. He fell to his knees and apologized to Colored Sand for being such a fool, for only now understanding the true meaning of this powerful being's words. Elle and Rurin walked through the streets of the ruined city, looking around. They had done their job and could return in peace. Suddenly, Someone ran up from behind and called out to Mr. Ella, causing the couple to turn around. It was Gultazar who ran and asked the guests to wait, saying he had thought it over well and had changed his mind about his decision. A smile appeared on the Arch-Mage's face, a smile of success but very gentle and kind. They had done a good deed. In front of them stood a crowd of short men who said they intended to go with them and help finish the dragon's den and asked them to take them along. That was how, after such a story, the dwarves came to Greek City. They began to build a den for Rurin, thinking over everything, what could be torn down, where to build. They wanted to marbleize everything. Allison assisted with magic and watched the process with a bit of control, but he did not interfere because he trusted these people completely. He knew that they could be relied on, and they were fast. Then he worried about the workers overworking, and Gultazar asked him not to worry about it. Even though they had to stop and starve, their uniforms were still perfect. Everyone just hadn't had sausage in a long time, which Elle said not to worry about. They'd never have to worry about food with him, and not just food but tasty food. Then he also asked the one for whom it was all being done if she liked it. Rurin replied that she did, and she was looking forward to the final result. Except they had an unresolved problem, and that unresolved problem was now in the hands of Elle. It was the ancient marble. Gultazar took off his ring, being eager to give it to the bow, saying that he believed they would use it for good purposes. After all, he had already entrusted them with the fate of the dwarves, so he wasn't worried about that much either. Rurin began yelling at Ellison, asking him what he was up to, and reminding him that this was not something to be trifled with. To avoid the full wrath of Rurin, who was already beating him, the boy decided that, for now, he should hide the orb in a safe, secure place. The Arch-Mage was in complete agreement with a furious Rurin about the fact that they should not allow another dragon to be born. But there was one more thing left to do. In the meantime, Serena was in her lair licking her wounds. For not so long ago she had almost died because of some child, so it was better to keep her nose out of the air for the time being. Suddenly, footsteps were heard in her den. It was very tense and full of danger. The red dragon got very nervous and asked who it was, and if it was Garrett, she ordered them to get out, insisting they had nothing to talk about anymore. Suddenly, two shadows appeared on the wall, and one of them inquired who Garrett was. These silhouettes came closer and closer. Soon the two silhouettes of Ella and Rurin appeared. They had finally found where Serena had been hiding all this time. She became very frightened, nervously questioning what they were doing there. Ellison, as usual, with a wide grin, spoke of serious things in a threatening tone, stating that he couldn't expect a dragon who complained about having absolutely no offerings to sit in a mountain of gold. The red dragon lying on the floor became hysterical, insisting that she had already told everything and asking the uninvited guests to leave this place, not understanding why she had to go through all this. Elle wondered who Garrett was, and from the looks of it, assumed it was her familiar. They speculated that she and Garrett had attacked the dwarves together. Elle kept threatening with magic, but Serena assured them it wasn't the case and muttered something to herself under her breath, embarrassed thinking no one had heard it. So the Arch-Mage interjected about what had just been said. The red dragon snapped into a scream, blushing already red, and finally admitted that Garrett was her ex and visited her often, so she thought he had come again. Realizing that he had been wrong to be so hasty, Elle apologized to the girl. Serena began to justify herself by saying that she'd only been there 6 months and hadn't seen any other dragons yet. But Rurin didn't believe it, citing the gold around as evidence of offerings. The girl bit her lip and snapped her fingers, realizing that some sort of image would have to be shattered now. Immediately, all the gold began to vaporize, turning into mirror smoke all around, leaving bare floors and walls. They immediately realized that it was all just an illusion and started looking around, watching all the luxury from this room just disappear before their eyes, dissolving into thin air. Serena cried, wondering if the rascals were satisfied now since they hadn't had enough of such abuse, and said they could take everything. In the evening, they were already in their native restaurant, and under the setting sun, they were discussing what had happened. Rurin thought they were wrong, as she had never seen dragons so upset, and they had never learned anything about the ones who had attacked the dwarves after all. Elle, twirling the orb in his hands, realized that there was nothing more to ask that lady. He looked more closely at the artifact in his hands, and since they had it now, he believed they would eventually find out for themselves. He was particularly interested in the dragon's plans. Suddenly, a small bell rang on the door, announcing a new visitor. In a thin voice, Mant and Elena stood on the doorstep. They greeted everyone, mentioning how long it had been since they had seen each other. Ellison hadn't expected to see old acquaintances there either, but found the surprise pleasant. He immediately asked the man how he was feeling and how he managed without crutches. The man responded that he couldn't move freely yet, but he was feeling much better, crediting Miss Elena, who had helped him a lot. On the other hand, Elena said that he was helped more by his desire to get well, generally being modest as usual. Rurin watched as Ellison exchanged pleasantries with the woman, commenting that Mr. Mant had trusted her to be the one to treat him, which meant a lot, and was jealous in a strong way, her face revealing her emotions. Then the Arch-Mage inquired about how things were going at the healing center, to which Elena responded that things were much better. She mentioned there were still a couple of odd customers, but not long ago, Mr. Nolan and his mother had come to the doctor asking for help, and many miners had visited her, though not without admirers bearing flowers. There seemed to be more customers, and it appeared that Miss Reyna, who had helped with spreading rumors about Elena's skills, had been effective. Just when the elf wanted to talk about vegetables, Gultizer emerged from under a trapdoor in the floor and inquired about the availability of more stewed chestnuts, much to the girl's consternation. Elena was surprised by the dwarf's sudden appearance. Gultizer asked if he looked like a monster that scared the lady so much. Elle was only shocked that they had accomplished so much. While they were discussing, the old man immediately realized that there was an elf up there. Suddenly the butcher burst into the restaurant with a cry for his stomach and a completely strange expression on his face. There was a commotion in the room. Some people couldn't understand whether the restaurant had been closed the previous day, and some were arguing about who had come to this place first and whether the elf deserved to be there. But now this place looked like a restaurant. Even though Ellison wanted a peaceful life, this was not bad at all. A mountain of delicious food stood on the table and beckoned everyone around to their seats with its aroma. Ment missed the taste of pizza. He commented that to avoid waiting for the restaurant to open, he needed to learn how to make one from Miltine. Rurin noticed that Mill's cheeks flushed with embarrassment while sitting next to the object of her admiration. Ellison was serving his customers, asking them if they wanted anything else while they marveled at how great everything was. Two dwarves were similarly enjoying the meal after a hard day's work and building a shelter for Rurin, sipping from huge mugs of cold beer. All in all, the restaurant was buzzing with life and joy, which echoed in the voices of the diners. Only Dairan looked inward from behind the window, with sadness in his eyes and a desire to spend his time the same way. His gaze was especially fixed on Ellison, whom Rurin was trying to feed at that moment. He slid down the wall quietly, with a heart full of sadness, thinking about his situation and how he could spend his time. The word teacher fell quietly from his lips, and everything in his head was centered on Ellison. As if on its own, he popped out of the door, startling Dairan into screaming. The Arch-Mage asked if the boy had just called him, and why the young baron did not go inside but sat alone outside. Dairan asked if Ellison cooked desserts, which surprised him, who then replied no. The guy bit his lip and got nervous, ready to cry here and there from the pressure. He immediately lowered his head and began to beg loudly for Ellison to make dessert for his mother because Dairan just wanted her to smile. This was something the Arch-Mage had not expected at all. The kitchen was bustling with work, the meat sizzling in the pan and giving off a pleasant aroma. The chef asked if the soup was ready and was completely absorbed in the cooking process, controlling not only himself but also his subordinates so that nothing would burn. Dairan, on the other hand, was showing Ellis the kitchen in his manner, saying that this was where any ingredients could be found and that one only needed to tell the boat if anything was needed. The cuisine was impressive. There were so many spices, which would not be seen in a regular restaurant, and it was enviable. The cooks were quite skillful, and the guy in charge was reprimanding a cook who had just overstayed her welcome. Dairan tried to explain that it wasn't usually such a tense atmosphere there, which seemed odd. Elle thought that the explanation might be that the Baron was present. High-ranking people better not hang around much. Others thought they could fire the staff right there for the slightest mistake, and that was about it. Looking at the food around, he decided he could make a good dessert after all, much to his students' delight. In the evening, the Baroness thanked the guest cup for dinner, wiped her lips elegantly, and got ready to leave. If one looked at the plate, it would be clear that the woman did not even touch the dessert, although it was incredibly delicious. Such rudeness simply killed Elle, and his labors were not appreciated. A terrible sense of dismay enveloped the man. Behind his trembling back stood Diran, who excused himself, saying he couldn't have imagined that his mother would simply not touch the food, something that had not improved the situation. Ellison struggled to accept it but reassured himself that it could have been much worse. At least the woman should try the food and then refuse it. Suddenly, the chef had an idea and decided to clarify the information about her perpetually keeping to herself. He wondered how long it had been since she had eaten desserts. Diran explained that his mother used to be very fond of sweets, and that thanks to such goodies, she had become softer toward them. This woman was always very strict. She always found something to pick on. For example, she always forbade running in the corridors of the castle, and after moving to Grake, he hardly ever saw her smile anymore and felt guilty about it. Diran tried to get closer to his mother, but she remained forever cold and didn't give him enough attention and love. Diaran's father was very worried about this and was upset. He too would have liked their family to be happy and exemplary. While the city was being rebuilt and the head of the family took charge, things were better, though they, too, had their unpleasant nuances. He assured them that Diran was a very good boy, and in their opinion, she was too strict with him. The woman replied that she was just trying to teach the boy manners. The boy was still very young and could not comprehend everything properly, and indeed, as a member of the nobility, he should have learned more about manners, but not by the same method. Baron suspected that the reason she wasn't smiling was because of this, which surprised the woman. She hadn't expected to be pinned down like that. Baron Ridden had noticed this quite some time ago. It now seemed to him that his wife had too much on her shoulders, and in the last 4 years, she had never once shared what made her happy. He wondered why a woman couldn't relax normally around her husband and his son. Then her gaze became sad, and when the man tried to relax her a bit by talking about how this was their home after all and she should be comfortable there, he shouted upon noticing that his wife's plate was already empty and that she had eaten her dessert. She hadn't noticed it and was startled by this abrupt change in tone. Now, Baron Ridden knew that she liked desserts, though she tried to say through her embarrassment that it was a little off. But the man couldn't hear her anymore. He said that they needed the money to rebuild the ground, so they didn't pay much attention to desserts, but now he knew what she liked. Diaran's eyes lit up then, too, especially after his father's promise that they would find sugar even though it was hard to do during the war. Then, the men of the Grake family realized that she liked sweets. After that, Diaran's father started bringing her all sorts of desserts, waiting for his wife's reaction and words of thanks. It got to the point of absurdity. They had dessert for the first course and dessert for the main course too, and there was dessert after dessert as well. His young son had already suspected something was amiss. The man almost seemed to have lost his mind already. Baron Ridden was sick of eating sweets for every meal. It was too sweet, and it was already hard to tolerate. Still, there was no change. Baroness's sigh drew attention. At last, a laugh was heard. The laugh of the mistress of this house, which was what the men had been so persistently seeking. She asked her husband to stop doing it already. She had enough of their nuisance. Ridden and Diaran's faces sparkled with joy. It was simply incredible. Finally, the goal had been achieved. That laughter would be forever etched in their memories. Her facial expression was simply wonderful. Joy finally reigned in this manner in full force. Little Diran was strolling around the castle, not thinking about anything serious, when he suddenly heard shouting and discussion of something behind the closed door, which startled him. He still decided to eavesdrop on what was going on in the other room. They were just discussing the fact that there had been no air all this time, even though it had been 5 years. Suddenly, the doors opened, much to the chagrin of the boy who had been eavesdropping on the conversation. for the door hit Diran right in the face. A man in a black jacket came out and moved confidently down the hallway, not even noticing that he had hit someone. Baroness came out as well, having already spotted her son on the floor, and he was worried about what had just happened and whether his mom was okay. She replied that everything was fine and mentioned that the man, who was the Count of Dedran City, was just angry because there was no word from her father. She smiled and assured Diran that he shouldn't worry about her. She expressed that her heart was forever with the town of Grake and immediately suggested to her son that they should go eat. It was very noticeable that the woman became completely different after dessert. She remained as stern as she had been but still smiled. It was much more enjoyable to watch than what had gone before. The woman was happy and free to do what she liked, which pleased the other members of the family. Everyone was happy, and peace reigned in the house. They enjoyed their moments together and were able to not think about problems and things going wrong in their home. But even so, the happiness did not last long. One day, mother and son were in the kitchen on the preparation of sweets. Although she did not do well, she hoped that next time everything would work out. Despite all the failures, she refused to let the cook try to help. Then there was a shout from little Diran, who could do everything right the first time and wanted to brag to his mom as soon as possible. This shocked the woman even more. The boy managed to surpass her and only reminded her of her own words that hard work always yields fruit. Just then, someone ran past the doors without trying to maintain silence. She yelled at those running around the castle. It was the butler, who was just looking for the lady and young master, stopped, trying to catch his breath. The woman was needed so abruptly because they were in trouble. This news made everyone hold their breath, as it turned out that the lord had fainted, which was a completely unexpected turn of events. She was stunned, and because of this, she lost control of her body. The cause was unknown. The doctors didn't detect poison, making it pretty hard to figure out. His pitchfork wasn't the healthiest. The man had lost his appetite, and his son was trying to get through to his father. The boy didn't realize because of his young age that it didn't work that way. He turned to his mother, hoping to find encouragement in her expression, but her face offered no such pleasure. Tears watered from his eyes. He would always remember his mom's face. It was stony without a single emotion, as if everything had been sucked out of her. Joy, sadness, fear, anger. She stopped touching the desserts and began to distance herself. Diran could only communicate with her through the servants, and he never heard her laugh after that. It was then that Diran's every move began to be watched, making him feel uncomfortable. That's how he escaped to Ellison's restaurant, and now he knew it. Ellison was trying to digest the whole thing with Diran's father. His face was flushed, and a shiver ran through his body. Diran was very happy as they sat together and laughed at the table. It was just impossible to believe that this was now just a pipe dream. Ellison paced subtly in the grass, thinking about how strange it all was. A lot of the Baroness's behavior was simply inexplicable. Just because Baron was sick didn't mean she had to distance herself from Diran. It was questioned whether it was really because he was not her son. But then she would not have opened up to him in the first place. It seemed that the Baroness had fallen in love with her husband, even though the marriage was one of convenience. At least that had been the case before. She was a stranger to Diran even though she loved him. Now she had to fix that problem, and then Ellison realized how to solve it all and what the problem was. It was a sudden epiphany. It was questioned whether it was really about guilt. Suddenly, he burst into Rurin's room, which frightened her very much because she was doing a frankly evil thing. He assured her that he wasn't going to scold her for anything, even though he could see how many empty beer cans were lying around the room. He just needed her to help him with something. Ellison then asked a very intriguing question about whether Rurin would be upset if he passed out and suddenly stopped talking, to which she answered that she would be. This meant she could help. He also asked the girl to imagine that she had loved desserts all the time and now suddenly fell out of love, but such nonsense made her think that he was drunk. Meanwhile, the Baroness sat beside her husband and cared for him in a room full of silence and dark corners. She held a bowl of food in her hands and helped the Count eat his dinner, spoon-feeding all accompanied by a solid silence. Baron Ridden was an absolute vegetable without a drop of life in his eyes. He devoured the soup as if the food was being stuffed into a regular doll. Liquid leaked from his mouth and had to be wiped off with a napkin, like watching a small child or an elderly grandfather with atrophied limbs. The Countess was with the same emotion. Empty eyes, no love, no joy, nothing. The impression was that both had slipped something into their food and were now under the influence of a narcotic or hypnotism. Suddenly, the door to the room opened, which at least made the couple perk up and look towards the entrance, where a man was standing in the doorway who reminded him with an acidic smile that time was running out. It turned out that Count Dedran was already there. Her face spoke for itself that this was somewhat of a disaster for her. But she said nothing, just set down her plate and replied that she had heard and understood everything. The woman immediately left the room without a word to her husband. Only the skirt of her dress flashed in the passage. Immediately, just as the door closed, a portal opened near the chair, glowing with a bright blue light. Soon Ellison and Rurin came out of it. Finally, Diane's mother was gone, and they could appear in the room in peace after waiting so long for her to disappear. The dragon leaned over a bit, trying to make out who it was lying on the bed and if it was the Baron. The guy who had arrived with her asked if she could help the man. She stepped closer and concluded that she definitely couldn't help no matter how hard she tried. Elle still tried to somehow find out the cause of the problem, hoping that Rurin would be able to determine what the matter was. But the girl couldn't do anything here either because too much time had passed. Then she finally asked why they came here. He rummaged through the dresser in the room, explaining that he was trying to find any clues, for they could only guess at the Countess's true intentions. He then looked at Baron Ridden, who was looking away, completely glassy-eyed, with a face completely emotionless and cold, empty eyes. The sight of it gave him goosebumps. Ridden looked in that direction, for the impression of indicating something. A small organ stood in the moonlight. It was interesting to wonder why it was here that Diane's father had set his eyes. This question tormented Elle, and coming closer, Rurin shrieked. She seemed to understand why. Inside one of the pipes was a roll of paper. The dragon shouted, saying it was a secret document. As quickly as possible, they began to open it, untying the rope. Their eyes slid over the paper, reading every word that carried less than favorable consequences. The point was that this document proved that the Baroness had embezzled the taxes of the town of Grake, and there was information there about exactly how the money was embezzled. Meanwhile, she was walking down the dark corridors to the room where the meeting with the other camp was to take place. She did not even suspect that now her secret would be fully revealed. Ellison was horrified, even covering his mouth with his hand so as not to make a sound. For now, he saw who had written it. Just then, he asked Rurin sharply if she wanted to go to the capital. She was surprised that it had to be done right now. Elle asked the girl to find someone there but didn't say the names loudly so the Count wouldn't hear anything. Meanwhile, she entered the room where she was already expected. There was no particular joy on her face. A man was standing at the window. He was looking away. He was Lord of Dedran City, Count Baltor Dedran, turned around with a smile on his face upon seeing his child, for it had been so long since they had seen each other. When Diran heard footsteps in the hallway and a knock on the door, he wondered who had come to see him at such a late hour. Someone said it was a burger delivery, and then the guy recognized his teacher except that he remembered the man was returning to the restaurant, and it was unclear why he was there. Elle slipped a roll of paper he had found in his parents' room into the blonde's hands. He instructed the young baron to read the contents without any explanation, and Diran was shocked at what he saw. He couldn't believe that his mother was wasting the taxes of the town of Grake and sending them to Count Dedran. Elle told the kid to keep his voice down since the subject of their discussion was present. It was now clear to Diran that his mother had purposely avoided her son all this time. The blonde finally asked where the information had come from, and Elle pointed out that the answer was written at the end. It was a genuine shock, what Diran hadn't expected to see. The document fell out of his hands, hitting the floor with a loud thud and rolling onward. It wasn't just anyone who wrote it. No one would have guessed someone could pull such a prank on themselves. Baroness herself had confessed. However, it was unclear to his son why his mother had suddenly confessed, and Ellison had no guesses. He decided to use a special magic that he only used in extreme cases, but now it seemed necessary. Meanwhile, a serious conversation was taking place between the daughter and the father. The Baroness asked her father why he had suddenly decided to visit them. The Count reacted strangely, saying that he shouldn't need permission to visit. However, Berna reminded him that they had never been close. Count laughed at her cold-blooded response and moved on to the business at hand, expressing concern over an amusing rumor he had heard. He mentioned that the Crown Prince and Duke Tamaron had paid a visit to Grake and that Diran had received them. According to the rumor, the little Baron had treated them cordially. But this wasn't what the Count had been told. Berna quickly recanted, saying she had nothing to do with it. The Count had been told that he was capable of nothing and wondered why Diran was suddenly so confident. The man scratched his head and added that it seemed he should take care of the son as he did to the father. This comment struck Berna hard, and her face changed, displaying terror. She did not understand what her father meant, and he laughed loudly at her ignorance, even though he had not told her anything explicitly. However, it wasn't hard to guess, especially from his disgusted face, that it had been him who had poisoned Baron Grake and now intended to do the same to Diran. This realization left the woman devastated. She screamed fiercely, ready to confront her father, but one of his subordinates threw a rope at the Count's daughter, reminding her that no one had asked for her opinion. Ellison, meanwhile, overheard Berna's father worrying about having to handle everything carefully, or else it would all be revealed. It became clear that Dedran had poisoned the Baron Ryden, and the woman had written a letter of confession. Upon hearing about the imprisonment, Diran couldn't hold back his anger any longer and slammed his hand on the table. His anger crept up from the inside and made its way outward. He immediately decided that he needed to rally the entire army to the castle. But just then, the boy was immobilized with magic and his hand was lifted. A completely unexpected turn of events. Diran began to grow indignant and asked what his teacher was doing. El emphasized that they needed to be as attentive as possible now. Count's minions were all over the palace, so poisoning the food and kidnapping the Baroness would be easy. They had already done everything to make the guards doubtful. Young Diran tried to get the Arch-Mage to help. Ellison was sure they would catch Dedran, but he doubted Dedran was carrying the poison with him, and even if they caught him, it would be hard to prove the poisoning of the Baron. They could, of course, use the document they found as evidence and bring charges against Dedran. But the problem was that Baroness Berna could also be punished, and Diran didn't want that. Now they were at an impasse and didn't know what to do. However, the Arch-Mage came up with a plan. They needed to adjust the situation to gather evidence. While the group discussed all of this, a portal opened nearby. Rurin emerged from it, holding a bound Madrin, and they realized they needed to find a high-ranking person who could testify. This shocked Diran, who hadn't expected to see this person there. Their hostage looked frightened as Ellison revealed his plan and explained that the young Baron would need to play along. Meanwhile, life outside the castle continued as usual, but inside, chaos reigned. The bag was removed from Berna's head, and her eyes struggled to adjust to the darkness. She was gagged, and her father stood in front of her, asking her insincerely how she was feeling. Despite it being morning, there was no sunlight in the room. He then informed her that he had to go somewhere and that Berna would be going with him. She grew nervous and asked what the matter was before screaming. She didn't understand why she was doing all of this, especially since she had even stolen the town's money and deliberately scolded Diran. She had done everything her father had asked of her, and she couldn't understand his intention. Dedran only laughed as he stood in the doorway, saying that Diran's actions posed too great a threat. As they climbed the spiral staircase, the Count explained that he had initially planned to poison Diran, believing it would help him take control of the town of Grake more decisively. He guessed Ridden might be infertile and had been unlucky, but that was just his assumption. After saying this, he grabbed his daughter's hair and pulled her close, his expression wild. He guessed that Berna had started to realize earlier that he had been the one who poisoned her husband. He then threw the Baroness to the floor and commented on how she had learned to deceive herself. He had thought she would be surprised when he told her everything. Berna, now desperate, begged the Count not to harm Diran. Diran smiled slyly, pretending to consider her plea. The man opened the door to the Baron's chambers and mentioned that the Baron's breakfast had already been poisoned. The young Baron sat up in bed, emotionless, feeling weak and drained. Berna was horrified when she realized he would suffer the same fate as his father. She was speechless at the sight of her son in such a state, though he was not her son. She looked at her father in disbelief. She couldn't reconcile the situation with the smile on his face. Tears fell from her eyes, tears one wouldn't wish on anyone, as she realized the terrifying truth. Her father was a real monster. For the first time, she felt true disgust that they shared the same blood. The woman began to scream, calling for her son, shouting his name louder and louder. The Count only scoffed, dismissing it all as a show. But then a knight brought him a roll of paper. Dedran asked what it was, though the subordinate didn't understand it himself, explaining only that he had found it in Count Ridden's room. As Berna's father learned that his daughter had confessed to withdrawing the city's revenues under his orders, he was simply shocked. Berna was kneeling, raised her head, now realizing with horror that she might get punished for it as well. Now all her secrets were out in the open. She rose in an attempt to snatch the man, but the guards held her back with physical force. The Count laughed, admitting that he hadn't realized his daughter had left a trump card up her sleeve, though he had expected something like that since she had his blood running through her. However, he believed he had outplayed her, though not by himself, and that now it would be over since the confession was already done and the candles would be burned. After her husband's illness, Berna had lived only for her son, but now he was suffering the same fate. She now watched her last hopes for a normal life burn out. Her father bared his dagger, and with a crazed look, imagined the Baroness in despair, getting rid of her husband and son, and then killing herself as well. He stepped closer to Diran, admiring such a plot as if he were a director making a movie production. However, the knight, unexpectedly sympathetic, asked the Baroness how she was feeling and whether she was all right, though it was surprising given that he had just brought her trump card into the hands of the enemy. But then Dedren lunged at Diran with a knife, showing no regret or humanity. At that moment, the knight removed his helm, revealing that it was Ellison. Smiling without concern, he assured everyone that the story would have a completely different ending, as that had been their plan. The blade, which had been meant to hurt Diran, suddenly stopped, resting on magic. It began to scorch, burning her father's hand and refusing to be held. The weapon froze in midair, surrounded by fire. Madrin entered the room, accusing Count Dedran of attempting to murder Baron and his son. Berna's father hadn't expected to see a royal mage. Then Diran got out of bed and warned everyone that it was over and that the boy was perfectly fine. The Baroness, in disbelief, held her breath, realizing her son was unharmed. A shiver of relief ran through her body, and tears of joy appeared in her eyes. It felt like a miracle to her, and her motherly heart was filled with gratitude as if a delicate flower had been watered on the hottest day. She bent over, thanking the higher powers that her child was safe, with tears of happiness dripping onto the floor. Diran looked at the Count seriously, his anger and hatred beyond words. Dedran seemed to be out of his mind, unable to comprehend how this could have happened after his seemingly perfect plan. All he could manage to ask was how the boy could speak. Madrin sternly remarked that resistance was futile, implying that it would be better to obey and not make any unnecessary movements. The man, however, found it hard to accept that he had to follow the palace's orders, his teeth gritting in anger. He viewed this as an unspeakable shame and believed he had failed, especially in his own eyes. Attempting to play dumb, he claimed that everyone had misunderstood the situation and that he had merely been carrying the dagger for self-defense, insisting that it had simply fallen out. He stated that he had no intention of harming Diran. However, the mage had anticipated such a denial of the attempted murder. She explained that, because the man was ill, the girl had immediately collected the food meant for Baron Diran, and the dishes that the boy was supposed to consume appeared in the air. She suggested the man eat it all to prove his innocence. The Count, now visibly nervous, trembled but still reached for the food. Though it was obvious from his face that this was all a bluff, he knew something had to be done. Grasping the bread tightly, he tried to save himself. Everyone waited to see if the villain would expose his guilt, but instead, Count scattered the food, angrily proclaiming that he wasn't the only one guilty of sin. He began accusing Berna of stealing the town's money for years, while she had done nothing about it. Now, he argued he was being accused of something unjust. He suggested that if justice and crime were the concern, Berna should be jailed first before dealing with him. Diran responded that he had no idea what the man was talking about. He picked up the remnants of the confession from his mother and showed them to the Count, sternly reminding him that there was no evidence of any wrongdoing. At that moment, Count Dedran seemed to lose his mind, realizing that he had been outplayed. He cursed himself for allowing it all to happen, admitting that he had built the bridge that led to this moment when he burned the evidence. Without delay, Dedran turned to the guards, ordering them to stop standing around and to act immediately, reminding them who was in charge and whom they were supposed to obey. Like faithful dogs, the guards rushed toward the woman, who still had her back turned. They blindly followed their master's commands without thinking for themselves. But immediately, they were bound together by magic, causing them great pain as it pressed down on them. Madrin was not someone to be trifled with. There were certain things better left alone, and it didn't matter if he were a knight, a count, or even an emperor, there were no exceptions. Especially not when a mere mortal tried to overpower someone wielding magic. The knight's cloak billowed in the wind, signaling the arrival of change. Knight Captain then addressed his knights, reminding them of their first order, to get rid of the infiltrators in the city of Grake. His eyes blazed with determination and confidence. He warned that anyone in the ranks who disobeyed orders would face serious consequences. The fighters moved toward the castle. Meanwhile, the magic circle tightened its grip on old Dedran. But just as quickly, his ego resurfaced, and rather than attempting to negotiate, he turned to yelling, threatening them, and questioning how they dared treat him this way. The evil Count's knights were captured, bound, and brought to their knees. First Knight's team did their best, capturing not only the warriors but also those who had carried out the treacherous orders. These men, though not warriors, were also immobilized and awaiting their punishment. Ellison observed the scene from a castle window. He was genuinely pleased that things had nearly been resolved. Approaching Berna, he used magic to untie her hands and, before leaving, expressed his relief that the Baron was safe. The Baroness asked her savior to stop, inquiring who he was, but didn't wait for an answer. Instead, she heard a familiar voice calling out to her, and she turned her gaze in that direction. It was Diran, standing in the doorway with the remains of the curdling. The woman, concerned for her child, looked at him anxiously, but she couldn't rise. Lacking the strength, all she could do was thank the higher powers that nothing had happened to Diran. The boy knelt in front of her, even though she told him not to worry about her. Now that it was all over, the blonde woman felt it was time to confront everything. In a cold tone tinged with sadness, he asked why his mother couldn't look him in the eye. Berna could not bring herself to do it. She stared at her hands and the shadow on the floor, the weight of shame creeping up inside her. She admitted that she was a criminal, blaming herself for everything that had happened. She had stolen the town's money and had known that Count Dedran was a criminal, but had pretended everything was fine. She realized she was the reason her son had been in danger, and her regret was overwhelming. The blonde feared that Diran might not forgive her. The Baron remained silent for a while longer, carefully choosing his words and sorting through his thoughts. The scattered food, left in disarray by the Earl, remained untidy, symbolizing the lingering dishonesty in the situation. The mother had been suppressing her guilt all along, and the Baron wondered why she was apologizing only now. The boy thought it was all Count Diran's fault, but then anger rose in his heart. He bit his lip, and his body trembled with impatience to speak out. He started yelling, demonstrating a lack of communication about the paper. He wondered if she had thought about how her son would feel if she went to jail. Dairan reprimanded his mother as if she were a little girl, stating that she should have told him everything. He believed that whatever happened, she should have shared it with him. The Baroness's burnt confession was still in his trembling hands, and he made it clear that it was to be shared not only with Dairan but with her husband as well. As the remains of the scroll fell with a clatter to the floor, the problems seemed to be solved. However, Dairan's real emotions surfaced, and he stood crying. His voice, shaky and interrupted by sobs, expressed his belief that they would always be there for each other because they were all family. Berna was already sobbing too, and her son was pleading with her to lift her eyes and accept everything that had happened. Her hand trembled as she reached for her son. The Baroness, begging for forgiveness, knelt and embraced her son. Both were crying, pleading with her to forgive herself. She admitted her foolishness and promised never to repeat such mistakes. As the evening sun cast its final rays on the earth, the carriage approached Dedran Castle. Inside, the Count, bound, was shouting and demanding the removal of his restraints. He threatened them with his status, but the knights ignored him, focusing on their duties and discussing whether all the servants had been removed from the castle. Berna's father, however, remained unappeased, claiming he had powerful connections in the capital. He vowed that once freed, the first thing he would do would be to punish the warriors who had dared to detain him. Suddenly, a man appeared in the air and asked the Count who he thought he was. The captive was momentarily startled by the surprise. The figure was Ellison, hooded, his gaze condemning all the nonsense the captive had been spouting. Dairan seemed not to recognize the man and asked himself who this figure was, possibly a mage from the Empire. Sweat ran down his face from the excitement. The Arch-Mage said nothing, only turned his gaze away and observed the scenery. This Earl, he noted to himself, owned vast territories and, out of greed, had also encroached on Grake. Madness then flashed in El's eyes, and magic flowed from his hands like a river, foretelling something sinister. He asked the outlaw to observe everything around him, particularly the castle he had spent so long building, and to notice its fragility. The manor, as if made of cardboard, began to crumble into pieces. Dedran was bewildered by what the stranger was doing. He could hardly believe it, but there was nothing he could do to stop it. Berna, now feeling better with her wounds bandaged, went out into the yard and saw Dairan. Her husband was seated at the table. Dairan said that it might be pleasant to eat together. Everything on the table had been left for the guests. Other people were seated nearby, and the table was filled with desserts, from cupcakes and cookies to fancy cakes in every color and flavor. Rena was overjoyed to see the abundance of sweets. Her husband, jokingly, reminded her that eating too much at night could easily lead to weight gain, which earned him a playful smack on the head. Rurin and Elena, seated nearby, found it hard to believe that everything on the table could be tasted. Berna looked at each plate, and from the look on her face, one could tell she hadn't eaten desserts in a long time. Suddenly, there was a shout from Madrin, who was trying to attract everyone's attention and pointed in a particular direction. Dairan noticed that something was happening, and his parents were surprised, as they hadn't expected the tea party to be accompanied by a special performance. The Baroness's eyes widened in astonishment as she hadn't anticipated such a sight. Words of admiration escaped her as she gazed upon a huge castle hovering above the ground, ripped out along with the earth. It was Dedran Castle. Something strange began to happen. A magical beam swirled around the palace at the speed of light, emitting a blue glow. After a few seconds, there was nothing left of the structure, as if it were a piece of paper crumpled effortlessly in one's hand. Dairan, trapped in the cage, cried out in despair for the Arch-Mage to stop and not destroy the castle. He was not ready to lose such a precious estate. But Ellison, with a wicked smile, had no intention of stopping. He mocked the Count, indicating that he would never see his home again, and told him to simply enjoy the spectacle. Blue-colored explosions appeared in the sky like fireworks, illuminating everything like stars on a clear night. Dairan, Ridden, and his guests watched the scene, and a look of joy and fascination spread across his face as he longed to continue watching such a spectacle. He asked his mother, though he already knew the answer, how she felt about the performance. Her eyes reflected the bright lights in the sky. She said nothing, simply reaching for the sweets on her plate. After taking a bite of the delicious treat, she expressed her joy with tears, thereby answering the question she had asked earlier. This tea party, with so many guests, a satisfying revenge, and the most beautiful fireworks display, had become the best moment of Berna's life. Rurin and Elena, overwhelmed by the excitement, were practically choking on pancakes as they shoveled pieces into their mouths, acting as though it was their last day to enjoy such delicious things. Ment and Miltine also tried to consume as much as they could, though the latter was more selective, carefully considering each bite. The party continued into the night. Everyone agreed that it had been a wonderful day, and Berna couldn't remember the last time she had enjoyed desserts so happily. She felt incredibly relieved to have finally escaped the ill fate and could now enjoy everything around her in peace, like the dark, starry sky. She lovingly fed her husband desserts from the holiday table, reassuring him not to worry about Diran, as the blonde had realized how foolish she had been and no longer intended to hide anything. Berna gently wiped the napkin over Raiden's lips, whose condition remained unchanged. Finally, the Baroness summoned the courage to say something she had been holding back. Her breathing became heavy, and she acknowledged that she should have spoken earlier but was grateful to have the chance to say it now. It was incredibly difficult for her to pull those words from the depths of her soul, but she knew her husband needed only to listen attentively and absorb her confession. Berna encompassed Raiden's large palm with her delicate fingers, trying to get closer and overcompensate for the Baron. At this moment, the Baroness clung to her husband and said with a solemn tone that she loved this man dearly and always would. Diran sat quietly outside the doors, the cold rays of the moonlight illuminating his slight smile that came from overhearing his mother's confession in full. In contrast to such a sweet moment, a not-so-touching scene was taking place not too far away. Count Dedran was still in his cage, being driven through the night, but the busy streets and the angry populace had decided to lynch the wagon themselves, throwing stones at the wagon to shame the scoundrel. The man paid no attention to the cobblestones that were loudly hitting the cage and almost hitting his body. All he cared about was that he now didn't have the castle he had worked so hard for. Durian reported to Ellison that they had managed to catch a lot of spies, but they couldn't let their guard down yet, so they should be more careful. The Arch-Mage had praised the commander of the knights for such a marvelous job, and Durian reminded him that it was all credit to Madrin, who had been raised in the middle of the night. Ellison chuckled, apologizing that the matter was urgent, before asking about Duke Tamaron's reaction to it all and if he had spoken out about it. As it turned out, he had been very surprised at first but had mumbled that it was part of a huge plan. The knight assumed that the Duke would like to see what was happening, or at least the huge hole in the ground from the castle torn out with roots, with his own eyes. Then Durian had stopped talking and looked at Ellison, admiring him, thinking that this man had been strong before, but not this strong. It was both mesmerizing and terrifying. The Arch-Mage, on the other hand, had only been happy with what he had arranged, as if it were just child's play with no losses. El had looked out over the nighttime town of Grake, feeling and promising to himself that he would have a simply marvelous future and that all good things were yet to come. The next day, there had been a huge thunderstorm and heavy rain. The thunder had been so loud that it had been impossible not to cover one's ears and be scared. Rurin and Ellison had been standing on the porch. The guys hadn't expected the best of times to start with such terrible weather, and the girl had been disappointed that she had recently hung her laundry outside to dry. The wind had been blowing the fence that Man and Miltine had been trying to hold up. It had been strange that they could still stand, as their strategy hadn't worked. The natural element had been stronger, and the fence beam had hit the girl very hard in the stomach. Drops of water had fallen on the floor, and the bows had become completely wet, even though El had told them not to go out on the ranch in this weather. Holding the towel in his hands, Ellison had said the job was done for the day, hoping his recommendations would be dealt out afterward. The whole wet trio had stood guiltily, excusing themselves by saying that they had wanted, as best they could, to keep the fence and had gotten the full brunt of it for their good intentions. The Arch-Mage had asked the boys to help with the guests, thinking it would be much more helpful, especially since there hadn't been so many today. With care, Ellison had wiped Lauren's head and had asked her to go get warm or she would get sick. She agreed reluctantly, like a little child, though not very contentedly. Miltine and Nan had looked at each other awkwardly, listening as the couple had argued over the fact that the brunette might as well wipe herself. Ellison had asked Rurin to stand still for a moment, and she had resented being too ticklish and had asked him to do it gently. At that moment, a phrase had been heard, commenting that it had been just a lovely sight. The restaurant owner had immediately recognized the voice and had looked up in an attempt to confirm his guesses about who it had been. It had been Benin, who had taken off the hood of his wet coat and had said he would like something warm at that moment. He hadn't waited long, and soon noodles with broth and herbs had appeared on his table. Elle thanked him for waiting. It had been a soup with palenchu meat, and the guest hadn't expected to see such deliciousness in front of him. He had some doubts, though, as not so long ago palenchu had been off the menu. Ellison had explained that many guests had begun to visit the shop of Mr. Creston, so he had begun to cook again with that meat. The Arch-Mage had then asked his good acquaintance about the state of the orchard, wondering if everything had been all right. Benin had laughed a little, remembering that the guy before him had wanted to buy his lands, so one could make assumptions that he had wanted to take the orchard as well. Ellison had denied this, arguing that he had been offering a price much higher than the others, and it would have been sad if the plants had died because of the weather. Benin had laughed and said that the cook had been right, and he had been convinced. The man had chowed down on some noodles, walking around and narrating his speculation that the rain was unlikely to stop and that if she had just stood around trying to do something, then obviously nothing would have changed. He had squealed about how delicious the food had been, saying the walk in the hellish rain had been worth it. At that moment, angry Rurin had come in, indignant that Elle had stopped wiping her. Though Ellison had tried to explain that he had a guest now and had needed to wait a little while, Benin had watched with interest. The dragon had begun to manipulate the situation, suggesting that Elle just hadn't cared if she got sick. The recent visitor's gaze had changed, his eyes becoming somehow heavy. The man had poured himself some alcohol into a shot glass, as if building up his courage, and had turned Elle's attention to himself. He had asked if the boy had ever regretted anything. The Arch-Mage hadn't expected such a question in such a carefree environment. Benin had tilted his glass and had wondered about Ellison, wishing he could go back in time and change something. Maybe something that popped into his mind every time he closed his eyes. Ellison was surprised and said no, but that nothing could be done, and that such things happened because Ellison with his wife wasn't in a bad relationship. Hearing this, Ellison had become embarrassed. He immediately realized that Benin had thought that he and Rurin were married. He had tried to explain, but Benin had heard nothing, only continuing to drink and remember how he had once loved with all his heart, even though he was now all alone. The man had loved her for 30 whole years. She had been his childhood friend, and in general, no woman had ever been able to evoke such feelings in him. Ellison had felt somehow uncomfortable with such a topic. Ellison asked if her name was Meal, and Benin had never forgotten that name. Ellison had then wondered about all this information, the name and the term of love, as if some hunch had flashed through his mind. He had then asked why Benin hadn't confessed his feelings to her, and Benin had replied that it was exactly what he regretted, which was why he had asked his earlier question. The rain had pounded on the roof, and the wind had howled angrily. Inside, in the warmth of the place, Benin had continued to explain how he had been very young and immature back then and had thought they would still be together. At least, the man had wanted to believe it. Memories from his youth of those happy and carefree days had begun to surface in his mind. But Benin realized everything only with age when she had already started to think about the wedding, spinning in care for this wonderful event. In addition, Nil decided to move to the neighboring village. It was just an incredible shock to the guy. His heart first clenched and then fell like a stone in his heels, and nothing could be done. He asked her and insisted on meeting, wanting to talk, arguing that it was necessary. It was just then that he had planned to confess to her, and she seemed to agree. Benin came in the middle of the night with the most beautiful bouquet of red flowers, but no one was around. The guy looked around, and after a while it became clear there would be no meeting. The girl just didn't show up, and that was the most frustrating thing that could happen. It seemed to him then that he could get over the rejection more easily. But suddenly something lit up in the sky. That's when the whole dragon situation started. That day, too, Ellison came into this world, not yet realizing absolutely anything, rubbing the back of his head from the shock. Now the Arch-Mage understood everything, and a look of shock appeared on his face. He understood everything and asked Beanin to disprove his speculation. The man, with a sad look, erasing his eyes and holding a shot glass in his hands, confirmed that it was 15 years ago when the war with the dragons began. It was then that Beanin threw the bouquet away and rushed out, screaming. He had run away like a coward, and only roses from him were left at the scene as a reminder of his terrible act. After that night, the man found out she was okay, but he didn't have the strength to find her. He admitted he was a coward and couldn't keep his promise. Benin hadn't heard from her in 15 years, and now she was back at the Greek. El was taken aback. He hadn't expected such a story. Immediately, the man changed his facial expression and manner of speaking, continuing to say that to this day, he was tormented by regrets and would never forget it. The man remembered every day but was afraid to go out because he might meet her. So he watched how El treated Rurin, and remembered the past. Then Rurin heard about it and began to play along. She started coughing defiantly and faking illness just to get El to pay attention to her. Benin stood, put on his hood, and headed outside. The Arch-Mage was trying to prove to him that they were not a couple, much less spouses. It was already deep into the night. Lauren was sleeping peacefully in her bed, spreading her thick black hair over the snow-white linen. The rain was pouring loudly outside the window, and Ellison sat next to the girl, watching her rest. He thought about Beanin, saying he missed the man for 15 years. He realized that was like 150 years for a dragon, and then a blush appeared on his face. He chased those thoughts from his head, not understanding why he was even thinking about it. Ellison remembered that Benin had talked about his beloved returning to Greek, so it was already in his plans to ask about this stranger in the morning. The next morning he went first of all to Rain. Of course, she knew everything about everyone, and when she heard about Mill she was a little surprised. Then she shone with her usual friendliness, saying that, of course, she knew her. It turned out that she had recently opened a shop, and they had already become friends. Ellison wasn't particularly surprised since she is a social butterfly. Mill seemed to be very agitated lately, and the Arch-Mage didn't understand why the object of their discussion was now in such a state. Rain recalled that she had been very sad during their last meeting, except she wasn't sure why either. She remembered how the woman had been sitting with her back to her, and then suddenly turned without turning from her work, going through the skeins of thread. Mill had asked whether Rain had ever regretted anything. El was just shocked because it was the same question Benin had asked him. Rain wondered if El was talking about the person who runs the orchard. Then Ellison asked the girl to tell more about Mill, and the girl wondered what she knew and where she could start. Upon meeting the woman, she asked the butcher's wife if she had lived there all her life, and Rain gave a negative answer. Because of the war, she and her husband had to move all the time, and the couple ended up staying there. Mill immediately said that she assumed so because she didn't seem to know her. Then she explained that she had left the town of Greek 15 years ago, and had only recently returned. Rain had not expected such information. She thought it was the woman's first time there, so she decided to ask what was the reason for the escape. Mill said she loved someone, or rather still loved him, but she couldn't be there for him. 15 years ago he had asked for one last meeting, but the blonde had not come. She had run away, especially considering the situation in the city at the time, which was being destroyed by dragons. The flower seller said that the young man had bought flowers and gone to the gate, which meant he had come after all. It just hit her over the head like a heavy object, because it turns out Mill ran away like a coward. From such memories, grabbed by the heart, she began to shake. She was ashamed and disgusted with herself. Worries took over. Ellison became thoughtful, almost sad. His mind was spinning with different thoughts. Now he knew the story from both sides and tried to analyze everything. Well, now Rain realized, too, that Meal had been talking about Beanin all along, and that they didn't have the most conventional story of feelings. The girl held the bag of meat in her hands, but it was difficult to continue her work normally. Now there was a realization that she was sad because of them. They both went to the rendezvous point, but both ran away because of the dragon attack, wanting to save their lives like all adequate humans. Just as both decided they had cowardly left each other behind, it turns out they are tormented by a shared regret. The time frame is still long, a whole 15 years. Such a story touched Rain very much. The woman even cried, saying that it was very unfair. Meal told her that since then, she had been living all alone and did not even want to discuss marriage with her father. She had suffered for so many years because of a stupid misunderstanding. Then Ellison became more cheerful and happy, as if he knew the solution to the whole situation, and asked Rain not to worry about it, assuring her that everything would be fine, except that the butcher's wife should tell Meal about everything. Ellison paid a visit to Mr. Beanin and slipped him a glasses case. The man, picking apples in his orchard, got distracted from his work and asked what it was. The owner of the restaurant explained that these glasses were a great gift for Mill. She told him that Meal had problems with her eyesight, and if they didn't fit her, Benin should let Elle know, and he would fix it. But the garden owner was still hung up on the part about the gift from Mill. Ellison said with a carefree face that Meal would be waiting for him at the gate that day, and that was when to give the present. Benin was shocked. He certainly hadn't expected such a thing and asked him what he was talking about, assuring her that he couldn't meet her. Ellison then changed his tone to a colder, clearer one, trying to cool the orchard owner down a bit, and reminded him that Benin had expressed his regrets. Ellison added that he believed everyone has the right to make a mistake since no one can predict the future, but advised him not to worry, especially about the same thing. Despite Ellison's words, the fear and anxiety only intensified, making every part of Benin's body tremble at the thought of meeting his beloved. Ellison again reminded him that Benin already knew what to do, and so, when night fell, the man set off for his destination. His legs, however, wouldn't obey and felt like cotton wool, weighed down by worries that pulsed through him. His head was spinning with thoughts and concerns about how Meal might react, whether she would be angry with him, whether she would call him a coward, or whether she would even come at all after 15 years. Though he had loved and missed her all this time, the anxiety remained. He was about to turn back when he saw a dark female silhouette under a tree, causing his legs to stop on their own. Although he couldn't immediately recognize her, as he came closer, he realized it was Meal. She hadn't turned around and was looking into the distance, perhaps at the city's houses, as if recalling moments from their happy past. Benin thought everything was in vain. His worry only grew stronger as he twirled the case in his hands like a nervous boy on a first date. Suddenly, Meal turned around, and Benin noticed a clear hope in her eyes, a hope that everything would be resolved. She fully turned to face him, and her lips formed his name as if recognizing him despite the 15 years that had passed. Though she identified him as her beloved, she questioned in her mind whether it was him, finding it hard to believe they had met again after all this time. Benin clutched the case in his hands, realizing that he had nearly fled for a second time. Something he now recognized would have been wrong. Meal cried with happiness at seeing him once more, and though her heart fluttered with rekindled feelings, she said nothing more. Instead, she abruptly brought up the subject of that day, which caught Benin off guard. Realizing this was not the right time to present his gift, he discreetly put it away and pretended he also wanted to talk about what had happened. Even though Meal might be mad at him, he was prepared to take responsibility. What mattered to him now was the resolution of that day above all else. There was an awkward pause between them as they both searched for words. More than anything, Benin wanted to apologize right then and there. They found themselves simultaneously expressing regret for not having met 15 years ago, and then a profound silence followed, an incomprehensible silence of what had just transpired. The only sounds were the crickets in the grass, chirping under the starry sky. Benin was left in shock, unable to comprehend why Meal had asked for forgiveness when, in his mind, it had been his fault all along. Meanwhile, Meal had been thinking the same thing, that it was her fault. Slowly, it dawned on Benen what had happened. They both hadn't shown up that day and had been blaming themselves ever since. Emil chuckled, finding the situation comical, a simple misunderstanding. Then they both laughed, realizing they had tortured themselves for 15 years, blaming themselves and trying to suppress their emotions. Nearby, Rain and Elle had been watching the entire scene unfold. Rain was thrilled to see there were no longer any misunderstandings between the couple. Later, Rain asked Elle why he hadn't told her about the misunderstanding beforehand. Elle explained that they had to work it out themselves, and it wasn't his place to interfere. Rain then questioned whether Elle thought the couple had spent so many years apart because of a silly misunderstanding. Elle reassured her, saying it was a good thing. It was wonderful that it had been just a misunderstanding and not something worse. Elle commented that such ridiculous foolishness had kept them apart for 15 years, cutting themselves with guilt. Benen and Emil met again after all that time, and Emil had already put on the glasses Benen had gifted her. The glasses suited her well. They spent the evening in peace, catching up on everything they had missed. The town of Grake, once a place that had kept them apart, now brought them back together. A few days later, they were seen at a restaurant, holding hands, looking happy, and finally spiritually content. They were even seen holding a valuable document that showed their intent to sell the orchard to Ellison. Ellison had paid the full price for the orchard, bidding much higher than others to eliminate the competition. They must have wanted to use the money to build their future because Benen, after 15 years of doubt, was no longer going to stand idle. With no more regrets, Ellison visited the orchard, which was now his property, feeling incredibly excited. Even though he now owned all the land around the restaurant, there still wasn't enough space for the dwarf village. However, they could finally settle there now. Rurin, finishing an apple from one of the garden trees, expressed her displeasure that the dwarves had been forced to sleep in the den when it was meant to be her and Elle's space. Embarrassed, she fidgeted and tossed the apple from hand to hand, before eventually managing to voice her concern about Elle sleeping in the restaurant, even though there was plenty of room in the den. The Arch-Mage realized what Rurin was getting at, but didn't know how to respond. Then, remembering Benen and Emil's story and how Benen didn't want any more regrets, he blushed and coughed. He turned to Rurin and asked her directly whether she wanted him to move into the den once the construction was finished. His direct question startled her, and she was caught off guard, her face showing a mix of surprise and fear. However, her eyes soon sparkled with joy. She asked him if he was serious, and when he confirmed, she clung to him, overwhelmed with happiness. The owner of the restaurant remarked that having more space would be better, and even suggested building a tunnel to connect their home and work. Rurin agreed. She now eagerly awaited the completion of the construction, while they both admired the beautiful views of their garden, where peace reigned. Time, however, could not be stopped. The bright colors of summer were soon replaced by the orange and yellow hues of autumn. The leaves, like dancers in a passionate tango, floated down to the ground. It was finally time to harvest and prepare for the cold, yet equally beautiful winter. The restaurant continued to bustle with life, filled with food, the aromas spreading through the hall, tempting everyone and making stomachs rumble as customers ordered more and more. For example, there was a mouth-watering roast with creamy meat on top. The head of the dwarves reported to the customer, Rurin, that by New Year's Eve, the workers would be done and everything would be ready. The girl took this information with a smug look as if she were a great boss who ran her campaign. Serving the appetizing food, Ellison, with a warm smile, praised the old man and his helpers for excellent work. Gultizer felt awkward because they had not yet returned the debt, and Ellison even allocated land for their village. Miltine and Ment were sitting at the next table discussing the ranch. For example, the latest news was that there were a lot more barons, probably because the males had multiplied, and now they would have to expand the ranch to accommodate them all. But whatever the case, they knew the time had come. They spoke loudly enough to shout over the conversations at the next table, where Crest, Reyna, and Elena were sitting. But still, the ranch issue remained important. They agreed they had to recruit more workers for the ranch, followed by another interview. Someone in the group felt enthusiastic about it but thought they should not have another such rigorous selection process. Meanwhile, not far away, someone appeared on the horizon. His clothes were torn, his shoes muddy with a large hole exposing his toes. It was a boy holding a stick of some kind, breathing heavily with fatigue. Her arm was bandaged, evidently from an injury, and he wore rags. As it turned out, he wasn't alone. Alongside this pink-haired girl named Matty was her brother, Linty, who didn't look much better, with scars on his mouth and face. They were homeless. Her brother shared that she could smell a tantalizing scent somewhere nearby, though the brother could smell it too. A guy, with his arm bandaged in dirty and ragged cloth, entered, apologizing for the disturbance. He and his brother, Mate, introduced themselves. They looked miserable, revealing that they had heard the restaurant needed ranch workers and hoped to apply for the job. The red-haired guy carried a ragged, dirty flyer and showed where he had found it. Seeing the piece of paper, Ellison realized they had thrown those flyers out long ago, which made the situation awkward because it was clear the two had come a long way. Linty blushed, feeling the embarrassment of the mistake. Both of them fell silent, realizing that their last chance for a normal life and job had slipped away, leaving them unsure of what to do next. They froze in the doorway until Ellison, with a smile, informed them that a new announcement about job openings would be made soon. He told them they would still have a chance to be interviewed. Ellison added that he wouldn't leave potential employees hungry, so the conversation would be more positive. Given the cold outside, he mentioned they should cook something warm, perhaps warm yuba with butter. Ellison described how, in a skillet, onions, garlic, and mushrooms needed to be fried until the onions turned golden. Tomato sauce, seasoning, and a little beer should then be added. He commented that he loved the flavor so much that no flavor enhancers were necessary. He realized he had found his passion and purpose in cooking incredibly delicious food, which not everyone could say. Though the Arch-Mage had considered adding message flavor enhancers, but they weren't needed this time. He left the almost finished dish on low heat for a while, enjoying the wonderful aroma. Finally, he was ready to serve the yuba stew. Linty scooped up a spoonful, his eyes lighting up with hunger. Ellison announced that he had cooked plenty of food and encouraged the boy and his brother to eat as much as they wanted. Mate couldn't contain his joy when he saw the large pot placed on their table. The two homeless siblings stuffed their mouths full of meat, swallowing greedily. It seemed as if they wouldn't even notice if they ate the meat with the spoon. Mate couldn't believe this was happening after so many hungry days spent searching for food in junkyards. Finally, the universe had rewarded them with a delicious meal. The meat was tender, and the broth was rich in flavor. The heat in Mate's mouth felt divine. They were finally able to warm up, not only from the warmth of the room but from the warm food in their stomachs. Linty thought it was the most delicious meal he'd ever had. Elle could tell how hungry they were and encouraged them to eat plenty. When they had finished, he shifted the conversation back to the topic of working on the ranch, asking if they had a specific reason for wanting the job. Linty explained that they genuinely loved animals and were hardworking, never giving up. He spoke with such enthusiasm, as though he were saving a life. To confirm his words, he turned to Miss Elena, who was seated at the table behind him. She verified the truth of their claims but hesitated before sharing some bad news. She explained that the siblings were hiding something, causing the boys to freeze. Had they just been exposed, losing their chance before it even began? Linty, nervously touching his bandaged hands, drew attention to his injury, which had gone unnoticed. Apologizing tactfully, Ellison asked if he could examine their hands, sensing that this might explain everything. Linty, closing his eyes, agreed, though reluctantly. With no other choice, they had been backed into a corner. Dirty and tattered bandages fell from their hands, revealing the secrets they had been hiding. There were bruises on Linty's and Mate's wrists, bruises that hadn't been there very long. Judging by the freshness of the wounds, Mant and Miltine were horrified as they realized what it was. It turned out to be shackle marks, something rarely seen, especially since the two were quite young. Ellison's gaze shifted to one of coldness and shrewdness. He asked in a stern tone if these people wishing to work were criminals. Mate began to make excuses, clearly frightened, and insisted that they shouldn't jump to conclusions. He explained that they had been in the dungeon and wanted to clarify the real reason for their sentence. But his brother interrupted him and immediately ordered her to be quiet. Linty apologized for not telling the truth earlier and for hiding it, but he asked for belief in their good intentions, emphasizing that neither he nor his brother had any ill motives. Standing up and leaning on the table, Linty expressed his understanding that they had no right to ask for employment and showed his intention to leave. Mate, however, called out to his brother, trying to stop him, hoping they could ask the restaurant owner one more time. Linty, however, didn't listen, instead rewrapping his bandages and walking away down the street. His brother followed him, questioning his decision and saying that the people seemed decent, and in his opinion, they should have cleared up the misunderstanding. He, however, simply tightened the bandages around the shackle marks and told his brother that criminals would always be criminals, and there was nothing to be done. Despite his sadness, he explained that he didn't want to make any excuses for their past. So he told the truth and moved on. Placing his hand on his brother's head, Linty tried to cheer him up, assuring him that he had no regrets. He said it was better this way rather than trying to prove his honor. Mate then asked him if he regretted not finishing that delicious meal. Linty, with a sly smile, admitted that he did regret leaving such a meal unfinished but remarked that in such an atmosphere, it wouldn't have been possible to enjoy it anyway. They continued their journey, wandering in search of a better fate. As night fell and stars scattered across the sky, it was time for the restaurant to close. The customers, many of whom were friends of Elle, began to leave, thanking Ella for the evening. Meanwhile, the Arch-Mage was washing dishes. Rurin folded her arms and speculated whether the young people had failed the interview. Ellison pointed out that they had wanted to tell their story but ultimately decided against it. He added that it wasn't in his power to make them speak. Drying the dishes with magic, he commented that Ment and Miltine would not have been comfortable working while constantly fearing something, which would only disrupt the ranch's pace and discipline. Rurin agreed, summarizing that it was indeed difficult to find good workers. Elle insisted they needed to post new announcements. The restaurant owner then looked at the empty spice bottles, noting they had run out, likely because of the recent influx of customers. It was time to perform the ritual again and bring more supplies from that world. The Arch-Mage drew the magic mark, placed a coin, and recited the spells, summoning a surge of energy that indicated the ritual's success. The necessary items appeared on the table, but the owner suddenly leaned on the surface, shivering and sweating as his vision darkened. Rurin hadn't realized how hard it was, but now she understood. Even for such a powerful mage, it was exhausting. Ellison remarked that he wouldn't have been able to perform the ritual either without swallowing the Lord's heart. Things quickly worsened as the man began to feel nauseous, dizzy, and drenched in sweat. Breathing became difficult, and Ellison crouched down, trembling intensely. Rurin grew scared, rushing to him as he began to toss uncontrollably. The Arch-Mage himself was frightened. Looking at his hands, he couldn't understand what was wrong. It felt strange, and he found himself unable to gather mana, something he had never experienced before. The magic that had been drying the dishes malfunctioned, and Rurin, confused, didn't understand what was happening. Suddenly, Ellison fell to his knees with a loud crash before collapsing entirely to the floor. The black dragon hadn't anticipated this, though she had prepared for the worst. The man had hit his head, and in his unconscious state, a red crystal appeared before him, as if it were his own but disconnected from his body. A voice said that if he had known this would happen, he would have taken a different course of action. A scream suddenly echoed in his mind, and he felt hands squeezing and breaking him. His eyes widened, and he saw Rurin, who was deeply concerned for her almost family-like member, trying to bring him back to consciousness. He was feverish, still sweating, and disoriented. When he came to, he reassured the dragon that there was no need to worry, claiming it was just a matter of his mana running out. This explanation made no sense to Rurin. He assured her that he just needed rest. Though truly concerned, the girl was embarrassed to show her emotions so openly, but she couldn't hide them. She offered her help, forcefully placing it into Ellison's hands. With all her assertiveness, Rurin said he could ask her for anything, and she would do it. This delighted Ellison, who smiled fleetingly and asked if he could make a request, though he knew her answer already. Rurin tensed, becoming nervous and unsure of how to respond to what she had promised. She hadn't expected to be given such responsibility and nearly broke down, thinking she might be asked to cook. She wasn't sure what Ellison expected, but she was surprised when he said he simply wanted to eat her cooking. Meanwhile, Linty and Mate were huddled in the cold, discussing their difficulties finding work due to their criminal record. They had visited a restaurant in the suburbs, but that didn't go well either. They needed to find a way to survive the winter, and at least the prison was warm. Gritting his teeth, Linty told Mate that he couldn't live like this anymore and knew what needed to be done. They had endured too much to care about others' opinions now. His eyes burned with frustration and madness, causing even a stray cat to take fright. It seemed inevitable that they would turn to stealing food, no longer willing to eat from dumpsters like before. But when they noticed a nearby kitten laughing at the idea of them becoming criminals, Linty realized how ridiculous his own words had been. He reconsidered, thinking perhaps they would continue to scavenge, while Mate whispered to his brother to pay attention to what was ahead. Two men were standing not far from them, discussing the fact that the brother had recently been released from prison. One of them, who didn't look very pleasant, ordered the other to find them at once. Linty and Mate immediately recognized Mr. Ratanda in the darkness. They could not have suspected that the man would be looking for them. Linty was very angry because Mr. Ratanda still hadn't realized his mistake. He had wanted to get up and deal with them, but Mate had stopped him, telling him it wasn't worth it. He had been nervous and almost sobbing, as memories flashed before her eyes. What had been 2 years in jail could now end up being more. 2 years ago, they had been involved in a construction project where work was moving along. Strange noises had been heard inside the cabin where the chief had been, and a woman's voice had asked for an end to what was happening there, but all had stubbornly ignored her. The head of construction in the town of Grake had pressed one young lady, reminding her that she wouldn't be able to be rude to Ratanda without getting into trouble. The man had run his hand over her crying face, which had been covered with fear. He had asked her to think about her husband, saying he had been trying so hard and not getting a dime, though his request had been filled with sarcasm. He had been bending her to fulfill his not-so-pure wishes, trying to talk her down by saying he was much more benevolent, so she need not worry. But then his persuasion had been interrupted by Linty and Mate, who had come to see Ratanda. Mate had not been well. As it turned out, the structure had collapsed and some workers had been seriously injured. Linty had urgently reported that something needed to be done. The woman who had just been pressed by the construction supervisor had rushed towards the exit. She hadn't wanted more than anything at that moment to hear that something had happened to her husband. Ratanda had lost his temper, calling all his subordinates morons because they hadn't been able to install a single support beam correctly, causing such a commotion. Linty disputed this accusation, saying they had been doing everything according to the building plan, but a beam had suddenly snapped and everything had fallen. Linty then suggested that, in his opinion, it had been due to the poor quality materials, which had immediately changed the chief's mood. He becomes nervous, mixed with his recent anger. At that moment, Linty had been grabbed by the other builders, shoving aside the injured Mate, and Ratanda sarcastically asked him to repeat what he had just said. He then kicked him, accusing him of trying to reprimand his boss for embezzling money from the budget. He further punched Linty, causing him to feel severe pain. Ratanda reminded him that he had given jobs to these orphans, yet they had treated him arrogantly. From that minute on, the brother and sister had been fired, and the damage caused would be calculated and deducted from their wage. Mate, in tears, apologized, saying they were very sorry and didn't want to lose their jobs. At that point, a nasty smirk had played on Ratanda's face as he realized how to benefit from the situation. He had walked over to the boy, lifted his face to his chin, and hinted that he knew how he could repay him, adding that nobles had peculiar tastes. He had been letting Mate know, without directly saying it, what was required of him. This made Linty furious, as he had understood everything perfectly well. Fires of incredible hatred had burned in his eyes towards this scoundrel who had intended to abuse his brother. In one sharp movement, Linty had broken free from the strong arms of the builder. Ratanda had been too stunned to react as Linty had charged towards him with no intention of speaking peacefully. With all his anger, Linty punched the construction chief in the face, putting all his strength into the blow. He hadn't been able to let anyone harm Mate, and his reaction had been understandable. Ratanda had fallen to the floor, screaming in pain as Lint, his former subordinate, beat him. The other builders had tried to pull Linty away, unable to believe how he had become so strong and out of control. Meanwhile, Mate, sitting behind him on the floor, had cheered his brother on, wanting him to win. Outside, cries for help and pleas to stop the fight had been heard from the building. Remembering this, while clenching his brother's arm, Mate had recalled that Linty had hurt himself in a previous fight while trying to protect him. He didn't want to see him hurt again. His brother had remained silent, his memories blurred. His attempt to protect his brother had landed them both in a place not far from their current situation. He had jerked his hand away from Mate unexpectedly, remarking that it had all been rash, and though his tone had been rather rude, he had been defending him at the time. Watching the person who had dragged them into prison, they decided to try and stay out of sight. The fat man was very angry. He had threatened that if they thought that was the end of it, they were mistaken, and he would make their lives a mess. He ordered his subordinates to bring them in as soon as possible, at any cost, even if it meant fighting. Though they had tried to object, knowing that Count Dedran had been sent to the capital, they had still thought it best to stay quiet for a while. This answer hadn't pleased Ratanda, so he had given one of his men a severe lashing for questioning his ability to handle things quietly. The subordinate had sneered, disliking the treatment they had received, but had done nothing for fear of losing his job. Ratanda had summarized that his men were useless idiots and couldn't do anything without him. He had waved his hands and, in the distance, had noticed a hooded female. It had been Elena, walking back through the darkness, thinking about going to Elle's restaurant the next day. A nasty grin had appeared on his face, pleased to see her in such a quiet alley, or rather, his victim. He had referred to her as the right mouse, and had darted off to follow her, ordering his men to keep an eye out for anyone nearby. Meanwhile, in the restaurant, Elle had looked over the ancient orb that had glowed brightly blue, which Gultazar had given him, and had finally understood why he had failed to collect mana. The Arch-Mage had taken the orb in his hand, transferring the aura to his body. The ailment that had suddenly overcome him had been a side effect of absorbing the ancient orb. He was still sweating from the heat and had started to crawl toward the bed, thinking about how he hadn't meant to consume it. It had seemed that the massive mana accumulation in the world had finally begun to awaken. Ellison had slid into bed, covering himself with the blankets, and had thought about breaking the connection, knowing that once he started absorbing mana, he couldn't stop. A smile had then appeared on his face as he had thought about waiting for the evening snack he had asked Rurin to make. He had been anticipating something tasty. He had assumed that since Rurin had watched him cook for years, she would be able to come up with something, not realizing that watching didn't mean practicing. It had been a long time since his last meal. The cold wind had blown into the room, making him think of starvation. Meanwhile, the kitchen had been a mess. Burnt frying pans, broken eggs, crushed tomatoes. It seemed like it would take forever to clean up. Rurin hadn't quite gotten the hang of the process but had hoped the results would be better. However, the result wasn't appetizing to look at, nor had it tasted particularly edible. It resembled a waste product more than a dish. Rurin was all dirty and upset that she had failed at what she had planned. The dish looked completely different on the plate than it should have. The girl grabbed the dish, deciding it couldn't be served. She thought that Elle might die just by looking at it. Feeling upset that she was a bad caregiver, Rurin had then come up with an idea. She thought she could just call an elf. She had been thinking of Elena, to come and fix Ellison up. The dragon didn't like the fact that the blonde would be hanging around. But for now, she could be patient. The girl didn't know where her home was, but she could probably track it by smell. Rurin pushed back the chair the woman was sitting on and sniffed. Immediately, She kicked the chair. She was angry because the elf didn't smell of anything or Rurin's endeavor. Rurin thought she needed to think of another plan, realizing that they just needed to get food elsewhere and figure out where to do it. The girl clenched her hand into a fist, already ready to leave the room and head out to get food for her and Elle. But then she realized something and her eyes widened. She questioned herself about why she would be looking for someone else, thinking it wasn't logical at all. She remembered how she had once told Ellison that she didn't need healing magic, as the dragon's body healed itself, and how she had said Elle could do the cooking forever. She had always believed that she could offer physical support, but now she was trembling because she realized she could neither cook nor heal with magic, and she didn't know what to do. The girl recalled what Elle had said to Rurin about how she might not be so different from other races in terms of ability and character, but had also advised her not to push everyone away like she often did. She had held a cup of hot cocoa, listening as Elle explained that even though she was a dragon, she still couldn't survive alone. Rurin began to shiver, and anxiety crept into her heart as the thought of why she couldn't help Elle and the certainty that she didn't know how to do anything grew stronger. While she was thinking about what she should do, the scene shifted back to the city. Elena, who wanted to be brought in to help first, was grabbed and tried to scream for help, begging to be let go. Ratanda recognized the elf from afar and grinned, thinking about how beautiful the blonde was. He tried to remind her that the man had once visited her in the healing room. The head of construction removed the woman's hood and told her he was looking for someone, adding that if she helped, she would be released immediately, but if she did not answer, she would see for herself what would happen to her. The freak with no principles licked his lips, hinting at his intentions. When Elena heard that Ratanda was trying to find out where the two brothers, Linty and Mate, were, her eyes widened and worry stabbed at her heart. She immediately tuned into the thoughts of the man who held her tightly. He pitied this next victim of the pervert who had power over them as well, thinking to himself how an elf from the outskirts could know two ex-convicts. He was sure she would have nothing to say, but suddenly the blonde stated that she knew where they could be found. This surprised Ratanda, who didn't understand how she knew the answer, and the man holding her down was equally stunned. Elena realized that bluffing wasn't even worth it, but she decided to say nothing and started whispering incantations that created a green magic circle above her head. Immediately, this unusual magic blinded everyone around it and created a torrent of wind that nearly knocked the scum off their feet. Elena ran off quickly, hearing insults about what a disgusting dog she was, but her only concern now was getting away as fast as possible. Ratanda was incredibly angry, realizing he could not catch his victim, though he tried to chase after her. He shouted angrily that people like her could only run away, adding that the elf would regret her escape. He tried to instill fear, warning her that a peaceful walk through the city was impossible. He advised her to beg for mercy, stating that her agony was approaching. But then, with frustration in his voice, he acknowledged that he couldn't just watch anymore. At that moment, Linty appeared and struck his former boss in the face with all his might. Linty asked Mate to forgive him for disobeying, admitting that he had not stayed in a safe place and had chosen to risk his freedom, and possibly his life, to protect another human being. The blow was so hard that Ratanda flew far away, landing on the ground and breaking his back. He groaned in pain. Linty justified his actions by explaining that he couldn't just stand by, and Mate reassured him, standing with a long stick, that it was all right. He added that it was even better this way because now they would at least have a place to winter. A sweet smile of revenge lit up his face. Elena didn't expect to see them there, so she asked why they were there, sitting on her knees and struggling to catch her breath. Mate told Elena to leave, promising to figure things out on their own. Linty cracked his knuckles, ready to punish the scum for dragging innocent people into their mess. He was prepared to remind the man of the events of 2 years ago, but Ratanda raised the whistle he pulled from his pocket to his lips. The whistling filled the neighborhood, loud and unpleasant to the ears, and Linty wanted to cover his ears to block out the sound. The battered man laughed and mockingly asked for an explanation of what had happened 2 years ago, recalling how both of them were imprisoned for trying to protect an innocent girl. The sound of boots could be heard as strangers approached the scene. Ratanda prepared for this moment, suspecting such an event might occur. The construction superintendent then shouted to the ex-workers that they wouldn't survive, and fear was evident on both brothers' faces. Roman Horde, the gang leader from the town of Grake, and his crew looked at the ex-convicts and remarked that they were a sorry sight, already preparing themselves for the impending showdown that would serve as a lesson. Meanwhile, a dark silhouette stood outside the butcher shop, persistently knocking on the doors of the people living there. Sleepy Raina rubbed her eyes, trying to wake her husband and telling him that someone was knocking on the door, but he just rolled his eyes, not understanding what anyone could want at such a late hour. The woman went to the door to see who was there, surprised when Rurin stood before her. Rurin apologized, saying that this was the closest place to where the familiar scent led her. It was clear that she was embarrassed to disturb her friends in the middle of the night, but she explained that she needed to know where the clinic was. Back in the place, Linty reeled from the pain caused by the blow to his face. He recoiled, calling the man in front of him a real scumbag, and prepared to strike back. However, his plans were thwarted when Roman's fist slammed into his chest with great force, knocking the wind out of him and causing panic. Linty, determined not to show his pain, bit his lower lip to distract himself from one pain by creating another, refusing to make any sound of weakness. Mate tried to attack the gangster from behind, swinging a stick and warning him not to even think about touching his brother again. Roman sighed heavily, dismissing the attack as nothing more than the actions of young delinquents, saying it wasn't all just childish dabble. He easily stopped Mate's attack with one hand, snatched the stick, and reached for Mate's neck, wrapping his fingers around it and choking him hard. This was something that neither Mate nor Linty expected. Roman shoved the boy into his sidekick's arms and ordered him to hold Mate down before moving toward Linty, who was crouched on the floor, using his last bit of strength to protect Mate. Radanda was beaten, praising Roman for being on top of his game as always. The man with the scar over his left eye was a retired fighter, and he indeed spent far more than 1 year on the battlefield. He was now rubbing his neck, wondering if they should stuff their young faces too. Fat Pervert ordered Roman not to touch Mate, as he claimed he would still need him, though he didn't admit why. And he also ordered to prevent the elf from escaping. Roman rushed to fulfill the tasks of the scoundrel. Linty crawled over to Roman, grabbed his leg, and begged him to leave the girls alone, pleading for mercy as they had absolutely nothing to do with the situation. Roman realized he couldn't let this bum touch him, and given the aggression lingering from their short-lived fight, his anger was evident in his eyes. Without hesitation, he kicked Linty in the stomach with his boot. The pain sent a wave through his limbs, clouding his mind. Roman's action was an attempt to show that the request was completely unreasonable. Meanwhile, Mate tried to break free and rush to her brother, especially after hearing that his arm was going to be broken. Elena intended to help them, but the bandit pulled out a knife, flaunting it and advising her to stay out of their way. Linty was being brutally beaten, with blows landing all over his body. He curled up, covering his head with his hands to avoid serious injuries. He couldn't understand what he did to deserve this, whether it was because he didn't stand by and interfered, or whether something worse would happen if he did nothing. He closed his eyes and plugged his ears, wondering what would have happened if he just ran off to another village, pretending nothing happened. Even though his arm was now being painfully restrained, preventing him from moving and leaving him feeling only pain, he knew deep down that he did the right thing. Gathering his strength, he clenched his fist. He told himself that if he backed down, he would face consequences he didn't want to imagine. At that moment, the tense scene was interrupted by a high-pitched female voice, drawing everyone's attention. It was Rurin who finally found Elena. Unaware of the situation, Rurin knew that using teleportation would be pointless, as the clinic was somewhere in the forest. She didn't expect to encounter her on her way there. She said that she needed Elena's help, while the elf only sobbed and choked up, saying she wished she could help but couldn't due to the circumstances. The bandits were surprised by the arrival of another guest. It was only then that Rurin looked around, noticing Mate and Linty slumped on the floor, before shifting her gaze to Roman, who visibly changed expression. Sweat dripped down his face, his pupils narrowed, and he knew in his gut that the young lady was dangerous. He realized he couldn't handle her power, and that his only option was to bow down to her or face death. Rurin already asked her companions whether she should get rid of the scum. Roman immediately raised his hands and ordered his sidekick to release Mate. His sidekick faithfully followed the instructions. Ratenda didn't understand why the plan suddenly started falling apart and wondered whether this was the beginning of his downfall. He yelled at his mercenaries, asking why they froze while Elena and Mate were trying to help Linty with magic, mending bones and healing wounds as best as they could. The head of the construction site ordered them to capture Rurin, but no one was left to command, as the gangsters vanished into thin air. Ratenda decided to take matters into his own hands and rushed to Rurin, grabbing her by the shoulder to sell her later. The dragon didn't react to this, only glancing coldly at the pervert before quietly asking how a trash can learn to speak. Ratanda's arm started to ache terribly, twisting and crunching until his bones snapped. With tears and sniffles, he cried out in pain but somehow resisted fainting. The gangsters, watching the scene unfold, realized they made the right choice by letting go of Mate. Rurin immediately jumped to Elena's side, asking about her condition. However, Rurin didn't deal with the villains out of a desire to help Elena specifically, but because she had urgent business with her. There was nothing surprising about this, as Elena always was too kind not to help, especially since she was on good terms. Even though Elena was completely exhausted, Rurin paid no attention to it, being relieved to see Ellison alive and well. Rurin was in tears as she was so worried about Ellison. Elle thanked Elena once again for her help, saying she saved him, and expressing his hope that he could now live a normal life. Shivering with fatigue, Elena responded that she was glad to hear those words. She was thinking about how she used up all her mana, wondering how much magic the girl had left, considering how good she still felt. Suddenly, Rurin gave Elena a sharp, menacing glare, as if forbidding her from looking at her dear man for so long. Then the dragon got up and stunned Elena by asking her name in an important tone. However, instead of continuing menacingly, her voice turned nervous, and with some awkwardness, the girl started twirling a strand of hair around her finger, struggling to express her gratitude for Elena's help. Both Elle and Elena were amazed by what just happened, wondering if Rurin knew how to show gratitude. The dragon was angered by their reactions, not understanding why they stared at her like that. She started to second-guess her words, reminding them that it was incredibly difficult for her to say it out loud and that it caused such a reaction. Ellison quickly tried to justify himself by saying he was a little surprised, while Elena was visibly moved. Mate was listening to them while staying behind the wall. Elle wondered when the two siblings would go inside. Mate realized it was about her but was caught off guard, flinching in surprise. Just then, Linty appeared in the doorway, unaware that Ellison already knew about the situation. Linty wanted to thank Ellison for saving his brother and him. Elle was confused, thinking that it was them who saved Elena from bastard Ratenda. Mate explained that it was they who the man was searching for, and that was why he dragged an innocent passerby into the situation. He felt that the blame rested on their shoulders. Ellison understood and tried to convince the boy that it wasn't worth talking about. The man in question was already notorious for his crimes, and there was no need to dwell on feelings of guilt. Then, he asked why they didn't tell the whole truth from the beginning. Linty visibly hesitated, clenched his fist, gathering his strength to say what he thought. It turned out that he would have made the same choices, so there was no point in bringing it up. Linty didn't want to lie about feeling sorry for what he did. Ellison interrupted him with a mysterious smile, asking whether there was a place for the two troublemakers to sleep for the night. If not, he offered to give them enough money to stay at the nearest hotel for a couple of months. Linty and Mate were frozen in shock to see a gold coin. Still, Linty accepted the money, asking why Ellison was so unselfishly kind. The restaurant owner replied that starting the next day, both of them would be working at his ranch. The two in worn clothes could not believe what they heard. Ellison sighed with relief and said that they already paid for their crimes and then officially told Rurin and Elena that they all had new comrades. The new employees fell to their knees and began to thank Mr. Ellison for the opportunity, in addition to promising that they would work with all the strength they had. They wanted to call the owner of the restaurant Big Brother, but he advised that it would be better just to be called the manager. And just like that, at night under the light of bright stars, another fate was changed for the better, and once again it was Ellison's decisions that pushed it. The next day on the ranch, in the middle of a clear, warm day, was wonderful. It was Linty and Matt's first day on the job, and they wanted to establish relationships with the other employees who were above them in rank, so they called them elders. In a kind of awkwardness, they hoped they'd get along with Mant and Miltine, especially after a successful casting for employment at the restaurant. Miltine liked the way Peter addressed her. She began to feel that she was really in charge of the ranch, and Mant, who was already busy, did not bat an eye at this treatment. His attention was still drawn as much to the marks on his hands left on the guy from prison, even if only because of the sentence, which was completely unjustified. Mant still displayed weariness toward the two, for he could not know exactly how true their words and intentions were. He would not be able to contradict Mr. L about the fact that he got the job, so he would not say anything. But he said directly and without pretense that he did not trust the duo, and they accepted it with understanding. But then he added those words that gave some hope that this ice would break someday, namely that he would have kicked Ratanda's ass. Linty was a little shocked but took it as a small success already. At least their thoughts on their past situation were converging. Then Mant got right to the point and led the two new workers over to the hay, ordering them to tend food for the livestock while Mate and his brother promised to work hard no matter what. Meanwhile, El was still trying to figure out the ancient orb that Gultizer gave him. The Arch-Mage recovered most of his magic and should not have had any more problems, especially like the last time. But then he thought about it, counting the days, and turned to Rurin, wanting to ask if everything was ready. After all, there were only a couple of days left, but he didn't even get a reaction or attention to his words. The girl was standing near the wall, pressing her cheek against it and peering out from around the corner. She had an attentive and distrustful look on her face, as if something suspicious was going on. Ellison asked what the dragon was doing, and she replied as if it were obvious that she was watching. But it wasn't clear who or what she was watching. As it turned out, Rurin was staring at the guests who came to eat at the place. Ellison was surprised that she was suddenly interested in other creatures. There was a catch, but it wasn't clear what it was, especially the fact that she even thanked Elena, to whom she was not the friendliest. Something was wrong. She was now looking at the ladies who were giggling loudly at one of the tables while eating their dishes. They looked harmless and easy. Then she noticed the shiny earstones on one of the visitors, her earrings shimmering in the sunlight and casting reflections on everything around her. That's when Rurin asked Ellison what the shiny thing on the woman was for. Ellison, realizing that this girl wasn't particularly familiar with human accoutrements, nor had she ever tried to find out, replied that it was just pretty. He then concluded that Mr. Benen must be doing just fine. Then the guy said that dragon lairs were full of jewels too. She should know at least something about them. But Rurin replied flatly that her mom's lair was completely different, so she didn't learn about it before. Elle then suddenly asked if she would like something like that too. Maybe something would interest her. The dragon watched once more as Benen gave his girlfriend a pendant with a bunch of sparkles. Not a little worthwhile, and how happy she was about it. Rurin didn't know what to feel at that moment or how to feel about it. Her tone changed to a less suspicious one. The girl didn't understand why all this happened and what was so special about it, since everyone wanted it so much and was happy when they got it. Suddenly, the door of the restaurant opened. Rurin, on the other hand, stayed on topic and added that now someone else arrived. Elle didn't expect to see Dairan, who just stepped inside the building. Dairan was in a tremendously enthusiastic mood, loudly and happily turning to his teacher and lifting a little the roll he brought with him. He said that he came with good news. It turns out that the scumbag who did all sorts of unethical things for a long time, Ratanda, was arrested this morning. Dairan detailed the charges against Ratanda, which included tax evasion, harassment, rape, and assault, among many others, and added that Ratanda would never see freedom again. Ellison listened with some irritation, realizing he didn't fully grasp how terrible Ratanda's actions were. Dairan continued reading from a scroll, which revealed that Ratanda's crony provided information. The man who was involved in the previous night's robbery of the chief revealed that former Count Dedran backed Ratanda all along. Although Berna's father was banished from the city, Ratanda continued his misdeeds without concern for the consequences. Diran expressed his amazement at how many of the Count's henchmen were scattered throughout the city, musing that every day he learned something new about his hometown and wondered how many more secrets remained. The restaurant's owner placed a burger on the table, reassuring him and acknowledging his efforts. Then, unexpectedly, he asked Diran if he would have time 3 evenings from now. Diran, unsure but optimistic, said he would likely find a moment to spare. Ellison whispered a few words about the restaurant's timeline, and Diran, surprised, immediately changed his plans to make sure he could attend, which pleased Elle. 3 days later, the atmosphere in the room filled with tension. Elle was already waiting for Gultizer, knowing that something important was about to be discussed, something others should not know about. When Gultizer arrived, he sat on the opposite side of the table, surrounded by gloom and mystery. The old ringleader began to speak, but Ellison interrupted, suggesting that he first hand over the item he requested. Gultizer agreed and passed the sack into Ellison's hands, who then carefully examined its contents. The situation appeared to be part of a larger, secretive conspiracy, and the powerful mage seemed pleased with what he saw. At that moment, boxes and sacks filled with supplies were brought down to the construction site where a cave for Rurin was being built. The supplies included mountains of sausages and an extraordinary number of beer cans, all intended for the workers who toiled underground. This, it turned out, was the secret behind the suspicious meeting and tense atmosphere. Gultizer questioned whether all of this was necessary, and Ellison explained that he simply always wanted to be in such a situation. He thought it would be great if everyone could participate, to which the old man awkwardly responded that the construction was nearly complete, so they should take it all in stride. Outside, it was a clear night, but the moon's rays couldn't penetrate the darker corners, leaving the stars as celestial observers over the events of the evening. Reyna and her husband, on their way to the restaurant, discussed how it was their first time being invited to such an event and how eagerly they anticipated the outcome. Meanwhile, Mant and Mate were busy trying to get the livestock under control. Linty inquired whether they could join the event, and Miltine confirmed that all the ranch workers were invited, which was a clear indication they were welcome. There were huge plates on the table under serving ramekins that made it hard to know what was inside. Rurin, on the other hand, wondered what it all meant and why there were so many dishes on the table. She didn't know what day it was, though she might have gotten used to the fact that she didn't see much among the people yet. As the guests settled at their tables, Ellison began his speech, drawing attention to himself and expressing his gratitude to everyone who gathered at the restaurant that day. He explained that he prepared a small event for all the lovers of his restaurant, and only then did the dragon begin to realize that it concerned their establishment. The Arch-Mage decided to hold a quiz, and since his vocation was food, the point of the quiz was to guess what was in the taster's mouth. He explained that the rules were simple. The participants had to wear a blindfold and guess the dish on their plate, and everyone who recognized what they tasted would receive a prize. The owner of the restaurant chose Miltine as the first participant, something she did not expect. Feeling awkward and anxious, she realized being the first was always difficult. As she put on the blindfold, she double-checked to make sure it was only food. Her fear increased when she realized she couldn't see anything, but Ellison reassured her that he wasn't going to serve anything other than food. To make things more exciting, he added that even though it was just food, things could still unfold in unpredictable ways, which frightened Miltine even more. However, she decided to open her mouth to taste what was on the plate. In her mouth, she felt a worn and soft texture, but it wasn't clear what it was. She realized she never tasted anything like this before, so she took a careful bite, trying to extract as much flavor as possible while searching for any familiar associations. Then panic struck her. She believed the thing in her mouth started moving, confirming her fears. Terrified, she spit everything out, but Ellison was not upset by her reaction. Instead, he cheerfully announced that she was out of the game. Afterward, Miltine looked at the plate and realized she just ate marshmallows, nothing dangerous or nasty, and certainly not moving. Despite knowing what it was, the experience did not comfort Miltine, as she still didn't know what she tasted. Elle explained that it was just sugar candy and added that such a dish didn't exist in this world. It came from distant lands that no one present needed to know about. Miltine, now bowing over, wondered how she was supposed to guess something so unfamiliar. She thought that even if she ate the whole thing, she still wouldn't have known. Eventually, the others decided to try the candy themselves, with Mant commenting that it tasted very nice. Miltine grumbled further, explaining that she was so scared that she didn't even taste it properly. Next in line was Mr. Creston, who was confident he could handle everything and demanded a plate immediately. His wife, Raina, supported him and urged him not to make a mistake. However, Creston soon found himself out of the game after he was caught with hot chili peppers. Unable to handle the heat, he instinctively took off his mask, and tears streamed down his face. Raina, furious and confused, questioned why he reacted like a child. Creston, while rinsing water out of his mouth, said it wasn't that spicy to her. She couldn't understand why Creston reacted that way, and Creston excused himself, explaining that he just didn't like spicy things. Elle then brought out the next dish and remarked that things were taking an interesting turn. He admitted that he hadn't expected the game to unfold in this way. It seemed like no one guessed the dishes correctly. He announced that Rurin was next, a fact the girl didn't know until that moment. He blindfolded her and told her not to use magic. Rurin, at a loss, worried about what she would be able to taste. She was also anxious about what Elle might give her. Ellison served her the next dish, reminding her that she had to guess it correctly. Although Rurin didn't like the idea of having something unknown put in her mouth, she felt a sense of determination under the mask. She realized that her dragon sense would likely help her identify the dish. As she bit into the food, she recognized a soft, bread-like texture, reminiscent of the whipped cream served at the recent banquet. The cream-soaked layers added a special sweetness, and a faint note of fruit emerged. With growing confidence, Rurin realized what it was. She quickly removed her mask and shouted that it was cake. She then asked how everyone was doing with her dragon sense, clearly wanting to show off. But as she looked around, the scene before her seemed odd. The dish was indeed a cake, but all the guests rose from their seats, shouting and clapping, while confetti exploded around the room. Elle confirmed that Rurin was correct in identifying the cake, but he added that it wasn't just any cake. It was a birthday cake, made in honor of the girl who had just participated in the game. The room filled with joy. Even those Rurin hadn't been particularly kind to were happy to be at her celebration. The atmosphere was filled with congratulations and the spirit of a birthday surprise. However, she found it hard to process everything. It was only now, as if time had slowed, that she fully realized they were celebrating her birthday. To be sure, she looked at the cake once more. Ellison chuckled at her reddened face, admitting that he had thought she would have guessed it sooner. Feeling embarrassed, Rurin struggled with the attention everyone was giving her, making it difficult for her to relax. She was usually aloof, but now she had to acknowledge their efforts. As she tried to express her gratitude, Ellison whispered to Elena that it was becoming a good habit for her to show such emotions. Rurin then half-jokingly warned the guests not to expect a thanks from her, calling them scoundrels. But the Arch-Mage found an excuse for her behavior, saying that there were likely too many people around for her to show her kindness openly. Since she had guessed what was in her dish, Ellison presented her with a gift. He pulled a small box from his sack, explaining that the dwarves had worked hard on it. When she opened the box, she found a piece of jewelry inside, like an ice. Rurin was amazed, delighted even, but she couldn't quite understand how they had managed to organize everything without her knowing. Leaning closer, Ellison whispered that he would never forget her birthday and began conjuring something. He gently moved a strand of her hair aside, warning her that what he was about to do might hurt a little. Though tense, Rurin endured the slight discomfort. Ellison then held up a mirror, asking how she liked her new adornment. Hanging from her ear was a beautiful long earring that glittered in the light. As she pushed her hair back to get a better look, a blush spread across her face, and her heart began to pound. She was genuinely pleased with what she saw. The crowd eagerly awaited her verdict, but Rurin simply turned away and walked toward the seats. Tugging at the earring one last time, she quietly admitted that it looked great, even daring to say she enjoyed the gift. Now she understood why Benen's girlfriend from earlier had reacted so strongly to what she had assumed were just ordinary pebbles, and why they were so precious to her. Laughing, Rurin added that it wasn't just great, it was very beautiful. She was grateful to finally understand the feeling. As the game continued, Reyna picked up on the fact that her dish was something crunchy. Mr. Knoll, in a nervous whisper to her, saying that it was a bug. Horrified, Reyna spat everything out, imagining the worst. However, it turned out that the dish was simply fried shrimp, nothing scary or disgusting. For setting her up, Knoll received a playful smack on the head, knowing he had not only caused his own downfall but also dragged his wife into it. Now it was Linty's turn. As Linty tried the dish, he could not guess what it was. Even though his brother encouraged him, he failed miserably. Ellison announced that it was yuba meat grilled by Rurin. Rurin was immediately indignant, since Linty commented harshly about her food, so she became very angry. Realizing the danger of the moment, Linty began to justify that she simply misunderstood everything. Everyone then proceeded to enjoy the game and celebrate the birthday of her by eating an incredibly delicious cake. Soon, all the plates were empty. Such a delight no one could refuse. It was very late at night when the guests went home. Rurin was exhausted. It was her first time having so many people at her birthday party, and it couldn't have been better. While Rurin was lying on the table and looking up at the ceiling, Ellison reminded her that it was her last birthday before the ceremony, so she needed to make sure it was definitely memorable. Rurin seemed to reply that she remembered the event, but as if she wasn't listening to him anymore, she was looking at the earring and was eerily happy to see such a beauty in her ear, which gave away the blush. Suddenly, Ellison looked out the window. White fluffy flakes were falling to the ground as if dancing a rhythmic but gentle dance. He immediately called Rurin outside, informing her that the first snow had fallen, something that brought joy to both adults who were still children inside. There was a cocoa kettle on the table and hot steam rising from the mugs, giving off a delicious and pleasant aroma. As they sipped the hot, sweet drink, the two enjoyed how noticeably winter had crept up on them. Rurin then asked Elle how long he had been there, recalling that it had only been a year, though the wording seemed completely inappropriate to him. After all, 1 year felt like a long time for people. From these words, sadness appeared on Rurin's face because, in fact, they had a completely different understanding of time. He responded to the argument that since he had consumed the heart of a dragon, he should live by the same rules, but he replied that it was impossible to know exactly. No one could clearly say what effect such an experiment had on life expectancy. Just as he was drinking, something besides the fluffy snow began approaching the ground. It glowed brightly and couldn't help but attract attention. It was a shooting star. Ellison suggested to Rurin that she should make a wish. Since it was her birthday, it would have a double effect. The girl gazed intently after the celestial body flying by. She remained silent, but in her mind, she was thinking through the greatest desires of her heart. After a brief pause, she mentioned that she had already made a wish. What she had just wished for made her bite her lip to keep from crying, thinking that it might not happen. All she wanted at that moment was to spend more time with Elle. Just then, he asked her what she wished, adding that you couldn't wish for the same thing twice. Rurin replied that she wouldn't say and let Ellison save his wish for his birthday. As they continued, the scene shifted to floating islands of rock with vines dangling into the air, all surrounded by clouds, creating a light mist. Even higher up was the Black Dragon Castle, around which the mighty dragons flew. The structure was incredibly beautiful, with sharp spires and transitions between the three main towers, radiating wealth and power. A man was walking down the corridor with clear and decisive steps. However, he was dissatisfied with something, constantly arguing to himself that things were not going as expected. He opened the huge doors and called for his uncle. A bright light peeked in from the second room he entered. Inside, a man with a beard and strange mustache sat, leaning on his fist, not fully grasping the urgency or problem, despite the combative tone. The black dragon niece, black with hair as dark as night, expressed indignation and asked how much longer his uncle would let that arrogant man live, questioning whether a promise to a pitiful mortal was truly that important. Dihegma, who was also a black dragon, was startled by the tone. He sat silently, trying to come to his senses while pondering the reason behind those words. When he realized the truth, he asked if it had to do with Rurin, and from the reaction of his interlocutor, it became clear that the older man had hit the target with his assumption. Dihegma called Nis a fool, saying that if he needed her so badly, he could have treated her better. He reminded him that not so long ago, he had bullied the girl, and now she was growing up, which had prompted his sudden change. Nis nervously began to argue that his concern wasn't only personal but also affected the entire Black Dragon race, as most women capable of giving birth had died in the war. He contended that they didn't know how long the brief peace would last, and relying on a mere promise was foolish. Dihegma then asked what he was supposed to do. Should he now bring Rurin here by force? Nis's eyes glowed a bright blue, and his pupils narrowed like a dragon's. He was willing to take this course of action if only permitted. His uncle told him to quiet down, noting that the man they were talking about couldn't be handled alone. Dihegma sighed heavily, adding that he would be lucky if he didn't get killed. Nis grew increasingly angry, commenting that, simply because he hadn't seen or understood everything, he thought an ordinary human couldn't be that strong, especially against dragons. Dihegma discouraged his nephew further, saying that breaking the promise would tarnish the reputation of their race, which couldn't be allowed. Lord Metadana would never permit such unfortunate events to occur. After a short silence, Nis coldly asked if preserving nobility was the most important thing. His uncle's reaction was like being hit by a sudden discharge of electricity or a cold downpour on a warm day. Dihegma realized that Nis was plotting something but didn't object. He knew the young man would act his way regardless. He told Nis that he wasn't satisfied with the promise but made it clear that if anything went wrong, he should not be blamed. A smirk of joy appeared on his face, realizing he could now do whatever he wanted, justifying his actions by claiming they were saviors, not invaders. Miliarek mountain range at the northern Landa. A terrible snowfall made it difficult to even open one's eyes properly due to the rapidly falling snow. The harshness and ruthlessness of winter were on full display. Rurin wasn't too happy about the weather and gazed at Ellison, who paid her no attention. Eventually, she asked what they were doing there and what they needed to find. Unlike Rurin, the Arch-Mage was in a wonderful mood and explained that they had come to gather mushrooms. He clarified that these weren't ordinary mushrooms. No one would undertake such a journey for something so common. These plants were very rare. Ellison had once overheard two men talking in a restaurant about finding a rare mushroom at the Northlands. One shepherd, while out in the mountains with a herd, had witnessed one of his animals abruptly break free and start digging a hole. To his surprise, the animal uncovered a rare mushroom that had only been seen once before. The shepherd brought the mushroom to the palace and was generously rewarded. The man telling the story had said that if he had that much money, he wouldn't worry about anything at all. Ellison, recalling this story, explained that he thought this mushroom was the equivalent of a truffle in their world. Standing under the eerie snowfall, Rurin, frustrated, asked how they would find it. He explained that the smell of the mushroom was stronger than usual, but it was difficult to locate because it grew deep underground. That's why he needed her, he said, for she had an excellent sense of smell. Her face covered by a scarf gave Ellison a judgmental look, feeling once again that he was using her. However, in order to find a truffle, Rurin would need to know exactly what the mushroom smelled like. Ellison faltered, realizing he didn't really know enough about it to offer a description. The failure was clear. A vicious circle emerged in his mind. To find the mushroom, they needed to know its smell, but to know the smell, they first had to find it, and so on. As he grew more confused, Ellison suddenly considered that perhaps the truffle in this world had a different odor. Rurin, observing him, noted how absurd the miscalculation was. Suddenly, from somewhere behind them, they heard a scream. It wasn't far away, and it snapped them out of their thoughts. The loud sounds were coming from big, ugly monsters with sharp fangs on their lower jaws and equally sharp weapons in their hands. They were fighting. Against them was an equally strange creature, like a large, furry cat mutating into a monster with sharp teeth, huge glowing eyes, and long claws. The animal was clearly tired from the fight and wanted some rest. One of the huge orc rushed towards the white, furry creature, thrusting their blades forward and growling loudly, trying to frighten their foe. They intensified their attack, but the opponent was not going to lag behind either, powerfully fending off all attacks and demonstrating his strength, especially when considering that the beast was alone and these orcs were several. After a painful wound with sharp claws to the stomach, the monster recoiled backward, trying to keep the blood from flowing out so fast with his hand and hissing in agony. But immediately, the other orc entered the fray, and with one sure blow, while the beast was distracted by his defeated foe, they brought him down with a wound to the floor. They pointed their daggers at the stumped head, and now only death from so many blades awaited him. But suddenly, all the scuffle was stopped by the magic belonging to the one who appeared nearby and ordered those involved in the fight to stop. The monsters were almost swept off their feet by such a wave of air. It was El. He was trying to handle the situation now, even though he realized these guys must have their own reasons for attacking. Rurin, with a serious expression, standing beside him. The sea didn't have an ounce of fear or the thought of not interfering in their eyes. Orcs were very angry that they had been interrupted like that and wanted to attack the victims who had come on their own. However, at the sight of Rurin's eyes and feeling the full force of the dragon's magic, they realized it was best not to mess with them before it got worse. They dropped their weapons quickly and rushed to drag their feet away, just to avoid being blown to bits. The beast, attacked by the ox moments ago, was in shock and couldn't realize how strong and powerful he must be for these creatures to run like cowards. Ellison felt uncomfortable with the situation, noting that the monsters didn't run away when they saw him but did so only after they Rurin. Ellison gazed at Rurin, who suggested that Ellison just needed to behave more decently since she is a bit of help to him. While they were discussing the situation, the injured winter cat, flashing its eyes, attacked, then let out a violent scream from its bindings. However, it fell to the ground, bowing its head, as it appeared it wasn't going to get into a fight or harm them. The creature kneeled, and Ellison was reminded of how Dairan had once begged him to be the young baron's teacher and mentor. The beast growled something, prompting Ellison to ask Rurin to translate. It turned out that the creature in front of them was very grateful for the rescue and wanted to repay their kindness and courage. The beast pointed to himself, asking them to follow him into the cave. Inside, little white kittens played with each other, releasing sharp fangs into their fur, rolling around playfully. Observing the kittens, Ellison understood why Rurin had gone out of her way to stop the orcs. They sat down on the cold stone floor at a makeshift table, waiting for the owner of the cave. But Ellison realized there was something more. This snowcat had a family and small children, and he was curious about what Rurin wanted to gain from this snowcat. The dragon explained that the cat could find treasure and silently inhaled the scent. At last, the beast brought something in its large paws as a gift to its rescuers. Rurin pulled her scarf higher over her nose from the stench, realizing it wasn't a treasure at all. The beast didn't understand their reaction, but Ellison stepped closer and suggested that Rurin was wrong. It was a treasure for them. Relief and joy spread on his face, as if fortune herself had smiled upon them. Meanwhile, under the hot sun, noise and turmoil filled the ruins. In the midst of it, Nagu, Hoburn and Darba couldn't understand why Nis had been urgently summoned and why they were being stared at menacingly. Nis did not answer. After a brief pause, he suddenly announced his intent to return Rurin to the sanctuary, sending shockwaves through the crowd, especially Hoburn. Nagu laughed, asking if Nis was looking for a partner too and saying he had a good choice. He mentioned that Rurin was pretty, but it reminded him that she was with a wizard named Ellison in the city of Grake. Nis lost his temper, clenching his teeth, and growled that he didn't like the situation and wanted to fix it, adding that they had made a promise to a human. He wanted to play on the self-esteem of those gathered, and added that Lord Dihegma had already given permission to proceed. As long as they had reason, they could attack. Despite Nis's words, the other dragons weren't entirely convinced and began to wonder what his plan was. Realizing that it couldn't just be a rush into battle against someone who had wiped out nearly their entire clan. Darba reminded them that a direct attack on humans was forbidden by agreement, except in the case of a revenge foe killing one of their kin, so everything had to be well thought out. Nagu added that for him, it did not make a sense that a archmage harming dragons. It might be a treaty made to save face for humans. But Nice countered by saying that Ellison was capable of many things, leaving both Darba and Hoburn in shock. They wondered whether the rumors from the war weren't just gossip and whether Ellison could indeed slay a bunch of powerful dragons by himself. At that moment, a voice offered help from behind, startling Nice. The black dragons were confused by the man imprisoned in a cage offering assistance. The man, a red dragon named Jard, with a magical collar around his neck, explained that he knew another red dragon near the town of Grake who could be helpful. The scene shifts. Ellison picked up the large item the beast cat had brought them. Though unfamiliar to Rurin, Ellison recognized it as truffles, a valuable ingredient they had been seeking. The beast cat was glad that guests appreciated the gift. These animals, it seemed, could find truffles buried in abundance, a skill that only they possessed since this was their food. Rurin, however, unaware of how expensive the delicacy was, threw one away due to the stench, leaving the beast dumbfounded. Ellison, thinking of ways to use the cat's skill to their advantage, asked Rurin to say a few words to their new friend. Ellison thanked the beast for the gift and added that he couldn't sit idly after receiving something so valuable. Rurin translated, and the wizard decided to appoint the animal as a guardian of the dragon's lair, asking if it wanted to leave the dangerous place and move to a peaceful town. Rurin grew angry, questioning Ellison's decision to involve the creature in their plans, but Ellison reassured her, saying that every den should have its own guardian. The cat, bowing again, accepted the idea. Though Ellison didn't understand what the cat was saying, he was certain it was something good. Meanwhile, Rurin, still upset, tried to remind him that the den was meant just for her and him. In another location, a sepulchral silence hung over an abandoned place filled with gold. Serena sat slumped on her throne, filled with sadness. She reflected on how she had confessed that all her wealth was an illusion, offering her debunkers what little was left. Ellison, attempting to make amends, apologized, saying he hadn't known the treasure was conjured by a spell. Rurin, in her usual rude manner, commented that the air in the backwater place seemed worse than before, making Ellison's efforts to cheer up the red dragon seem wasted. Serena then inquired about Rurin's lair, growing indignant when learning that Rurin didn't yet have one. The wizard tried to delicately ask Rurin to let her go. Serena wondered whether she should meet him again, so she could pass some time. Then she began playing with the crown on the floor with her foot, fully aware of what would happen after the meeting and how it would turn out. Soon, she felt bored and completely frustrated, torn between the difficult choice of quick but harmful feelings or boredom, and rotting alone in her lair. Suddenly, she heard some sounds in the den, indicating someone had arrived, which was confirmed as the footsteps grew louder and quieter. She assumed they might be Ellison and Rurin, so she sat down in a posture of complaint and wondered what those two wanted from her again and what they were going to ask this time. She added that they could have come earlier. However, then an all-too-familiar voice called out to Serena. She immediately recognized those tones, and her expression changed. Her ex-boyfriend stood in front of her, his face innocent. It had been so long since they had seen each other that it seemed like an eternity had passed. The girl lit up with anger, asking what Jard was doing there. She reminded him of the note they had ended on and wondered whether he had taken her threat as a joke. Jard began making excuses, saying it wasn't about the note and that he had something to say. He started talking about wanting to start over, which only made Serena flare up even more, her eyes already burning red with fury. Jard dramatically explained that after a while, he had realized Serena was the only one who loved him sincerely, and that, if she didn't mind, he wanted to spend the rest of his life with her. Serena, however, was far from calm. She demanded to know when he had gotten that idea in his head, feeling her teeth sharpen as her rage built up. In her anger, she began to transform into a dragon, and Xanda's tail appeared behind her back. She questioned why he hadn't thought about that when she had begged him not to leave, or perhaps when he disappeared without a word, or maybe when he attacked a human village and kidnapped a woman. A full-fledged dragon now stood in front of her ex, accusing him of not changing at all and remaining the same scum. Although the situation was terrifying, Jard didn't flinch. Serena realized he hadn't even come on his own, and Jard sarcastically commented that she was just as perceptive as ever and saw through everything. A nasty smirk appeared on his face. Suddenly, the roof began to crumble, with huge holes and rock debris flying down, nearly crushing everyone below. There was no shelter anymore. Jard remarked that the time had come and that the black dragons had launched their attack, leaving Serena with nowhere to escape from her not-so-beautiful fate. Dragons began emitting magical beams from their foreheads, aiming directly at Serena and surrounding her with destructive power. Serena was in shock, as she hadn't expected such a setup. She realized that no matter how strong she was, the black dragons had the advantage with their numbers. The red dragon backed up, clawing at the rock beneath her in confusion, not understanding how those creatures had disregarded the agreement they had made. She wondered whether those terrifying black dragons would ever be held accountable for the consequences of their actions. However, the black dragons only glared at her. Jard sarcastically asked his ex-girlfriend not to worry and began using magic against her, placing a magical block on her neck. He was confident that no one would know about the incident as long as Serena kept quiet. Serena shrieked in rage, breaking the magic circle and demanding how he dared use such pathetic magic against her, finding the situation ridiculous. Nis prepared to continue the attack and take it to its conclusion. Triumph was written on his face, while fear and horror filled Serena's expression as she realized what was about to happen to her with the strong magic being used against her. A bright purple light blinded everyone around them, followed by Serena's final scream as she suffered from the audacious attack on her lair. Back in the construction site of Rurin's lair, Gultizer looked up at the monster from the North Pole, which would be guarding the lair. It was unsettling, but not as frightening as he had expected, especially with babies sitting on its back. Ellison was delighted to explain that the monster was named Rurin and that they used to live in the north, meaning they'd need to maintain a cold environment in the lair. Rurin couldn't believe they had brought an entire family of monsters to her house over some mushrooms. She asked what they planned to do with the truffles, and Ellison, with a sly look, explained that this was the fun part. He elaborated that the truffles had a very pronounced flavor, which would change the taste of any dish they added it to. He believed the truffle would bring a new twist to their menu. However, the dragon was skeptical, doubting that guests would appreciate such an upgrade. The table was filled with various dishes: pizza, spaghetti, burger, meat, all garnished with truffle flavor and looking appetizing. The visitors, who were good friends of Ellison, were delighted with the taste, as they had never tasted anything like the truffle before. Some of them found it unusual and delicious, while others thought it was a new but good experience without being too excited. A few people like Rurin, Miltine, and Noel disliked the truffle and were tempted to spit it out due to the horrible taste. Ellison was a little upset but tried to keep a smile on his face. The reactions were mixed, and it seemed like introducing truffles to the main menu wouldn't be possible. While Elena asked for more, praising the truffle as awesome, Rurin suggested sticking to the regular menu and avoiding the nasty stuff altogether. It was logical to reserve the truffles for special guests who would appreciate them. Meanwhile, in Serena's lair, which was almost completely destroyed, the columns had crumbled as if made of paper, and the air was filled with heat. The black dragons stared at the remnants of magic in disbelief, realizing that Serena had managed to escape at the last moment using magical teleportation. This miscalculation in their plan could lead to complete failure, as Serena remained a living witness to their atrocity. They hadn't thought to prepare a backup plan or strengthen their current one, overconfident in the speed of their spell. It seemed as though Serena had prepared for their arrival in advance, as if she had known they were coming. Jard, in particular, was shocked, as this situation was different from anything they had anticipated, and now their failure could still be traced. One of them was able to trace the flow of magic from the lair, and there was no need to worry now. Everything could be fixed to their advantage. It turned out that this stream led to a lovely little town where the main characters lived and worked, a town that was currently watching the sunset, the city of Grake. Now, the question arose for the main originator of this whole act. What does Nis want them to do now? It was suggested that this time it was worth thinking everything over in more detail, and Nice only laughed. The fact that Serena had escaped to that place was considered great news. It seemed that they wouldn't have to go there on their own. She had just combined several points of the plan into one, making the job easier for them. Nice questioned Jard about whether he was sure she had no minions, and Jard confirmed with certainty that she didn't. He explained that Serena couldn't have escaped to the castle among the red dragons, and that she had always been a loner. Jard started shouting that he had come to see her because he felt sorry for her, but Nagu interrupted him, asserting that he saw them enslaving people. Nice then intervened, asking for everything to stop, stating that he wasn't interested in Jard anymore. He emphasized that all that was needed now was to make Ellison involved, and as his part of the bargain, he offered Jard a deal. In exchange for compliance, he would turn a blind eye to the mess Jard had made, but he expected him to leave quietly like a defeated dog. It was clear to them that she had no place to go, even though Serena had managed to escape. However, the fact remained that she had lost too much blood, and no matter how hard one looked at it, Serena was going to die. To avoid suspicion, it was suggested that Ellison could be framed as the one who killed the red dragon, as there was already a huge pool of blood on the floor. Meanwhile, there were sounds of arguments in the restaurant, despite the late hour and general tiredness. Rurin and Ellison were deciding what to do with the leftover mushrooms. Rurin suggested selling them while Elle objected, reasoning that some people liked them. Suddenly, the door opened, and a familiar voice was heard. Rurin seemed to recognize him immediately, while Ellison, washing the dishes, wasn't been expecting another visitor at that hour. A girl entered and asked if the place was a restaurant, and it turned out to be Serena. She mocked Rurin, reminding her of how she had spoken to her about her lair, though Serena noted that things weren't much better here. The guy recognized Serena as the red dragon from the mountains and was astonished, while Rurin was visibly angered, making it clear that Serena was not welcome and demanding to know why she was there. Serena didn't reveal the truth, merely stating that since it was a restaurant, she came to eat. She then commanded to be served food as quickly as possible, claiming she was rather busy. Though no one liked her tone, the saying, "the customer is always right," prevailed, even if Serena was being overly forward. Ellison quickly put the meat and truffles on the table, explaining that he had already prepared something and could serve it right away. However, due to the dish's specifics, he was uncertain if the red dragon would enjoy it. Serena, flirting, commented that the food did look good and was ready to try it, while Rurin, unable to contain her anger, slammed her mug on the table, demanding to know why Serena was there. In response, Serena simply smiled and coldly criticized the service. Then, noticing Rurin's earrings, she remarked that she hadn't seen them on her before, assuming they were a gift. Rurin, beaming with pride, boasted that the earrings were indeed a birthday gift. However, Serena, while chewing her food and savoring the taste, implied that the earrings, much like Ellison, were too good for Rurin. This elicited the desired reaction as Elle had to restrain Rurin from attacking Serena. Serena continued to stir things up, and Rurin acknowledged that Serena was probably jealous, as she could never love anyone or be loved. At this point, Serena began to reveal her true reasons for coming, admitting that she didn't have much time left but still found the food delicious. Sweat appeared on her face as nerves took over, and she commented that this incredibly appetizing dish was, unfortunately, perfect for the last meal of her life. Elle and Rurin were shocked, not understanding the meaning behind Serena's words. She confessed that she had never known what it was like to have sincere feelings for someone. She had always wanted to understand if love existed or if it was merely a fleeting delusion. Serena continued to eat, her hand trembling, her anxiety intensifying. She explained that she had met many dragons, elves, and even humans, and while she had often mentioned that among the dragons, she understood humans the best. In the end, it was a waste of time. She snapped her fingers, tears in her eyes, a sad expression on her face, though her lips formed a slight smile as she admitted she just didn't want to be alone. As her hair shifted, it revealed the damage from an attack on her back, ironically inflicted by her kind, who had betrayed her. Ellison was horrified upon seeing this and began to realize that Serena hadn't come to the restaurant for a late dinner. She seemed like she had more pressing matters, and instead of seeking love, perhaps she should have been focused on something else, such as cooking. However, her speech was abruptly cut off as she collapsed from her chair, hitting the floor and splattering blood. Rurin and Ellison were terrified. This was the first time something like this had happened in their establishment. For a moment, they froze, their minds unable to process what to do. Ellison knelt beside her, while Rurin noted that Serena's wounds were too deep, so deep that even a dragon couldn't recover from them. It was clear that panic was setting in, as the girl was dying. She had concealed her injuries with magic, but Ellison couldn't comprehend it. Suddenly, a large red portal opened outside the restaurant, so bright that it hurt to look at. A foot, clad in iron armor, stepped onto the ground. These men had come to see Ellison on an important matter. After all, the Arch-Mage had crossed a line by daring to kill the red dragon. Rurin and Ellison sensed that there were people outside, and something told them it wasn't a good thing. Sensing the energy, they realized that the newcomers were all dragons. It became clear that these creatures were involved in the near death of Serena and were looking to pin the blame on Ellison. With Serena unconscious, like a dying ember, Rurin insisted they take her to Elena, stating that the red-haired girl had been betrayed and might know something. Rurin opened a portal, recalling the address of the medicine elf, while Ellison donned his cloak and prepared to confront the unexpected visitors. Determined and serious, he declared his intent to greet them. The restaurant door creaked open, and Ellison peeked out with a mix of caution and sarcasm, wondering aloud what he had done to deserve the honor of such distinguished guests. He didn't want to start a conflict immediately, preferring to understand their intentions first. The red dragons, in human forms, stood before him. One of them, already casting a spell, introduced himself as Baint and sent a mark flying straight for the door, forcing it open with a loud noise to ensure that Ellison wouldn't try to hide anything inside. The grim atmosphere, the overturned chair, and the fresh pool of blood on the floor served as damning evidence. Ellison, realizing how things looked, had nothing more to say but suggested discussing the situation over tea. However, the dragons were in no mood for conversation. They shifted into their true forms and prepared to kill Ellison right then and there. Eye for an eye, teeth for teeth, and evil for an evil. Magic beams were directed at him, and the Arch-Mage simply closed the door with his foot, pulling his hood over his head, ready to take the blow and retaliate. It was clear that the creatures had made their choice. Outside, the fresh scent of the night filled the air, with leaves blowing across the dark ground, muffling unnecessary sounds. Meanwhile, for black dragons hidden in the woods sensed the magic coming from the restaurant, realizing that Ellison seemed to be holding his own better than expected. No one had suspected that the red dragon would use such a technique against a wizard, and one of them was trying to remember the name of their ringleader. Nice, on the other hand, recalled that he was chief among the younger generation of red dragons and just perfect for this plan. These creatures were united, not taken separately, though they were fixated on reputation. If their race was attacked, they would rush to fight back, which was happening now. Two red dragons were determined not to let anyone cross their path without fear. Ellison, however, was feeling at least some drag. He knew that if he had managed to slaughter many before, he could manage it again. He did not doubt that. He had easily held back the fire that had been heading toward him and hadn't been hit by any of the enemy's attacks so far. The dragons weren't about to give up either and kept adding strength, intending to flatten him immediately. Ellison raised his hand, and his body became enveloped in magical energy. He thought it was time to change locations and that for a while, he would need to let his defenses down a bit to switch to spell creation. He realized that there could be a setup and how dangerous this altercation was, so he asked the red dragon for his thoughts, knowing that neither of them wanted interference. Meanwhile, Elena was sitting in her hospital, doing her business, when suddenly a portal opened in the room. It was unexpected, and she froze in anticipation of who had come, not expecting to see Rurin. Rurin's face showed panic and terror from the inside out, and in her arms was a wounded stranger showing no signs of life. The elven girl immediately realized it was a dragon, and Rurin quickly urged her to ask fewer questions as they tried to save Serena from death. Elena began to worry for the patient's life and immediately took to work, realizing that she first needed to stop the bleeding before starting full treatment. A bright green light burst from the elf's hands, spreading across the room and illuminating every dark corner of her home. The dragons and Ellison were locked in place, the field, the stars, and the bright linen in the sky ready for the conflict to continue. The red dragon taunted his opponent, suggesting that this was the perfect place to bury a wizard. Ellison, on the other hand, remained silent, needing to think quickly. He didn't want this pain to end with any loss of life. Ellison believed that these individuals thought the Arch-Mage had killed the red dragon, but he was certain someone else had set it up. It was unclear who had orchestrated the act so thoroughly. Since Serena had been mostly wounded by someone, Ellison couldn't believe those now seeking revenge had anything to do with the dirty deal. He suspected they, too, were victims caught in the trap. If this was the case, there was still a chance to resolve the situation with words rather than violence over a misunderstanding. So he requested that the dragons calm down, at least for a moment, and listen. The Arch-Mage wanted to explain when Baint, overwhelmed with anger, interrupted him, questioning if Ellison was looking down on him. He was enraged, believing Ellison was trying to conceal the fact that it was red dragon blood. Despite this, the wizard wanted to solve everything diplomatically. He did not deny that a red dragon had come to his restaurant, but the dragon had already been wounded, and no one had touched her. Now they were trying to save Serena. Why would an assassin cure a victim after trying to kill them? Baint, shocked, noted that if she was still alive, they should rush to her immediately. Ellison responded that, unfortunately, it was likely not possible, based on what he had deduced about the group's involvement. Serena was unconscious and told him she was betrayed. Suddenly, a massive dragon paw appeared in the air, aiming at him. It was Jard, realizing that his and the Black Dragon's plan was starting to crumble. Ellison, however, managed to shield himself. Jard, seething with fake anger, demanded to know how much longer they were going to listen to Ellison's spineless chatter. He reminded them why they were all there, accusing Ellison of having killed Serena. Jard claimed that Serena had told him everything herself. Ellison had tried to kick her out of the lair, and when she refused, she had been attacked. Now, the other dragons were in a difficult situation, trying to figure out where the truth lay and what weighed on Ellison's conscience. Ellison protested that he didn't even know Serena's name, and it became clearer to him that he had been set up. The dragons, however, were not backing down. They had formed their own beliefs about the situation and didn't trust Ellison. They couldn't understand how he dared lie his way out of the situation. Baint had heard enough and didn't want to know more, visibly frustrated. Ellison was growing more nervous, anger swelling in his face, with no way to end the misunderstanding. Ellison concluded that Jard must be directly involved in the setup. He had lied about something that simply couldn't have happened. Ellison pointed out that if they had truly cared about her, they shouldn't have left her alone. After all, she had been left in a terrible state, and Ellison asked whether Serena even knew where her shrine was. Meanwhile, he prepared a suitable spell. The dragons, no longer listening to the words, advanced towards Ellison, determined to attack. They demanded that he shut his mouth and stop talking nonsense as they opened their mouths to unleash a wave of fire that devoured everything around them. They accused Ellison of knowing nothing about dragons and questioned his right to speak. A jet of fire was sent his way, but El dodged it with ease. The Arch-Mage advised them to avoid using that argument, suggesting that pretending to care about Serena was hypocrisy of the highest order. The two forces clashed on equal footing, and it was unclear who would emerge victorious. Despite Ellison's protests that he didn't know much about the situation, the dragons were exhausted and nervous, pinned against the wall. Ellison couldn't relax or let his strength wane, despite being one of the strongest wizards. Now, with the dragons more powerful than ever, Jard couldn't understand why the man had such strong magic and began to worry. Their entire plan seemed on the verge of collapsing, and he feared the black dragons, who had already kept him in a cage. Suddenly, amidst the ash and smoke, four silhouettes appeared. These figures could shift the tide of the battle, though not toward the truth. It was Nis and his retinue, appearing mystical and mysterious under the moonlight. The lead figure, with a snide smile, questioned how a mere human dared to attack a mighty dragon. Baint recognized Nis but couldn't fathom why the black dragons were present. They explained they had sensed the flow of mana and had decided to join. They believed that lying so masterfully was unacceptable, though they acknowledged no one could verify the truth of the claims. A look of shock crossed Ellison's face, hidden beneath his hood, as he realized he recognized Nis, or at least his name seemed all too familiar. He didn't concentrate on the fight for a while. The dragon, on the other hand, was surprised at this reaction. He hadn't known that the Arch-Mage could recognize him, and he became curious as to how it was possible. Nis began to reincarnate into dragon form, indicating that he had also heard of the wizard, and if his memory served him correctly, the Arch-Mage was quite strong compared to other humans. The guy's hands had already transformed into huge clawed paws. El put his hand to his chin and began to contemplate his next move. It seemed that he would now have to change his plans, a realization that did not bring him much joy, as coming up with something both quick and effective was essential. Nis fully transformed into a dragon, a noble, enormous, and beautiful creature, filled with arrogance toward his opponent. Nis believed that Ellison, being merely human, would have to face the consequences for showing disrespect to their race. Elena was breathing heavily, her hands trembling, and she had no strength left for anything. The work had been too long and hard. The sheet on the couch was soaked in blood, and dark blood dripped thickly down to the floor. Then the dreaded words in this situation were uttered, words of regret from Elena. She was shivering, trying to come to her senses, though it was quite difficult. She apologized for her efforts not yielding the proper results, but she was doing the best she could. However, there was no point in continuing. It was too late to save Serena. She was left to live out her unconscious moments, having lost the last drops of blood. Watching this girl lying almost breathless in the hospital, with no chance of recovery, was simply unbearable. But Rurin wasn't one to give up halfway through. She couldn't accept the fact that it wasn't going to work out. She was mostly driven by the idea that somewhere out there, El was fighting, risking his life. Still, he couldn't stand to see an innocent human or dragon, whatever his character was. The girl grabbed Elena's hand rather roughly, something she hadn't expected. It wasn't out of an attempt to support, comfort, or a desire to touch at such a terrible moment. To do what she intended, energy began to flow from Rurin to Elena, enveloping them in purple energy. She believed it was never too late to surrender. The elven girl couldn't understand what had just happened to her. There was no response from Rurin, who simply ordered her to continue treating Serena. According to Rurin, otherwise they would lose not only resources but also precious time. She assured Elena that they needn't worry about the mana, stating that they wouldn't run out. Back in the field, the black dragons also joined the fight. They certainly weren't listening to El's chatter, focusing instead on ending the fight as quickly as possible and getting rid of their opponent, blowing all their strength on him. The Arch-Mage was able to react quickly, lifting the huge blocks of stone that the creatures had struck from the ground and crouching down to cover himself from the unexpected wounds. The guy realized he could kill them, believing that would create a break. However, he also recognized that even if Serena survived, there would still be trouble. There were too many creatures, and he knew something had to be thought of quickly. One thing he understood for sure, it was impossible to act very decisively now, and it would be best to use his trump cards only at the critical moment, avoiding showing his full capabilities too early. Suddenly, he spread his arms wide, and the color of his usual magic changed from blue to yellow. A strong rush of air gave an epic sense to the scene as Ellison ripped the ground beneath him and lifted it into the sky. His movement confused his opponents, who hadn't expected such a turn. Now, those who had caused all this chaos no longer doubted Dihegma's words, realizing that they had underestimated him. They didn't imagine how such an idiot could become so strong in just a few minutes. The dragon began creating a very strong spell and asked his fellow creatures to cover him so that no wizard could attack unexpectedly. Taking advantage of the moment, an impossibly huge ball of energy appeared in the sky, illuminating everything around it with dark magic and light. Those who had orchestrated the trap began taunting Ellison, questioning how he intended to stop it. Meanwhile, Ellison became visibly nervous, though his expression remained unchanged. He understood how bad the situation had become. The red dragons weren't idle either. They were working as a cover, determined not to let Ellison escape. They believed he had to die after the assassination attempt on their kin. They threw fire beams at him, which almost reached the wizard, but he managed to defend himself with his magic. Nice felt an immense sense of satisfaction, realizing that this was the end of the fight and Ellison's life. Soon, he thought he would be able to take Rurin home. Suddenly, a voice was heard from the heavens, ordering an immediate halt. The timing was impeccable. At that very moment, when Ellison seemed doomed, portals began to open in the air, and they were called fools for starting another war. The newcomers criticized them, calling them foolish for stirring trouble once again, after everyone had celebrated the agreement not too long ago. It was apparent that the dragons, especially the red ones, were anxious. The men who appeared were also dragons. They couldn't understand how the others had forgotten that everyone celebrated the conclusion of the agreement. Before them stood the red dragon elder Dedank and the black dragon elder, Metadana. Metadana expressed his displeasure at their decision to organize a fight once again, as they often did. He demanded an explanation for what was happening. Ellison felt incredibly relieved that they had arrived so quickly, not expecting to be so happy to see the elder dragon. However, Nice wasn't pleased with their arrival. He realized that their plan had started to fall apart. He considered using all his strength to turn back into El. His mind was racing with panic about what to do, but his face remained calm, showing no signs of doubt. He placed his hand on his heart in a gesture of respect for the elder dragons. Nice, however, didn't appreciate Ellison's attempt to shift responsibility and believed that if Ellison thought the elder would protect him, he was mistaken. Nice noted that Rurin was the elder's granddaughter, and he had personally come for her. Inside, Nice felt a nasty sense of victory and satisfaction. The black dragon realized that Ellison's beliefs were mere fantasies. It was clear that the red dragon wouldn't survive, and if the third squad announced that the Arch-Mage had killed the red dragon, the elder wouldn't need any further persuasion. They would all be executed, as Nice had anticipated. El had faith that Rurin and Elena would save Serena at any cost, confident that things would turn out well for him and his friends. Elena, meanwhile, was doing everything in her power. She was sweating and using up all her energy, deeply nervous about the heavy responsibility in her hands. She looked at Serena's wounds in shock, noting how much blood the patient had lost. In such cases, survival seemed impossible, yet Elena continued working, hoping for the best. Suddenly, Rurin, who had been transferring mana to Elena, questioned whether her understanding of the situation was correct. She noted that despite lending her mana, Elena's magic didn't grow any stronger. When Elena confirmed this, Rurin, despite her dislike for Serena, said that saving her was necessary. They needed Serena as a witness since Ellison had fallen into their trap. Rurin suggested a change of plan, explaining that they needed to synchronize their mana so that the dragon-level mana would flow through the healer. Rurin didn't hide the danger, explaining that if Elena couldn't convert the energy into healing magic, the overwhelming force would tear her apart. Elena was terrified. She wasn't sure if she was ready to sacrifice her life to save someone else. Rurin escalated the pressure, making it clear that the choice was Elena's alone. The elf's heart trembled, and her hands shook even more as she faced the enormity of the decision. Only now, it wasn't from expelling energy but from the fear of making such a choice. Still, she chose to choose the other person, and Rurin praised her, noting that she liked her determination and courage, and immediately advised her to pull herself together. Immediately, the blonde felt as if a wave of sharp blades and electric current was sent through her body, and her head seemed to be squeezed and break her skull. Her limbs became heavy and cotton-like. Her body did not yield to itself, as if in a strong alcoholic intoxication. Everything around seemed unstable. She couldn't endure such a thing. The magical power was so heavy that, on her wand, the elf's magic seemed like mere dust in comparison. At that moment, Elena, as if a puppet in Rurin's hands through which all her energy was being transferred, felt she couldn't bear it. She attempted to stand up, but it didn't work. She then screamed, asking Rurin to slow the mana flow, warning that otherwise, there would be 2 corpses present. Elena felt she couldn't withstand it any longer. The dragon remained tough and ruthless, commanding and ordering the elf to get up immediately. As additional motivation, she reminded Elena that she was a healer, and it was her job to save people, not to whine like a snot-nosed child. Tears appeared in her eyes as she realized she had signed up for this herself. She knew that if she took a step back, her hand would be torn to pieces, and she had no choice but to move forward. Following the dragon's advice to increase the pressure of the magic, Elena managed to control her legs and rise. She became serious and tried to gather all her strength to see it through to the end. Elena then began to create a new spell, aware that it was necessary to use all her mana to fully commit to it. Clenching her teeth, she fought against the pressure from the dragon's side. Suddenly, such an amount of energy burst from her hands that it seemed as though her clinic was about to be blown apart into nothing but pebbles and branches. For a moment, she lost control of her thoughts, and her mind went blank. But everything was proceeding as it should. The wounds were starting to drain slowly, and there was significantly less blood. There was every chance that Serena would survive. Rurin, not wanting to waste all her life resources for that red dragon, ordered her to get up and help herself if she wanted to live. Serena struggled to open her eyes, her head feeling heavy, and the pain from her wounds was noticeable as they began to heal. She realized she had to summon the full power of the dragon to make things at least a little easier for her rescuers. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the Elder had already learned everything, or rather, the ridiculous story that Ellison had killed the red dragon Serena, and that the other red dragon had come to avenge and punish him for it. As events unfolded, the black dragon had seen him and decided to assist. The entire story was fabricated by scoundrels, and now, with a nonchalant expression, they were recounting the story to Grandpa of Rurin. Baint couldn't understand why the elders were waiting, as he already knew Ellison's entire restaurant was covered in Serena's blood. He believed that if Ellison were a normal person, they wouldn't have harmed him. But Ellison's situation and position were different. He had become a real dragon slayer and had decided to use his power, as he had during the war. Ellison tried to explain that he simply invited the red dragon for tea, and nothing more. However, Jard objected, claiming to have seen the Arch-Mage melt down Serena, and he challenged them to enter the restaurant if they didn't believe him. Ellison understood that the setup was working well because there was no Serena, and there were no witnesses on his side, only his words against those of a group of black dragons. Dihegma finally realized what Nisa's plan was. It became clear that not only had the black dragons assisted in the fight, but even if Ellison were cleared of all charges, they would remain in a strong position. Dedank then added, pointing out that Serena's lair was near the town of Grake, and they couldn't rule out her involvement. The older men were urged to consider this carefully. Metadana looked at Ellison and was struck by how assertive the dragons were being. He asked if El had nothing to say in opposition. The situation was absurd, and he didn't know how to respond. He explained that it wasn't his fault but didn't reveal everything, such as the fact that the red dragon had already been wounded. He suspected that someone had set him up, especially based on what Jard said. He mentioned that it was delusional to think he had killed Serena, given that her lair was near the town of Grake. However, anyone involved in the war knew for certain that Ellison would never kill a dragon for such a ridiculous reason. He acted only out of necessity, not for enjoyment or out of hatred for dragons. Ellison asked for confirmation from Elder Dadank, who reluctantly admitted it was true. Though it was a sad memory, it was essential, as Ellison had always been honest and decent. His only rule during the war had been not to harm the uninvolved, and he had never broken that moral code. The Arch-Mage's expression had become threatening, as if rekindled by the flames that had once consumed the town of Grake. Even if people remembered that red dragons had participated in the war and had killed innocent people, his friends, partners, and colleagues, it was absurd to accuse Ellison of killing Serena simply because she lived nearby. Baint became agitated and shouted that it was a one-sided conflict. Ellison's second argument was that the black dragons had joined the fight as soon as the attack had begun. He questioned how they had become so close, as if they had been waiting for something to happen. Nis, on the other hand, had stuck to the notion that they had felt strange magic. They metaphorically threw a stone at Ellison's garden, asking what he had been implying. But for Metadana, everything was clear. The wizard had declared that the dragons had prepared a trap, and now the situation had taken on different colors. Ellison, thrilled that his trail of thought had been understood, felt the pressure lessen. Deadank, however, had become enraged and demanded proof beyond Ellison's words. Ellison smirked, sensing the portal behind him opening. Rurin's portal. This meant that everything would soon become evident. He asked whether they would prefer hearing from a direct witness, knowing it would be a shock. There was no chance for the perpetrators to escape justice, and everyone would testify. The realization dawned only now, and in all their planning, they had failed to consider this possibility. Nis's underlings couldn't comprehend how the Red Dragon Girl survived or what was happening, let alone how to clean up the mess. Jard stared at the portal entrance, unable to believe his eyes. It was Serena, completely recovered. Full of vigor and energy, Serena, in her usual arrogant way, sarcastically remarked how amazed she was at how many people cared about her. Behind her stood Rurin and Elena, who had rescued her. Elena appeared worried about what was happening. She looked at Ellison, who praised Elena for her timely actions. But Elena was nervous, noting how many dragons and higher beings stood before her. Rurin boasted about using synchronization magic, explaining that normal magic couldn't heal the dragon's wounds. Rurin had managed it, despite having only recently learned the technique from Ellison. The outcome even caught Rurin by surprise. While Rurin was praising Elena, she mentioned that she felt familiar magic. Meanwhile, Nis didn't think his plan could fall apart so dramatically. He wondered what was going to happen to him now. Everything he had just said felt like crumbling because of Serena's survival. Ellison leaned over to Rurin, trying to make sense of it all. The last thing she wanted to hear was that Nis orchestrated the entire thing, and Elle asked her to wait a moment, as he had an idea. With joy, Ellison had asked Serena how she was feeling. Serena responded with naive positivity, saying she was fine, thanks to Ellison and his team. However, he soon landed a light punch on her head. Not a strong one, but just enough to help her think better. It seemed the girl didn't quite grasp what was going on or was pretending not to. The red dragon had passed out in the restaurant, bleeding, and she needed to explain herself immediately. Rubbing her head, Serena had begun to whine about how he was treating a dying person. She exposed the black dragons that were already levitating in the air, along with Nis involved. Jard, who suddenly disappeared somewhere, had run off with his tail tucked between his legs like a cowardly rat. But that wasn't important right now. The five had burst into Serena's lair and wedged her there, but the elf and black dragon healed her at Elle's request. They were her saviors, not her killers. Now the key figures stood around, trying to think things through, while the red dragon elder grew increasingly nervous. She then turned to Ellison and asked if such recognition was enough, and the Arch-Mage replied that it was. However, Rurin wished they had been praised more. Deadank began yelling the wizard's name at the top of his voice, with anger and rage burning in his eyes. It seemed the conflict was about to continue, and even head toward the Arch-Mage, who had snapped out of his position quickly. But surprising them, Baint asked for pardon because of what he had done horrible to him, and the red dragon was willing to accept any punishment. Ellison only noticed the man apologizing as he had hastily made his decision. Well, Ellison had forgiven him. It was clearer now that it was the black dragons who had lied. Nis was speechless. He didn't understand what to do, and his underlings began shouting that they could explain everything to the elder. Metadana wasn't willing to listen to the excuse. He wasn't in the mood for that. There was a mask of terror and anger on his face. These guys were done for. He calmly asked Nis why he had broken the agreement, but Nis didn't hear the question. Or rather, he had perceived it, but there was no proper answer, only a non-acceptance that the girl just couldn't be cured. He was starting to feel angry. If this mage was that strong, why had it been like this? It was completely incomprehensible, and that was what pissed him off the most. He began to transform into a dragon, losing control of himself. It pissed him off that the man had so much power. While Ellison was happily chatting with his friends, celebrating the victory, Nis gathered all his power and began to pick up the wind. Then, he exploded with anger and screamed out of control. He didn't understand why he was being ignored, and how a mere human dared to do such a thing. A stream of dragon magic was already heading toward Ellison. Seemed like one more second, and the guy would be gone. Fortunately, Ellison had time to react and shoved Rurin away so that she wouldn't get hurt. It was already his first reaction to any danger, to protect the girl. There was a sharp sensation in his body. He clenched his teeth in pain. The blow came straight to his side and spilled energy throughout his cells, and Nis showed his true beastly personality. Not just a dragon, but someone mean and nasty. Rurin wasn't able to look at it. She wasn't able to move for a while. It was just terror inside, and quite soon, Ellison was lying on his back, unconscious, with a lot of blood emanating from him. Elena was also just out of breath. She had forgotten what was even happening. A chill ran through her body, and her arms and legs went numb from the stress. Ellison gave no sign of life, no sound, no movement, absolutely nothing. Rurin ran up, hands shivering, and began to call out for her friend. She didn't understand what was wrong with El or how to help him. She began to examine the spot that was hit. It was blood, a pool of blood. He was in a similar state as Serena was just a short time ago. The shivering through Rurin's body intensified. Tears rolled from her eyes, unable to get it into her head that this was happening here and now. She began to blame herself, not understanding why he pushed her away. Baint asked Nis what the sudden and sneaky strike from the back had been. He questioned whether there was a drop of pride in him and where it had all gone. Nis shouted, saying this would pay off his sins. He screamed, justifying it by saying that he had saved the dragon race by killing that human. It was incredibly surprising what he had even meant, what it had to do with the horrible thing that had just happened. He had been seized with madness. He ordered everyone around him to open their eyes, convinced that there was no need to inherit some silly agreement. He asked them to think hard about why the Lord had not come into the world. Was it not to spread their influence? No one did anything but listen to him. While Elena had tried to heal Ellison, Rurin leaned to him. She had no expression on her face, and a terrible mess had been going on in her head. Then Rurin raised her head and suggested to Elena that to synchronize her mana again. Tears had been running down Rurin's cheeks, and she was mumbling something with a distraught look. She asked Ellison to get up, looking at the blood on her hands. Without him, their den would have been empty. There was emptiness and pain in her speech. But Nis was even more insane than he looked. He thought that Rurin's expression suited her much better. Then, flashing a wicked grin with a note of triumph, he had told the elf that any action had been futile, all because the wound was much worse and more serious than with Serena. Even though his mana level was the same as a dragon's, he was still human, and her magic wouldn't help at all. He just couldn't survive a direct hit. That nasty speech of his was interrupted by Serena, who smiled at him. She asked if the black dragon had thought so, then confirmed that Nis was pathetic as he was just a master of backstabbing, since he had done that to her too. Then, she turned to Rurin, leaning over and calling her silly. Serena knew she was scared but questioned why she hadn't felt anything, trying to push the right thought. When she realized that Ellison's power didn't go anywhere. It was the opposite, his power had only gotten stronger. The wound had begun to glisten and sparkle. Who would have thought that the red-haired girl, who had been arrogant and had tried to anger Rurin all along, would now be wiping her tears with her hand and asking her not to cry and not to get upset too early. Suddenly, a huge blue beam of energy erupted from Ellison's body like a geyser from the ground, promising no imminent end to his fight. Nis stood there with shock on his face and, dazed for a moment, thought that he had already won and done everything he wanted to do. He believed he would take Rurin quietly. Medidin was surprised too. He had never seen such power from a human before. It was all about the ancient marble that now rose into the air. Ellison stood alive, unharmed, as if he hadn't just lain there with a huge bleeding wound on his side and back. He admitted that he had made a wager and immediately tucked the ball in his hands. His voice became cold and menacing as light emanated from the ancient artifact, creating a huge vortex of air that blew away even the stones. Ellison believed that, with this energy, only an archmage could handle it. Bright blue wings appeared behind his back, all because he thought the dragons would give up halfway through. But as it turned out, Nis attacked him, thinking it was the right thing to do, though it had been a fatal mistake. Rurin couldn't believe her eyes as her tears dried up little by little, and her eyes widened. Ellison placed his hand, enveloped in energy, on her head to calm her down. He smiled, asking her to watch everything carefully, promising to show her how to get out of situations like this. Meanwhile, Nis felt the stress and his loss as shock took over him. He couldn't comprehend how he had made such a fatal error, falling directly into his opponent's hands. It became clear that the power and magic of the black dragon were enough to awaken the ancient orb. The wings behind his back grew larger and brighter. No one would have thought that a blow from behind, infused with such tremendous energy, would change the course of events so dramatically, reversing the situation entirely for the Arch-Mage. The orb sparkled and grew fully charged with magic. Fortunately, Nis's blow had landed on Ellison's side, where the artifact's light had protected him, though the magic wasn't enough to kill the wizard. The sneaky dragon, however, wasn't able to think clearly. Anger pounded in his brain, blocking sensible thoughts and causing him to grit his sharp teeth. He transformed into a dragon, creating an even larger spell in the form of a sphere that he intended to use to finish what he had started. He threatened that even if Ellison used all his mana, it wouldn't help him, and he would finish Ellison in front of everyone. But Ellison wasn't ready to give up. He grasped the beams of energy as if they were just ribbons and not the black dragon's most powerful magic. He believed the dragon's breath was too weak to harm him and felt confident that dispelling the spell would cost him nothing, saving both his life and the lives of his friends. Ellison created a magic circle on his hand, recalling the terms of the agreement. However, he knew that he was not as rash and stupid as his opponents. Reflecting on the situation, Ellison reasoned that murder, kidnapping, and other aggressive acts towards other races were forbidden, and retaliatory actions were only allowed when lives were threatened. As the magic flowed upwards, Ellison remained committed to abiding by the rules of the agreement. He turned to Nis and authorized him to endure if he could. In the sky, a massive bundle of energy created a fiery spectacle. He had no escape. Nis observed as death approached. He realized that dodging was impossible. He hadn't accepted that Ellison, an ordinary human, had somehow gained such power. As the fire burned, Nis shouted, declaring that Ellison was a mere pathetic person. But those were his final words. He dissolved into flames, feeling the agony of the burning fire. When the flames finally died down, all that remained of the dragon were huge embers, radiating heat and steam into the air. The once mighty creature was burned and crushed by a massive meteor-like rock. Only its tail and wings remained visible. Nis's minions couldn't believe what had just happened. Horror and fear filled them as they realized that the wizard, who had recently become something akin to a dragon himself, had killed their leader as if he were nothing more than a gnat rather than a fearsome beast. Ellison then glanced fondly at Rurin. His earlier anger had subsided, and now he looked at her as if she were family. He suggested that they head home quickly, remarking that after such an evening, they both deserved a good rest. Rurin, however, sat still, biting her lips to keep from crying. Despite her efforts, she couldn't hold back her tears, feeling defenseless after nearly losing someone so close to her. Everything around them was still burning, warming the air. Without hesitation, the girl rushed to Ellison, hugging him tightly. She felt ready to leave immediately, but what mattered most was that she was with him. Her faith in miracles had been restored, and she realized how attached she had become to him after the ordeal. No one there added any words to the decision made. Follow-up actions were taken by the elders. Nagu, Darba, and Hoburn were sentenced to be imprisoned in the deepest part of the sacred ground for 3,000 years. Those who committed sins were punished, and those who suffered were compensated. Baint personally repaired the lair of Serena and also added a lot of treasure as there were so few. Serena nervously laughed and said that those nasty black dragons had stolen all her treasure. Then she asked the whereabouts of Jard. Baint informed her that the chase team was pursuing him. He became angry while saying that when he caught him he would make sure that Jard paid for his sins. Serena sighed and wished him good luck. Back at the restaurant, Rurin remained unsettled. She sat with her cheeks puffed out in displeasure. When Ellison asked her what was wrong, she initially stayed silent, turning her back to him in frustration. Eventually, she couldn't hold back any longer and blurted out that Ellison was foolish, remarking that if Nice was just a little stronger, Ellison would have died before the ancient orb was awakened. Ellison realized that his actions had been reckless, and he felt remorse for putting Rurin through such an experience. He recognized that she had been trying to uplift him, even though she was deeply affected by what had happened. Suddenly, Ellison reached out to Rurin, surprising her. The girl shuddered at his unexpected touch. Sitting on the bed, he hugged her tightly. Rurin, overwhelmed with embarrassment, asked quietly what he was doing. In a caring voice, Ellison apologized, admitting that he should have considered her feelings first. He explained that he should have told her about his plan from the beginning. Rurin, blushing deeply, felt her heart fluttering, and it became clear that her feelings for Ellison went beyond. Their intimate moment was interrupted by Metadana, who suddenly appeared and startled them. He remarked that he had enough of this kind of closeness. Rurin, frustrated, wished the moment could have lasted longer. Rurin punched her grandfather in the face, deciding that she wasn't going to handle his interruption peacefully, even if he was an elder. Elle felt embarrassed, as he was the one who had personally summoned him. Rurin, surprised by her actions, realized she had just slapped Metadana for no reason. Metadana checked to see if his face was okay. The older man tried to find out what the matter was and the reason for such an invitation and such hospitality. It was about the awakening of the ancient orb, and that was what Ellison wanted to discuss. He became abruptly serious and insistent. After some time, Ellison poured an alcoholic beverage into a beautiful glass to treat the guests and make discussions in a more pleasant environment. Metadana asked what it was, to which Elle revealed that the drink was called whiskey. Ellison had had it for a long time but had only gotten it now because it was precious. Metadana was trying this alcohol for the first time and was trying to appreciate the flavor of the drink as best he could. The man immediately had an epiphany. This was something he had never felt before. For him, the drink was like a spring breeze with a floral aroma. It was light and refreshing. The whiskey seemed to be aged for a long period and had a deep combination of several flavors. He could not think that humans could have such alcohol. Ellison was surprised that Metadana could guess that the drink was infused for anywhere from 60 to 70 years, just by taking one sip. This kind of sense was truly monstrous. Rurin became very curious about this flavor. She thought it must be amazing and was ready to quietly grab a bottle to try. But Ellison noticed this attempt and immediately thwarted it by tapping the dragon on the head and warning her that it was strong alcohol and she would get drunk instantly. Rurin began to complain that the wizard only allowed her beer. Metadana found it rather amusing to take such drastic action, thinking that sometimes Ellison forgot they were dragons since she dared to do something like that. The Arch-Mage slightly misunderstood this claim and asked what the big deal was and whether it was some kind of charge. Metadana took another sip of alcohol and assumed that such harsh discipline was the hallmark of the guy after the war, and it was from it that he had adopted such a principle. Then, he added that earlier that day, the wizard had made a big deal of killing Nice in front of everyone. Rurin was very angry and resentful, assuring them that if Ellison hadn't done it, she would have. She didn't look at it. She just killed it. Ellison then added that despite the feat, he had almost died, and it wasn't a very pleasant memory. The older man noticed this attempt to suddenly start acting innocent, though Ellison had said not to interfere after Nice's surprise attack. He shouldn't have revealed this secret in front of Rurin, so Ellison just coughed in response to her surprise. When someone absorbs an ancient orb, they gain power beyond that of other dragons. By absorbing an orb, dragons gain power and authority over other species, and when absorbing 3 orbs, these creatures gain power over all in general. During the last war, Ellison, if Metadana's memory did not fail, had absorbed 2 ancient orbs, and if he had appropriated another one to his body as well as the Lord's heart, then it turned out to be exactly what the Elder had just been talking about. Ellison had gained absolute power by absorbing all 3 orbs, but there was one problem: he was not a dragon. If he were, he would have been the strongest of all, and it would have been a real threat to him and his friends. Ellison had a question about the ancient orbs. What would happen if more such artifacts suddenly appeared? Metadana explained that this rarely happened. When a dragon became a true lord, the ancient orbs no longer appeared. Even if a few ancient artifacts were saved for later, they would all disappear when the true lord was born. Moreover, it had never happened before that a person had absorbed 3 ancient orbs, so it was very hard to say for sure. But the Elder was more interested not in solving this question and finding an answer, but in understanding why such a question had arisen in the first place. Ellison explained that it seemed to him that some people wanted to bring the Lord back to life. It was incredibly shocking to Metadana, who had never suspected such a thing, simply because, in his view, no sane person would want to revive someone who would give the dragons the power to destroy humanity. Rurin guessed if they attacked the dwarves in the dungeon. El agreed. Then he told Metadana that some dragons were constantly attacking the place where he had found the ancient orb. Everything should be checked, and the Elder was willing to do so, realizing the importance of this action. Then the old dragon suggested that this was why Ellison had absorbed the ancient orb in front of everyone. His gaze becoming serious and shrewd. The guy confirmed it, explaining that if there were people who wanted the Lord reborn, they would have to aim for him, as the ancient orb would not appear as long as the wizard was alive. Rurin was becoming more and more insightful with each passing moment, and Metadana now realized that Ellison had made himself the bait. Just when he wanted to make a point about the Arch-Mage being very arrogant, he was immediately smacked upside the head by his granddaughter, who wouldn't allow anyone to berate Ellison in front of her. The Elder wanted to object, feeling that she had no right to do that after all, as Metadana was the eldest. But Rurin didn't care about status. Ellison left the investigation to the Elder. Elena was returning to her house, a wooden house in the middle of a bright, green forest. Its roof was strewn with flowers and leaves. There were no visitors now, but that would change soon. She was leaving to renew her food supply, and those vegetables she had picked up would have to suffice for a while. Suddenly, Serena peered behind her back and, very unexpectedly, asked why the elf woman had been gone so long. She said she was waiting for more than an hour. Startled, Elena squealed, her voice echoing through the whole neighborhood. To the red dragon, this reaction seemed ridiculous. Serena explained that she just liked it there and had decided to stay longer. Elena still couldn't move away from such a sudden appearance. She didn't want an extra tenant in her house, so she reminded Serena that her lair had been renovated. But Serena, looking sad, responded that there was too much space and she was lonely. Then she got manipulative, falling on the bed and insisting that she was a patient and couldn't be kicked out. Serena then started saying that Elena was angrier than she had thought, which made the blonde make excuses, saying that it wasn't like that. Serena changed the subject to the fact that she thought. But, just then, the dragon grabbed the healer's arm and pulled her toward her, stating that if Elena would tell her how to mix the mana, she would help with the treatment of people, because she repaid evil with evil and good with good. After all, she is also a dragon. Elena was confused by this and the sudden change in topic. She hesitated, looking for an answer or an excuse to say nothing. Then Elena said that all her food was from vegetables and asked if that would suit her guest. But if not, she suggested Serena could go to a restaurant for food. Outside, Raina stood behind the doors, watching the whole new relationship development. Meanwhile, somewhere else someone was running. His legs carried him anywhere but far away. His breathing was failing him. It was difficult, but it was necessary to live. This was none other than Jard. He had already traveled a considerable distance when he suddenly heard a familiar voice commenting that he was doing a good job of running away. He decided to stop and look, unsure if he had heard correctly, but it turned out to be Sydney in front of him. She was a beautiful, sexy girl, clearly a red dragon, and was smoking a cradle. She made a caustic remark, wondering aloud what to do with him. She assumed he was the one who had robbed the dwarf but wasn't been able to break the lock. She reminded him that when he had been tasked with finding the village, he had been caught by the black dragons. Her eyes then lit up with her usual gloating and menace, and her voice took on a cold, shrewd tone that could make even a heart tremble. She asked Jard whether he had any reason to live at all. The guy wasn't going to accept his not-so-great fate, so he started yelling about how this was a real chance. He revealed the secret that El had absorbed all 3 ancient orbs and claimed that if they caught him, their plan would work. The girl was in shock and couldn't remain calm or take a sip of death. Sydney agreed that Jard was right, and a nasty smile of triumph appeared on his face. He had once again, like a rat, managed to weasel out of his punishment. However, the girl had already swung her blade with the speed of light and continued her speech. Jard stood in utter shock. He had felt the effects but couldn't comprehend that this was happening. A sharp pain in his neck was followed by senselessness as his pupils narrowed with horror before darkness overtook him. The blow had slit his throat, and Serena's ex fell to his knees as Sydney continued speaking, explaining that even such great news was no reason to let Jard live. His head rolled backward several meters across the ground. The restaurant was bustling with activity as customers came and went, drawn by the delicious food and pleasant atmosphere. Rurin wondered whether Ellison would continue running the restaurant as usual after all that had happened, seeing no reason why he wouldn't. Since he had left the investigation to the elder, there wasn't much else to do. Suddenly, Rurin heard a familiar voice addressing the owner of the restaurant by name, and El recognized Nellen, who didn't arrive empty-handed. However, Rurin couldn't tell whether the item could be considered a gift, as it was a huge piece of stone that Nellen placed on the table, claiming to have found it in a mine. He thought that Ellison might like it, and Ellison seemed to be amused by it. It was salt, but only the guy knew this. While they were discussing it, Rurin took a piece and decided to taste it, sticking out her tongue. Ellison and Nellen reminisced about how the salt reminded the wizard of his past, back when he was a simple soldier, and was dying for the salty sensation in her mouth. In those days, Ellison was unsure and nervous during training camp, unable to even answer a question about his name coherently. The man had yelled to snap him out of it, and then the soldier asked several questions, finding the name unclear. Ellison's hometown wasn't on the list, and his clothes seemed strange. This was when the guy had been given the name by which everyone in town knew him, Ellison. The man then asked Ellison to take the list and go through the inventory in the next building. At the time, everything had seemed strange to the future wizard, with the tense atmosphere, unfamiliar faces, and perpetually disgruntled commanders. They had all slept together in the barracks, where it wasn't comfortable, and it wasn't allowed to make noise at night. After this rule was laid out, the door had been slammed shut, which followed by the sound of snoring. He had struggled to sleep for a long time, wishing tomorrow would never come. He had covered himself head to toe with a blanket and just planned to sit quietly. He sobbed, wishing to go home and to his mom. It was understandable for an ordinary schoolboy to feel this way, having found himself in an unfamiliar world, amid war, and in the army. But there was something else that had been bothering Ellison, something that had made him into who he was now. He recalled the food they had been served in the dining hall, which had made him vomit uncontrollably. He didn't want to eat anything at all rather than eat such terrible food. He didn't understand how those around him could eat the same food they had been served for 2 weeks. Initially, Ellison had thought that maybe it was just him, that perhaps he was the strange one. He had tried eating again, but nothing had changed. The food had remained just as disgusting. Ellison could tolerate many things, but not this. He had thought a pinch of salt would have made it better. He had then heard that he wasn't the only one who thought so, which had led him to abandon his suspicions of being strange. Most people there didn't perceive taste at all. After 2 weeks, Ellison had grown used to the hard workouts, forgetting that he'd need to be patient if he wanted to open his restaurant one day. Still, no matter how much time passed, he was unlikely to get used to such terrible food. He had thought only about how it was impossible to find salt anywhere and had wished there was an ocean nearby. He hadn't wanted to return to the barracks and endure the daily pain. But one day, he had gotten the chance to change everything. The day of magic attack training had finally arrived, a real treat for people preparing for battle. The 5th grade Imperial magician, Vane, had spoken about how it was usually a miracle when children could handle even the theory of magic. However, the situation was quite serious. If they mastered everything successfully, they would officially earn the title of Imperial Mage, a dream they had all shared. He explained that the first step was to close their eyes and focus on their inner senses. They would then feel the flow of mana around them. He had demonstrated this, calling what was happening Ra, the basis of magic. He also explained that the purpose of a magic circle was to collect mana in one place and that they could create additional magic circles to control the properties of accumulated mana. Ellison listened intently as the teacher explained the easiest, most basic magic. As an example, the teacher had shown how to apply fire and aimed it at a mannequin, which had instantly caught fire. He had explained that this was a magical attack called a fireball. A strange boy had gone first, but he hadn't had enough strength, and the fire hadn't been his to control. Another student had failed to aim properly, meaning he couldn't master the spell either. The Imperial Mage had been angry. Not only were there not enough fighters, but the ones present were all useless, in his opinion. He asserted himself at their expense, declaring that none of them had been chosen. However, one of the students had managed to summon an incredible amount of fire, which he had aimed at the scarecrow, burning it and half of the practice field down. There was almost nothing left. Ellison stood there, incredulous, trying to figure out how the boy had done it. Ellison didn't know. He had just followed the mage's instructions. When asked how he had managed it, Ellison looked around and asked if he was the only one who could see the mana hovering around them. That was even more shocking. Could a student see mana in the air? It turned out that Ellison had always had a special sensitivity. Such cases had occurred before because if someone lived in an area with low mana, they developed a higher level of sensitivity. But even the instructor had never seen such a high level before. The Imperial Mage seemed more angered that someone stronger than him had shown up, and also somewhat petty. The instructor explained that hypersensitivity didn't make him a genius. He was just born into a deficit of it. Ellison was eavesdropping on everything and was able to find out that the commanders were pulling some strings to save him from the jealous Imperial Mage, and it was just great. But here his aspiration was shattered by the opening of the door, at which he stood. Vane came out and told him not to get cocky and do such a thing. He only managed to get one spell. Vane then ordered Ellison to rebuild the training field as a punishment for breaking. He was just venting his incompetency on Elle. On the same night, Elle grumbled while cleaning, despite his high class. Vane was a real cheapskate to praise him. Ellison wondered why he couldn't just praise instead of being envious. He remembered dinner with his mom and how his results from culinary school had come in and how happy and proud she was of her son. Ellison wanted to attribute everything to luck, but his mom had praised him for his talent and effort. The boy froze as he remembered this episode of his life, falling to his knees, almost in tears, not understanding why people couldn't just praise him for his efforts. But without trouble, there would be no happiness. He noticed a couple of glowing pebbles on the floor, picked one up, and began to look around carefully. Then, for some reason, he decided to try licking a rock and immediately realized that it was rock salt. It seemed miraculous to find it right there. Then he had a brilliant idea to use it during the meal preparation the next day. The following day, when the tired soldiers came to eat again, they had been outraged at the monotony of their menu. But once they tasted what was on their plate, they were pleasantly surprised. The flavor was completely different, and Ellison was immensely pleased with what he had done. He had faith in his brethren to notice the difference. Salt makes a lot of difference. Even the commanders noticed something had changed, suggesting that the chefs had changed. That's how Ellison began to improve the dishes in secret from everyone. He was shocked at the negligence of the cooks in that kitchen. The first day he washed and peeled vegetables, and while doing so in the dark he cut his hand. On the second day he chopped as he saw cooks just throw vegetables without much thought. He was incredibly enthusiastic about chopping vegetables, staying up nights just to improve his life and the lives of the other warriors. The next day, he even decided to boil some broth. When the food was handed out, the plate was filled with flavorful soup and vegetables. Ellison was glad to the point of tears that he could finally accomplish such a feat. The guy had done it. Now it could be called a dish, just the kind of food the wizard wanted. He wished he could get more seasonings and add mushrooms, but there was no guarantee it would be the same as in the normal world. Suddenly, his enjoyment of the meal was interrupted by the commander, startling him. Commander asked him to follow him and hoped the boy understood why he was being summoned, and Ellison grew incredibly tense about such a thing. In the evening, Ellison sat at the table in the commander's office, sitting in silence, waiting for the beginning of a serious conversation, the path that had already been paved by his previous actions. Ellison was nervous. It was scary what the talk was going to be about specifically and what he would get in return, droplets of sweat from excitement falling. Finally, the commander spoke, telling Ellison that he had surpassed everyone in training and had become the best student. Ellison nervously replied affirmatively. Then Commander revealed that rumors were circulating in the kitchen. This surprised Elle. Commander said someone kept sneaking in at odd hours and left before cooks started using the kitchen. He noted that the person left before 5 o'clock, which meant there was no chance of catching him, but if he did manage to do it, he would be severely punished. It was very difficult for Ellison to hide his nerves. It was not the reason that he had been brought here. The guy bit his lip, trying to hide the trembling of his body from the realization of being caught. But, as it turned out, Ellison had been worried for nothing. The commander looked away and said that that wasn't why he had called the student here. The commander just wanted to congratulate him and asked Elle to throw away his papers on the way back, saying they were no longer needed. If necessary, the guy could use them. Exhausted from the tense conversation, Elle dared not refuse the chief. The commander handed over the scroll firmly, but Ellison, picking it up from the other side, noticed that the man didn't let go completely. In a cold tone, the commander asked if Ellison understood what they had just discussed. Once again, tension filled the air, and Ellison twitched when he reminded Elle that the unknown man wouldn't stand a chance of being caught if he left the scene of his crime before 5. Only then did he hand over the scroll, signaling the end of their conversation. At night, Ellison sat in the middle of a dark, noisy forest that was wildly silent, as if people didn't exist in the world at all. He made a bright, warm fire, which crackled and created a sense of coziness in the gloomy environment. The guy decided to open the papers from the commander after all. There was no emotion on his face as his eyes slid over the sheet as if he already knew what to expect. After a couple of minutes, he tucked his head, ready to ridicule himself, realizing that the commander had known everything from the start. The letter was given to his hands on purpose. It nagged him to look at the papers, which contained drawings and writings of edible mushrooms and spices. It was helpful for finding ingredients. If one was going to break the rules, one had to do it properly. Back in the present, Ellison was now in his restaurant, which was popular among the townspeople, and the wizard could quietly engage in his favorite business. Magic accompanied him in this hobby, not for a purpose but as a place. Thanks to these improvements, the commander and the training camp up north became known for having the best cuisine, where one could hone their skills to the highest level. For more than a year, Ellison had written down all the nuances and recipes in scrolls similar to the one the teacher had handed him. When he left, the cooks continued to follow his notes, improving the skills and lives of the soldiers. That's why the situation reminded him of the past, because everything had started with salt, and now it felt strange as if fate was throwing clues. Nalin brought the stone and concluded that it was necessary to boil that very dish, and Ellison nostalgically agreed, saying that it was the same flavor and recipe. It would be a way to go back in time and remember what it was like back then. Rurin leaned over the pot and asked Ellison whether this was what he had eaten during his camp years. Ellison replied that he was still learning, so it was still relevant. He began pouring everyone a bowl of delicious soup, which spread its aroma throughout the kitchen. Who would have thought that serving in the army could turn out like this? The soup was unparalleled, hot, delicious yashka and cooked vegetables that simply dissolved on the tongue, showcasing unparalleled skill. Rurin, Nalin, and Ellison each took a spoonful, despite having imagined how delicious the food would be, and quickly tried. As soon as the food touched their tongues, all expectations were shattered. The dish was utterly displeasing. The flavor was average, enough to fill their stomachs and keep them from starving. Even though Ellison was a good cook, this meal was nothing special. He wondered if this had been the best food from that year. Ellison tasted it himself and wasn't thrilled with it either. It wasn't been that good. Now the wizard, too, was a little surprised, as he remembered the taste being remarkably different. The flavor changed with each occasion. Although it wasn't a delicious meal, it was nice to remember the good old days, and for that reason alone, it was worth repeating the dish of his youth, though it was hard not to miss those times. Meanwhile, in Elena's healing room, Serena was screaming, trying to get through to someone. She was indignant, feeling she should have been fed by then. But Elena had gone somewhere and didn't do it properly, leaving her angry. Hunger was taking its toll. Then, suddenly, two children entered the healing room. The girl was very nervous and asked if Miss Elena was there, while her little brother was bursting into tears, having hurt himself and needing help. As they made their way to the back of the room, Serena replied that the blonde wasn't there. But the children persisted, explaining that they still needed help because the boy couldn't stand on one leg and was in pain. Serena looked closer and saw that his knee was bloody and scraped, but she didn't understand why they were so concerned. She told them it would heal eventually and advised them to go home and inform their parents. However, the boy and his sister explained that they couldn't go home because their parents were at work, and they wouldn't be back soon. Something urgent had to be done. Realizing that she was in a situation where she couldn't be cruel, yet didn't know enough about medicine to help, Serena felt embarrassed, especially when faced with helpless children. When she learned they had no one at home, she felt frustrated with everyone involved. When Elena returned to the treatment center, two happy children came out, thanking her. Surprised by this, she asked if the children were all right and if they had hurt themselves. The children simply smiled and said they were fine, mentioning that a girl had helped them. They described the girl as very nice and kind, which made Elena curious about who could have been in her house, helping others with treatment. It wasn't until Serena came out of the room with a smug look. From the way the children described the girl as sweet and kind, Serena now seemed like a hungry and angry dragon, resenting the fact that the blonde had just arrived. Elena asked her about helping the children, and Serena explained that she had a little bit of healing magic and couldn't just stay away. She tried to hide her mercy by stating that it was the first and last time she would do such a thing. Serena added that even if someone were dying, she would order them to wait for Elena. Elena realized that Serena was just trying to cover up her kindness. Laughing, she pointed out that Serena was embarrassed and tried to dismiss it as nonsense. To change the subject, Serena asked where she was while she was starving. The blonde replied that she had gone to the Lord's castle, and Serena remembered something she had mentioned before about a coma person. The blonde girl explained that poison had been used, but no one had realized it at first, and despite her trying various treatments, nothing worked. This made the red-haired girl think about brain poisoning. She suddenly recalled a shocking piece of information for Elena that could completely change the situation. It turned out that a dragon remembered a guide who had studied the workings of the brain. However, this was a long time ago, and she had already forgotten the guide's name, making it a failed lead. Despite this, Serena promised that if she remembered anything, she would share it, though she wasn't sure if the guide was still alive. At that moment, a blue bird flew in through the window, carrying a small roll of paper in its paw. The bird started making noise, calling for attention and demanding that the letter attached to its leg be taken immediately. Serena didn't recognize the bird or where it came from, as she had never seen such a creature. Elena took the bird into her hand and explained that these birds lived only in their forest, and it had brought a letter from home. Elena was looking forward to hearing from her native land, and it had been a long time since the blonde heard from her relatives. A sadness came over her as she looked at the bird, but when she opened the letter, her eyes widened in horror. This wasn't pleasant news, and she immediately wished she hadn't read the letter. Serena noticed that Elena was trembling. At first, she thought it was due to nostalgia, but she decided to ask indifferently what the letter said, although she was indeed curious. Sweat ran down Elena's face, and she struggled to speak, as though a lump was stuck in her throat. It was hard to believe the news, and she lacked the strength to explain. It was revealed that their forest was in danger from the dragon, burning in the hellfire of these creatures that had plagued the land for centuries. There was a way to save the forest, but it didn't sit well with her. The letter indicated that to save the forest, Elena had to become the wife of a dragon. Tears welled up, and her trembling intensified. It wasn't a task anyone could take on easily, but if the dragon didn't find a bride, the forest would be destroyed. Serena reflected on what she heard with detachment and coldness. The elf began to panic, unsure of what to do. Elena believed that a wedding should be for love or at least friendship, and the sudden news filled her with panic. Serena, however, thought there was no need for such panic and coldly reassured her that there was always time to think things over. She added that one could always refuse. Serena explained that the dragons were simply trying to get what they needed, and for the time being the forest was safe. This reassurance helped Elena calm down and stifle her hysteria. Serena, still not understanding why her new roommate was so worried, pushed back her chair and sat down. A sense of power seemed to emanate from her as she assured Elena that she had nothing to worry about. Serena claimed that the dragon had asked her to escort her to the forest and promised that she would handle the situation by kicking the dragon hard enough that he would run crying to his mother. The bluebird returned home, perching on a branch entwined with flowers, announcing its return after delivering the letter. A beautiful blonde elf girl with a stern expression emerged from the house. Pleased that the bird had successfully delivered the message, she felt hopeful about a favorable outcome. She reported the news to Neria, chief of the elven race, who sat nearby. Neria voiced her concerns about whether the letter had reached the right recipient. A warrior-like girl asked if the lady thought she might have exaggerated, questioning whether Elena would return home after learning of the danger. Neria expressed her confidence that Elena would return, but doubt and sadness quickly crossed her face, acknowledging that there was no guarantee that her return would help. Meanwhile, Serena was trying to unravel the issue with Elena's refusal of her offer, wondering whether the woman trusted her after all she had done for her. It wasn't a complete refusal, but rather an agreement to involve additional help in the form of Ellison and Rurin, a decision Serena did not appreciate. Even Rurin wasn't entirely happy about the arrangement. Elena tried to reassure Serena that she wasn't doubting her. She had simply invited the extra help as a precaution. The guys had convinced them that at least, if they tag along then she would not come back with a hole in her back. After all, Elena has to suffer a lot for this. Serena reminded them that her injuries had only been so severe because of an attack by a mob. Ellison set off, motivated by curiosity to see Elena's house and her husband, while the typically embarrassed Elena told them not to laugh at anything they might see. Somewhere in an unknown place, the huge mouth of a monster opened, revealing large, sharp fangs. It snarled, and its terrifying eyes begged for the girl to be surrendered to him, perhaps as a condition to let everyone live. The group continued their journey through the forest, growing tired as the distance without a teleporter was long. Ellison couldn't figure out what time it was. Well, it seemed to be daytime, and Serena suggested flying and not agonizing. She told them it wasn't the time to enjoy the forest scenery, and she apologized as if it was her fault that one mechanism was interfering with the teleportation. However, the wizard replied that it was fine, and such a thing had already happened in the dwarf cave. Suddenly, everyone was ordered to stand, and Rurin froze in anticipation of what would happen next. Dozens of arrows with sharp tips shining in the sun were pointed at the travelers, and a female voice advised them not to move unless they wanted to die. There were a bunch of elves sitting in the trees. One of them, with a high tail and a menacing look, asked what the strangers had to do in the elven forest, saying they had better come up with a coherent and plausible answer fast. Elena recognized Lilinea and nervously asked her to lower her bow. She looked closer, recognized her, and mentioned that she didn't doubt her but wasn't sure of her other companions. The elves pressed their bows against each other, forming a circle. Lilinea applied magic, and her eye glowed brightly as she turned to the young man next to Elena. She asked Ellison about his race and the purpose of the visit. The young man, nervous since it wasn't every day that many elves were pointing arrows at him, answered a little uncertainly that he was a human and came to help Miss Elena. He was surprised at how easily she could determine this. Lilinea acknowledged him, then asked the same question to the red-haired girl next to her. She moved the point of the arrow to her just when Serena had started to reply with her usual brashness, claiming that she was a dragon and that it was obvious. Ellison interrupted her like a restless loudmouth, excusing himself by saying that he had forgotten to tell her what his name was and that he was from the town of Grake, where he ran a small restaurant with a good reputation. This angered the elven woman, who shouted that she didn't ask for this information and demanded that the woman speak instead. Suddenly, the elf chief appeared beside Lilinea. Lilinea questioned what Neria had said and was a little surprised by it. An order was given for everyone to put their arrows down, and the elves put their arrows away. Finally, the travelers could relax. Elena sighed in relief and Rurin commented on how annoyed she was by the behavior of these guys, while Ellison asked for a little patience, stating that things were unfolding well so far, and that wasn't that lucky. Lilinea apologized for not recognizing the guests and admitted it had been disrespectful, though her words didn't sound sincere. Nonetheless, without hesitation, she invited them to proceed, stating that Lady Neria was waiting. At last, the party of humans, dragons, and elves from Grake City would be able to see the true forest of the elves. They saw houses with rounded roofs, greenery, and flowers everywhere. In the middle of the street, there was a fountain and a statue, creating a peaceful atmosphere. Once inside Neria's house, she apologized for what had happened at the entrance, explaining that she didn't expect such a quick reaction to the letter. She also expressed disbelief at hearing that Elena knew Ellison. The guests stood behind the group, not wanting to stick out of embarrassment. Elf Chief expressed regret that they had to travel a long way. Despite this, Ellison thanked Lady Neria for her hospitality, while Elena remained silent, feeling uncomfortable and wondering why they were there. What troubled her more was that Ellison and Lady Neria already knew each other, which seemed to have made it easier for them to be let through. However, she realized there were even more astounding things to consider, such as Ellison's recent act of killing Nice with incredible strength right in front of everyone. Then Lady Neria turned to Elena, acknowledging that it must have been a difficult decision for her to come, but she was glad she had done so. She also remarked on the burden she had placed on Elena. Elena, stammering, had interjected, asking if this was about her becoming a bride. Serena immediately chimed in, bowing over and asking where the guy was, before showing her usual disdain for humans by asking what kind of fool would need this woman. Neria became nervous, not understanding in what sense this was all being said and better not, for he might hear. After all, he was a dragon and a noble being. Rurin and Serena had lit up, reminding them that they were dragons too, and that their mission was to defeat this so-called noble creature. Elf Chief was shocked, not realizing that the guests were also dragons. She closed her eyes, trying to digest what they had said, and then opened them wide, interrogating them about what was going on and what they planned to do. Ellison and Elena felt a little embarrassed, as they had intended to discuss this matter later, not reveal it so abruptly. Lady Neria had been incredibly surprised and horrified, imagining the consequences of such insolence. Soon, the entire forest of elves heard Neria scream, which she wasn't able to hold back. Meanwhile, somewhere else, the dragon was clawing in rage, knowing that time was running out and his demands had not been met. The beast had grown impatient, signaling that it was time to move on. The elves understood that ignoring his warnings was dangerous. The dragon, named Iramantium, had a large, spiked body and was truly something to be feared. Neria explained that he was a golden dragon to whom the elves had paid tribute for generations, and there was nothing they could do. That was why they called him a noble creature. Rurin commented that this behavior resembled that of a common beggar and couldn't possibly be noble. Lady Neria had continued, explaining that Iramantium refused tribute for over 100 years, but recently demanded a new bride. The woman fell to her knees, nearly sobbing. Ellison took notice and asked her to sit back down, while Rurin questioned why Elena should be the bride when there were other women in the village. Neria revealed that she had initially tried to settle the matter on her own and had planned to become Iramantium's bride herself. But there was one thing she couldn't ignore. Her servants had tearfully begged her not to leave them and the people. It had been a tragedy for them, though Neria told them she was honored to sacrifice herself for her race. However, when she approached the dragon, he sent her back, demanding another girl because he didn't like her hair. She had hoped to fulfill her duty, but the dragon had ordered her not to hesitate and to find another girl he would like more quickly. Iramantium turned down several other women as well, all of whom were considered incredibly attractive and desired by many, but he found faults in each one. Soon, they realized that if things continued this way, they were finished. Neria wept, admitting she didn't want to turn to Elena, but circumstances had forced her to do so, as she was their last hope. Elena feared that Iramantium would reject her too, and if that happened, their forest would be doomed. Rurin told Neria not to worry prematurely. If the dragon hurt the blonde girl, they would get their act together and take her to his lair. Serena tried to remember who Iramantium was, and when she had, she surprised everyone present in the room by saying that she recalled him as the one who studied the brains of other races. She also mentioned that he had the power to cure the Lord of Great City, which shocked everyone. This situation, she had added, presented a huge opportunity to help Diane's father and restore the city, who was in a coma. Rurin stated the obvious about being courteous if that were the case, and Ellison agreed, emphasizing that they couldn't let this chance slip by. Suddenly, an elf woman with her face covered burst into the building. She came with urgent news for Lady Neria, and her alarm was because Iramantium was on his way there. Neria assumed he must have been angry because they didn't send another candidate. The woman explained that since the guys wanted to catch the dragon, this was their perfect chance to do so. She also mentioned that Iramantium had avoided other dragons, even though he had been collecting tribute from the elves all along. However, he never let anyone near him and fled as soon as he sensed a dragon nearby. This time, it appeared the same situation was occurring, making it harder for them to plan. Elena, however, didn't understand what was happening and began to feel nervous, realizing that this was not the reason they had come in the first place. Meanwhile, the dragon advanced, its massive paw pounding the ground beneath it, tearing through dirt and grass with its claws. The elves quickly gathered troops, preparing to defend their forest and people to the last breath. The dragon, who appeared to be mad, had eyes that inspired fear. He began yelling at them, accusing them of insulting him. Just as Iramantium was about to release a magic attack, a voice interrupted, telling the dragon to wait and reconsider its actions. Lady Neria hurried over, apologizing for the delay and explaining that they had brought the prettiest candidate, which took time to prepare. She reassured the dragon not to be so angry, as she believed the girl would be to his liking. At that moment, Elena stood in front of him, embarrassed, wearing a long but sexy dress with a veil. She appeared stunning and turned red with embarrassment. Despite her worry, introduced herself, even though she averted her eyes. The dragon, overwhelmed by what he saw, seemed on the verge of exploding with emotion, as Elena greatly appealed to him. He expressed his delight and remarked that this was the girl they should have brought from the start instead of the others. As the dragon reveled in his new prize, he remained unaware of 3 figures in the sky, hidden in magic fields, trying to conceal their presence. Rurin, sitting on El's back, had agreed to the plan, despite the lack of logic, while Serena had also accepted it, mentioning that she believed Iramantium was already deeply invested in the situation. The dragon led his bride deeper into the cave, passing strange creatures in jars. The girl felt increasingly nervous, unsure of what would happen next, and hoped that the others would arrive to rescue her soon. The dragon asked if her name was Elena, which made the blonde shudder and nervously confirm. He then picked up clothes from the ground and told her not to refer to him as Lord Iramantium, stating that they now had a different relationship. The dragon showed her a maid's outfit, joking and expressing his satisfaction with it. He instructed her to call him master from that point forward, clearly enjoying what seemed like a perverted game. Reluctantly, Elena picked up the outfit, anxious but hoping her friends would intervene soon. After dressing in what her new husband had given her, she turned to him. The dragon, who looked more like a pig, hadn't expected her to arrive and was involved in his matters. Elena, despite her inner anxieties, tried to play the role of a dutiful wife, mentioning that the place seemed messy and offering to help clean up. She then apologized and asked him to step aside for a moment. Iramantium, however, angrily refused, saying he would not leave the area. Elena quickly recoiled, apologizing again as if she had intruded on his space. The dragon told her to be cautious and not apologize further, then instructed her to repeat after him, assuming they were now inseparable. He spoke of himself with a certain arrogance, while Elena inwardly recoiled in disgust. Iramantium told her to talk to him rudely like some kind of pervert, and she did. Iramantium admired her disgusted look. Elena wondered where her friends were. While this was happening, the group was watching from afar, laughing at the situation. Seeing them, Elena was filled with anger, realizing they had done nothing and had merely watched. She shouted at them, asking why they had only observed without helping. This outburst drew Iramantium's attention, revealing the trio's hidden location. The dragon, furious, demanded to know who these people were and how they knew Elena. Ellison then told others to capture the dragon, and the group, now empowered with dragon magic, became dangerous. Realizing the trio was no ordinary group, the dragon panicked and attempted to flee, pinned against a wall. He tried to use teleportation magic to escape, but the spell failed. Even in his desperation, he mocked them as idiots, but Rurin and Serena were already casting spells to bind him in magical circles. The dragon, now frightened, fell to the ground, unable to escape. A minute later, the red dragon approached, warning him that he would not be allowed to leave. Meanwhile, Elena, angry and frustrated, confronted them, accusing them of ruining everything by not setting more traps and asking why they had merely watched. Ellison agreed that it was a mistake, admitting he could have set more traps. But then he revealed that those two wanted to see Elena get embarrassed. Serena then pointed out that Ellison had shifted the blame onto others, making the situation even more tense. He looked like a real coward now, and Serena revealed the secret that he wanted to look at Elena's new outfit. Rurin picked up on the dragon calling Ellison a pervert. Elena became very embarrassed and barely squeezed out a question about whether Ellison liked the outfit, as she seemed to want to hear a positive answer. However, the guy replied that it was all made up, and Serena looked at the girl with a sort of suspicion, cocking an eyebrow upwards. Rurin noticed that the dragon they had caught was muttering something to himself under his pig nose and wondered what he was saying. As it turned out, it was a spell and that they made a mistake. Iramantium called them idiots. A bright circle with magic began to glow beneath him. Back in the elf village, the warrior asked Neria if everything would be all right with Elena, and Neria, with a tired and not very convincing look, assured her not to worry about the girl, saying that everything would be all right. She believed everything must have turned out for the best because she had trustworthy people with her. Then Neria noticed something and was very much surprised. Something started to appear in the sky, some kind of green sphere surrounded by black energy and smoke. Everyone paid attention to it but didn't know what it was. Suddenly, the ball exploded, spreading smoke and a force. Suddenly, some smoke mixed with gas started coming from the hole in the air and was heading towards the girls, who were discussing the success of the plan to save the forest of elves and Elena. She managed to cover her nose, unlike Neria, who didn't react in time. The race commander-in-chief's gaze became languid. Her head began to spin, and it was as if a veil had settled in front of her, her brain unable to comprehend what was happening. The other elves were also affected by the poisonous gas and initially stood stocky as if nothing had just happened. Neria took a sharp blade from its sheath, but suddenly the whole crowd drew the weapons they had in their pockets and held them to their necks. Everyone was now in danger of lethal harm, and a terrible event was about to take place in the form of the suicide of an entire race. Iramantium laughed evilly, not hiding his madness, and explained that since the strangers wanted to break the magic circles, it was worth checking not only the lair but also the elven village. He advised them to let him go immediately and leave Elena in the lair, warning them that if they didn't, they would become guilty of killing all the elves in the forest without exception. It couldn't help but come as a shock, especially to the overly kind and impressionable Elena, who seemed to have no choice in the situation. Rurin herself saw something coming through the forest and reported it to her partners. It was a real disaster because of that green sphere with the gas. All the elves pointed their weapons at themselves, and what to do was completely unclear. Serena couldn't quite understand it. It turned out that it was mass control of the higher beings, a very powerful technique. The bound dragon boasted that the idiots wouldn't succeed because he had been studying mind control for over 100 years, and he was in an advantageous position. He thought whatever they did was nonsense. While he was choosing his bride, he didn't just sit back. Instead, he perfected the spell. He began sobbing, expressing his inadequacy, and claimed that no one knew how strong his love was. Then he asked Elena if he could use the spell on her, and now the decision was hers alone. She had to choose whether her race would live, and it would only be if she agreed to be his bride. Elena began to get nervous, panic enveloping her body, but the decision seemed obvious. She couldn't let her people down, even though she didn't live with them for a long time. So, she agreed to the terrible conditions of marriage with Iramantium. But suddenly, the same wings that had been behind Ellison's back when Nice had been killed appeared. Ellison declared that the blonde shouldn't agree to such a freedom-constraining choice. He touched the ground with magic, made the dragon repeat his words, and reminded him that his blackmail wouldn't work on him, telling him not to even think of forcing any of them to do anything. A golden magic circle appeared over the entire forest of these inhabitants, illuminating everyone with its rays, as if the sun on the gloomiest day instilled hope in their hearts. Delight affected everyone without exception, protecting the elves who were ready to slit and stab their throats. Their hands were shaking, but the weapons slowly lowered. Hence, the bloody mess was postponed. With a smile, Ellison pulled Elena out, assuring her that she had nothing to worry about and that everything would be fine. She fell to her knees in relief, finally able to breathe easily, and thanked Ellison. Iramantium became worried to the point of madness, which was typical of him. He didn't understand how such a thing was possible. His technique didn't work, and this had never happened before. He wondered who the person could be who had pulled such a feat. Rurin and Serena stood over the dragon and considered how to teach him a lesson, thinking that such ugly behavior should be punished severely since he was such a pest. When Elena was asked if she was all right, she said she was, but tears were in her eyes, and she remarked that this was the worst dragon she had ever met and that she had already begun to hate him. To the pig-like dragon, these harsh and sincere words hurt him deeply, to the point of creepiness. He wondered how his wife could set him up like this, but since he was an outright pervert, he liked that attitude a lot. It excited him. It seemed to be exploding both inside and outside of him. The elves were finally happy to be free and no longer worried about their home being destroyed or themselves being killed. That evening, a feast began for the whole forest. People played musical instruments and danced in beautiful layered dresses, all for fun. Elena ran like a little girl to her mother, Naria, having gone through too much that day. The dragon, however, didn't seem upset by this turn of events. He was happy at the thought of being beaten by a beautiful girl. The girls filled their plates with food but ate only vegetables, which they didn't find very tasty or nutritious. Meanwhile, Rurin refilled her bowl with something, and when she put the food in her mouth, she was ecstatic, exclaiming how delicious it was, even though it was just a salad. Serena asked what it was, and the brunette explained that it was the sauce Elena had given her, and the greens tasted so much better with it. The red dragon immediately became angry, yelling at her for not sharing with her sooner. Rurin refused to take any blame and retorted that Serena should have taken it herself and left her alone. Naria expressed that words could not describe how they were forever indebted to their saviors, the noble beings. The chief among the elves was very beholden to the higher beings. Rurin replied that they had merely beaten the crap out of him, even though everyone said they were just heroes who saved them from the curse. They had been saved by Ellison, not the dragons, and Naria was in complete shock upon hearing this. Serena thought the chief must have known it was Ellison. Only someone like him could cast such powerful spells. The girls weren't distracted from their food, and the elf chief still didn't fully understand what had happened. They couldn't believe that this simpleton, who could only offer everyone salad dressing, had defeated a mighty dragon. He had taken out the sauce in case the elves wanted to try it, and as he expected, now they too would taste that wonderful flavor. The elves began discussing the sauce, wondering what it was made from. They liked the tartness, but they couldn't ask its creator, as he had quickly withdrawn from the whole party. Ellison walked over to the statue that had stood in the middle of the street when they first entered the city and greeted whoever was depicted on it. It was an elf with a scar on his face and a bunch of arrows behind his back. The wizard mentioned that they hadn't seen each other in a while and that he missed him. He looked at the stone face of the elf and reflected on how sad it was that he couldn't respond, only emitting shills from his stone nature. He then remarked, with a sort of acerbic smile, that the elf looked much better in the statue than he did in life, as he remembered. He recalled a time when he had received a backhanded slap and a shout in his direction. Ellison was only a 7th grade mage at that time but didn't take offense at such an unpleasant move, responding with a forced smile. Dwarf wanderer Darren was used to this kind of scuffle. One person was accusing Ellison of doing something he had been asked several times not to do. It was the hero elf Benet, the same one who had the statue in the center of town. He was complaining about not eating greens, and although he had a bunch of food on his plate, he didn't have the one thing he wanted, meat. Elle was genuinely angry, arguing that this claim was unjustified, as the elf couldn't even digest it but still asked for it. Benet responded that if he was such a good cook, he should make something that could be digested. The dwarf could think of nothing better to do than suggest that a fight between him and the elf would be much more interesting than a fight between the elf and mage. The other two partners didn't exactly approve of what he had muttered, but it was only a distraction. He then suggested that, instead of fighting, they should just look in the direction his finger was pointing. There, other people were being attacked by trolls, which were terrifying and posed great danger. The fugitives were under attack, and something had to be done. The elf started to resent not being given a minute to eat. These monsters were attacking ordinary humans and had almost killed one of them, revealing a huge toothy grin. However, the troll got punched in the face by one of those who had just tried to dine in peace and tranquility. The trolls roared in pain as they were stabbed straight through their limbs, piercing them without any regret or a shred of fear. Though the monsters tried to lean and attack back, they were still aiming at the regular humans. But there was already a huge dome-shaped shield over the fugitives, and no one could reach them. One of the girls, who was already crying from the readiness to die, didn't realize what had just happened. When the troll aimed at her and failed to hit her, it didn't even occur to her to take the chance to escape as quickly as possible. Now, the people realized that they were heroes and had been saved from death, which brought them joy and peace of mind. The dwarf declared that from now on, trolls were forbidden from committing crimes and killing other races. If they didn't break the rule, they would be spared. Otherwise, there would be no choice but to kill them. The elf stated that he should have warned them about the possibility of fighting back if their lives were threatened. Ellison, behind him, asked him not to spoil the fighting spirit. The third hero didn't care about these details. The main thing was to convey the main point of disagreement. Elle confessed to the statute, stating that he had kept to the rule as he was supposed to and that it was for the best. There was peace in the world for a while. He brought a tribute, a plate of meat, and went on to say that maybe he did not. He then asked if the girl standing next to him held a grudge. It was Neria. She replied with a serious look, as she always did, that Benet wouldn't get mad, so she wouldn't either. This made Ellison feel a little better, and he asked what the elven girl thought about the whole situation. She remained silent, replaying some events from the past 2 years in her mind. Neria had taken no offense to Ellison when he had brought Benet's body in and had just watched the whole scene soberly. The girl stood over there at Benet's fully bandaged body, and with a look of horror on her face, had tried to hold in her mind that he would never say something or look at her with his usual judgmental gaze again. She clenched her fists, her hands trembling as if she were reliving this again in reality. She remembered Benet promising her something. There were tears in her eyes because the guy said he would come back alive, no matter what it cost him. And Ellison had made sure he kept his word, and how could she take offense to that? And not only that, he also saved the entire village today. El pondered the answer while pulling a drink from his backpack. After pouring the alcohol into shot glasses, he replied that he wouldn't call his contribution small and that he owed Benet for his life. Handing her one of the glasses, he added that it could be considered that it was not him who saved the elves, but the leader of this race. They had drunk a toast to the hero Benet, who had died courageously in this world, but would forever be in their hearts and memories. They promised to remember him only in kind words and in good times like this one. The next day, there was peace and tranquility in the Valley of the Elves. No more fear or anything. This village could now be at peace and not worry about the tribute of a terrible beast simply because it existed. The warriors thanked their saviors again. They had been sincerely saying thank you for this feat. Without the help, they would have been finished and closer to death than ever. The dragons and the wizard had assured them that there was no need to worry about the bastard anymore. He would never return to the lair. Elena said goodbye, expressing how happy she was to see him again, even though it was not the most pleasant event that had pushed her to do so. Iramantium wanted to know where all these creatures were taking him, but Serena wasn't going to coddle him and had ordered him to shut his mouth. He would figure it out soon enough. Rurin had been interested in the fact that Ellison had had a rather long talk with the chief the previous day and had wondered why that was so. Ellison had been surprised at such a remark. He asked what the dragon had heard since she had very good hearing. Elena had been struck by the information that the wizard had spoken to Neria. She had been unaware of what they had in common. Rurin had made her assumptions about how the chief didn't seem to know about Ellison absorbing the Lord's heart. The guy asked her to be quiet because it was a secret, by the way, but it had been too late. Their partners and the captured dragon had heard it, and it had been as much of a shock as anything that had happened the previous day during the battle with Iramantium. Well, behind them, everyone had already been discussing the event, now realizing why he was so powerful. Rurin had reasoned that it wasn't such a mystery, as Elena and Serena had seen the wizard absorb the ancient orb. Ellison agreed but asked, as Rurin thought, whether Lady Neria had noticed something wrong or whether she had realized everything from the beginning and simply didn't emphasize it during their conversation. The guy had used quite strong magic, but it was understandable since they had originally come to help Elena, and Iramantium was still perplexed by the information that the one who had defeated him had consumed the Lord's heart. There was nothing to worry about since they had gotten much more than they expected and could just head home safely. In the evening, El visited the Lord's mansion. Diran was glad to see the teacher in his home. He expressed relief that the man had returned, as the restaurant had been closed for some time, and the cook apologized for the inconvenience. Diran, however, had been surprised that Ellison had chosen to visit him personally, as it had been his first formal visit to the castle. Serena and Elena were sitting with a cup of tea, unaware of where everyone else was, even though they were outside the door. Nonetheless, they had been worried about everything going well and had discussed the news they had learned about Ellison. Berna heard that they had visitors and was surprised, given the late hour. Diran introduced Ellison and mentioned that the man had helped them a great deal. The Arch-Mage felt uncomfortable with the familiarity, but the matter was important. Berna recognized the man as the one who had deceived her father and helped save her entire family. She was in shock at the unexpected encounter and had never thought she would meet this man again. Overcome, she approached him, asking where he had been all this time. The guy, still reeling from being recognized, had found it hard to respond. The Arch-Mage then leaned over to Diran, asking if his mother knew that he was the one to destroy Dedrin's castle. Diran replied that it was rather difficult for him to explain himself, but that no one knew, aside from himself. Berna expressed admiration, stating that she wanted to find him all along and thank him in person. She immediately grabbed his hand in gratitude for saving her. The guy, modest and uncomfortable with the gesture, told her no thanks were necessary and quickly pulled his hands away. He had then reminded them that he hadn't saved someone else, leaving the mother and son confused as they tried to guess whom he was referring to. Rurin roughly shoved the dragon into the room, ordering him in and calling him a dumbhead. An old man asked who needed curing, pointing to the magic circle around his neck for safety purposes. Rurin kicked him and instructed him not to make a mess. The man, showing little enthusiasm, put up his hand and clarified whether the stranger was an ordinary person. Dairan, sensing the strangeness of the situation, had wanted to intervene as the man was about to do something to his father, but Ellison placed a hand on his shoulder and advised him to watch from the sidelines without interfering. Iramantium had concluded that the Count's brain had been pretty badly damaged, remarking that someone had done a good job of using a very strong poison, making the situation difficult but worth a try. He said it couldn't get any worse. Smoke then erupted, leading to a small explosion that spread magic throughout the sick lord's body. Suddenly, the man opened his eyes, though everything had appeared fuzzy. He still managed to recognize the silhouettes of his wife and son. They looked at the Count with horror and asked about his well-being, clearly worried. The patient had finally gained clarity in his vision, and normal thoughts had begun to form in his head. He felt as though he had a heavy drink the night before and was now suffering from a hangover. Then, unexpectedly, he had addressed Berna, speaking as though it was a long-awaited victory tune on the most gruesome day of the war. The woman and Dairan had cried with happiness, unable to believe what was happening. It had felt like a true miracle, comparable to the fulfillment of a wish for New Year's Eve, a birthday, or a shooting star. They had immediately rushed to embrace their father and husband, and the weight of their anguish and sadness finally lifted. Bright, positive days seemed to lie ahead. Ellison watched the family reunion, pleased that his efforts had not been in vain. He felt that they could finally be happy and thought of his mother and their kitchen conversations about everything. He was overcome with sadness, longing for the ability to hug his dearest person the way the family had embraced one another. He had bitten his lip to stop himself from crying. Rurin removed the magic circle from Iramantium and warned him that if she heard anything strange about him in the future, he could expect no mercy, just as this time. The man had agreed to the condition. Ellison then touched Rurin's shoulder and reminded her that it was time for them to leave. She was confused, wondering why he hadn't asked for a reward for curing the Baron. The Arch-Mage responded that they had enough money and sometimes just needed to give happiness to people for nothing. He also noted that they weren't in a position to interrupt such a touching moment when the whole family had finally reunited at home. The two had been tired, determined to finish their household chores and go to bed. As Ellison tried once again to summon spices and additives, he noticed Rurin quietly stealing beer again, catching her off guard. He thought about the fact that, come to think of it, this had been his first summoning after absorbing the orb, giving him a chance to find out if it required as much energy as it had before. As the coin began to flip, the magic circle started glowing a strange dark color, surprising both the guy and the girl. Dark energy had begun spreading through the restaurant, engulfing the guy and preventing him from seeing anything, while a strange feeling of foreboding overwhelmed him. This mysterious smoke sent him back in the past. Walking down the street, he comments on being sleepy and can't believe he's the only one who stayed up preparing the ingredients until now. Suddenly, he sees a girl robbing a man after beating him up. He asks what Rurin is doing there. Confused, she looks at him seriously and asks who the hell Rurin is and who he is. Ellison is left speechless and suddenly starts to hallucinate. Looking at the girl, he wonders why Rurin would be wearing a school uniform. The girl starts screaming, asking who he is. Ellison wonders why he's there. He begins to remember that this is where he was before traveling to that world. Suddenly, a truck appears heading towards him, and he thinks that he's always missed this. He wanted to return. Lying on the crosswalk, Rurin tells him to get up. He's confused. She asks what happened and where they are. Stunned, he realizes that it wasn't a dream. A woman asks if they're okay and if they need to call 119. Rurin asks what 119 is, but Elle interrupts and responds that they're fine and not injured. Then they run off. The woman is confused and comments that his clothes were strange. Later, Rurin is surprised to discover that this is his hometown. She comments that it's not surprising since everything seems strange, and there were things like iron carriages and really tall buildings. He says it's been a long time for him too, and that the city looked even more beautiful. With a slight smile, he never expected to return someday. Rurin remarks that if this was his hometown, He should know the place well and ask where they were. Thinking, he concludes that what he saw earlier was definitely a cell phone, and it looked like a new model. Seeing how different the buildings and cars looked, he deduces that time must have passed the same way as in that other world, so it had been more than 15 years. But even if the buildings had changed, it was unlikely that the street layouts had been altered. Maybe if he compared the location of the corners and intersections with his memories from 15 years ago. Trying to cover up, he responds that he didn't know where they were. She says he claimed it was his hometown. Remembering his mother, he tells her to relax because he knew where they were going, and luckily, holding a gold coin, they didn't need to worry about money. Later, in the barn, Linty wishes them good morning. Ment, surprised, comments that they arrived early. Opening the barn door, Milton says that this morning was quite cold. Ment agrees and says that if it weren't for the barn that the dwarves rebuilt, they would be in trouble. Linty notices that it was dark inside the restaurant, and it seemed like they were going to open much later today. Ment is surprised and says Elle wasn't the type to sleep in. Back in the earth, Rurin comments that those must be the clothes of his world. Elle says the old clothes were too flashy. However, Ellison was disappointed because he expected to get more in exchange for the gold coin and remembers that the man could only offer 4 million won, saying that if he could present his ID, he would give him the full amount in cash. Rurin, confused, asks what that was. The vendor, seeing that he didn't have an ID, offers a solution. In the end, he had to give up half of the value on the condition that he didn't ask for the ID. Rurin asks if he wasn't hungry. He asks what she'd like to eat, suggesting that there must be a good restaurant nearby. He's happy to find a Chinese restaurant and comments that jajangmyeon is always a friend to people. So he invites her to eat. Excited, she asks what they were going to eat. After trying the jajangmyeon, she comments that it was delicious and tells him to hurry and eat something too. Seeing the prices on the menu, he's shocked and comments that clothes weren't the only expensive thing. He says that back in his day, jajangmyeon cost 4,000 won. With disdain, Rurin says he sounds like an ancient dragon. Excited, he asks what's the point of saving money and says that after this, they'll get some tteokbokki, and they can eat whatever they want. Rurin asks whatever we want, and warns him not to regret it later. After trying a spicy dish, she comments that it's almost like breathing dragon fire, and then Elle tells her to drink this. They start trying different types of food one after another. Meanwhile, in the restaurant, Serena is furious and asks where they went since their day off ended yesterday. Waiting for the restaurant to open, Noel says he's definitely going to starve to death. Elena complains that she's also hungry. Noel asks if Ment heard anything because they never leave without telling them. He replies no and that they were just as confused. Two men leave irritated, and one of them asks if they're taking another break, saying he came for nothing. The other man with a mustache comments that he doesn't even know if the food is good. Thoughtful, Ment realizes this is a big problem because they don't even know when Elle and the others will be back. If customers keep leaving, it'll affect the restaurant's reputation. Milton asks if something happened to them. Ment doubts it as even the Baron Eric submits to them. Linty suggests that they should run the restaurant themselves since all 3 of their meals were made by manager L and everyone knows the taste of the food made there. Additionally, all the ingredients are in the kitchen. He asks why they don't take care of the restaurant while the others are away. Milton and Ment are surprised. On the earth, while riding the train, Ellison comments that he couldn't eat anymore. Rurin says she's full since she ate all the dishes at that place. Elle replies that he's happy she enjoyed the food. Then she asks what that bigger iron carriage is. He explains that it's called a train, and that since their destination was far, they needed to use it, as using teleportation magic might cause a commotion. Awkwardly, she asks if they're going to meet his mother. Surprised, he asks if she already knew. She responds, "How wouldn't I know? You were so excited." She's fascinated by the scenery of his hometown and comments that she really likes it. Awkwardly, he calls her name. She asks what it is. He asks what she would say if he asked them to stay there, live forever and never go back. She's completely surprised. He continues, saying that he's been thinking about it ever since they arrived in this world. Since they were here, the ancient cores wouldn't appear in that place anymore, and the threat of the Lord's birth had also disappeared. He wonders what she thinks about starting a new life there, but tells her she doesn't need to answer now and asks if he surprised her. She could take as much time as she needed to think about it and then let him know what she thought of the idea. Awkwardly, she asks if, should she refuse, he would give up on living there and return with her, as she had no intention of living there alone. He begins to recall when he was in the forest using summoning magic. Bene, who was sleeping, asks what he's doing. He responds that he finally managed to do it, and as he's about to place his finger on the portal, he asks to be taken home. Suddenly, his friends grab him, and Bene yells that he's doing it again and asks them to hold him back. Darren shouts that the thing would close almost instantly and asks if he wants to lose a finger. Ellison asks them to let him go, and while placing a document through the portal, he says he already understood. Suddenly, the portal closes. Enraged, Bene comments that he already told him to give up on that spell, that it's a problem even his magic couldn't solve, and now he wouldn't be able to use magic for several weeks. Exhausted from the magic, he asks Darren if he would return to the mines after the war ends, but Darren doesn't answer, looking pensive. Then he asks Bene if he will return to the Elven Forest, as his fiancée was waiting for him. Bene confirms. Ellison, crying, asks where he should go, pleading for someone to tell him where to return when it all ends. In the present, thinking, he asks if he ever abandoned her. Content, she responds, never. Ellison comments that first they would head to his house. She agrees to travel to his lair. Back in the city of Grake, people are talking about hearing that the restaurant has reopened, and another person suggests they go there. At the restaurant, Linty is cutting the meat. Noel asks if that amount is enough. Excited, he says it's perfect, and now they just need to grill it. Then he asks where to put the firewood. Milton responds that Ellison did everything with magic. Surprised, they watch as Elena approaches and uses her fire magic. However, Linty thinks the flame is too small, and Elena comments that she learned it in case she needed to camp. Serena tells them to step aside, and using her fire magic, says they don't need to worry about the fire, just focus on cooking. Linty is surprised and thinks he doesn't know who she is, but the problem is solved. Smiling, Milton says that the ingredients are also prepared, and now they can start cooking and open the restaurant. However, the orders didn't go as they imagined. When serving a miner, he comments that what's in front of him looks like coal, something he sees every single day at work, and asks why they are serving him coal. Mate, desperate, apologizes and says she'll remake the dish. He replies that it was a bit strange and asks if she served him coal because he's a miner. While preparing a salad, Noel wonders if he should add that this time. Milton asks what he's adding. The customer, after tasting the salad, spits it out and asks if it shouldn't taste refreshing and why it's so salty. Desperate, Ment asks Noel if that was salt. Noel responds, I think so, but it was sugar. After tasting the dish, the customer spits it out and asks why it's so sweet, demanding another dish. Another customer complains, asking for the manager and a refund. Linty is completely terrified and wonders what he should do. If this continues, the restaurant will go bankrupt before Elle returns. First, he needed to do something about the fire, as the meat was burning as soon as he put it on. But when he looked at Serena, he realized she had no intention of lowering the flames. He wondered how he was supposed to cook without burning everything at that level of heat. Linty commented that it wasn't as if he could cook after pouring water on it. Then he noticed something, and looking at a pot, he wondered if that might work. Back on the earth, as they walked, Rurin asked if they had gotten lost since arriving there. Elle responded that no, most of the buildings had changed, but some hadn't, and even if 15 or 30 years passed, he wouldn't get lost in his hometown. Ellison missed his home so much, a place he could return to, and with a slight smile, he mentioned that he was home as he knocked on the door of his house. Rurin commented that he seemed nervous. Elle wondered how he should introduce her. She responded that he should just tell the truth to his mother, that she was a dragon. He asked if she was joking, and in his thoughts, he wondered if his mother would even recognize him after 15 years since his hairstyle was still the same. With a trembling voice, he called for his mother, but no one answered. Rurin remarked that it was very quiet. Elle wondered if she was sleeping and decided to try again. Suddenly, A door opened, and the woman from the apartment next door apologized and asked who they were, commenting that she had never seen them around and wondered if they had just moved in. Ellison apologized and explained that he had come to visit the lady living in 604. Shocked, the woman asked if he was Mrs. Jianghua's son. Excited, he confirmed, saying that yes, he was her son, and asked if she knew where she was. With a sad expression, she told him that Mrs. Jianghua no longer lived there and asked if they would mind following her. A few hours later, the woman shared that when she moved there 5 years ago, she met Mrs. Jianghua. She was very busy with work and usually only ate instant noodles for meals. So Mrs. Jianghua started making her some dishes, and that's how they became close. She always bragged about her son whenever they ate together, mentioning that he would be about the same age as the woman. The woman added that she was a writer, though only for a small website. Noticing they were walking through a small forest, Ellison, apprehensive, asked where they were going. The woman replied that Mrs. Jianghua missed him dearly. The woman had suggested putting up posters, but Mrs. Jianghua had refused. Standing in front of a grave, the woman asked why he decided to return only now and if he couldn't have come at least 2 years earlier. Ellison was completely paralyzed. As the woman took a bottle out of her bag, she explained that Mrs. Jianghua had already been dealing with stomach cancer before they met. She couldn't eat much since she'd had a gastrectomy, but even so, Mrs. Jianghua still cared for others, saying it made her happy to see them eat. However, she was hospitalized when her cancer returned 3 years ago. Desperate, Ellison thought that this wasn't the reunion he had wanted. He began to remember the good times with his mother. This wasn't the farewell he had hoped for. The woman admitted that, to be honest, she wasn't curious about why he had come back now. It was already too late, after all. No explanation could bring her back. But since Mrs. Jianghua had asked her to do this, the woman handed him an old letter and asked if he had written it. Mrs. Jianghua had found it in front of her house, and she wrote a response just in case he ever came to see her, though he never did. Completely devastated, Ellison began reading the letter. Rurin noticed that the paper was from the kingdom of Rurin. In the letter, it was written, "Mother, don't doubt this and just read. Everything I've written below in this letter is true, I swear. I didn't leave. You may not believe me, but at this moment I'm in another world, different from the one we know." With a trembling voice, he mentions that he used unstable magic, but he wanted her to receive the letter no matter what. Even if he couldn't return, he wanted her to know that he was fine. He wrote about how he had become a mage and that he would open a restaurant. But even though he had a way to send the letter, he couldn't find a way to receive a response, so he gave up over time. As he was finishing reading the letter, "I have no way to return. The restaurant will be opening soon." Rurin comments that there was a reply in the letter that said, "My son is a mage now. Be sure to send me an invitation when the restaurant opens to the public." Crying, Ellison wonders why he was so stupid. After gaining the favor of a lord and being able to use summoning magic, he didn't think of retrieving the letter and wonders why he never thought of sending another letter to her. Rurin hugs him, trying to console him. Elle says that if he had, he wouldn't be so full of regret now. The next day, in the city of Grake, the restaurant was packed with customers. They were commenting on how amazing the food was. Meant remarks that the menu turned out great, and the reviews about the food were excellent. Linty says that the fire magic was so strong that it kept burning the meat, so he thought of a way to prevent that and happened to have a useful pot for it. Then he wondered how boiling Yuba's belly would taste. Serena boasted, saying it was all thanks to her magic. Elena adds that she was helping a bit too. Ment, relieved, says that now they don't need to worry about the restaurant's customers. All that's missing is his return. In the earth, after dawn, Rurin, concerned, comments that he needs to eat something. It's not good for his health. With his head down, Ellison apologizes to her and says he lied, and if she didn't want to stay there, he would send her back alone. Rurin is stunned, and with a trembling voice, he continues, saying that he's been away for 15 years, that he was the only person his mother had, and no matter what she did, he would stay there anyway. But now there's nothing left for him there. Rurin grabs his arm and asks if he really thinks that, and if he truly believes there's nothing left for him there. She comments that when they were on that thing called a train, he asked her what she thought about making that place their new home. She says she never thought about refusing his proposal and holding his hand. She would never go back alone and leave him behind. With a smile, she adds that they could stay there as long as he wanted, but she asks what they would do about the people waiting for them. Ellison finally realizes. Later in the castle in the city of Grake, the young baron asks if the master isn't at the restaurant. The soldier replies that someone else is currently taking care of it. Berna is in disbelief. Ryden comments that they did them an unimaginable favor, and yet they haven't been able to thank them, and he orders preparations to visit the restaurant. Meanwhile, in Rurin's lair, construction is in full swing. A dwarf asks Lord Gultizer if he's heard the news that Ellison suddenly disappeared. He replies that there's no need to worry about that. The only thing they need to focus on is the construction deadline and finishing the lair. They don't have enough time to worry about things like that. Awkwardly, the dwarf apologizes and says they will continue with the construction. Looking up, Gultizer remarks that Lord Ellison isn't someone who would abandon them and asks if Darren doesn't think so too. In the present world, Rurin mentions that everyone is waiting for him. Humans, dwarves, elves, and even dragons are probably knocking on the restaurant's doors right now. With a beautiful smile, she asks what he meant by, "There's nothing left," because he never does anything without reason. She asks if he doesn't think that the 15 years he spent there aren't reason enough to return. Ellison, thoughtful and with a trembling voice, comments on the words he wrote in the letter and asks if his mother believed them. Rurin replies that yes, she did because she had never seen a parent doubt their children. Pulling him along, she calls him to return to where they belong. 2 days later, as she walked, the woman thought that since then, she hadn't seen him again and wondered if her words had been too harsh. Angry, she remarks that Mrs. Zhonghua went through a lot. He even wrote something nonsensical about becoming a mage, and she definitely couldn't forgive him. Suddenly, someone calls out to her with a smile. Ellison hands her a bag and tells her to keep it. Startled, the woman asked where he had been and what was with those clothes. He replies that he had to recover his mana to be able to use summoning magic. But there wasn't much mana around, so it took some time. Confused, she asks what mana is and if he's seriously still using that strange excuse. Upon opening the bag, which was full of gold, she couldn't believe it. Elle says it may not be much but asks her to accept it. And as he opens the summoning portal, he mentions that he needs to return to the restaurant as many people are waiting for him and thanks her for taking care of his mother's grave. Suddenly, he disappears, leaving the woman paralyzed. Then she begins to remember a conversation with Mrs. Zhonghua in the hospital, where she asked how she was feeling. Zhonga replied that she was fine and that she needed to get better soon because there was a restaurant she wanted to visit. Excited, the woman comments that having an appetite is a good sign and asks which restaurant. With a slight smile, Zhonghua replies that it's in a very distant place and is probably already open to the public. A certain restaurant owned by an Arch-Mage, a 9th-class Arch-Mage. Horrified, the woman couldn't believe it was all true. Her son was a mage, and the people around her wondered what had just happened as they had disappeared suddenly. Before returning to the kingdom of Rurin, Ellison had left a picture with Rurin and a beautiful bouquet of white flowers on his mother's grave. Then he teleported back to the kingdom of Rurin. He comments that it seemed like years had passed. Looking at the landscape, he says that the place is quite far from the restaurant. They must have strayed far from the restaurant in that world. Just as he is about to summon the teleportation spell, Rurin offers to take them back immediately, but Ellison interrupts and asks her to wait, forming a large portal with his magic. Surprised, she asks how he did that. He replies that it's similar to the principles of dimensional magic, and as they pass through the portal, she asks him to teach her levitation magic. Elle reminds her that she had said she wouldn't learn how to use that magic. She shouts back that all the other dragons know how to use it. After crossing the portal, worried, he comments that the restaurant's customers must be pretty anxious and the ranch workers are probably scared since he took a break without warning. Rurin remarks that she thinks they won't have customers at the restaurant for a while, but suddenly, she notices something. The restaurant is packed, and there's a statue of Elle outside. Embarrassed, he asks if they're in the wrong place. Confused, Rurin asks what's going on inside the restaurant. Linty, excited, asks if they know who saved Lord Ryden and Grake City. That's right, he exclaims. It was him, the owner of this restaurant, Mr. Ellison. A man comments that he's amazing. A woman moved and tells her husband that she can't believe it. Holding a dish, Linty shouts that this dish healed the Count back then and asks if they want to try it to get a sense of how much health this delicious dish can provide. Enthused by his speech, the customers shout that they want to try it. Suddenly, Ellison walks in through the door. Upon seeing him, Linty is terrified. Elle asks him to explain this immediately. Suddenly, a man says that he was the one who suggested it. Elle is confused. The man is the lord of the city of Grake, Ryden, who comments that he is glad they can finally have a proper conversation. Later that night, someone apologized because Elle and Rurin suddenly disappeared in the middle of the night, causing everyone to panic. It was Linty who said they tried to keep the customers there one way or another, and that was the result. While eating, Ryden remarked that Elle had incredible employees. Ellison, tasting Linty's dish, thought it was great and wondered how he had never thought of making boiled pork. Rurin commented that it was delicious and so tender. Elle kept thinking that simply putting pork in water and boiling it doesn't immediately make it taste good. He wondered if perhaps the kitchen was a better place for Linty than working on the ranch. Ellison remarked that he was the only one to blame this time, so he wouldn't scold him. However, as he stood up and pointed to the statue, he asked what the heck that was. Admiring it, Ryden said it was made to honor his achievements and that he need not worry. The Count's castle would take care of it. Awkwardly, Elle said that wasn't his concern and asked what he meant by achievements. Ryden replied that Elle was being too modest. He began explaining that in the past, he had heard stories about a legendary soldier during the war against the dragon. This soldier ignored orders from his superiors and ran around helping people. He was the best mage but also the worst soldier, and from what he heard, his name was Ellison. Elle was speechless. Ryden continued, saying that although it's a story few people know now, he asked if Elle would believe him if he said that the city of Grake was one of the cities he saved and, on the day Dedin brazenly entered the castle, when Ellison teleported into his room, Ryden already had an idea of who he was. Embarrassed, Elle said he hadn't expected Ryden to be conscious. Ryden said that Elle saved the city, saved him, and also saved his family, so he asked what he wouldn't do to help him. He vowed to do everything within his power to assist Lord Ellison and asked if he understood. With a slight smile, Ellison replied that he didn't, and using his magic, he destroyed the statue. He said he didn't want people evaluating his restaurant by including background decor. Worried, Ryden began to stammer, saying he thought a statue was a bit much and that he might have gone overboard. Annoyed, Ellison asked if he could also take care of the rumors about his dishes healing sick people. Ryden replied that yes, he would personally explain that to people. Another day, in a school, while two girls were talking, a mysterious woman bumped into one of the girls. After dropping their books, the girl apologized to the woman. Using her magic, the woman levitated the books and asked if they were hurt. This woman was Madrin, who went on to say that they should be studying magic and wished them good luck but also warned them to be careful when using it inside. Embarrassed, the girl thanked her, surprised that Madrin had spoken to her. Her friend commented that Madrin was so nice and asked if she saw how fast her magic casting was, as she didn't even notice when Madrin used it, and that, as she thought, the rumors about Madrin were all lies. Madrin overheard their conversation. The girl replied that she never believed the rumors from the start because it didn't make sense. There was no way she was kidnapped, tied up, and crying, and wondered who spread those stupid rumors. Distressed, Madrin began to tremble, wishing they were only rumors. Just as she was about to enter her room, she noticed someone was inside, and the only person who could enter her room without permission was Duke Temerin. But he was out of town now. Madrin became completely terrified, thinking that Rurin was the one inside. But when she opened the door, Prince Leon, who was inside, looked surprised and said he was glad she finally arrived. Madrin, terrified with her eyes closed, starts shouting that she would go with them. And this time they didn't need to tie her up and drag her around, mentioning that rumors about that had already spread throughout the city, so she begged them to be gentle this time. Seeing her state, The prince was confused and asked what she was talking about. Madrin became desperate when she realized it was Leon. Later, Madrin softly mentions that the crime rate in the city of Dedran keeps increasing day by day, and that it will certainly affect the neighboring cities as well. Teams were dispatched to handle the situation, but as he already knew, there were some issues. Leon comments that it was good to know but asks her to raise her head as he couldn't hear a word she was saying. Embarrassed, she asks why he didn't notify her that he would visit. He tells her to relax, and that he won't spread any rumors about this. Then, quickly changing his tone, he asks if the city of Dedran is in a severe state and how many dispatched people had died so far. She responds that 3 had died. He asks, in such a short time? And then remarks that no one else wants to go. She asks if he would like her to go in their place. Leon responds that if someone as stubborn as her went, everyone would hide in fear, and they wouldn't be able to find who created this poison. Madrin comments that they didn't have people who fit the criteria to send to Dedran. With a slight smile, the prince replies that there was one person who, despite looking normal on the outside, is a monster who doesn't care about killing. She's surprised and asks what he's talking about. He responds that she should hurry because they were leaving. Later, at the restaurant, a customer comments that he finally gets to have a delicious meal after so long. In the kitchen, Ellison prepares the dishes with a smile. He says that the fried rice with wuka is ready and asks Rurin to serve it to the customers. After serving, Serena is surprised and asks where all the meat went. Disguising while chewing the meat, Rurin comments that this is how it's served. Enraged, Serena asks who she's trying to fool. Rurin responds that she should just eat what was given to her. Berna, after tasting the food, says she can't help but love this place. She asks if Diren has been coming here frequently by himself, and Elle responds that he could be considered a regular. Awkwardly, she admits that she was actually against putting a statue in the restaurant. Elle tells her that she doesn't need to say that every time she visits, as the Lord already took care of everything. Berna then asks if they also had dessert. As 2 mysterious people enter the restaurant, Elle responds that, yes, they do have dessert. The mysterious woman asks if he could bring 2 portions of the dish. Sighing, he responds that he would and asks her to wait a moment. After some time, he serves them, announcing that 2 plates of fried rice with wuka are ready. The mysterious man tries it and comments that the taste caught him by surprise. The woman agrees and says it's so good. Ellison asks if he's surprised, as it's unexpected given that he doesn't seem like someone who's easily impressed. The man is shocked when he realizes that Elle had already seen through his perfect disguise. Madrin, astonished, remarks that Elle's eyes are as sharp as expected. Elle asks how that was considered perfect. Leon responds that the lady there didn't seem to notice. Ellison asks what happened that made them disguise themselves to be there. The prince responds that, first of all, he wanted to try the delicious food here, and second, showing a vial, he asks if Elle knew what it was. Surprised, Elle asks what that was. Leon responds that it's a deadly poison that can destroy the human brain. It's the same poison that made Count Andre bedridden for years. Ellison is paralyzed. Leon continues, saying that this poison is slowly spreading throughout the empire. It's a miracle that the Count woke up from it, but they couldn't expect that for everyone else. Moreover, it's very difficult to find evidence because the mixture leaves no trace on the victim. Before he could finish speaking, 2 thieves burst into the restaurant, telling everyone not to move and demanding all the food and money. Berna becomes terrified upon seeing the thieves. One of the thieves threatens them, saying that if they don't want to die, they should obey and hand everything over. Asking if they thought this was a joke, he introduces themselves as Milton and Boyle, the thief duo, and comments that they were too scared to react. Rurin and Serena stop their bickering and glare at the thieves, warning them not to ruin their mood. Madrin, emitting her powerful aura, stares them down. Later, outside the restaurant, one of the thieves groans in pain as Madrin remarks that they were from the city of Dedran. Sitting on top of one and stepping on the head of the other, she warns them not to make any moves. They apologize, calling her chief mage, and beg for forgiveness. Hearing this compliment, she has a malicious grin and confirms, yes, she is the chief mage, and asks if they knew who she was. She is the only 7th-class chief mage in the Empire. Elle looks confused. Leon explains that Madrin has been very stressed lately, so please bear with her. Holding the vial, Ellison asks if the reason they came to him was to put him in charge of the investigation into the city of Idrin to find the source of the poison. The prince says that no matter how much they interrogated Count Dedran, he wouldn't reveal anything, and all the representatives from the royal court sent there were dead, so the security in Dedran was at its worst. While Madrin plays with the thieves, Leon comments that he is sure this was done by the same group and that they are expanding throughout the city. Ellison asks why the prince would entrust such an important task to a mere restaurant owner. The prince replies that not long ago, Dedran's mansion was destroyed, and he wondered who on earth would use magic in such a ridiculous way. He asks if Elle feels a little responsible for the situation that is now out of control. Awkwardly, Elle asks who told him that. Leon responds that he can't say. He has to keep it an absolute secret. Ellison remarks that the only person who could have told him was the 7th-class mage of the Empire. Upon hearing this, Madrin becomes terrified and runs toward His Majesty. Leon comments that he will leave this task to Elle, but if he needs anything, he should let him know. He says that he will proceed with his plan this time and asks Madrin to visit him later that night. Around the outskirts of Dedran, the situation is dire, with several robberies occurring. Ellison comments that things are worse than he had imagined. Rurin asks why they are there. Elle responds that it is to capture whoever created the poison used on the Count. She asks if that is why the city is turning into such a mess. He replies that it might be, but he has heard that all the representatives from the royal court were poisoned. Deep in thought, Elle wonders what he should do. If he manages to capture them all at once, they might try to hide, but it isn't as though he could just ask anyone about it. Then he tells Rurin that he has a plan and asks if she will listen. She asks what it is, and he replies that it might make her feel bad. With a slight smile, she tells him that he worries too much and reminds him that she has already said she would do anything for him. So she asks him to share the plan. Suddenly, she finds herself behind bars, wondering why a man asks her to stay away from the bars. One of the prisoners comments that there is a girl in the cell. A big, muscular prisoner asks if it's someone's birthday. With malicious looks, the prisoners ask her if she knows what happened to the first girl who came into this cell. They were going to show her. Slowly, with a look of disgust, she says that this place is a dump, and this prison doesn't even separate people by gender. Just as she is about to transform her hand into dragon claws, she restrains herself, remembering that she had been asked to endure this. After this, they would be part of a story that would spread to the next cell. She plans to exterminate every prisoner there. A man asks everyone to calm down and stand against the wall. The head steward has arrived. The prisoners comment that it didn't surprise them, given that there was a girl prisoner there. Walking in, the head steward of the city of Dedran, Ricardo, comments that he heard there was a new useful item today. The man points to Rurin and says that she is the prisoner. She was arrested for assaulting civilians in the street. She responds that they were thieves. Ricardo, impressed, says she's a bit rebellious, but that will increase her sales value. He orders them to take the girl and keep her separate from the others, mentioning that others might treat her badly, and it would be a waste to just leave her there. Rurin notices something as a woman calls out to Ricardo. He asks what the problem is. Whispering in his ear, she tells him something that surprises him, and he asks her to repeat it, then tells her to notify them that he's on his way. Later that night, in a castle, someone thinks that those bastards can't seem to learn. It was Ricardo, thinking that after 3 people had come and gone, they should have gotten the message. Slowly opening the door, he sees a mysterious man and apologizes for making him wait. He introduces himself as the head steward of the place and says he heard that the man was from the palace. The mysterious man is surprised to hear that Ricardo is the head steward. The man is Ellison, who introduces himself as Count Revoke and says that he will now be in charge of managing the city of Dedran. Ricardo apologizes for being a bit late. He was handling some prisoners. Reading a document, he says that something absurd happened at the Lord's castle recently. It's a confusing time for all of them, so he asks for understanding. Count Revoke acknowledges and says he's heard about it. When he sees the seal at the end of the document, he realizes it is indeed the seal of the Imperial Palace. Ellison asks if Ricardo thought it was fake. Ricardo denies it but comments that it arrived earlier than expected. Unfortunately, for unknown reasons, 3 of the dispatched officials to this place have died, so he thought nobles would avoid this city, but it seems that's not the case. Count Revoke notices something and sarcastically asks if Ricardo is suggesting that he be careful not to become the 4th. Ricardo laughs nervously, saying that he would never think something so disrespectful. With a slight smile, Ellison comments on the word disrespectful and begins to tear the document, saying that this now should be considered disrespectful. Ricardo, confused, asks what he is doing and how he could tear up a letter from His Majesty. Count Revoke replies that the contents are so predictable it's not even fun. He continues, saying that even though it was written by the Crown Prince, he could recite the message with his eyes closed. Improve public safety, take care of the people, and eradicate corruption in Deadran. He then places both feet on the table and comments that none of that interests him. He wants to make this place a bit more exciting to manage, suggesting that Ricardo wouldn't want to see new officials resigning again and again. He asks if Ricardo doesn't think there are areas where their interests align and mentions hearing all kinds of rumors before arriving. Ricardo is left stunned. Meanwhile, in the prison, a guard tells Rurin to come out. She asks why, since they just transferred her to that cell, and wonders where they're taking her now. He replies that she doesn't need to know. She thinks that if it weren't for Elle's request, they would all already be dead. Then she remembers that Elle said the people of Pepper Trader likely know where the poison is, so he would head to the prison. One of the prisoners asks if she's leaving and says he's going to tell her something. She'll soon be crying out of longing for this place because, compared to where she's going, this place will seem like heaven. He adds that if he were her, he'd bite his tongue and die now. Rurin simply observes while the guard orders the prisoners to be quiet. As Ricardo watches Rurin being taken away, he wonders what he should do next. Count Revoke seemed completely different from the other Puritans who had come before. Ricardo couldn't keep killing all the dispatched officials, but this time it felt different. He liked that Revoke was a count and maybe it was worth the risk. He would see if the count was brave or just pretending because he didn't want to die that night. As Ricardo pondered, he realized that people rarely made such poisons alone, so it was certain they had some connection to the underworld. Holding the vial of poison, Ellison continued thinking, trying to act like a corrupt official, only to find himself wondering if he had been too obvious, trying too hard to seem like he knew something when, in reality, he knew nothing. If he showed the poison out of the blue, Ricardo would play innocent. It seemed like there was no choice but to wait for something to happen on Rurin's side. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door, asking if they could come in for a moment. He replied that they could. The maid entered, commenting that she had prepared some tea in case he was thirsty, mentioning that the head butler had sent her. The count thanked her and asked her to leave it there. Apologetically, she explained that the head butler had asked her to stay until she saw him drink some of the tea. He called it a sign of trust. Surprised, Ellison thought he couldn't believe they were poisoning the officials so blatantly, wanting the count to trust them by drinking it. If he used his position as a count as an excuse to refuse the tea, the head butler would never reveal his true intentions. If there was poison in the tea, he would stop pretending and use it as leverage to threaten the head butler. If not, he would continue acting as Count Revoke. In one gulp, he drank it all, thinking that whatever happened, he would deal with it. Suddenly, he noticed something and commented that the tea tasted very good. It must be high quality. The maid smiled, saying she knew he would like it. Looking at the cup, he realized there was no poison and wondered if he had passed the test. As the maid was about to leave, she mentioned one more thing. Opening the door, a silhouette of a woman appeared. She explained that the butler had asked her to give him this gift after passing the trust test, a sign of the butler's sincerity. Ellison was astonished, realizing this was much more complicated than he had anticipated. He had never expected to be given slaves. The maid added that she hoped he would enjoy it. The count noticed something strange about the woman. She seemed disoriented, almost as if hypnotized. He asked if she could hear him. Suddenly, the woman moved her hand with incredible speed, knocking the Count to the ground. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Degran, in a place surrounded by sinister faces, a mysterious man was trying to understand what they were saying as they broke into an empty house. A girl appeared out of nowhere and began fighting them, asking why their faces looked like that. One of the men, who was tied up, said she was very strong. Another agreed, saying she didn't seem human. The mysterious man then asked them what he had told them before. They were supposed to be discreet, especially since it hadn't been long since they had gotten rid of those officials. If they couldn't avoid a fight, they should at least not get caught. He asked if it was too much for them to handle. He remarked that this wasn't going to work and called for Vernetto, asking him to take them to the cultivation room. The two men became terrified, begging for forgiveness, with one of them saying they would live as discreetly as possible from now on and pleading for one last chance. The mysterious man wondered why they kept asking for a last chance. His name was Rurin, the manager of the city of Dedran and a human trafficker. He commented that the fact they were still alive was already their last chance. Vernetto mentioned that Ricardo had requested another slave. With a sinister expression, Rurin commented that damn Ricardo never got tired of it. They should at least keep some distance. He thought it would be even more dangerous to attract the attention of the Imperial Palace. He didn't want to have to kill that man. Then he asked Vernetto if Ricardo wasn't supposed to send a prisoner today. Vernetto confirmed that yes, the prisoner had committed assault. One man wondered if it was assault and suspected it might have been the same person who had beaten up his men. She was now in the selection room. Rurin stood in a line of slaves while a man with glasses commented, 3 for the cultivation room, 2 for the nobles, 5 for the black market auction. As he called the next in line, she thought it was surprising. Even though she didn't fully understand human customs, she knew that slavery was illegal throughout the empire, and to think that such a large-scale business was happening inside a cell. She realized she couldn't be sure they were the ones who created the poison, but she should probably inform Elle about this. Since she knew the coordinates of his room, she created a small portal to communicate through and asked if Elle could hear her, saying this was much bigger than they had imagined. However, she noticed something strange. Ellison was in his room with a woman tied up. Quickly, he responded that it wasn't what she thought. Rurin, confused, asked what it was. While the tied-up woman pleaded for her master to give her orders, desperate, Elle said that whatever she was thinking, it was a misunderstanding. Furious, emanating her aura, Rurin asked him what exactly he thought she was thinking.
The black silhouette of angry Rurin looked through the communication window when he asked if she would be caught talking. The angry silhouette of Rurin told Ellison to find out where the cultivation chamber was, and they would talk about this incident later. Ellison, sweating, opened his mouth from such a statement. A guard passing by noticed Serena's blue rays from the chamber. He opened the girl's cage immediately and tried to understand what she was doing. Rurin looked back at the guard when the communication window was almost gone. She looked tensely at the guard and crumbled the handcuffs, saying she needed new ones. She left the dungeon and stood opposite the guard. At this time, Bonero and Ryden were watching closely as the assistant tried to figure out whether to interfere with him. Ryden said that it was not necessary to do this because it was necessary to convey that he should not be provoked again. Bonero's eyes widened in amazement when he realized that it was not a person. Ryden touched his face with a puzzled look and did not know what the motives were, but a strange creature appeared. If they did not figure it out in time, then they would be in trouble, so it was necessary to clean up here. The next morning in the mansion, Ricardo closed his eyes with a smile and asked about the Count's gift. Ellison held hot tea with a smile and said that it was pretty cool, but he was a little annoyed by Ricardo's distress. But he had already forgotten, although he understood that it was not funny at all. Because of this incident, there was a misunderstanding with Rurin. Ricardo stood in front of Ellison and apologized for such a moment, noting that he did not want to take a risk because he had shaken hands with him too hastily. Playing, he thought that the Lord had forgotten about what they were talking about. At this time, the slave was sleeping on the bed, and Ellison said that he just wanted to leave this woman for a couple more days. Ellison immediately tried his tea, and noticed that it was not the first time he saw a slave, but there was something wrong with this girl. Ricardo immediately grinned in the dark space when he was asked about the fact that this girl was in a rather strange state. Ricardo noticed the Count's attentiveness because this was a special feature of their products. He imagined how slaves were tied up and handcuffed, standing in a crowd because slaves are brainwashed so that they become real puppets. And you don't have to worry that they will run away or start a riot because they are all calm. Ricardo, with an inspired look, spread his arms out to the sides and said that slaves listen to all orders, so you can make them do anything. Ellison looked sadly when Ricardo noted that hardly anyone would refuse such a thing. He imagined the bloodthirsty grin of Ricardo's black silhouette and could not even think how disgusting it was. He realized that the issue with the poison needed to be resolved, and slavery would also have to be gotten rid of. He grinned wickedly as he brought the cup, realizing that if he didn't get rid of it completely, the same thing would happen that eventually happened with Dedran Castle. At the same time, he asked the Lord if he hoped to expand the slave market. Ricardo timidly scratched his mustache when he heard that it was all thanks to quality products and connections because, by combining them all, they would create a sales channel for influential people in the empire. The old man grinned and began to think that cooperation with the Count was an excellent idea. The guy sat at the table, his head down, and said that he needed to check something first. Ricardo immediately froze, and his eyes widened when he was asked about the attitude of the slaves towards the cultivation chamber. Ellison looked at the confused Ricardo, who was standing by the door, and realized that Revolk knew everything. Ellison said that he came here after hearing a couple of rumors. Ellison scratched his forehead and said, "As the Lord knows, the nobility is extremely cautious, so first you need to carefully check the entire process. If it causes inconvenience, then the Lord could not show." Ricardo immediately smiled maliciously and said that the route could be shortened a little. But it was not necessary. This old man put his hands behind his back under the rays of light and said that since they were partners, there was no reason to hide anything, and everything was much closer than he thought. At this time, Rurin was about to go to the door. He knocked on the door and was allowed to enter. He opened the door and saw a girl in a black dress saying that there was a problem that needed intervention. It was a girl with red hair who was smoking a pipe. She said that it was unexpected because Rurin did not blink an eye even after the guards of the imperial palace were poisoned and asked what was the matter. The slave traders slightly squinted and said that something strange was happening among the slaves because they quickly hid their energy. So he was not sure, and it seemed that there was a dragon similar to her. Sydney looked away with a smirk, saying that it was indeed worth reporting. The red dragon, Sydney, Rurin stood with his back looking at the girl. The red dragon asked if the black dragons could have sniffed out everything, adding that she had recently been receiving more and more reports that they were being dug under. Asking that a new guest had arrived not long ago, Rurin said that it was a young master named Count Revolk. Sydney squinted away, saying that she had not heard of him before, asking if the dragon he mentioned was a slave. Rurin said that it was, and that it was this short girl with black hair. The red dragon began to emit a red aura, representing the image of Ellison and Rurin. She thought that this couldn't be happening. The red dragon looked at the human trafficker, telling him to gather everything in the cultivation and sorting chamber, and prepare to leave at any moment. Rurin said that he would follow the order. A magical yellow circle was visible in the air. People were standing in the room sorting through the grass. Ricardo said that this was the real pride, the cultivation chamber. The Lord and Ellison stood in the room with a bandage on their face. The Lord said that they grew various herbs and mushrooms to mix with drugs to prepare loyal slaves ready to serve their masters. Ellison looked away in bewilderment, wondering what magical lights were, and finding it hard to believe that they did such a thing right in the mansion. The guy in the bandage was pushing a cart with human bodies. Ellison said that they were in bad condition. Ricardo noted that there were a lot of poisonous plants there. The Lord turned his attention to Ellison. The Arch-Mage said that he was leaving. With such ingredients, he looked at what was happening in horror, asking if it was possible to create a poison that would not leave a trace. The Lord narrowed his eyes, asking if he was interested in their products. Ricardo reached his hand into his jacket, saying that he was just about to show. Rurin called out to the Lord. The human trafficker was heading toward the Lord. He looked at Ricardo with a terrifying gaze, asking what was going on. Ricardo pointed his finger to the side, saying that he apologized for being so late, but this was Count Revolk who agreed to cooperate with them. Rurin attacked the Lord in the neck when he said that they had finally gathered before the nobles from the very heart of the empire. The human trafficker looked ahead with a terrifying gaze, clutching his blade. He said that this was incredible, and how stupid. The Arch-Mage looked at what was happening in surprise when the head flew off the shoulders of the Lord. Raiden said that he showed all this to some guests that he barely knew. The fire began to appear from the magic circle. Flames engulfed the room around the boys. Raiden said that he apologized and that he did not know if he wanted to cooperate, but he had to get rid of everything properly. Ellison pulled the bandage off his face, telling him not to worry and that his suspicions were justified. Ellison added that the Count's games had come to an end. The soldiers stood in the room with the cells. Rurin sat in the cell saying that it was getting noisy. She frowned, thinking that she heard everything being closed down, wondering if it was because of Ellison. The Red Dragon grabbed the cell with his hand, asking if this was all true, adding that she thought Raiden had misunderstood something. Sydney looked at the girl with a smile, saying that they had a jackpot with the dragon. Rurin looked at Sydney with displeasure, saying that she never thought that she would meet another dragon in such a place, asking who she was. Sydney said that she did not know her, but she knew her very well. Rurin widened her eyes. Sydney said that she was Rurin, the daughter of Baron. The Red Dragon grinned maliciously. Rurin asked how she knew her mother's name. The dragon said that she did not just know her name, she also knew how her mother died. Rurin lowered her head and said it was fortunate that Ellison was not here. Sydney smiled bloodthirstily. Rurin said she won't give such a bastard another chance. The cage exploded from the powerful energy. Rurin turned into a black dragon, saying that she would tear her to pieces and leave only her filthy mouth. Sydney looked at the dragon with a cold gaze. Rurin said that she would see if she could also talk, adding that everything would be slow and painful. Sydney began to turn into a dragon, asking what she thought, noting that she had already seen this, and surprisingly, her mouth was fine but her mother's was. Rurin began to collect magical energy in her mouth, telling her to shut up. Rurin shot a magical pillar of energy. A hole appeared in the wall from the powerful blow. The man looked away in horror. The fighters began to run away from the black dragon. The man shouted that this was the dragon and that they needed to run. The black dragon looked away, baring her fangs. Sydney asked what she was angry about. A red spark appeared above the black dragon's head. Sydney said that she was quite brave for a slave. The red energy ball moved toward the black dragon. Sydney turned into a red dragon. She asked why she was leaning so senselessly, noting that she could have lived peacefully with that guy in Grake City. The black dragon glared at the red dragon. The black dragon said that cockroaches were usually gotten rid of, so she shouldn't stick her neck out. Rurin charged at the red dragon. She said that she ran all the way here. The fighter looked at the burning plants with excitement. He said that there was a fire there, and that they needed to put it out quickly. Raiden looked back at the fighter, saying that there was no need to do that, and that they needed to leave. Ellison began to create a magic circle. He waved his hand, turning the fire into ice. Ellison looked at the traffickers with a serious look, saying that he would deal with it since he couldn't let all the evidence burn. The human trafficker looked at Ellison with narrowed eyes. He said that it turned out he was not an official. Raiden clutched the blade in his hand, adding that it was no wonder he seemed so strange. Ellison noted that he did not think it was worth saying. The Arch-Mage surrounded himself with a barrier, saying that he was only a swordsman. Raiden swung his blade, saying that his barrier was strong. Ellison frowned. He stated that these were sudden strikes, and now everything was clear to him. Raiden took a fighting stance. The Arch-Mage asked if this was the sword technique of the First Knightly Order, and if he was from the Imperial Palace. Raiden looked menacingly at Ellison's. He said that he seemed to be becoming more and more curious. The slave traders began to take his blade out of its sheath, saying that, however, it was too dangerous. Raiden surrounded his blade with fire, directing an attack at Ellison. The Arch-Mage raised 3 fingers, creating magic circles. Raiden dodged the magic circles, saying that such blows could be easily avoided if the path of the energy flow was determined in time. Raiden appeared next to Ellison. Ellison said that even a bastard like him knew such things. The slave traders noted that he would not be able to use strong magic without damaging the evidence. The Arch-Mage attacked with an electric pillar of energy. The slave traders dodged the attack, saying that in his case everything was different. The swordsman began to swing his weapon. Smile, the swordsman's blows began to hit Ellison's barrier. Ellison looked up in irritation, thinking that he was not one of the simple knights. The swordsman moved his hand to the side, saying that the defensive magic weakened depending on the expansion of the area covered. The knight gathered his power in the blade, swinging it. He noted that especially against the power directed at one specific point. The swordsman attacked Ellison's barrier with a column of energy. A hole appeared in the barrier. Ellison glared at his opponent. He said that in theory this was the right approach. Ryden looked ahead in confusion. Ellison noted that he knew how to kill the mage. The knight wondered if the barrier was still holding. The Arch-Mage created a magic circle, appearing in front of Ryden's face, saying that this was all. The Arch-Mage attacked the knight in the stomach. The slave traders were thrown aside, causing an explosion. He was sitting on the floor saying that he was strong. Ellison noted that he quickly got up, adding that he did not hit him with the intent to kill. The Archmage's eyes widened. The knight rose to his feet, leaning on his blade. Ellison asked who he was in this body. Somewhere else, a man entered the building telling the Lord that he had come. He held a scroll in his hand saying that as he had ordered, the boys were sitting at the table. Darren noted that Berna had been identified. Leon said that it looked like they had not had to wait long. Berna jumped up from her chair, shedding tears. Leon said that he had not come to arrest her so she could go. Berna thanked him for his mercy. Darren sat down next to the prince. He asked if the restaurant was open without Mr. Ellison. The prince said that there was a ranch boy there and he was a good cook. Darren looked at the prince in confusion. Leon asked what was going on with Dedran. Darren noted that he had not said anything yet. Dedran was sitting in a cage, chained. Darren noted that he was probably shaken by the destruction of the palace. Dedran spoke of retribution and the approach of a mage in a blue robe. The prince looked at the man with a serious look, asking if he could ask a question. Medarine and Darren spat out their food in surprise. Leon asked that if he and Ellison fought equally, who would win. Leon waved his hands. Darren asked the prince what he was saying. Leon said that he was serious and let him answer. The man closed his eyes, raising his hand to his mouth. He said that he could not understand why he would ask such a childish question. The man looked at the prince, noting that even if he and Maria had teamed up, they would never have won. The prince slightly opened his mouth, asking why things were so bad. Darren said that he was a terrible monster. The prince looked at the man in surprise. Darren noted that he knew another such person. Darren presented the image of the knight. He said that this was the genius who rethought the art of wielding a sword in the First Knightly Order, Commander Adrian Pierce, and he had not seen a swordsman stronger than him. Darren narrowed his gaze, saying that this was why he was still the vice-commander. The prince sighed heavily, speaking about the commander of the First Knightly Order, noting that he was talking about the one who was still alive because he was not there then, so he could not judge. The prince asked if he went missing during the war defending the imperial palace. Back in the Dedran city, the zombie looked at his opponent with a menacing look. Ryden slightly opened his mouth, asking what his name was. Ellison bowed his head and said that his name was Ellison. The Archmage widened his eyes. Ryden said that he was that deserter. Ellison wondered that he knew that too. The Archmage began to create a magic circle, saying that he didn't care, and that he had a lot to ask, considering his condition and all, and that he would hear it in person. Ryden swung his blade, saying that it wouldn't happen and that they would see each other again. The knight aimed his attack at the ceiling. Ellison looked up in confusion, noting that he was aiming at the ceiling. The knight asked if he needed to protect the slaves and evidence. Ryden smiled slightly, saying that things were really bad and that if he had someone like him by his side, he would have gone a different route. The building was on fire. Rurin was looking at the red dragon with a menacing look. Sydney was sitting near the wall, saying that she had already said that she was quite the piece of work. Rurin approached the red dragon, asking her to tell him how she knew about her mother. Sydney asked if she thought she would never know, noting that some secrets just can't be hidden, no matter how hard you try. Sydney looked at the girl with a sly look. She said that, for example, her mother created an ancient orb and was imprisoned. A black shadow fell on Ren's face. Sydney said that she died painfully there. Rurin sent a magical flow of energy into the red dragon when she spoke of the orb. Rurin looked angrily ahead and told her to continue. The black dragon added that if the secret was revealed, she would kill everyone. The barrier appeared above the hole in the ceiling. The people slightly ducked. Ellison told them to be calm and that the cave no longer collapsed. The people looked at Ellison with a wide smile. The girl asked if he was Count Revolk, thanking him. Ellison said that they were welcome and that they should take care of the wounded. The people looked at Ricardo's body. The girl screamed that there was a body. The people bared their teeth. The boy said it was Ricardo. The man said he thought it was someone else. The people started kicking the dead body of the Lord. The girl said he was a pervert and that this idiot did vile things. The boy looked awkwardly at Ellison, telling the guys to calm down and not to do that in front of the one who saved them. Ellison clenched his hand into a fist, offering to crush him together. Back in the Lord's palace, the woman looked up in confusion as stones rained down from the ceiling. The maid looked ahead in confusion, wondering what was going on down there, noting that Lord Ricardo was still down there. The woman turned her head behind her. A man in a black robe stood behind her. The maid asked who he was. The man noted that he heard someone was sick up there. The woman frowned, saying that she was sorry, but they weren't expecting any guests that day. Green smoke flew past the woman's face. The maid told him to go away. The woman collapsed on the floor. The man said that of course he wasn't coming to visit. The man opened the door to the office. A shabby girl was lying on the bed. The man asked who she was. Meanwhile, Rurin approached the cage. She pushed the cage apart with her hands, saying that there were no guards and that they needed to run. The people looked at the girl with an exhausted look. Rurin said that they were in a terrible state. The black dragon frowned, saying that it was no wonder they couldn't escape. Rurin looked away in surprise when Ellison called out to her. The Arch-Mage looked at the girl with a smile. Rurin said that there he was. Ellison noted that she said someone broke into her place, but from what he could see she had made a real mess there herself. Rurin looked at Ellison in confusion, noting that she had no choice since the dragon recognized her. The red dragon was sitting near the wall without a head. The Arch-Mage asked what was there. Rurin said that it was, and they had to shut her up. Ellison looked at Rurin in surprise. Rurin said that everything was fine. She looked at Ellison with a serious look, noting that this dragon knew everything about the orb and her mother, and that she knew she had absorbed the orb. A blue light was visible inside the girl's body. The Arch-Mage grabbed his head, saying, "Well, that's it." Ellison put his hand out to the side, saying that he had already found out where the poison was coming from, so it was time to get out of there. Rurin asked, "What about those guys?" The people were looking ahead with an indifferent look. Rurin noted that they were probably brainwashed, but they weren't reacting to anything at all. Ellison looked away, saying that he had called someone who could fix this, and he was over there. The man took off his hood, telling Rurin that she had said she would let him go. The man looked at the black dragon in bewilderment, asking if she was exploiting him too much. The golden dragon, Iramantium, asked if this was the last time. A green clot of energy appeared in the air. The girl looked ahead in confusion. The girls began to look around. The brown-haired girl asked where they were. The short-haired girl said that she was free. People began to smile joyfully and raise their hands, shouting that they were finally free. Ellison opened his mouth wide, telling everyone to line up. Ellison stood next to a huge pot, saying that he would serve food. Rurin looked at the package in bewilderment, asking what it was. Ellison said that it was ramen, and that he brought it from another world, adding that it was the best dish when you want to eat. Ellison poured water into a bowl. People looked at the food with admiration. Ellison told her to close the lid, saying, "In 3 minutes you can eat." The girl thanked Ellison. The brown-haired girl began to pull the noodles into her mouth. People ate the food with pleasure. The brown-haired girl said that the broth was warm and the taste was just great. The girl with a ponytail said that it was amazing. Near the wall, the dragon's body continued to lie. The girl said that she wanted another plate. The brown-haired girl asked that they take more. Ellison took the package of food in his hand, telling Rurin that he had prepared it for her too. Iramantium walked around the room. Rurin asked, "What else could I have?" Ellison said, "Of course." Iramantium looked down with a sad expression. He remembered how the girls smiled maliciously. He asked, "Do you not want to be together?" The long-haired girl told him to know his place. The blonde asked, "Did you think that magic opened any door for you?" Iramantium looked at his hand. The golden dragon remembered the image of Berna and Diren. Berna thanked the doctor, saying that he had saved her husband. Diren asked if he could build a monument to him. The golden dragon remembered how the girl held his hand. She thanked the dragon, saying that she thought she would forever remain a slave. The golden dragon held his hand in front of him. Iramantium looked at the bright light from the cave. It was a deep night above the building. Ellison said that they had finally returned to the restaurant. Rurin looked at Ellison in surprise. Ellison asked, "Who would have thought that they would be so easy to deal with?" Noting that Iramantium was good at what he did, he added that he had heard he had already helped the girl. Rurin looked at Ellison with a terrifying look. She said, "By the way, I had completely forgotten." Rurin remembered seeing the girl sitting on Ellison. She said that she had forgotten what happened then. The Arch-Mage looked at the girl in horror. Rurin asked, "Are you ready to pay for this?" Rurin flashed her gaze, heading towards Ellison. Ellison said, "I already told you. I had no choice." Rurin rushed at Ellison, hugging him. The Arch-Mage looked at the girl in embarrassment. Rurin blushed slightly, saying, "This is a punishment." Ellison hugged Rurin. Rurin told him, "Hug me quickly. This is your punishment." Ellison looked at the girl in confusion. Rurin told him, "Don't do it again." Ellison apologized to Rurin. The Archmage looked up thoughtfully saying, "If this is punishment, I'm ready to take it a couple more times." Rurin looked at the Archmage in surprise. Ellison said that she removed the dragon's corpse, asking if she didn't want the Crown Prince to see it. Ellison looked at Rurin in shock. Rurin said, "I didn't do it." The Black Dragon looked at Ellison in bewilderment, saying, "I thought you removed it." Ellison said that he had a bad feeling about this. Somewhere else, Sydney put out her hand when a blue light appeared in it. She smiled maliciously, asking, "Is this the limit for a clone with half her mana? I thought the fight would last longer." Sydney looked behind her, asking, "What do you say?" Raiden was looking at the girl with a menacing look. Sydney called out to a knight named Adrian, the first commander of the knightly order, Adrian Pierce. Adrian said, "I apologize. The enemy was strong." Sydney smiled widely, saying, "I have never heard such an epithet used about a person." Sydney looked away with a smirk, saying, "We'll let it go. We should have told him about Ellison earlier." Sydney added that they would probably have to adjust their plans a little. Back in the restaurant, Leon held a cup in his hand, saying that, as always, he had figured it out perfectly. Darren looked at the smiling prince with confusion. He said, "This is a mess," noting that they were making poison, brainwashing people, and everything was much worse than he thought. The prince said, "I agree." The blonde closed his eyes and brought the mug to his lips. He thought it was amazing that Ellison figured it out so easily. Ellison carried a cake on plates. Looking at the prince, he asked if there were any other problems in the city of Grake. Leon noted that they would still need to hand over the responsibilities to someone else. Ellison asked, "Do we need to hand over the responsibilities?" Ellison handed the plates to the boys. Leon asked, "Was the dragon to blame for everything?" noting that it was amazing. The vice commander said that her henchman was a knight from the First Order, and that he would like to meet the one who tarnished their honor. The Archmage looked at the prince with a serious look. Leon said, "It seems the dragon's body has disappeared." The Archmage noted that she should be alive. Leon smiled widely. Ellison said that he understood that one of the cities of the Empire was involved in the matter, but he hoped that they understood that one should not interfere with the dragons without preparation. The prince said, "Of course, since I don't want to die young." Leon narrowed his eyes and smirked slightly, taking out a scroll. Ellison said, "You should send good officials there then." Leon noted, "I knew you would say that." The Archmage looked at the scroll in surprise. The prince said, "Officials are not needed this time." Ellison straightened the scroll, looking at it in surprise. Ellison folded the scroll, asking, "Is this the original plan?" Leon stated that people would misunderstand him if they heard that, and it would be strange if people thought that he would just give someone such an opportunity. The prince added that many nobles would bow in gratitude for such a chance. The weather was clear above the estate. Raiden asked for forgiveness from His Highness. Berna pulled her hands when Raiden looked at His Highness with a serious look. Raiden said that his wife did not commit a crime, and it was all Dedran. Berna stated that as she thought, he still hadn't forgiven her, and she was willing to accept his punishment. Leon looked at the boys with irritation. The vice commander said that they hadn't come to take them away. Darren told them to read the letter. Raiden opened the scroll, asking if it was a written complaint. Leon told him to stop, adding that he had a feeling he was going to lock her up in prison. Raiden's eyes widened. Berna looked at her husband in confusion, asking what it was. Leon said that after Lord Dedran was imprisoned, the management of Grake City had improved. Leon looked at the boys with a smirk, saying that the poverty rate had dropped, the city had become calm and safe, and they had chosen a better option than sending a new official to Dean City. The boys looked at the prince with confusion. Leon said that from now on Grake City and Dean City would be united, and the management of Dean City would remain with Lord Grake. Berna's eyes widened. Leon said, "That's what it said." The prince smiled widely, congratulating the count, noting that he had gained new territory in the blink of an eye. The count looked down. The prince asked him what he thought. The baron's mouth slightly opened. The prince looked at the man in surprise. Raiden said that he did not want to rule the city of Dedran. Leon scratched his head in confusion, asking, "Why not?" Since it was good news. The count smiled slightly. Leon said that anyone else would bow in gratitude. The count noted that to be more precise he simply could not, and thought that someone else would be better suited for this role. A beautiful sunset was visible in the sky. Darren and Leon were sitting on their horses. The prince said that he did not expect such an answer. Darren agreed with the prince. The vice commander smiled slightly. Leon said that he thought it would be possible to build a more trusting relationship with the count. The vice commander said that he at least accepted the idea. The blonde tilted his head to the side with a wide smile. He noted that one could say that. Darren stood by the door. The blonde said that although he had not expected things to turn out like this, Rurin opened the door with a wide smile, asking his father why he called him. Rurin held a plate with cake in his hand, telling him to come in and sit down since he had prepared the desserts. Rurin broke off a piece of cake with a fork. The boy sat opposite his father, asking how his health was. The court said that it seemed that he would no longer need his cane. Rurin said that he would have to thank Dr. Alina again. The boy smiled widely, saying that news had reached him, adding that Dedran and Grake would be united. Rurin looked down sadly. The boy said that it probably wouldn't be easy, but he congratulated him. The count brought the bun to his mouth, asking how old he was turning. Rurin said that he would be 17 years old. The boy looked at his father embarrassed. The count said that he had grown up and would not be surprised if he married soon, asking if he liked anyone. Rurin asked why. His father closed his eyes, saying that he was thinking of making him his successor and had already discussed everything with the prince. Rurin looked at his father dumbfounded. Rurin said that he would now rule the city of Dedran. The father narrowed his gaze, noting that he had often visited his room when he was paralyzed and had listened to his worries. Rurin recalled his son sitting next to him, saying that he never stopped worrying about others. Rurin looked down, embarrassed. Rurin noted that he did not put himself first. On the contrary, he was very polite and considerate. Rurin said that he should have replaced the lord then. The father took his son's hand, saying, "That was it." Rurin looked at his father in surprise. He said that he could now present his ideas as the official lord of the city of Dedran. Tears appeared in the boy's eyes. The count said that he would be a better lord than him. The boy pressed his lips together, bringing his hand to his face. Rurin smiled widely, pressing his palm to his chest. He agreed with his father, saying that he would turn Dedran into a beautiful city. It was a deep night. Above the abandoned houses, a man's face with glowing eyes could be seen from an abandoned house. Rurin looked ahead in horror, in the company of a soldier and an assistant. The old man said that he had done a little investigating. The city was covered in cobwebs. Rurin said that the city's security was at a terrible level. The old man noted that the condition and damage were extremely deplorable. The assistant inspected the area, saying that although the largest gang had been detained, others had appeared and were now trying to take their place. Rurin looked around, asking what the guards were doing and if there was any patrol in the city. The assistant said that he could take a look himself. There were men in the room. The men were flushed and looking away. The soldier looked at the men in panic. Standing with the count, he said that things were usually not like this. The count's eyes widened. The soldier approached the men, kicking them with his foot. Rurin collapsed on the floor, looking ahead in confusion. He wondered what would happen next and where to even begin. The sun was shining brightly over the restaurant. Linte said that everything was ready. He held out the steak to Ellison with a smile, asking if it would do. Ellison looked at the steak with a smile, saying that it looked good. Ellison looked at Ran in surprise. Rurin said that she could probably cook it like that too. Ellison said that he doubted it. Reyna held out the fork to her lips. She said that she had heard that Lord Rurin had gone to the town of Dedran. Mr. Knoll looked at his wife holding the fork in his hand. He said that it was true and that he was doing well. Reyna said that he must be having a hard time right now. Rurin opened the doors to the restaurant. Reyna said that the town of Dedran was in terrible shape. Rurin stood in the doorway with an exhausted look, asking for one hamburger. Reyna and Mr. Knoll looked at Rurin, who collapsed on the table in confusion. Rurin peeked out from behind the wall. Ellison asked who made the order. Rurin said it was a dead man. Ellison held a plate with a hamburger, saying that this was his food. Rurin brought the hamburger to his mouth, saying that it was very tasty and wonderful. The Arch-Mage looked at the guy in confusion, saying that he must be very hungry, asking what was going on with him lately. Rurin widened his eyes. Ellison asked if there was any way he could help. Rurin lowered his head, thinking that he couldn't ask the teacher for help. Ellison looked at the guy worriedly. Rurin thought even if it was going on with him. The blonde looked at Ellison with an exhaustive look, thinking that he was fine and only came for food. The blonde told Ellison that he was having a hard time and was asking for help. The Arch-Mage looked at the boy worriedly, asking if something was wrong. Rurin looked at his teacher in surprise. Ellison asked if it was that bad. The blonde opened his mouth wide in panic, thinking that he had overdone it, and said it was a joke and everything was fine. After that, he put the coin on the table, saying that it was time for him to go and that he would leave. The blonde hurriedly walked to the exit, thanking him for the food and saying they would see each other again. Ellison thoughtfully looked down, asking Rurin if they still had that thing. Rurin asked what it was. The dim light illuminated the room. Ellison said that they never used it, and that it seemed to be in the attic. The butler looked at the blonde in bewilderment. Rurin asked why he did that, adding that he could not believe he had tried to force everything on the teacher again. Rurin slapped himself in the face, telling himself to pull it together. Rurin took the scroll with a sad look, thinking that he should remain calm, and that the city would have been fixed a long time ago if it were possible. First, he needed to restore order. The walls of the building were cracking at the seams. The blonde noted that the main problems were corruption and crime, and this was all very much related to the residents of the city. Rurin looked at the scroll, imagining the image of a man and a bag of money. He noted that since everything was intertwined, the circle was closed, and security was reduced when officials stole money and gangs drowned in bribes. This was the main problem. Rurin remembered drunk men. He noted that this was the state of the city guards. The blonde rolled up the scroll, wondering if there was someone who could quickly catch the criminals. The blonde recalled Ellison but slapped himself again. The butler looked in horror at the blonde. Rurin said that he needed to pull himself together, and that he couldn't rely on the teacher all the time. The old man asked what he was doing. Butler's eyes widened in surprise. Rurin said that he had decided to take action. The blonde looked at the butler with a serious expression, telling him to call each worker one by one and that they would start with the officials. Rurin added that his cheek also hurt. Butler said that he would bring a cool towel. The weather was clear outside. The man said that they were empty talkers, and that they needed to run faster. The soldiers fell to the ground. Ellison said that his legs hurt. Another man said that he had drunk so much that his stomach was sick. The man looked at the soldiers with irritation, asking why they even called themselves an army. The commander of the army of the city of Dedran, Gind, looked at the men with displeasure, putting his hands on his hips. A soldier asked why he had been so strict lately. Another man asked if it was really because of the count. Gind said that they should be glad that the count was merciful, asking, "Isn't that enough for you? At least your heads are still on your shoulders." The man looked at the commander in bewilderment. Gind asked when they would finally get themselves together. The man said that he just couldn't understand. Gind widened his eyes. The man noted that Gind had been closing his eyes the whole time, asking why he had suddenly come to his senses. A soldier looked at the commander with displeasure, saying that they had already tried to correct themselves and asking what the point of all this was. The commander stood motionless, looking at the men. The soldiers said that one swing from above and their efforts would be over, asking if maybe it was time to just resign themselves. Gind walked down the street of the city. He looked thoughtfully at the ground. Gind lowered his head, remembering the soldier's words, that he had been closing his eyes the whole time, and why he had suddenly come to his senses. The commander said that it was all his fault. Gind turned his attention to the side, wondering whether he should go and get a drink or something. There was a tent near the building from which a light was visible. The commander asked what it was. Gind looked into the tent, thinking that it smelled delicious, and that it hadn't been like that yesterday. Ellison greeted the commander. Ellison and Rurin were standing at the table. Ellison said that they were glad to see him at the restaurant of Ellison and Rurin. Rurin said that it was a mobile restaurant. Gind looked at the men in bewilderment, asking what a restaurant was. Ellison explained that they served food and drinks and that people could also drink there. The commander looked at the skewered meat with admiration. The Arch-Mage asked how it was. Ellison conjured a magic circle, causing a fire. The commander asked if he could have some alcohol with meat. Ellison said that he would only need a minute, asking Rurin to bring more meat. Skewered meat was being grilled and logs were burning beneath it. Ellison poured a drink into a shot glass. Ellison smiled and brought the plate with the drink, saying that the food and drinks were ready. The commander looked at the dish with admiration. Ellison wished him a bon appetit. Gind brought the skewered meat to his face, thinking that it smelled of coal, after which he bit into the meat. The commander closed his eyes, imagining juicy meat and vegetables. He noted that it was so tender and that his taste buds were simply delighted with the sweetness of the baked vegetables and the juice of the fried meat. The commander raised his hand to his lips, asking for another glass of alcohol. The Arch-Mage looked at the man with a smile, asking if he liked it. Gind said that the alcohol went well with the dish. Ellison opened his eyes. Gind said that he had had a hard time lately, and that now he felt much better. Ellison said that he was glad to hear this, and that he was ready to listen to his experiences. An orange sunset was visible above the mansion. A man said that he welcomed the new count of the city of Dedran. The man looked at the count with a smile, saying that his name was Vendank, and that he was responsible for taxes and finances. The count looked at the scroll, saying that he was glad to meet him. He thought that in terms of taxes and the city's finances, there were almost no normal records. The Count looked menacingly ahead. He thought that it was unclear where the budget was going, as there were inconsistencies everywhere. Vendink held a small chest behind his back. The Count said that first of all, 20 million should have been used to repair the road 4 months ago, but no repair work had been done. He asked what was the matter. Vendink handed over the box, saying that he knew what the Count would ask. He put the box on the table, which contained coins and jewelry. Vendink said that he had brought an excellent explanation. The Count looked at the box with irritation, thinking that this was the first person like this. The Count began to raise his hand, thinking that he would call the soldiers. Rurin remembered how he had slammed his hands on the table in irritation. He said that the palace guards needed to be called for Count Dedrin. Ellison grabbed Rurin with a magic circle. Rurin looked at his teacher in bewilderment, asking what it was. Ellison said that he had to assess the situation, as he needed to find concrete evidence. Rurin frowned. Vendink grinned bloodthirstily. The Count reached out to the box. He took the coins in his hand, saying that he was smart and liked bribes, adding that he hoped they would continue to get along. The commander slammed his glass on the table, saying that he had also had dreams when he first joined the army of the city of Dedrin. The man closed his eyes, saying that he wanted to make the town a beautiful, safe place, and wanted people to be able to rest peacefully at night. Ellison turned his attention to the sword. Ginn said that he could patrol and stay after his shift. Ellison thoughtfully looked down, saying that it meant he was a soldier, and seemed that he was a very hard-working person. The man slightly drooped. Ellison said that the condition of the army was not the best, asking what was the matter. The guys noticed a man entering the tent. The man asked what it was. The bald-headed man looked at the guys with displeasure, asking who permitted them to do their business there. The Arch-Mage looked at Rurin, saying that she was the one who was causing trouble, so let her sort it out. Rurin was holding a bottle in her hand, blushing slightly. Ellison asked when she had already managed to drink. Rurin noted that it was more interesting than beer and went well with food. The bald man looked at the guys furiously, saying that he had not come there to fool around. The commander slammed his glass on the table. The bald man said that he would turn this place upside down. Gind rose from his chair, saying that it was a disgrace and the city's security had simply hit rock bottom. Gind looked at the man furiously, asking what pathetic bandits were there to commit mayhem right in front of him. The bald man punched the commander in the face when he wanted to say that he would arrest him. The commander fell on the table. Ellison thought that this was weak. The bald man bared his teeth, saying that he only knew how to talk and in vain did not listen to him while he was kind. Rurin hugged Ellison when the bald man swung his fist. The bald man said that force had to be used. Ellison said that Count Rurin would have to work hard. Rurin said that this was his punishment. Blue lightning struck the tent. The bald man fell to the ground, slightly burned. Ellison thoughtfully looked at the man, saying that he would like to find their base himself and teach the bandits a lesson, but he could not interfere directly. Rurin pressed herself against Ellison's body. Ellison said that Lord Rurin wanted to solve everything himself. The Arch-Mage looked away, thinking that he should help. The commander was lying unconscious on the table. Ellison said that this guy did not seem bad and he tried to do something so they could give him a chance. He said that he hoped they would get along. While unconscious, he remembered how he entered the building, saying that his name was Gind and that today he joined the ranks of the guards. A man sprawled on a chair, saying that he was Gabon and the leader there, adding that there was no one to train him, so he had to train himself. Gind looked at the man in bewilderment. Gabon said to wake him up when someone from the palace came. Gind said that was not why he came there. Gind raised his blade, looking at the guys. He asked if they were just going to watch the mayhem in the streets and what if they couldn't fight, adding that these bandits wouldn't be able to fight back against such a crowd anyway. The guy said that was for sure. The soldier said they would do their laundry. Gind happily looked at the guy he had tied up with a rope. He said he had caught one. The guy asked who they were, adding that the Lord wouldn't let this go. Dedrin looked back and asked if they were guards, noting that they were doing something no one had asked them to do. Gind and the guys looked ahead in bewilderment. Dedrin told them to let him go. Gind suggested they try again. The man watched the guys leave. The soldier said he couldn't and he was sorry. One by one everyone left him. The commander suddenly jumped up, his mouth wide open. He turned around looking at Ellison's. Ellison asked if he had come to his senses. The Arch-Mage smiled and pointed to the side. Gind asked if he was the owner of the restaurant. The Arch-Mage said that he had a gift for him. A bandit was sitting tied up near the wall. Ellison looked at the bandit with a smile, saying that he could just lock him up. Gind said that it was that bandit. Ellison looked at the commander with a smirk. The commander asked what he had done. Ellison asked if his name was Gind. Gind looked at Ellison in surprise. The Arch-Mage asked if he still wanted to save the city. The man squeezed his hand, saying that he did. Ellison grinned contentedly. Gind stated that he had not forgotten about his dream. A knight in armor came out of the shadows. Ellison said that he should take advantage of this opportunity. Then Gind looked away in horror. Darren looked at the man with a grin. Gind asked if he was the vice captain of the First Knightly Order. Darren said that he was glad to meet him, adding that his name was Darren, and that he had been tasked with teaching them how to hold a sword. A yellow light was visible from the mansion. Darren smiled in confusion. He remembered the man with the back. The man said that he welcomed the new count, and that he had heard about him from Vendank, and this was his symbol of sincerity. Gabon looked at the count with a wide smile, holding a chest in his hands. Gabon said that he was glad to meet him, and asked him to accept a small gift. The man in the hat held a cup with gold coins and jewelry. He said that he did not know how much the others had given him, but it did not compare to his sincere intentions. The count looked down in bewilderment when chests of gold were visible behind him. Darren asked what all this was about. Butler looked at the count in bewilderment. The count told him not to look at him like that. The blonde closed his eyes. The assistant said that he would call the next one. Darren noted that the corruption was so severe that a series of arrests would shock everyone. An excited girl entered the office, greeting the count. The girl stood in front of the count. The blonde asked who she was. The girl said that her name was Moen and that she dealt with land issues. Moen turned her attention to the chests of gold. She pressed her lips together, thinking that it seemed that this time everything would be different. Darren looked at the girl in surprise, opening the scroll and asking if she had anything. Moen said that she was sorry. The girl clenched her hands into fists and said that her skill was so terrible that she had no savings at all, and she was not sure that she could give him what he was waiting for. Darren widened his eyes, asking if she had nothing to give. He slammed his hands on the table, rising from his chair. Moen said that if he took the position from her, the count said that she was accepted. He grabbed the girl's hand, saying that he was waiting for someone like her. Moen asked, "What do you mean?" Darren smiled widely, looking away and holding the girl's hand. He said that they would dive into the world of corrupt officials together. Moen looked at what was happening in horror, thinking that this was madness and the city had completely gone crazy. She needed to escape quickly. Gin swung his sword. He was standing on the training ground, practicing with the weapon. Ellison asked Darren how he was doing. The vice captain smirked. He asked what to say, saying that he thought he needed to relearn how to hold a sword. Ellison said that while he was there, he had nothing to worry about. Rurin was lying on the ground with her eyes closed. The protagonist asked that he return to the Imperial Palace. Darren said that he would handle the transfer. The Arch-Mage asked how long it would take him to become a respected guard. The vice captain crossed his arms. He said that it was surprising that he got so much abuse from the bandit, and even if he trained every day it would take at least 3 months. The protagonist leaned his head against the tree, saying that it was too long. He thought that he could not interfere, but it was also impossible to watch the suffering of the inhabitants. The protagonist widened his eyes, after which he smiled widely. Darren thought that perhaps he had an idea, but it was better not to interfere. A full moon shone over the city. A girl walked with a bag in her hands, looking up in horror. She said that she needed to hurry back before she got lost. A man with a dagger appeared on the wall, asking if she was walking there for the first time. The guy said that he saw her for the first time. The girl was surrounded by guys. The bandit asked if she knew whose territory it was. Tears flowed from the girl's eyes. The brown-haired girl apologized to the bandits, saying that she did not know. The man told her not to be afraid. He smiled maliciously, saying that if she felt sorry, she would have to pay. The white-haired man turned his attention behind him. The bandit told the girl that he was not there. Ellison shouted for them to stop. Ellison in the red mask raised his index finger. He told them to drop the knife immediately. Ellison and Rurin put red capes on their heads. Ellison said that they were responsible for justice in the town, and that they were a vigilante squad from a restaurant. The bandits looked at the guys in bewilderment. The bandit asked what they were. The vigilantes, the man asked what they were trying to say with a bag on their heads. Ellison shot a pillar of energy. The bandit said that if they did not want to die, they should leave. Ellison said that it was a beam of justice. The pillar of energy hit the bandit's dagger. A yellow magic pillar pierced the sky. The girl looked away in horror. The bandits began to run away in a hurry, saying that they would deal with them later. Ellison said that they had learned the power of vigilantes. Rurin asked if maybe it would be better to change the name. The girl looked at the guys with tears in her eyes, saying that this voice and magic. Ellison smiled awkwardly. The girl asked if he was Count Revolk. The girl looked at Ellison with a wide smile. Rurin said that she remembered this woman and that she was in his room. The brown-haired girl asked if he was Count Revolk. Ellison said that he did not think he would be caught so quickly. Somewhere in the city, 3 men were sitting at the table. The man said that Ricardo was dead and that the whereabouts of Lord Raiden were unknown, adding that all the rooms and cells were destroyed. The shaved-headed man looked ahead with displeasure. He said that there was also a new count in the city and that their guys were having fun in the city, but this would soon come to an end. The leader of the gang for kidnapping and human trafficking in the city of Dedran Volta looked ahead with narrowed eyes. He said that they needed to think about further actions, noting that he was the one who had dealings with Lord Dedran. The leader of the Dedran assassination squad, Meccan, looked menacingly ahead, saying that they would approach the property of Lord Dedran. The main assistant for human trafficking in Dedran Verneto said that now this place would again become their kingdom. Back in the training camp, there was a plate of bread on the table. The commander sat at the table, taking a piece of bread in his hand. He thought that it had been a long time since he had eaten meat on a spit. With trembling hands he extended the bread to his face. Gind noted that he needed to eat so that he would have the strength for training. The soldiers approached the commander. The man asked where he had been all this time. The soldier looked at the commander in bewilderment. Gind said that he was training. The man brought the bread to his mouth, telling the guys that he was not going to give up yet. The soldiers looked at the commander in surprise. Gind said that he would not abandon either his dream or the city. A bright moon shone above the destroyed building. The shabby-looking people looked at Ellison in surprise. The man thanked Ellison for that day. Ellison took off his bag. The woman asked if he was Count Revolk. The Arch-Mage said that he was, and that he was running that small restaurant. The girl looked at Ellison with a smile. Ellison told them to get ready. The brown-haired woman said that the new lord had provided temporary housing for the former slaves. Ellison looked ahead in surprise. The brown-haired woman said that as soon as the investigation was over, they would be sent home. Ellison thought that he was probably doing a great job. There was a bowl of food on the table. The girl said that they weren't feeding them very well here, so she went to get some bread. Ellison added that she had bumped into some guys. Ellison slightly opened his mouth, raising his hand to his chin. The girl looked at Ellison in surprise. Ellison asked if they didn't want to take revenge on those bastards. The men looked at the Arch-Mage with serious eyes. The Arch-Mage asked if they weren't sad that they had to look back when they walked there at night. Ellison opened the door, saying that if they weren't happy either, they should follow him. The commander was training with Darren. Ellison said that he knew someone who was an excellent swordsman. Darren looked at the commander with displeasure, noting that he was simply waving his sword, adding that the art of wielding a sword of the First Order was not about quick movements. The vice-captain knocked the weapon away from the commander. Gind looked behind him, where his blade had stuck. Darren said that a sword aimed at nothing was no better than a stick. Gind took up his weapon with an exhausted look and said that he would try again. The knight looked at the commander, saying that it would be nice. The soldier took a step. The knight said that he was afraid that his training was over. The soldier asked the commander what he had been doing all this time. The soldiers were holding weapons in their hands. The man said that they should be trained too. The soldier said that it had been a long time since they had been forced to train. Gind looked at the boys in surprise. More people came to the training ground. The girl said that they should be trained too since they wanted to teach the bandits a lesson. The knight grabbed his face with his hand, saying that he thought he would only need to train one person. The knight told Ellison that they had not agreed on that. The Arch-Mage said that he had not said there would only be one student, after which he pulled the bag over his face, saying that there would only be more people willing to do so, and he wanted to give a chance to everyone who had fallen victim to the criminals. Darren noted that they would have to bring more people from the capital. The moon was shining above the building, the military barracks of the city of Dedran. Moen looked away with a frightened look. She said that she wondered what he was doing since he was taking bribes. Darren opened the scroll, looking at it. He said that among the officials who offered him money and treasures, many simply had to give a bribe, given the state of affairs in the city, and he had a task for her. Moen looked at the scroll in confusion. Darren told her to study where they were getting their money from, and to find out which of the officials had to give a bribe to gain respect, noting that he wanted to know if they were pocketing the donations. Moen looked at the Count in confusion, asking why he was giving her such an important task. Darren grinned widely, noting that she had said that she had nothing to give despite the current situation. The girl looked down thoughtfully, thinking that something was wrong with this count, clearly not wondering if the city still had a chance to change. The girl turned her attention to the window. Moen looked in the window where Gabon was visible. Gabon said that it was easy. Gabon was smiling widely, sitting at the table. He asked if they just needed to deduct the funds for the cultivation chamber, adding that these idiots were doing a terrible job. In front of Gabon stood a guy. Gabon told him to pass on his orders and bring a beauty. The fighter said that he would pass on his words if everything went as expected. Moen widened her eyes. Gabon said that with Ricardo everything was much easier. Moen wondered what he was talking about. The cultivation chambers. There was a huge hole in the wall. In the city of Dedran, the sorting chamber. The men looked around. The guy said that everything there was in ruins. The bald man said that there was no one. A man held out his hand to the side, saying that Gabon did his best. He looked ahead angrily, saying that they would rebuild this place. And once the cultivation and sorting chambers were restored, the city would return to its previous state. The moon was visible from the window. Rurin thought that the sources of the bribes were slowly sorted out. He stared at the scroll, noting that in a couple of months everything would be ready. Rurin noted that there were problems with the army, and once he started arresting officials he would have to hurry before the others noticed. The Count lowered his gaze, saying that the army was in terrible condition. A blue energy ball appeared next to the Count. Rurin asked if he could ask the city of Grake for help. Ellison emerged from the portal. Rurin looked at Ellison in surprise, asking if he was the teacher. Ellison greeted Rurin, asking what he was talking about, noting that he was an employee of a tent restaurant. Rurin looked at the Arch-Mage in surprise. The Arch-Mage asked if he could spare him a minute, noting that he needed to introduce him to someone. The man swung his sword. The guys were training hard. Rurin watched what was happening in surprise. Ellison said that they used to be slaves, and they trained of their own free will. Rurin looked at the guys with annoyance. Ellison said that at first there was only one warrior, and then others joined in. Ellison crossed his arms over his chest. Rurin looked at what was happening with a happy expression. The Arch-Mage said that it seemed like he was not the only one who wanted to change the city. The soldiers trained hard. The guys watched as people swung their swords. Rurin said that it was true, and he was not alone, and they would change the situation in Dedran. 3 months later, the sun was shining on the building. A man with a bandage on his face stood in front of Varento, saying that the report was ready. Green grass was visible in the room. Bars were visible in the cave. The fighter said that the cultivation and sorting chambers had been restored. Varento smiled maliciously, saying that this was excellent. He put his hands on the table, saying that their income had decreased because of the guy with the restaurant, but now everything would change, and it was time to take control of the city. A bald man burst into the building. Varento told the fighter to hand over Meccan and Volta. The man called out to Varento. The fighter and Varento looked at the man, who said that he was outside. Rurin stood in front of the building with an army. He told Varento to listen. The Count looked menacingly ahead, shouting that if he surrendered to the army he would be judged according to the laws of the city, but if he resisted, severe punishment would be inevitable. Varento looked in confusion, asking what the army was, adding that he thought there was something serious there. The man looked at Varento in panic. Varento said that these soldiers were fools without proper training. The sword sank into the ground. The man said that something was wrong. Gind looked ahead menacingly, telling the criminals to come out. The girl told the scoundrels to show themselves. Varento looked outside, asking what was going on. Moen extended her hand and shouted for the corrupt officials to be arrested. The guards grabbed the man. The girl added that they must arrest everyone who offered illegally obtained money. The prisoner asked her who gave them such permission. The plump man took up his sword. He said that they rebelled against him. In the commander's office where guys armed with blades were, Gind said that he was their boss, but not anymore. One of the guys replied that they were following orders. The man was shocked to hear the words that this was the task of the army. The blond man sitting on his horse looked ahead. He looked at the guys opposing him and said that they would eradicate all the evil in the city. The people took up their swords, hearing the captain's address. The boy frowned and called on them to show everyone their justice. People and bandits rushed into battle. The man attacked one of the bandits with a powerful blow, but he blocked the blow. The bandit frowned tensely, and thought that these were probably really the city soldiers. He looked at the dead look of the man, thinking that they used to be weaklings. The man said that he would get rid of the criminals. Suddenly, one of the warriors with a giant mace jumped out from behind cover. Landing, he split the ground with one blow. The man looked up angrily and said that he thought people had become stronger, but they were still simpletons without proper training. The soldiers looked up at him in fear. The man swung his weapon. One of the soldiers exhaled heavily, grinning at his words. He took hold of the blade with both hands and said that they had been through hell. The man parried the attack with a fiery blade. The enemy frowned in surprise, wondering how the soldiers there were trained. Another soldier wounded one of the bandits. He dashed forward, called the others to follow him, and asked them not to forget about the formation. Suddenly, shackles snapped around his neck. The enemy yanked the chain, hitting the man's back against the wall. The shackles unfastened and returned to their owner. I heard that the new count takes bribes, but it turns out this is not true. People looked at him in surprise. The soldier looked back, hearing the words that they should do something else. The woman angrily squeezed the handle of the blade and said that this man would be their target. After a while, the warrior's hand went limp. The knights were kneeling and lying on the floor. The guy in the hood said that there was no news from anyone. He raised his hand as he walked past and said he didn't know who taught them, but they were using a new sword technique and wondered if they thought they could take him down so quickly. The soldiers watched the enemy approach and said they needed to be on guard. The hooded guy looked back and said it wasn't bad, but the level needed to be taken into account. Suddenly someone called him and asked if he should lower himself to his level. The red-cloaked knight came down and said he was going to watch from the side, but now he changed his mind. The man pulled out his blade and said that a squad of assassins had been hunting the prince for quite some time, and he was the commander. Meccan turned around in surprise, waving his arms. A moment later, the knight rushed past him and attacked the enemy. The guy's chest was cut diagonally. The man hid the blade and said it was a mistake. The enemy fell to the ground and did not move anymore. The man added that it would be too difficult for him to fight back. Looking away, he thought that if one of the three was at that level, then they were taking a risk. But with the current training of the army, it was still worth a try, because soon everything would end. The man with the chain swung it, fighting off the attacks of the soldiers. He noticed the people approaching with swords and thought that they were the same captured slaves. He did not know who taught them to hold a sword. He frowned tensely and said that he did not like their look, so they should stop owning, raising the chain in the air. He called them slaves. The shackles suddenly hit the energy shield in front of the woman. The man shouted in fear. The girl cut his chest with a blade, drawing blood. Her eyes were filled with rage. She told him not to scream so loudly. The man tied up the wounded bandit and then shouted that they caught Volta, so they needed to arrest the others too. The other soldiers pinned down the bandits and said that they were finished too, so victory was theirs. The criminal with the mace frowned in fear, but suddenly a soldier approached him from the side and said that he had no right to turn away. The bandit turned around but was immediately wounded in the shoulder, not even having time to think that everything was somehow strange because his blows were blocking the magic circle. He clenched his teeth and added that they wanted to return their former power, after which he said with a shout that he could not let everything end like this. With a quick swing of the mace, he launched stone fragments at the enemy. The bandit rushed to run away. The soldier noticed this and said that they needed to run after him. The man looked ahead in fear, thinking that the most important thing was not to get caught, because then he could try again. Approaching the end of the street, he thought that this was their kingdom. Suddenly he fell into a stupor. In the body of his ally sat a stranger in a red cape. He slowly stood up and asked if the man was the owner of the tent restaurant. Ellison asked him in return if he was a bandit. The man was horrified to hear the words that he should go back because he would not go further. The bandit recognized his voice. He remembered lying in the middle of a burning field, listening to the screams of the enemy, demanding that he show himself. A few meters away from him, a giant dragon raged, saying that it would burn everything to the ground. The man trembled in fear and began to stutter. The creature nodded, asking what he was trying to say. The man fell on his tailbone, loudly calling it a dragon. The guy said that he was caught, and then asked how he guessed. Ellis, instead, on the edge of the roof, took off his cape, saying that he thought it was over. He looked back at the man, standing with his forehead on the floor. The man bitterly asked for forgiveness and said that some people were hurt during the capture of Meccan. He stood up instantly, hearing the words that they should return to their places. El asked how the wounded were. Darren replied that there were no fatal wounds. The man calmly looked at him and asked him if he planned to leave everything to the Count. He remembered what happened a little earlier, and asked why he intervened. The guy smiled softly and replied that he was going to do so, but he cannot stand aside when help is needed. Night fell over the city, and the lights were on in the windows of the building. Raiden entered the room, and with a wide smile, said that he heard the news and that his son was a good man because he caught the bandits and officials. The blonde, with a stupid expression on his face, raised his drink over his head and said that he was a man of limited intelligence, thereby interrupting the man's words about how this was exactly what he did not expect from his son. Suddenly, the blonde, without listening to him, hit his head on the table, saying that he was a real shame for the family. Back in the restaurant, Elle was grilling small kebabs on the grill. Rurin looked at him and said that now she understood why he used magic to protect the soldiers. Elle agreed and said that it was one of the reasons. Rurin raised her eyebrows in surprise when she heard the words that did not seem too happy to him. She wondered why he decided so because none of them died. Looking sadly at the food, Elle replied that he had his assumptions, but he hoped that she would not blame herself too much. In the mansion, Rurin approached his son and said that the plan to arrest the corrupt officials was successful. He looked down and added that they had to ask for help from Mr. Ellison. The blonde folded his hands on the table. Rurin asked him if it upset him. The boy replied that this time he wanted to deal with all hands because he decided that he should not rely on others when taking his first steps in governing the city. He narrowed his eyes and added that he had changed his mind that day. The boy remembered the faces of the people and said in a trembling voice that he was afraid that people would die because of his decisions, and that he confidently claimed that he would change the city, but he lacked determination. Bowing his head, he tearfully asked his father for forgiveness and said that he did not think he could rule the city. The man listened to his words silently. The boy said that he was not suitable for the role of lord. Rurin looked up in surprise, hearing a request to follow his father. The man opened the door a little and said that they could walk together because he needed help understanding himself. The father and son went out into the field under the moonlit sky. The man turned his gaze to his son and said that he had dreamed of becoming a lord since childhood, just like himself. The boy confirmed this. The blonde smiled happily. The man asked him there what kind of lord he wanted to become. The boy answered that he wanted to become a lord who could restore the city after the war with the dragons. Rurin remembered the man on the horse and said that he was small then but heard the conversation, and everyone was talking about the same thing because no one expected the city to be restored. Before that there were just ruins. The man calmly listened to his words, and then, quite logically, his father became a role model for him. After which he asked Rurin if the boy knew what he did first to restore the city. The blonde looked around tensely, hearing the words that he asked the neighboring lords for help. The man was immersed in memory of how he asked the rulers of neighboring cities for help, saying that people were starving. One of the lords looked around, hearing the question of whether they could provide punctuation and temporary housing. The man approached the blonde guy, who was a neighboring lord at that time, and said that they needed materials to restore the city. Looking ahead, he summed up that he was constantly asking for help, and of course, the lord cannot beg all the time because he must rely on himself first of all. But still, one must not forget about one thing. He turned to the boy with a smile, and said that all their worries and anxieties were for the people of the city. The son pursed his lips and raised his eyebrows. The man added that there was nothing contemptuous in the fact that he was worried about the soldiers and asking for help. He pushed his son and said with a smile that he should stop making a face on such a wonderful day and smile. He stretched out a smile and said in a trembling voice that now the city was in his hands. The boy rolled down the slope screaming. Suddenly, two shadows hung over him. People asked about who had fallen to them. Suddenly he saw joyful townspeople who asked him why he came so late, after which they greeted the lord. Ellison rose from his seat and said with a smile that the lord could sit next to him. Rurin added that it was truly a spectacular appearance. The boy rose from the ground and looked at the teacher with joy. The father watched him from above, saying that he wanted his son to be happy. The boy approached the table of the townspeople. The man noted that everyone was enjoying the celebration and said that if the lord had not helped his son, some would simply not be at this celebration. The woman and the man sat at the same table, discussing joining the squad. Rurin smiled softly and said that he was proud of his son. The people rejoiced, celebrating the victory with the boy. The father softly said that he had already become a wonderful lord. The next morning a bright sun rose over the city. The boy slept at the table with one of the townspeople. Ellison said that they were finally finished. The boy and the girl walked away from the tables. Rurin said that she did not think that they would drink until the morning. Elle replied that they had done a real job before he looked at his ally, and asked if she was tired because he still needed her help. Rurin asked where they should go. The boy created magic above his hand and said that he needed to know something. People were walking between the shelves of the giant library of the Empire. Leon opened one of the books. He noticed a woman approaching him and was glad to see her. Medarine touched her chest and greeted the Crown Prince. She came closer to him and asked why he decided to call her to this place. He replied that he had started studying history. He recalled a battle between warriors and a dragon, and said that he had started reading about 3 heroes who defended all races in the war with dragons. And thanks to the heroes, the victims of the Empire were not as many as expected. He recalled 2 of them and said that they were an elf and a dwarf. However, a man appeared in his imagination whose face was not visible. The young man added that no one knew the man. He touched his lips and thoughtfully said that to be more precise, there were simply no records about that hero because he tried to find evidence but did not find anything sensible. Turning his gaze to the woman, he said that he only knew one thing, that those heroes were the strongest mages. The woman listened to him silently. The blonde said that while reading, one person came to mind. He pointed to a line in the book and added that there was a problem because he looked through all the records of military service, and this was the only line he found about Ellison. It said that after 15 years of service as a mage, he was suspended, after which he asked if she knew him. When they first visited the city, the woman suddenly remembered her tear-stained face and how she addressed the restaurant owner by name. The blonde closed the book, looked into her eyes, and said that it turned out that she lied, that she did not know him. She covered her trembling lips and said that everything was not as he might have thought. The doors of the room swung open. Ellison and his companion went inside, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. Approaching the stairs, he looked at the king and greeted his majesty. "He is the Emperor Lamedon Hooray." The man frowned slightly and hummed. Akima, with a kind look of a guy, said that it was not that long ago. The girl smiled, hearing the words that even a great creature visited them. She confirmed this and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The man leaned slightly and said that he did not expect to see them in the palace, after which he asked if they visited the Magic Academy. The young man exhaled and replied that he did not need it once because they gritted their teeth every time they saw him. He raised his head at the same time as Medarine lowered her gaze, and they both said that he was the biggest troublemaker. Recalling the past times, when was ongoing, an image of an old man appeared in the central square, congratulating everyone and saying that they had been chosen. The boys were busy with their affairs. Standing next to him, the old man added that, as the magicians, they would contribute to the development of the Empire and the research of magic, and they should also tirelessly work on themselves and improve themselves. Looking ahead, the man added that this was the will of the Empire and their main goal, so they should not forget this while they were in the Magic Academy. After a while, the director jumped up from his seat and said in a rage that the boy had failed again, and asked how long he planned to stay in this place. The young man apologized with a stupid expression, expressing nothing but stupidity. He told the enraged man that he tried his best, but life is unfair, and they say that any road begins with the first step, and he hopes that the man will support him in his endeavors. From the tower came the cry of an old man who ordered him to get up. 2 of the best students looked at the boy with high eyes and asked if he failed again. One of them said that the boy was once their senior. The boy pointed his finger at himself and said with a smile that he got into the academy when he was very young, so he had enough time ahead. The guys called it strange logic. Medarine watched them from around the corner while they said that they had long stopped trying to understand the boy. The boy suggested that they go to eat. She bit her lip angrily, saying his name. At that time, the woman was the worst student in the Magic Academy. The students stood in a neat line in the courtyard, watching the teacher ice magic. The man asked them if everyone had seen what had happened. He extended his hand toward the ice rocks and said that this was a type of freezing spell. And since the way to use the magic circle was a little different from normal freezing, in which there was a medium through which the magic passed, it was quite difficult to use visualization in this case. He then asked them to practice by themselves but kept a distance. Ellison again pretended to be a fool and said that he could not do it. The old man raised his hand, created an energy charge, and said that he would show something else, the most basic spell that every student should do. El created a crooked magic circle and said that he could not do it. The old man, boiling with rage, said that even the juniors knew how to use this spell, so he should try again. El, with a stupid expression, said that the juniors now are very talented. The old man gritted his teeth in anger and called him a fool. The boy smiled slightly, and thought that he would not use his magic for anyone because he would just wait until the war was over. Several boys stood next to each other and looked at the green flash. The woman with the staff looked up and said that it was incredible, and then asked where the student got such talent. Rurin continued to support her magic. The woman said that she could not believe that the younger student cast so perfectly. The girl said that it was all thanks to the professor. The boys watched what was happening with their mouths open. The woman asked them to look more closely because this is what mana looks like without any frills. The professor leaned over and said that the level was very high, and then wished that the young man would learn something too. The old man continued to nag the boy. The woman added that there were too many hopes for him. The girl snorted in irritation, calling him pathetic. Back in the present, the prince scratched his cheek and asked if he understood correctly that Ellison could not cast spells normally. Rurin looked at him and said that to be more precise he could only cast one spell. The blonde asked why he was left at the academy, forcing him to train, because there was a war then, and there was no time for extra students. She looked down. The blonde also asked if they should remove everyone who did not show their talent. The woman answered that she later understood everything herself, but there was one spell that he produced simply amazingly. One day, she and her friend were walking along the corridor of the academy. The guys were discussing on the side that they wanted to approach her and discuss the magic circle, but she was on a completely different level, so they could not even dream of it. One of the teachers stopped the girl and said that she had coped with the best indicators again, so she was amazing. The girl walked through the school and listened with a smile to the words that she was a real genius, a talent. She had already begun to study the magic of the second circle, and this meant that she had already surpassed even the elders. If she became a magician, it would turn the tide of the war in favor of the empire. The girl frowned with a smile and thought that she was a real genius. Walking further down the corridor, she thought that the younger ones were far behind and the elders no longer frightened her because she would catch up with them in a year. Suddenly, a powerful explosion interrupted her thoughts about what would happen as soon as she became a senior student. A huge crater formed on the rock. The young man stood with his hand outstretched. The professor said that this was a good result and that was enough. The guy lowered his hand with a smile and obeyed the professor. The girl watched what was happening. The man angrily asked the guy why he could not similarly use other spells. She was scared and sweating, asking what it was. Her friend asked her in return, was it the first time or was she seeing it? The boy went to his friends. The friend told the girl that he couldn't use other spells, but the destructive power of his fireball was incredible, and the professors always complained that they couldn't let him graduate from the academy because there was a small chance that he would become a great mage when he learned other spells. Rurin looked away. She looked at the impact site and thought about how he had accumulated such destructive power. From then on, she took a lot of books and thought that she was a genius, so she had to study more. The girl had spent a lot of time studying magic, thinking about the future of the academy, which everyone had their bets on, so she couldn't leave it like that. She imagined his stupid appearance and thought angrily that she was pissed off by the fact that she was being overshadowed by some stupid boar. A few days later, another explosion thundered on the cliff. The professor smiled, praising the girl, and said that her basic physical strength was as good as always. The girl's crater was several times smaller than the hero's. She pursed her lip and said heavily that it was not a matter because it was not enough. At lunchtime, the guys in the cafeteria received their portion of food. The guy looked at the plate pitifully and said that even in the Magic Academy, everything was bad with food. He did not understand why every time some nasty liquid was in his bowl. His comrade replied that probably the older one thought there was no point in investing in agriculture. The young man approached them and said that they still would not eat it. The guys threw out the food, angering the cook, and asked if they would go to that place again. Rurin watched them, thinking that this trio was acting up again, and that they would just leave, throwing out the food. The girls laughed, blushed, and said that she was staring at the older one again and often asked about him, which means that she likes bad boys. The girl was shocked, asking them to stop. Her friend shrugged their shoulders, hearing the words that she does not like careless people who do not know how to take responsibility. The girls apologized to her, calling it a fur coat, and said that she was right because he was very different from her and was irresponsible. Rurin stopped biting into a piece of food and heard the words that he did not want to become a magician. The girls looked at each other tensely, hearing the request to tell in more detail, after which they said that it was just a rumor. At this time, in one of the caves, cooking was in full swing. The young man cut juicy cooked meat. He bit off a piece. The guys ate the meat with admiration, saying that it was a very juicy dish, and that their friend needed to go to a culinary academy, not to them. And when they tried to cook something like that, it was hard to even wish. The hero opened the lid of the pan, suddenly asking him there how he did it. The young man answered that he always has his secrets. He immersed the meat with spices in water, and thought that after seasoning the meat, you need to close the lid and cook on low heat at a special temperature, because a low temperature will create a juicy taste and preserve the soft texture of the meat. Then he imagined a chopped piece of meat on fire and thought that it needed to be fried on a fire for a crust, and everything would be ready. One of the guys came up to him, looked at the pan, and was surprised by its size, after which he said that his friend uses a spell to control the temperature and block mana when it is necessary to reduce the fire, and asked how long ago he mastered some of the magic circles. The hero answered in the affirmative. The young man at the table laughed and said that the guy was lying to the professor very brazenly, that he couldn't do magic. The young man mockingly asked if they wanted to die of hunger. The young man looked back, turned to Ellison, and asked if he had changed his mind yet. The hero was stunned when he heard the question of whether he finally wanted to graduate from the academy. The guy silently looked at his comrade while he said that he didn't know what to fight for. He stood up, created several magic circles, and said that he didn't want to become a soldier but a chef because magic leads to the end of everything. He didn't want to kill anyone. The guy at the table looked back at him and said that their friend wasn't even from this side, and he wouldn't want to fight for someone other than his own country. The comrade replied that there was no talk of protecting the country now, and that he was an orphan too. He exhaled heavily and said that the young man could simply forget about it because he was just thinking nonsense about graduation. The guys started getting ready to leave. The hero asked them to wait a little because, as it seemed to him, he would still be thrown to the front lines if he did it twice more. One of his friends said that they at least tried to implement his plan. Someone overheard their conversations about how by this time they would already have received a promotion and would tell him what to do. Metarine watched what was happening with her cheeks, listening to their words. She frowned tensely and wondered what it was, and that it turns out he knows how to cast spells but does not show it to go through the same lessons over and over again. After a while, the school principal reappeared in the central courtyard, congratulating the students. The boys lined up in front of his image. The principal said that because of the war, their studies were shortened, but they had successfully mastered the basics of magic. The man raised his hand pointing to some tokens at them, and said that this meant that they were now officially considered mages of the empire, and they should remember that few could boast of such a thing. But they should not forget that there was much ahead and let the first round be their first step towards something greater. Stuck to the boys' capes on their chests, the principal waved his hand and told them to keep moving forward, after which he called the happy boys mages of the empire. Elle watched the boys with a joyful smile. The sun directed warm rays of sun onto the roof of the tower. The principal looked sternly at the student and asked if she wanted to say something. Metarine shrugged her shoulders and quietly told him that it was true and that she had come about Ellison. The graduates were happy and congratulated each other on their graduation. The boys looked back, hearing the voice of a comrade who asked if they were leaving. He waved at them and asked with a smile where they were going. The boy with a bandage on his forehead said that they were sent to the same territory, namely the city of Delon. The hero answered that they had a long journey ahead of them. The dark-haired boy looked at him with a grin, agreed, and said that they were real mages now, but they would miss his food. They grabbed their backpacks and headed toward the exit. They said goodbye and asked him to try to graduate before it was too late. The hero happily waved at them and asked them not to worry about him because, as soon as the war was over, he would open a restaurant so they could drop by to see him. He headed toward his cave, thinking that the newbies were now seniors using magic. He opened a passage and thought that he could find friends in the new stream as well. He opened the entrance to the cave and noticed a person inside, wondering what kind of food he should try next time. The young man was horrified, noticing an unexpected guest. The director looked back at him, saying that the boy had found himself in a cozy corner. He looked at the magic circle at the entrance, and said that this magic was implemented quite creatively, and it was surprising that he combined illusion magic with a shield. Opening the pot, he also noticed that quite complex spells were used on the rolling pin. The young man shrugged. Listening to the words that the director was amazed that he made everyone believe that he did not even know the basic spells. With a slight movement of his fingers he cut off a piece of meat. After tasting it, he said with admiration that it was a delicious dish. The young man was surprised to hear the words that his friends told the director, everything about him. The man stood with his back to him, telling him that they said that he would not become a military mage. And it was not only them who said this, but everyone close to him for the past couple of years because he hates war but loves to cook. There are rumors that he was mistakenly drafted into the army even though he is not a citizen of the Empire. The old man extended 2 fingers and asked him to make a choice. Imagining the image of the guy's friends, he said that the young man would join his comrades on the battlefield as a first-rank mage, and the director would turn a blind eye to everything he did before, and no records would remain because he gets a chance to leave this place with honor and fight side by side with his comrades. Or, another option. The hero raised his eyebrows in surprise, hearing the opportunity to work at the academy as a cook. The man looked at him and said that in addition to this, he would have to carry out additional tasks because he would also be involved in compiling special lists, and then asked what he would choose. The young man was lost in thought. Coming out of his memories, he raised his hand and told the emperor that on one hand there was a choice to be a soldier and on the other a chef, which he always dreamed of becoming. He was allowed to leave as soon as the war ended. The man smiled and said that his decision was obvious. Rurin rubbed her eyes. The young man said that he would become a chef. Sternly lowering his gaze, he said that those were glorious times, but only until he found out what list they were talking about. He again remembered how he happily cooked in the canteen. 3 months later, creating magic circles, he thought there that this evening was quite scorching. The fire and ingredients were floating in the air next to him. The boy thought that with such a flame, he could mix the ingredients and fry everything at a high temperature. Putting the dish on a plate, he noted that it was usually quite difficult to fry such a large amount of food because it quickly burned. He handed over the plate and said that the fried yuba with vegetables was ready, after which he thought that his method did not allow such mistakes. The girls tasted his food with admiration and said that it was very tasty and that they had never tasted anything like it. Medarine frowned in annoyance while eating the dish and thought that she had done enough. She had secured the title of the best student in the academy, and it was quite stupid that the boy was made a chef, but it was his fault. Feeling lonely, she thought that now was her time. Evening fell over the academy. The director said that the boy had excellent results because everyone liked the new food. He stood up from his desk, looked at the bags of documents, and said that from now on he was responsible for the lists. The young man picked up one of the documents. The director added that he should read them and divide them into piles of 200 pieces, and also arrange them in chronological order by region. The young man did not understand why this was necessary at first. Having opened the document, he was horrified. The director sadly lowered his gaze and said that he should read carefully and make sure that everything was organized correctly, and in 3 months there would be another similar pile. The emperor looked at the tense guy and asked if he understood correctly what kind of lists these were. The young man confirmed his guess. "Look," he said, "these were lists of fallen soldiers, knights, warriors, and magicians." A full moon rose above the academy. The young man said that he was happy at the academy. Namely, soldiers were hung in piles on the lists. He sat at night over the lists, thinking that the war should end in 2 years, as he wrote down the names and causes of death. He said that he wanted to pass the time while the dragons were being dealt with by the most powerful warriors. He also said that he imagined a joyful future where everyone would live happily. The war would end and he would open his restaurant. But with each new name he wrote down, El became terrified, wondering why this was happening. He imagined the warriors running to fight the dragon, and thought that when he first got there, he saw the knights attacking the monsters with such courage, and he would forever remember the words he heard them. The hooded man opened the scroll and announced that the future of the country was in danger, and that their knights and mercenaries were dying quickly. Ellison realized that these words were only crying out for disaster. He continued to write letters on the paper, filling out the list and wondering why this was happening. The atmosphere became more and more oppressive as he did this. The young man wondered why there were so many of them. Ink dripped from the tip of his pen. He bit his lip from the weight of realization. He crumpled the sheet of paper and broke the pen, saying that he did not understand why all this was happening. He came across a list that contained the names of his former friends who died at the ages of 19 and 20 from multiple wounds and a wound in the neck. The young man looked at the fire, lost, standing at the stove. He remembered the faces of his delighted friends while they ate his dish. With tearful eyes, he watched the cooking process. Putting the vat on the table, he said that the food was ready. The girls approached the counter with smiles and thanked him for the delicious dishes, after which they said that they would miss his food at the front. The young man flinched, hearing the words that they were graduating soon, so they wanted to thank him. He immediately remembered the director and his words about reading carefully and making sure everything was organized correctly because in 3 months there would be another stack. He raised his eyebrows and pursed his trembling lip. In the middle of the night, the door to the office opened. The director, with his back turned, asked the boy if he wanted to say something. Ellison silently entered. He fell to his knees and begged to be sent to the front. The director looked back, saying that he could no longer be in this place. The man put his hand on the graduate's cape and said that he used a fireball in training, but he knew that the boy controlled his power. Ellison looked up, hearing the old man ask him to show everything he was ready to do to graduate. The night sky hung over the academy. Suddenly, in the middle of the night, a bright explosion occurred. No one saw the demonstration because it was late at night. The girls jumped out of their beds, not understanding what had happened and why the ground was shaking. The director said that there had simply been a small misunderstanding in the training field. The old man looked into the distance from the training ground, looking into the giant tunnel and the rock. He asked the young man to save as many people as possible. In the end, the students could only guess who had made such a hole because no one knew for sure. The hero confidently walked away, covering his face with a hood. That night, the first-ranked mage, who had not yet graduated, went to the front. Rurin and her interlocutor moved to the table. The girl said that the day after the loud explosion, the young man left his position as a chef and disappeared. Prince silently listened to her words about the director announcing that the huge crater had appeared by accident, after which he guessed that it was the work of Ellison. The woman exhaled with a smile and said that she thought that she would feel better with the guy gone, but she was wrong. She remembered that crater and said that even though he had gone away, the traces of his presence were still there. The girl remembered her lost state. She closed her eyes and said that the next time she heard about this young man was much later because there were rumors that he had become a soldier at the front without special graduation from the academy. At that time, the captain's voice was heard from the camp tent, who said that the academy had contacted him. He looked back at the young man and said that they had never sent such a short message, which meant that he was unlucky. Dagos was the commander of the 2nd Company and the 8th Infantry Regiment of the city. The young man silently lowered his head, listening to the words, that, since he was sent to this place, he was unlucky. The man raised his head, scratched his eyebrow with a feather, and said that now they were fighting monsters, and maybe the war would be with dragons, but it was the monsters that did the most damage because they destroyed villages and killed people when they were distracted by dragons. The guy lowered his head. The man added that it would be a little difficult to send him into battle right now, so he should go to the tent, unpack his things, and wait for instructions. The young man asked him to send him right now. The man had already fallen asleep. He heard the words there, that he wanted to go to the place where there were most monsters. A little while later, the commanders were sitting at the table discussing the fact that the guy would not last long anyway. One of them turned to the commander of the 8th Company and asked why he let him go and if he was a newbie. The man replied that the situation was now on the edge. He touched his chin and added that moreover he was sent not only because he knew a couple of spells, after which he asked if the other captains had seen the badge. His rank was Class 1, and because of that he could not order them like other soldiers. Suddenly, one of the knights opened the tent and addressed the commander, interrupting the words that the graduates had already been sent 3 months ago. The captain looked around and asked what was going on. The soldier answered, stuttering badly, that something amazing was happening on the battlefield. They should see everything with their own eyes. There were corpses of monsters lying on the battlefield. The commander sweated from the tension and asked if the soldier had said that this was the work of one person. He quickly looked around, hearing the appeal to himself. The guy in tattered clothes and wounds asked him to tell him where the next battle was, because he had to go there as soon as possible, until the list of the dead became even longer. Back in the present, the emperor closed his eyes and asked the young man if he had ever been offended by the director. The hero folded his hands behind his back and wondered if he had the right to do that because he didn't even understand what he should be angry about. Well, whether it was because the director didn't teach him better while he was enjoying life, or whether he should be angry because the director didn't let him stay at the academy for a few more years. He looked down and said that he was sure the man read the lists, and he finally understood why the director never appeared in front of the graduates in person. The emperor bowed his head sadly. Ellison added that he heard that the director couldn't stand it and joined the army a few years later. The emperor replied that he died trying to stop the dragons on his own. Ellison remembered how he foolishly lied to the director and said that he hated himself and everything connected with the lists. He clenched his fist and added that His Majesty knew what happened next. The man covered his face with his hand and said in a trembling voice that he was sorry that it happened. Ellison looked at his palm and said that he understood that he had no other choice because, if he could turn back time, he would have made a different decision instead of running away. Leon exclaimed in surprise, loudly shouting the words that Ellison had deserted. The woman showed him with gestures to be quieter, and the young man grabbed his lips. She asked him not to speak so loudly because this was top-secret information. Having calmed down a little, she said that because of his beliefs he committed treason. The prince was struck by these words. She shrugged her shoulders, angering the princes that she could not say anything more because of one mistake, and they would be left without heads. The young man was indignant that she stopped her story so suddenly, and he was the crown prince. The woman raised her eyebrows and said that although they were not proud of their actions either, all those involved were the most troublesome, and even though he was the crown prince, she could not say more. Suddenly, someone approached them while she was saying that she heard that this person was currently in the capital. The boys jerked in fear when they heard the words of the person who came. The man with a scar on his eye, who was the third duke of the empire, Melik Delian, said that he did not expect to meet His Highness in this place, as well as this sorceress. The prince frowned tensely and thought that this was one of the most powerful dukes, and he did not understand what the man was doing in this place. They stood up from their seats. The prince walked up to the girl with a smile and said that it was too early to reveal his intentions. He took her by the back with a smile, slightly bent her over, and said that when it comes to a woman, there is no time to hesitate. He pressed her to his body. Pom 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 pom. The girl was very embarrassed when the prince kissed her hand, and he also asked her to play along with him. The man exhaled heavily, and said that he would not comment on the prince's personal life, but he did not expect this from a woman like Medarine. The young man looked at him in surprise, hearing the words there that she must be thirsty for even more power, although she had already reached the 7th rank. The guy said that he did not understand what was being discussed. The man drew attention to the gold badge on her cloak and said that it had 7 rings, which meant that she was not simple. The prince sighed heavily for food, looked understandingly at the badge and said that he did not understand such complex details because he simply asked the duke to take her with him on an important mission. After all, she was such a beauty. The man looked sternly at the prince and thought that he was still a child. Heading towards the exit, the duke said that they should not be seen by others because the archive is not a place for entertainment, and rumors can spread throughout the empire. The blonde sighed in relief. He let go of the woman and apologized for being rude because the situation was urgent. He looked at her face, hearing a suspicious sound. The woman imagined herself sitting on top of a stack of books and thought that this mage spent his entire life looking down on people because she devoted all her time to training and magic, and did not even think about other people. And her rank could shut the mouth of any awkward guy who tried to talk to her because no one had ever been in a close relationship with her. Realizing that this had never happened to her before, the woman seemed to boil, blushed deeply, and with tears in her eyes, realized what had just happened. Her vision blurred. She realized that this was close physical contact. The prince noticed in shock that she had fainted. Ellison was dragging Rurin on himself, telling her that it was time to wake up. The girl was snoring sweetly on his shoulder. He thought that she was fast asleep, although he had asked her beforehand if she was tired. Suddenly, the young man noticed the prince coming out from around the corner and interrupted his thoughts. It was time for them to go back and rest a little. The guys bumped into each other, raising their eyebrows in surprise. They moved to a separate room. The prince said that he did not expect to see the young man in this place at all. Sitting at the table, he looked at the guy and asked what brought him to the palace. The hero answered that he needed to talk to the emperor. He covered his mouth with his hand and said that it could be important for the prince too. Turning away, he said with a smile that he would go away, and if one of them woke up now, it would become noisy. The prince asked him to stop. The blonde bit his lip. The hero asked what was the matter. The young man mentally apologized to Medarine. The hero turned around in shock when he heard the words that the prince had learned about his past. The blonde bowed his head and said that of course he hadn't heard the whole story since the woman didn't want to tell it, but the puzzles were gradually coming together in his head. Ellison listened to him silently. The prince said that when he finished studying abroad and returned to the empire, he heard that there was a dangerous person in the empire with whom even his father could not talk so easily. When he visited that city, he realized that this person was Ellison. He recalled Dedron's castle flying and then being destroyed in a mere second. The prince added that he heard about his incredible skills. Then he remembered how he heard from Darren, the vice commander, that even if they united, they would be nothing against that person. After which he said that the more he heard, the more accurate the portrait became. Raising his gaze, he said that Ellison was one of the 3 heroes of the war and the missing Arch-Mage. He rested his hands on the table, and added that a man named Dragonslayer protected soldiers and citizens, a mage who broke all limits and reached the 9th rank. Frowning deeply, the prince said that if this was the young man, then he had something to ask. The hero frowned sternly at the request to share his power. The emperor sat silently on his throne. He recalled the past conversation and the words of the young man there, and he understood that the emperor had no other choice because if he could turn back time, he would have made a different decision. The emperor grabbed the bridge of his nose and wondered if he could have acted differently. Then suddenly, he looked up, hearing someone approaching. The doors swung open, and the duke said that he had heard one fascinating story on the way to this place. Duke Delian frowned slightly and asked if it was true. Coming closer to the king, he added that, judging by the empty palace, it was true. His Majesty looked up and asked the duke for forgiveness. The man became furious hearing the words that he could not give him an answer. Duke Delian went up, coming close to the emperor. He asked if his Majesty was joking. One of the knights blocked his way and respectfully asked him to stop and show respect to the emperor. The duke's knight grabbed the soldier by the wrist. The man asked who the knight was to contradict him. The duke's soldier grabbed the enemy's wrist. The man also asked if he thought he still carried the glory of the past. Flaring at the knight, the duke asked him to show manners, when he suddenly heard an order to stop. Another man appeared at the door behind him, who said that this was the imperial palace, and if the mage had arrived, then he should be more careful. That man was Duke Tumurin. He finished his sentence by saying that they should just be careful. The man looked back, noticing the unexpected guests. He ordered his knight to let go of the enemy's hand and said that it was better to end it here. Heading towards the exit, he said that it would be worth dealing with that girl as well because he could not stand to see her hanging around the prince. So it was time to stop slandering the honor of the imperial court. Duke Tumurin frowned and waited for his opponent to leave. The door approached the emperor. He bowed and asked if his Majesty was okay. The emperor thanked the duke, his eyes downcast. He said that the emperor had become dishonorable, and his son was disappointed in him, which was not surprising. Back in the library, the scarlet curtain swayed in the wind. The prince said that one thing was no secret to anyone. Leaning his hands on the table, he added that the emperor's reputation had fallen, and the reason for this was the fall of the First Knight Order. He remembered the day when the knights were sent to war and said that when the war with the dragons began, his father tried to minimize losses by dividing the First Knight Order and sending them to different regions. There were few defensive troops in the regions except for the nearest borders. He remembered the frightened face of his young father and said that this decision was a mistake. Several dragons headed straight for the palace. While the emperor watched them, they began to destroy the capital. The young man said that in the imperial palace there was a commander of the First Order and a few defenders, but this was not enough to stop the dragons, and the First Knight Order was destroyed. Their commander disappeared. With his back to him, he listened to the words that the knights from different regions were also defeated, and this happened a year after the start of the war. The guy looked back slightly. The prince asked him there if he understood what this meant. El answered that he understood perfectly. This was clear to him. The blonde frowned pitifully, and confirmed the words that this was a loss of control over the lords. He remembered how drunken soldiers were doing their own thing, and said that when the First Order disappeared, the rest of the imperial orders lost their influence. The lords stopped responding to orders and began to send troops in small numbers, and these troops even took hostages, using the retreat as a lever of pressure. He hit the table, frowned tensely, and said that they have the greatest power to protect people. But clenching his fist, he scratched the table with his nails and continued his conversation. The young man bit his lip and calmly added that he knew everything. The hero flinched, hearing the words of the prince that he was angry because he could not do anything without help. "What am I?" The prince said that he was abroad and could only watch what was happening, after which he repeated his request. The hero looked at him in surprise. The prince knelt and began to beg him for help. The young man took him by the shoulder and asked him to get up so as not to kneel. The prince pursed his lips, hearing the words that were in front of him were only some restaurant owner. The blonde blushed embarrassingly. The young man poked his finger at his emblem. The prince asked him for forgiveness and said that his guesses were wrong. The emblem suddenly began to smoke. Leon looked at her in surprise. 9 circles appeared on the magic seal. The young man said that he still hadn't given up his business. The prince staggered and leaned against the table. The young man said that he would never do anything to get rid of political opponents on the prince's orders, because he was not going to take anyone's side in the imperial palace. He poked his hand at the seal again to block the symbols, and added that if someone tried to disturb the peace of the empire and turn it into chaos, Ellison headed for the exit and finished his sentence by saying that they would have to face him, not the owner of the restaurant, but a magician. Leon collapsed on the floor and said that it was the seal of a 9th-ranked magician. Suddenly he remembered how, in his childhood, he overheard words about the empire being on the verge of losing to the dragons, and that the prince was acting like a laughingstock. The boys laughed and said that he pretended to be a good guy, but he was sick of it, and they said that he wanted to become a war hero. But they were sad to see that the fate of the country was controlled by 3 people because they had gone too far. The prince could not stand it. He ran out from behind the corner and ordered them to shut up because they did not know anything. The boys rushed to run away, saying that they were overheard, and they would be in big trouble if they got mixed up in this. The young man tried to convince them. He said that they did not understand anything because the hero who saved his country, coming out of his memories, smiled softly and said that he knew he was right. They said that he was lost, but that hero was always Ellison. Rurin lay on a snow-white bed. She pressed herself against Meteorin's chest and, imagining the young man in her place, said that he had finally been caught, and asked why he kept turning away. Suddenly, the girl opened her eyes. Meteorin, looking tearful, smiled tensely and asked if she was awake. The dragon became furious and angrily asked how she dared to touch her with her hands. The woman exclaimed that she had done nothing. The young man entered the room, stopping their quarrel. The woman said that the girl had grabbed herself. Ellison said that he knew that this would happen. If he had come later, a real disaster would have happened. Rurin threw herself into his arms and asked why he had left her and where he had gone. The hero replied that he had not left her, after which he suggested going home. Ellison looked up at the girl on the bed and heard the question of what he was doing there, after which he replied that he had business, and Darren would also arrive soon. The woman looked at him worriedly and asked him to be careful. Ellison was surprised to hear the words that the Duke was now in the palace. The girl touched him with her hand. Ellison said that he had not heard this name for a long time, and Rurin thought that this was another unfamiliar name to her. Elle exhaled heavily and asked the girl not to worry because he would finish his business and immediately return. The interlocutor asked what this meant. She raised her eyebrows in fear, hearing the words that she had quite accurately outlined his past. He created a magic circle, gathered dark energy, and said that she had not kept even the secret about the Dedran castle to herself. Raising her hand, she said with a pitiful face that she had not told everything. Not everything at all, and even she would not reveal every detail, perhaps just a little. The prince sat in his office with a smile while the girl screamed with all her might and asked the young man to forgive her because this was the order of the crown prince. A shrill scream echoed throughout the castle. Tumurin hid around the corner, noticing Meteorin coming out of the door, and thought that she came out of the chamber of the crown princes. The warm rays of the sun illuminated the restaurant. The young man said that he had to leave the establishment for a while. He extended his hand to Linte and said that they kept an eye on everything while he was gone, so they deserved a round of applause. The guys greeted them warmly. Ellison said that of course they should also thank Miltane and Ment. Rurin indignantly asked him why he had forgotten about her. Linte remembered how the guy looked into his windows while he was cooking and said that although he left the restaurant, he still looked in from time to time, hiding under a mask. Ellison asked in surprise how he knew about this. The guy replied that they all saw it. The hero cleared his throat with a smile and said that they worked hard, so they deserved a rest. The boys were happy to hear the words that they were all going on a hike. Miltane said that they were going on vacation together. Mate shrugged her shoulders and asked if they were going together. Elle chuckled and said that they weren't the only ones because he had invited so many people that it would be hard to tell the difference from a festival. In the evening, Noel frowned slightly and said that he didn't think he could go on the hike. His wife said that she was very sorry, and the man added that they had so many orders lately that they couldn't even sleep at night. Elle now scratched his head stupidly when he heard the words that the man could recommend them good places. The boy replied that he had no one else to ask. The warm rays of the sun illuminated the roof of the infirmary outside the city. Serena, lying on her bed, yawned widely, and thought that she was the greatest creature in the world. Elena healed the boy's arm and said that everything would be fine now. She smiled softly and praised him for enduring the pain so well. Serena thought that even though she told her not to worry about money because her lair was full of treasures, the woman continued to accept patience. Elena noticed her friend waking up and was glad about it. The woman said that she was very persistent because she had already been told that there was a chance to even shower herself with gold. Elena smiled awkwardly and replied that gold would not save patience from pain. Serena raised one eyebrow and replied that she was more than sure that her friend was just a little stupid. Ellison opened the door slightly, calling out to Elena. The blonde looked back with an embarrassed expression, noticing the guy. Ellison said that he wanted to tell her something. Serena watched them closely, thinking about the strange expression on her friend's face. Although it was an obvious smile, she behaved differently with patience. The blonde smiled widely, covering her mouth with her hand. The girl also added that it was slight excitement, joy, and anticipation, so it was a whole mixture of feelings. Ellison came closer to her, and said that he decided to go on a hike with all the restaurant workers. He thought that they would have a hard time because they often came to them, and he wanted to ask if they wanted to go with them. Elena happily answered that she did and she would go with them. Serena slightly lowered her head. Elena also thanked him for this question. The girl thought that she wanted to better understand this expression. She brushed her hair and thought that it could be love, admiration, or something else, after which she said that she would do a favor and please them with her company. Ellison turned around in surprise and asked if she wanted to go too. The girl was indignant that they were not going to invite her. Sunbeams penetrated through the roots of the trees underground. The guys went down into the cave, very surprised by the beauty. They came to a pond with a small waterfall. The blonde looked at the young man and asked how he found such a place. The guy replied that he was the life of the party, and his friends recommended a good place to him. Suddenly, he became sad, hearing the words of his subordinates that he says that he is sociable, and only 2 people joined them, but they are not allowed to say such things out loud, after which he asked to first lay out things. They carefully put the things on the ground. The girl came up to the guy, bent down and said that everything was ready, after which he asked if they were going to put up a tent. The heroes grinned and said that they could leave it for later. He took out a board game with a silly smile and said that they would play it. The boys took off their shoes and went onto the blanket. The girl said that everything was in his native language. The young man asked her not to worry because everything was clear there. He gave them some game money, 3 million units each. Pointing to the game board, he said that this was a game about managing a fortune because you had to roll a dice, move a piece the number of times that the number on the dice fell out, and you could buy land and buildings with the money. When another player lands on it, you collect a fee according to the cost of the territory and houses. Serena exhaled heavily, hearing the words there that after several rounds the richest player wins and you can also bankrupt other players before reaching the end of the game. Rurin said that this was a game about taking over the world. The girl asked if he had brought them to this place to play with fake money. The young man lifted the dice, saying that there were prizes and punishments for the winners and losers. These words interested Linte. He rolled the dice and said that they were starting. Linte stepped onto someone else's land. Serena flared up in anger, laughed, and said that he dared not step onto her land. The guy was surprised that it happened so quickly. The guy paid 10,000 units, hearing the words that the rent in this place is low. The girl was indignant that this was too small a price. Rurin picked up a gold card and said that this was a special card. Suddenly she froze in place, seeing the input description there that her land was attacked by a dragon. She angrily clenched her teeth, saying that she would come for this dragon. Ellison suddenly noticed that he ended up in the land of Elena. The blonde blushed embarrassingly. The guy was surprised that she built a restaurant in a hotel, but the girl did not listen to him, thinking that he was on her land. She plunged into her imagination and imagined a lonely house in a snowy field. She suddenly noticed the door opening and greeted the guest. A young man in a fur coat came inside and said that there was a very strong snowstorm outside. He came closer to the embarrassed girl and asked if he could spend one night in this place, and how much it would cost. The girl began to stutter. Ellison looked at her embarrassed face in surprise, while the girl said that everything was free and he could rest. Ment and Miltane were sitting next to each other, discussing where it was worth investing. He explained that this city would not bring much money because a simple store would be enough, but another city. Meanwhile, Mate brags about himself to prove that everything is for himself. Linte fell to his knees in front of his brother, asking him not to be greedy. Mate said with a smirk that he did not know since when money issues were divided in the family. Ellison asked them to relax because this was not real money. Rurin jumped up from her seat and said that she would get out of the prison of power. Elle replied that she could not do this until she got the same number on the dice. After a while, their game finally ended. Ellison sighed tiredly and told them to count the remaining money, after which he thought that they did not understand anything about board games, so it was impossible to even play with them. Mint and Miltane were next to each other, the man in fourth and the girl in fifth place. Mate sat on the back of her broken brother. She took second place and the boy in sixth. Both dragons were bankrupt at the end of the game. The boy said that the losers are visible to the naked eye. Ellison smiled widely. He took third place, after which he congratulated his friend. Elena looked at him embarrassed. She took first place, earning 21,600 coins. The guy handed her one card and said that the prize for first place was any wish because he would do everything in his power. She looked at the ticket with embarrassment, thinking about what she wanted, and then asked if she could save this opportunity for later. Serena looked at her suspiciously. The young man answered that she could save it for later because the wish had no expiration date. Serena thought that her friend was a fool because there was nothing to think about. After all, you need to grab the chance while it is possible. The guy took the box and said that places from second to sixth can rest peacefully. The dragon suddenly twitched, hearing the words that the two losers would put up a tent. The girls got to work loudly cursing among themselves. After a while, the moon rose over the cave. In the men's tent were Ellison, Linte, and Mate. In the women's tent were Serena, Rurin, and Elena. Elena kissed the ticket she received out of joy. Suddenly, she saw that one of her companions got up in the middle of the night. She looked back and saw a dark silhouette, wondering who was there in the middle of the night. Miltane suddenly stopped. She quickly looked back, feeling someone's gaze on her. Elena pretended to be asleep. The girl left the tent. Elena looked frightened and did not understand what was happening. The girl left the tent and headed towards the lake. Elena looked after her and thought about where she was going at such an hour. Ment was waiting for her by the lake. The girl apologized for calling him late at night. She threw herself into his arms and said that she could not stand being apart. Ment asked her to be quiet. Elena peeked at them from behind a rock, thinking that she rarely looked at them, so she never noticed their relationship. The lovers looked at each other, slightly blushing. The man said that they agreed to keep everything a secret. The girl replied that she had secretly got out so that no one should know. Suddenly, both dragons appeared next to Elena, interrupting her thoughts that this should remain a secret and it was good that everyone was asleep. The girls did not understand what was happening there. The lovers looked around in fear, hearing the girls' words that they had heard everything from the very beginning, and that it was not a secret because everyone had known about them for a long time. A beautiful light had penetrated the cave since the morning. Ellison looked over his shoulder and said that this was an amazing story. The guys lowered their heads in guilt. The young man asked if they were dating. The man replied that he was going to tell everything. Linte looked at his brother stupidly. Linte regrets not bringing another tent. Mate said that they were such fools. Ellison replied that they should not be so guilty because he sincerely congratulated them. If he had known, he would have taken 3. Ellison picked up the pot and asked if they would tell about it all at breakfast because he had made curry, the perfect dish for a camping trip. He tried frying onions and thought about frying the onions with butter for a long time on low heat. When they turn golden, shrink, and acquire a rich taste, you need to divide them into parts and fry them alternately with other vegetables and meat on a creamy heat. He poured the rest of the ingredients into the pan and added that then you need to add water and mix the curry thoroughly to avoid lumps. He poured the 2 ingredients into the pan and decided that he could finally add the pepper. After finishing cooking, he decided that it was the perfect dish for the hike and it was ready. The guys, with wide smiles, approached the frying pan, saying that it looked and smelled very appetizing. The young man poured everyone a portion and said that he specially prepared a part without meat for Elena. The blonde tried a little and thought that she liked such thoughtfulness. The young man closed his eyes, scooped up some more, and decided to get down to business. Miltane was sitting in an embrace with her lover. Ellison asked who of them confessed first. The girl answered that it was her. The man bowed his head and said that he knew about her feelings but did not take them seriously because of the age difference. At first he was going to reject her, but the girl silently pressed herself to his shoulder. He added that then something clicked and he thought that it was wrong to hurt someone who opens their heart. The blonde suddenly stopped, hearing the words that their feelings were much more important. Rurin put the spoon in her mouth and agreed with these words. The guy looked at them with a happy expression and said that the wedding would be in the city square. The man interrupted him and said that it was too early to think about it. Serena smiled mockingly and said that they should kiss because they needed to finish what they had failed to do yesterday. The guys agreed and began to egg them on. They applauded them, saying that they should kiss. Serena smiled widely and said that they loved each other but could not kiss. Mate continued to persuade them. Suddenly, the girl kissed her lover, closing her eyes. The guys were very happy with what they saw. Ellison and Elena also smiled at what had happened. Ment and Miltane blushed embarrassingly and turned away irritably. After a little while, the guys emptied the frying pan and said that it was very tasty. The brother and sister sat down on the ground. The boy said that he was very stuffed. Mate said that it reminded her of their first dinner together in a restaurant. Ment and Miltane decided to go for a walk. Rurin approached the boy and asked to play with her again. The boy agreed and asked if she was still upset about her defeat. Serena put her hand on her stomach, released a flame, and said that it was a good dish which she approved of. Elena also said that she liked it. Suddenly she raised her eyebrows in surprise, hearing her friend's words that whatever was in there, she shouldn't keep it to herself. Serena picked her teeth and said that desire may be eternal, but it is a man's impatience because someone can intercept it, and as it seems, someone has already made a decision. The boy continued the game but ended up in prison. Rurin waved her hand and mockingly said that he was unlucky. The boy called it a rough start. He took the cubes and said that she was probably surprised too, seeing the guys together. The girl looked at the card while the boy asked, "Who would have thought that they would decide to date while they were away?" After which she replied that she was not surprised because Miltane initially liked Ment. The guy took a sip of the drink. The girl added that she was more surprised by his reaction. Ellison suddenly choked, hearing the words there that she liked him. He rubbed his chin, asking why she said it so suddenly. Rurin answered that she thought it would be enough to just show it. She remembered the guys' happiness for their comrades, and said in a trembling voice that she saw how everyone was happy for them, and realized that everything was different for them. Then she remembered the happy faces of the lovers, and added that everyone wished them happiness and was happy for them. She looked down and said that they were grateful, although very embarrassed, but it is not clear what exactly is different. She looked angrily at her lover. Ellison said that they celebrated the beginning of a relationship just like her birthday last time. Rurin answered that this holiday was for her, and not for their communication with him, and when she showed her feelings, no one was so happy. The guy raised his hand and said that they were like a family, always together. The girl objected and said that everything was completely different. She pursed her trembling lips and timidly said that these were not stupid feelings because she did not want others to consider her an empty shell. The young man threw the dice while she was saying that her feelings were much more special. Suddenly, 2 ones fell out. Rurin handed him the card. Hearing the words there that he was lucky and would get out of prison, she said that he would not go anywhere. Ellison was scared but looked at the inscription on the card. The main text was crossed out, and below it was written that if a person went to prison to get out, they would have to kiss a black dragon, and nothing else would work. She got up from her seat and said that everyone was very happy when the boys kissed, and no matter how much she thought about it, that was the only difference. She sat on his lap and said that if there was so much meaning in touching lips, then there was no reason why they couldn't do the same. She grabbed him by the collar and added that this was the only difference that came to her mind. Rurin bowed her head and blushed deeply. She closed her eyes and went to his lips, saying that she would get him out of prison. Suddenly a pebble flew out from behind a rock and interrupted them. Ellison jumped up from his seat and said that if he did not clean up the curry, everything would stick to the plates, so he should wash the dishes. Rurin tried to stop him. He quickly walked away. She took the lid of the box and cried, not understanding what the difference was. The pebble lay quietly on the ground. A trembling elf sat next to it. Elena looked ahead in fear. She remembered how she took the dishes to wash them and said that if she washed them in the river all the dirt would end up there, so it would be better to scoop up water. After which, she heard the dragon's words. She noticed that Rurin had straddled her lover and said that there was no reason why they couldn't do the same. Elena watched what was happening in silence. Her eyes reflected horror and hopelessness. She grabbed the stone, clutching her face. She didn't understand why she had made noise and interrupted them, after which she called herself a fool. A wish ticket fell out of her pocket. She squinted and looked at it, immediately remembering her friend Serena, saying that desire may be eternal, but a man's patience is far from being, and someone can simply intercept it, especially since someone has already made a decision. She took the piece of paper in her hand and said that he had done everything she imagined. Yellel's shining face. She thought that at first it was just curiosity and gratitude, and only idle interest, but this was a special relationship. She remembered how she ate his noodles with pleasure and thought that he taught her how to enjoy food. Then she remembered how she noticed a dying woman and a crying man, and then added that he helped her understand what wonderful people are. She remembered the image of Elena from the settlement, who said that she heard that the boy was Beden's comrade, and not just an ordinary comrade. The girl was horrified to hear the words there that he was his closest comrade, one of the 3 heroes. The woman looked at Elena and said that she never thought that the girl would bring him to this place. The girl thought that at first it was just curiosity. The warm rays of the sun illuminated his restaurant. The girl thought that she went to the world of people for the sake of the hero who, together with Beden, saved all races without exception. Elle smiled widely and said that the food was ready. The girl thought that as soon as she satisfied her curiosity, other feelings would begin to appear. She looked at the boy with embarrassment, memories of her friend flashing through her mind. Looking at the wish ticket, she said that she had finally made up her mind. The rays of the setting sun were penetrating the cave. The guys decided to go back. The hero said that he hoped that everyone had a good time. The guys put on their backpacks with smiles. Linte said that it was the best hike and the food was wonderful, so he should learn how to cook curry himself. Serena suddenly noticed the sad Rurin. She looked at her suspiciously and wondered why she was so downcast and if something had happened to Elle. Then she looked at the happy elf and thought that this would be good news for her. Ellison reached out to the dishes and asked if Elena had washed all the dishes herself. The girl replied that he invited her to drink, so it was the least she could do. The boy raised his eyebrows at her in surprise upon hearing his name. The girl lifted the ticket and said that she would like to use her right to wish. He smiled softly and asked what she chose. Elena thought for a second. After a little while, she returned home. The girl stretched hard and said that the vacation was over, and that it flew by very quickly. She looked back at her friend and asked if she liked it. Serena answered that she enjoyed being there. The blonde smiled and asked her to rest while she prepared everything for the patient. Serena called out to her and asked her, "Why did you do it? And why did you spend your wish like that?" A little earlier in the cave, Elena decided to use her wish. She smiled softly and said that she wanted the guy to continue running the restaurant in the city for a very, very long time. Closing her eyes, she said that this was her wish. The guy looked at the ticket in surprise, not understanding what had happened. Serena overheard their conversation. Elena asked if it was too difficult. Elle answered that it was not, but he was planning on running the restaurant anyway. He looked up at her and asked if she chose such a wish. The girl answered that it was true and that she was fine with it because it was what she wanted. In the present, Serena looked at her friend and asked why she did that because she could have asked for a trip somewhere for the 2 of them. The blonde listened silently to her question about whether she thought there would be more opportunities like this. She lowered her head and said that she had seen something. An image of Rurin immediately appeared in her imagination, who was reaching out to kiss Ellison. She noticed the embarrassed eyes of the guy. Elena remembered how she had watched what was happening. She smiled with trembling lips and said plaintively that she had seen the guy looking at Rurin. Serena watched her saddened friend, who said that she would just keep everything to herself and thought that she wanted to see it. Elena cried bitterly. The dragoness thought that if this sincere and pure-hearted girl fell in love, her love would be great for what she had. Elena said that she simply agreed to even see him sometimes in the restaurant. Serena extended her hand to her, thinking that she counted on being able to see the true love that she had dreamed of for so long. She hugged her friend and decided that it only brought sadness that was transmitted to her. At this time the light was on inside the restaurant. Rurin pouted, thinking that the guy had been acting strange lately. Linte watched as the guy cut the products with a stupid look and conjured something. The girl thought that he was mumbling something strange to himself. She frowned and thought that he was avoiding her. Now she remembered how she glared at him when he turned away from her in bed, and thought that even at night he turned away from her and flinched every time she tried to touch him, but he never did that before. Mate turned to her and asked if the girl had grown up. She looked at her in surprise. He added that it had become noticeable even during the hike. Rurin looked at her hand in surprise and thought that maybe it was because of the approaching ceremony. Rurin approached him and asked if height was important. Mate answered that it was not, but she just seemed older. Linte watched the boy in shock, trying to call out to him while the girls discussed whether it was good. The hero suddenly woke up, hearing the boy's scream. The young man asked him what was wrong. Ellison's hand was cut. The boy said that he had cut himself. Elle had just noticed it. He smiled softly. The boy asked where the bandage was in the restaurant. The hero asked him not to worry because everything was fine. The beautiful image of Rurin appeared in his imagination, who said that she would rescue him from prison. Suddenly, blood began to spurt out of the wound. Linte got scared and said that the blood was gushing out. The hero lowered his head and thought that he had come to one conclusion. Putting his hand on the table, he decided that he liked Rurin too. The moon rose above the sacred land of the Black Dragon. Metadonna touched his beard and asked if the preparations for the girl's ceremony were in full swing. Dehegma replied that there was no problem with that. The men sat at the table discussing that if all the traditional preparations for the ceremony were taken into account, they were ready for anything. Metadonna frowned tensely, hearing the words that there must be an adult relationship with a partner. Dehegma took out a scroll and said that they had selected several candidates, then asked if the old man wanted to take a look at them. The old man took the scroll in his hands and said that if Nyes were alive, he would be among them. The interlocutor said that maybe it would be so. The old man narrowed his eyes and turned to the interlocutor. Dehegma raised his eyebrows in surprise, hearing the question about whether he still had hatred for Ellison, who killed his nephew. Dehegma tilted his head to the side and said that he could not say that. He exhaled heavily, hearing the words about the girl's feelings for this guy, and said that he would be honest. Metadonna was shocked, hearing the words that the man knew about his nephew's plan to frame that guy. He put his hands on the table and added that of course he did not support him in any way, but he did not stop him either because the guy was right about the decline of the era of black dragons. Dehegma became furious when he heard the question of whether it was worth trusting a rare female specimen to a human in such a situation. Metadonna asked what he was hinting at. The man folded his hands and calmly replied that his main priority was the Black Dragon clan itself, just like the Elder. He then introduced the image of Baron, and said that she was one of those who broke the clan's taboo. Even though she was the daughter of the Elder, he imprisoned her in the dungeon. The man raised his head and added that this decision was shrouded in many regrets, so he wanted to be extremely honest. Metadonna angrily lowered his eyebrows. Dehegma added that Rurin should be paired to the same black dragon. Under the starlit moonlight, a certain restaurant remained open late into the quiet night. The conversation inside was rigid, as if lifted straight from a textbook and imposed upon real life, more evident than ever. They asked if he had enjoyed his vacation, to which he replied that it was truly wonderful. Inside the restaurant, Ellison was serving dinner to 2 esteemed guests, following 5-star standards. Judging by how well the food was received, there was no doubt about its quality. Noel said nothing, simply eating nonstop, leaving his wife Rain to handle the conversation. She responded politely that they had also wanted to go. As Ellison poured their drinks, he replied with composed courtesy that he was sorry about that, but since they were both busy it couldn't be helped, and that he would invite them next time. The awkward conversation passed, and Rain lowered her voice to a whisper, mentioning that Rurin's birthday was coming up and asking whether he had any plans for a celebration this time. Not wanting to dampen her mood, Ellison lowered his voice accordingly and explained that he had already prepared something he was working on for a long time. Curious, she returned to her normal tone and asked what exactly he had prepared. He scratched his cheek awkwardly, hesitating before answering that it was a house. Rain was so surprised that she couldn't hold back her voice when she echoed the word, a house. Meanwhile at his home, Gultizer was carefully inspecting every corner from the ceiling to the floor. Satisfied, he praised everyone's efforts, acknowledging that they worked very hard. Rurin, eager for recognition, called out in a way that implied he should be praised as well. Understanding the cue, Gultizer nodded and patted Rurin, agreeing that he worked hard too. Gultizer then sincerely addressed everyone, saying he was sorry and that even though they had completed it, he couldn't help but worry about the final details. They all laughed heartily, assuring him that creating something this perfect brought them nothing but joy, and that it was truly a masterpiece of Gultizer. How would they react? Haha, this so-called masterpiece was a bas-relief that flickered in and out of the darkness, its sharp edges revealing the artisan's craftsmanship, proving they reached the pinnacle of their trade. In another place, surrounded by countless voices of condemnation, Rurin heard the accusations clearly, that she was the disgrace of the family, that her mother was a criminal, and that the war happened because she recklessly created an ancient sphere. She sobbed uncontrollably, struggling to find the words to explain herself. Then, until the shadowed face of the Dragon Elder Metadonna emerged from the darkness, the final verdict was pronounced, that she would be expelled from the sanctuary. With a startle, she threw off her blanket and bolted upright. Thankfully it was just a nightmare. Waking up should have ended it, yet her heart still bounded with panic and sweat drenched her face. Gasping for air, she desperately tried to calm herself. She whispered a question, wondering if someone was there, but her hand only found the cold, empty side of the bed. No one was there. Without hesitation, she flung the door open and ran outside, calling out for Ellison and asking where he had gone. The uneasy feeling inside her only grew stronger. In anguish, she prayed that he wouldn't leave her alone. Fortunately, as soon as she stepped out of the room, she spotted Ellison speaking with Gultizer. Upon noticing her, he asked if she was awake. Gultizer greeted her and asked if something was wrong. Their concern deepened as they took in her distressed appearance. Though terror was still etched onto her face, she managed to regain some control over her thoughts and murmured that he was there. But Ellison didn't answer her question. In truth, there wasn't much to say. Instead, he remarked that the timing was perfect. He planned to tell her on her birthday, but since he would be busy that year, it was the perfect moment to share it now. She, confused, asked what he was talking about. He hesitated, unable to speak just yet. Only when they reached their destination did he finally complete his sentence, that it was her lair, and he wanted to show her the entrance first. The sight before them resembled a palace. He marveled at how impressive it was. Meanwhile, she was too excited to stand still, eagerly looking around, and exclaimed happily about how high the ceiling was as she ran up to Rurin. Ellison chuckled at her enthusiasm, and confirmed that Rurin had a room there too, explaining that as her guardian it was only natural. They continued their tour of what was now known as Rurin's lair. Beyond the main quarters there was also a wine cellar, a storage room connected to the dining hall, a bedroom and a treasury, all carefully prepared, and finally, at the center there was a grand bath. She was like an overgrown child, gleeful at the thought of having her own space and brimming with endless curiosity. She asked if it used the underground spring from before. Gultizer nodded and said that since she enjoyed the hot spring so much, he created this just for her. Seeing her cheerful appearance, his heart felt as if it were welcoming a new spring. Lost in thought, he realized he was avoiding things too much lately, and it showed clearly on his face. Fortunately, seeing the lair lifted her spirits. That was right, he couldn't keep avoiding it forever. When Rurin's birthday arrived, he would face these emotions head-on. Just then, she called out to him, asking what he was doing and to bring the cocoa over. Her sudden request interrupted his train of thought and momentarily disconnected his brain. He asked in confusion what she meant. She clarified, just like last time, that they should bathe together. With that, she leisurely discarded her cumbersome clothing, making his face flush red. Half of him wanted to stop her, while the other half hesitated. He shouted at her to wait, completely flustered. Her reckless actions left even the old man Gultizer at a loss for where to hide his face. As for Ellison, he was desperately trying to stop her, but in doing so, he inevitably saw what he shouldn't have seen. He shouted at her to stop immediately. After a chaotic struggle, she was finally enjoying herself in the spacious bathtub, completely relaxed. She found the situation awkward and thought to herself, annoyed that it was indeed awkward. Meanwhile, outside, he was still dazed by what just happened. He thought to himself that she was too fast and wished he was given time to mentally prepare. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, he instinctively patted his forehead, realizing that in truth, Rurin might be the one feeling the most flustered. He recalled that they used to bathe and sleep together all the time, but now there was suddenly a distance between them. Just then, a voice suddenly cut through his thoughts, questioning him about bathing and sleeping together. Someone had arrived through the teleportation gate. Before he could react, Ellison frantically called for Elder Metadonna. The elder could barely contain his rage upon discovering that his precious granddaughter was trampled by a pig. He angrily asked what the boy had done to his granddaughter, referencing their having bathed and slept together. The boy desperately tried to explain, insisting that it was a misunderstanding. Well, not exactly a misunderstanding, but yet the more he tried, the worse it got, only fueling the elder's anger further. The elder shouted that he was dead meat, and questioned whether the boy thought he wouldn't show up. The boy pleaded for mercy. Both of them were dragged into the castle, but Elder Metadonna's fury was yet to subside. The elder reminded him that he promised and questioned whether this place was Rurin's lair. The boy awkwardly regained his composure and confirmed that it was. As he followed Metadonna inside, his mind was still preoccupied with the bold girl from earlier. He looked down and wondered whether Rurin finished bathing and already left. After walking for a while, the elder suddenly admitted that it was quite beautiful, and confessed that he never thought the boy could prepare a lair like this. He admitted he never imagined a man like him could pull it off. Then, scratching his cheek awkwardly, he hesitantly asked whether that meant he passed. The elder remained silent for a moment, then unexpectedly the audacity to negotiate with him. He asked if the boy would accept it if he said he failed. The cold words left the boy at a loss for how to respond, and he stammered while asking what then. Metadonna given an order to talk. As a junior, he obviously had no room to refuse, and so the two of them found themselves at the hot spring bath. Metadonna and Ellison soaked in silence, one completely at ease, enjoying the relaxation, while the other trembled like a leaf in the wind. His mind was in complete turmoil. He thought how awkward it was and how different this pressure was compared to the kind he felt from Rurin. But no matter how long he waited, the elder simply continued soaking in the water without saying a word. Unable to endure the silence any longer, the boy finally asked the elder what it was that he wanted to talk about. The old man suddenly shifted his tone to that of a storyteller and began to explain that long before he was born, ages ago, a dragon lord was born. After absorbing 3 ancient orbs, he had become known as Balakar, the first and most terrible of all dragon lords. To Balakar, all creatures aside from dragons was nothing more than insects. The elder clarified that he wasn't saying dragons like him didn't exist today, but the difference was that Balakar had the power to turn his beliefs into reality. He ordered the extermination of every non-dragon being, and after years of massacre, there was nothing left on the surface of the earth. The once beautiful nature and budding civilizations all vanished when everything was reduced to ashes. Only dragons remained. Ironically, it was then that Balakar regretted his choices. That was when he realized dragons could only rule because other creatures existed. But with everything gone, dragons devolved into near predators, preying upon one another. In the end, the dragons rebelled against Balakar's rule. Those who had absorbed even a single ancient orb before Balakar became the Dragon Lord led the uprising. They eventually succeeded in slaying him, bringing his reign to an end. However, with the fall of his control, the remaining dragons was left with the horrifying savagery that was etched into their minds. At that moment, all dragons taken an oath to prevent the birth of a fully formed Dragon Lord in the future. That, the elder explained, was why they considered dragons who created ancient orbs to be criminals. Surprisingly, beyond the sheer irrationality of this belief, its roots could be traced back to a brutal and distant era. But that was not all. The elder leaned back and said that what he was about to share was connected to this, and was about Rurin's mother, his daughter Rurin. And with that, another long-buried story began to unfold. It was a time when the holy land of the Black Dragon still thrived. A child's innocent voice called out to him repeatedly until he had finally responded, identifying her as Rurin. The child pouted and playfully climbed onto his shoulders, demanding that he play with her. At that moment, he knew exactly why she was acting that way. With a sigh, he asked where her mother ran off to this time. That was about 300 years ago, during an era of peace in the Holy Land. Back then, the two of them could still enjoy carefree moments together. The little girl could tug at his hair and play tricks on him, and all he could do was sigh and indulge her, as always. He told her not to pull his hair. Only when Sauron, the Grand Elder of the Black Dragon, spoken up did she finally stop. Sauron gently reminded Rurin to mind her manners. The child apologized, and Sauron told her it was all right, and instructed her to come down. Then Sauron turned to Metadonna and scolded him, saying he was spoiling the child too much. Metadonna sighed in defeat, and admitted that he knew and apologized. The little girl beside him looked no different, standing obediently to the side. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind swept through the area. The black dragon shot up toward the highest level of the castle. The one who shattered the peace was none other than Rurin herself. Furious, Sauron bellowed in outrage, demanding to know who dared to do this in the Holy Land. At the same time, the dragon had arrived at a place that was not unfamiliar. Rurin hurriedly asked if anyone was chasing them. Hearing the call, the elder turned back in surprise. Rurin's eyes shone brightly at the sight of her mother. She urged them anxiously to hurry and hide something quickly, making arrangements. Little did she realize that she herself was the disaster affecting the entire family, or rather the person the elder mentioned was none other than the black dragon, Rurin. The elder introduced her as his daughter and stated that the orb she brought with her was hers. A radiant blue marbel appeared before them. There was no room for debate. It was an ancient marbel. Both of them lived long enough to understand its overwhelming power. Perhaps even more than that. No dragon was unaware that an ancient marbel was a forbidden relic. The mother dazedly asked Rurin where she gotten the orb. She picked up the marbel. Rurin replied nonchalantly that she had stolen it, or more precisely she had kind of just taken it out. Not only had she dared to steal it, but she had spoken as if it were the most natural thing in the world, not something illicit. The elder barely stopped himself from scolding her outright. He told her that this was not something one could casually talk about, and asked if she even realized how serious the situation was, what it meant to possess an ancient marbel, and why she caused such a major problem. Sauron, beside him, intervened, stopping him before he worked himself into a fit and collapsed before understanding the full story. She told him to calm down and then turned to Rurin, asking her to explain everything as clearly and in as much detail as possible. Rurin replied that a lord was about to be born. It was a short answer, very short, but enough to give a general idea of the situation. She then summarized everything based on the day's adventure, from witnessing a group conducting a sacrificial ritual to watching them cleanse ancient marbles with a strange liquid. Along with the eerie scene that followed, she left nothing out. Finally, she concluded that although she wasn't entirely sure about the situation, there was no mistaking it. Ancient marbles appeared. She tried to take them all but only managed to grab one. Right in the middle of her serious explanation, she even threw in a dumb joke, saying that still, no one could keep up with her flying speed. But even just one marble, it was already incredible. Of course, no matter the reason, the fact remained that it was an ancient marble, one with immense negative influence over the dragon clan. The woman couldn't help but sternly warn her, asking if she understood the gravity of the situation and if she even realized what was about to happen. Metadonna asked whether the Grand Elder was the one she had seen, looking on in astonishment, but the woman continued, explaining that unless one was a dragon, the energy of an ancient marble could not be concealed by magic. The Elder then solemnly declared that the rules must be upheld. As a father, he of course couldn't just stand by and accept such an unreasonable tradition. However, the trouble was that his daughter, of all things she could have inherited, just had to take after his stubbornness. She casually played with the marble and assured her father that it was fine, that she had fully understood the risks when she decided to bring the ancient marble back. But she added that there was a condition. She told the Grand Elder that if he agreed she would comply. She then set the marble down and returned to her serious demeanor. Meanwhile, Rurin wandered alone outside. She stomped along, grumbling that the old fool wouldn't even let her see her mother, even though she was back for a while, and that he wouldn't even play with her properly. As she continued walking, she stumbled upon a strange crowd surrounding a young woman. Elder Metadonna hesitated for a moment before declaring that Rurin was to hear her charges, that she violated the pact among all dragonkind and created an ancient marble. The crowd buzzed with murmurs, expressing shock over the accusation that someone created an ancient marble. Finally, he asked Rurin if she admitted to the crime, and she answered without hesitation that she did. The sentence was announced. She was to spend the rest of her life in a place few even knew of, where no one could find her and from which she would never escape. When asked if she accepted the punishment, she replied that she did. Realizing the accused was her mother, Rurin rushed forward, tears streaming down her face as she cried out for her mother to wait. The trial was concluded, and Metadonna ordered her imprisonment, saying that once the place was prepared, he would personally oversee the transfer. Even bystanders found the situation unjust and questioned how it could be allowed. Ellison protested, and when Metadonna told him he was overreacting, he was taken aback by the unexpected reaction, and asked if Metadonna didn't know about this. Ellison explained that all he knew was that Rurin's mother was labeled a criminal, but she hadn't even created the marble herself, did she? Having experienced it himself, he naturally understood the young man's emotions. But whether it was before or now, he remained powerless. He told Ellison to calm down and explained that even though she was branded a criminal, the real reason was to protect the ancient marble from those who coveted it. Only Sauron and he knew its location. He added that the secluded place was fortified with the highest level of magic, making it impossible for anyone to enter. Ellison responded angrily that even so, the fact remained, it was still a prison. The Elder fell silent for a moment. The truth he had long avoided was now being exposed by someone else. He admitted that Ellison was right, and that fact didn't change. He confessed that back then he acted as if he knew better, but in reality his reaction was no different. He admitted he made a mistake that should never have happened. His sorrowful voice carried the story forward. Back in the past, when the announcement was posted outside the locked gates, no one whispered among themselves. People murmured that they didn't even know how many weeks passed, and questioned what else they could do, remarking that her mother become one of the greatest criminals of their clan. Some argued that she was just a child, while others countered that even so, it wasn't something they could overlook. They continued to argue endlessly. Even when Metadonna approached, they didn't notice her presence. The Elder opened the door, stepping into the room where Rurin was, bringing with him the weight of those murmured reproaches. He called her gently, but was met with a pillow thrown straight at his face. With tears streaming, she shouted that she hated him and didn't want to see him. Softening his voice, he tried to calm her and told her that he needed her to do something for him. She remained fixated on her goal, bringing her mother back. Approaching him cautiously, he whispered that this was something only she could do, and asked if she understood. He told her not to tell anyone, and to go to the place he was about to show her and bring back a few types of herbs. Eventually she set out, grumbling about why the place was so troublesome and questioning if he had deliberately made it difficult for her. She then decided that she would just grab some random poisonous herbs and get out of there. Despite her bravado, she hesitated, glancing around nervously. Then she spotted the exact herb he needed, noting that that was it. That was all. It was supposed to be hidden in a small crevice. She then squeezed through the narrow gap, maneuvering her way skillfully. She sighed in admiration, realizing it was just as he said, only she could do this. The light was dazzling. Following its glow, she stepped forward and a breathtaking landscape unfolded before her. There, basking in the sunlight, was a black dragon enjoying the warmth. She was startled and wondered how Rurin gotten there, asking herself how her child found this place. She stared in shock at the little girl who somehow arrived. The child burst into tears of joy, exclaiming that it was her mother. She reverted to her human form, gently embracing the little one and telling her daughter, Rurin, that she already knew, didn't she? Rurin understood that it was wrong, and that she had to leave immediately. But she couldn't ignore those innocent, teary eyes. In the end, it was inevitable. She stroked her daughter's head tenderly and asked herself what she was to do, saying that her daughter refused to listen, just like her mother. After a month of talking together, Rurin finally asked if all of it was just an illusion. She nodded and said that it was right, explaining that a wall usually blocked the view, and reminded Rurin that she told her not to come there. Rurin then commented mischievously that the old man was so foolish, he couldn't even tell what was right in front of him. She raised an eyebrow and asked who told her to come there. Rurin hesitated before realizing something. She recalled that he told her to go pick some herbs, but now that she thought about it, wasn't it him who led her there? And he told her to keep it a secret. She reassured her mother not to worry and said that no one had seen her. Her mother sighed and remarked that father was a fool. She smiled, gazing distantly into the horizon. Ellison remarked that the truth gradually unraveled. He noted that if even little Rurin figured it out, how could an adult not? That was why he left the entrance open. His indifference to others and his lack of enemies made it only natural that a child like Rurin could disappear for months without anyone noticing. Metadonna stroked his beard and said nothing. He continued, explaining that the mother and daughter spent precious moments together. Time passed, though short by dragon standards. Rurin grew up. Unlike other young dragons who ventured out to explore the world and study magic, Rurin spent all her time in her mother's cave without a single complaint. This led to concerns that she might become isolated from the rest of her kind. But one day, she cheerfully announced to the elder that she was going out for about 2 years. Her smile shone brilliantly, as if it would never fade. The elders simply nodded and said that as long as they could see their granddaughter smile again, that was enough for them. The other black dragons gradually began to notice that Rurin seemed to be in a better mood lately. One of them scoffed and remarked that she was still just the daughter of a criminal. Rurin leapt off the cliff, transforming into her dragon form and soaring toward her destination. She told herself that once she was old enough to be independent, she would stop coming to that sacred land. She glided freely across the vast sky, promising herself that she would continue living with her mother. As soon as she entered the cave, she called out to her mother that she was home, and grumbled to herself that the gap was getting narrower and narrower. Then she raised her voice excitedly, pointing out that she had even caught some fish. But there was no response. Confused, she called again for her mother. Approaching closer, she finally saw her mother trembling, her eyes fixated on a glowing marble. Rurin's heart pounded with worry as she asked her mother what was wrong and whether she was hurt. But her mother only muttered to herself, shaking uncontrollably. She said that they stopped searching for the third ancient gem and abandoned their goal of becoming a complete lord. Now, all that remained was the waiting, which was over. With the power of the Crimson Dragon, she declared that she would restore the world. The Crimson Dragon Lord, Sardellin, was born, and the era of war began. His rise marked the beginning of a new conflict. Back in the sanctuary, the 2 elders of the Black Dragon clan stood in distress, troubled by the dire situation. There was no progress. 2 of the ancient gems had already been accounted for. One was stolen by Rurin, while the other 2 was absorbed by an incomplete lord. On the map, red marks indicated key locations they searched. Metadonna said that it seemed everything was unfolding just as they originally predicted. He stated that they were deliberately hiding their identity until they found the third ancient gem. Saren continued by saying that this meant the purpose of the ritual was to create a complete lord. Suddenly, a loud sound rang directly into her ears, making her face go pale. The elder turned to her in concern and asked if she was all right. She waved a hand and said that she was fine, but her ears kept ringing. It was happening more often lately. Just then, a messenger bird landed on the balcony of the fortress. She asked who it was from. He examined the letter closely and said that it was from the Crimson Dragons. It seemed the sacred land was sealed with magic. He opened the letter and read its contents carefully. His expression stiffened as he said that they wanted to share information about the Lord. The timing was suspicious, making it difficult not to overthink the situation. She asked Riley why now of all times. Without hesitation, he activated a teleportation gate. Stepping through it into a dense forest that lay between the borders of the two clans, he walked leisurely toward the man standing before him. He said that it was a long time since they last met like that, and remarked that the sudden request caught him by surprise. Elder Dedink. The one he had come to meet was none other than Elder Dedink of the Crimson Dragons. Dedink greeted him politely, saying that it was a while. After the initial formalities, Dedink got straight to the point. He asked if Metadonna remembered what he once told him, a long time ago. Before coming there, Metadonna already knew the conversation would inevitably relate to something his daughter mentioned long ago. He responded that yes, it was about the Crimson Dragon's plan to create a lord, and that he asked Dedink to investigate that matter. His gaze was firm as he looked directly at his counterpart. Having steered the conversation where it needed to go, Dedink began his confession, his words laced with guilt. He admitted that yes, back then he denied it, and for nearly 300 years nothing happened. A lord? At the time he thought it was nothing more than an unfounded rumor. Metadonna, growing uneasy, had a sinking feeling about what was coming, and just as he feared, Dedink continued. He confessed that he was wrong. The Lord's decree was issued to all Crimson Dragons. Metadonna's face twisted in shock as he asked what. On Dedank's once resolute expression, only despair and anxiety remained. He revealed that the target was the destruction of the Rurin Empire, and begged him to stop them. As soon as he finished his plea, he lost all control. He transformed into his dragon form and lashed out in a frenzy, paying no heed to Metadonna's desperate calls. And just like that, peace was shattered in an instant. War had begun. A war among dragons with the sole purpose of annihilating the Rurin Empire. The royal palace was the first target, reduced to ruins. At the forefront of the conquest stood the Crimson Dragon Lord, nearly immortal, leading an unrelenting campaign of destruction, erasing Rurin's territories one by one. Yet the only reason the war lasted as long as it did was due in large part to Elder Rurin, who leaked information and gathered enough forces to resist the Lord's faction. For the Black Dragons there was only one objective: to punish those who broke the covenant, to eradicate the Lord's minions. In other words, the war could persist, rather than ending swiftly in ruin because of the unwavering support of the Black Dragons. Throughout the war, he felt relatively at ease about Rurin and Rurin. The forces of the Crimson Dragons and the Black Dragons were nearly equal, leaving neither side with the capacity to focus elsewhere. And as he said before, Baronet's lair was essentially a perfect fortress. At that time, Rurin became the primary source of outside information for her mother. She rushed in, urgently informing her mother that she was right and that the Lord truly appeared, urging her to leave for a while. But her mother remained silent, lost in thought, before conjuring a beautiful light and calling Rurin to come to her. Perhaps she already prepared herself for this. Just as Metadonna expected, Baronet's expression turned serious as she told Rurin that she must learn to protect herself, and that from that point on they would begin magic training. And so Rurin taught Rurin how to fight. He soaked in long enough. He pulled his cloak over his shoulders and continued. From magic to dragon combat techniques, the training continued relentlessly throughout the war, for 13 years. He once reminded her that she knew what that meant. By the end of that time, something happened. He said no more, but for those who was on the battlefield, his silence spoken volumes. Meanwhile, she continued her magic training with her mother, just as she had every day. 13 years had passed. The mother and daughter spent time together as if nothing changed, but perhaps only she felt that way. Her mother smiled gently, remarking that Rurin learned even faster than she had expected. Rurin laughed bashfully. Her mother's voice remained warm as she told Rurin that she had taught her most of the fundamentals of magic and combat. Rurin eagerly responded that she would learn flying techniques next. Suddenly, her mother placed a hand on her head and spoke in words that made no sense, saying that there was still so much she wanted to teach her, but that she was sorry, as they had no more time. Before Rurin could react, before she could even defend herself, her mother struck mercilessly. Her vision blurred with pain, but beyond that, a deeper sense of betrayal left her in shock. She managed to utter the word mother before collapsing, catching a glimpse of her mother holding an ancient marble, its blinding light growing ever closer. She was unconscious, for how long she didn't know. Her mother's voice eventually pulled her from the darkness, calling her name to wake up. Dazed, she slowly regained her senses, her hand instinctively reaching for her stomach. She tried to ask what had happened to her stomach, wondering aloud with confusion. Her mother's gentle and affectionate expression was the same as always, making her feel as if she had just awoken from a terrible nightmare. Was it really just a dream? Even her clothes was intact. She touched her body over and over, finding nothing out of place. But then she had felt it, mana overflowing, surging within her, and at the same time an overwhelming power. It was real, not a dream. Her mother asked whether she felt anything. Rurin said she did, though she hadn't known why, only that it felt incredibly powerful. Her mother then explained, making Rurin's heart pound, that the ancient gem was absorbed into her body, and that in this war her strength would become vital. She instructed Rurin to stay in the sanctuary with her grandfather and assist him. Still naive, Rurin asked whether it wasn't forbidden to absorb the ancient marble, but her mother only smiled gently, and told her that this was why she must never tell anyone, that it was a secret between the two of them. Rurin hadn't fully grasped the weight of those words, and because of that, she was easily led along, a secret mission, just between her and her mother. She accepted it with an excited yes, having no idea that this was the beginning of disaster. She had no way of understanding the significance of Baronet's decision, of what it truly meant for her to absorb the ancient marble. Her mother embraced her warmly, telling her that this was her decision, and that Rurin must always remember that as she moved forward. She added that thanks to her, all her memories in the cave were happy ones. Rurin replied that she was happy too. She hugged her mother tightly, whispering that she loved her. Her mother responded in kind, saying that she loved Rurin too and telling her to go. With those parting words, Rurin left cheerfully, without a hint of worry, saying that she would be back, but that was the last time. The black dragon stood frozen in place, staring at the scene before them. Blood dripped from Baronet's tattered wings. Their final conversation. Their last moments together. The sanctuary, where mother and daughter once stood together, now lay in ruin, drenched in silence and death. She collapsed to her knees, crying out in anguish, calling for her mother. Her wail torn through the devastated sanctuary. She screamed in despair, unable to bear the sight before her. At that moment, a figure had approached, wondering aloud whether he arrived too late, questioning himself as he stared at the tragic scene. Medidaina's calm and measured narration painted the memory so vividly, as if it had happened only yesterday. He stated that of all people, Ellison should understand this better than anyone, that he had seen it with his own eyes, and that there was no need to explain what had happened after that, since Ellison already lived through it. After countless sacrifices, the Lord had finally been slain. The war had come to an end, and then, Ellison continued, Rurin was exiled from the sanctuary. He admitted that he never expected the story to take such a dramatic turn. But even after hearing all this, he still not understood why Rurin was abandoned, why she was cast out even after the war was over. Faced with this question, the elder remained silent for a brief moment. Then he finally decided to speak. He said that before his daughter accepted all her punishments, she made one condition. At that time, she was completely composed when negotiating with them. She said it was just one condition, that if they agreed to it, she would submit willingly. She added that she did not want Rurin to be treated as a criminal like her. Right then, there was no other choice. But one day, she wanted Rurin to live with pride as a member of the Black Dragons. The elder explained that Rurin was still been too young. She couldn't completely suppress the aura of the ancient gem she absorbed. Whenever she was emotionally overwhelmed or when she fought in battle, the other dragons would immediately sense it. After everyone believed that Rurin was dead and that the gem disappeared, they couldn't let Rurin get exposed. The man furrowed his brow, piecing together the truth himself. He said that that was why the elder entrusted him with raising Rurin. Because he absorbed the Lord's heart, he could suppress her aura. And using the laws of the clan, the elder planned to summon her back to the sanctuary once she was grown and no longer had a lair of her own. At his accusation, the elder had nothing to say. The man admitted bitterly that the elder was disappointed him. His silence only confirmed that everything the man said was true. Anger flared in the man's eyes as he slammed his fist onto the table. He asked how the elder could be so selfish, how he could exile her when it suited him, and now summon her back as he pleased. He questioned whether the elder had ever once considered Rurin's feelings. Medidaina suddenly asked Ellison what he would have done. Ellison stiffened. A man as strong as him, one who lived through countless eras, was now shedding tears over a mere family matter. The elder's emotions spiraled into madness. He clutched his head, and his voice was filled with self-reproach. He asked what he was supposed to do and how he was supposed to make things right. He reminded them that they had seen the way Baronet's lair was destroyed. He said that at that moment, yes, that tiny crack, the small fracture, he created it. It led to the collapse of Baronet's lair and his daughter's death. Because of his foolishness, that child died. He asked what else he could have done except accept her final condition. He said that the war had drastically reduced the number of females in their clan. Now or later, there would never be a better time for Rurin to return to the sanctuary and be fully accepted. Of course not as a leader. He added bitterly that Ellison didn't have the same burdens he did. In the end, he admitted that it was all just an excuse for his selfish actions. Then his words turned weak, unbefitting of someone of his stature. He said he knew how disgraceful his words must have sounded, but even so, he begged Ellison to abandon the lair. Step by step he advanced toward Ellison, who remained frozen in shock. He pleaded not for himself nor for Ellison but for Rurin. Medidana desperately tried to reason with him, yet neither of them realized, behind the door, Rurin was standing there all along. She heard everything. The Arch-Mage couldn't understand how Ellison could give up both Rurin and the lair, and he couldn't accept the request. He was fighting a real battle inside himself. Medidana cried. It was hard for him too, but he still argued that Rurin was a dragon and Ellison was a human. No matter how strong Ellison was, that couldn't change. Then he asked a question that hit Ellison hard. Could he really go all the way with Rurin? That brought a serious look to the Arch-Mage's face. He remembered the day they were with Coco and Rurin had said it felt like they'd only been here a year, not realizing that for humans, even a year is a long time. Things change, and time moves people closer to old age. Rurin reminded Ellison he had absorbed a dragon's heart and asked if that applied to him too. Ellison replied that no one knew if it extended life, since he was the only person to have done it. Thinking about it, his fist clenched so tightly that his veins bulged. He couldn't make such a huge decision and wanted to keep some control over the situation. But Medidana touched his face awkwardly and suddenly ordered someone to come in, making it obvious who he meant. The old man turned to Rurin, showing that he knew his granddaughter was just outside. Rurin, who had brown hair, was startled and her heart beat faster. She thought she had gone unnoticed. She stepped into the hallway shyly and walked up to Medidana without knowing how to feel. He took her hand and told her he would go to the sacred lands to get everything ready for the ceremony, and then they would find her a proper dragon mate. She was upset that she hadn't been told about this before. Medidana reminded her she needed to honor her mother's last request. She bit her lip, realizing she couldn't do anything now. She started yelling at Ellison, begging him to act, but he was too stunned to do anything. Medidana told him he knew exactly what he was doing and that Ellison's request wouldn't stop the outcome. As he walked through the huge gate, he said that Ellison was right. If you looked at the differences between races and remembered Rurin's final offer, the Arch-Mage would still say no. It was better to stop Medidana now or he wouldn't stop at all. But Ellison didn't move. Rurin looked at her friend, the one she had loved for a long time, and didn't understand why he wasn't doing anything. How could he leave someone he had spent so much time with? But Ellison just lowered his head and said he was very sorry for everything. He had already made up his mind not to take any action. He said he couldn't be selfish, and Rurin cried out in tears, asking what he was even saying. Their special bond was falling apart, and it felt like betrayal. But still, Ellison didn't move. He was trying not to be selfish by holding back. The scene shifted to the sacred lands of the dragons, inside a mansion. Rurin lay slumped in her old room. She had been told to stay there until the ceremony. Her grandfather had said he made some changes so she should ask if she needed anything. It was hard for Medidana to see his granddaughter like that, but he tried to explain that she wasn't strong enough yet to hide the power of the ancient orb. He wanted to add something about fighting, but she cut him off, saying it was already clear. She wasn't going to fight, and she asked him to leave. It was painful to hear, but the old man had already known this was how it would turn out, so he wasn't surprised. When he left the room, someone was already waiting outside, and he quickly realized things hadn't gone as expected. The man waiting said he hadn't thought Medidana would bring her so easily, then asked if he remembered what he had told him. Medidana began to glow with an odd light and said nothing was certain yet, so for now they would go ahead with the ceremony. Everything was still going according to plan. Meanwhile, the restaurant was still open. The butcher and his wife visited Ellison again. The man was very happy to have Wuba for lunch, but the woman asked how he could eat the same thing all the time and if he could ever talk normally. He said he couldn't help it was just too delicious. But when he took a bite he immediately spit it out. He hadn't expected his favorite dish to taste so bad. And all the other guests noticed something was wrong too. The flavor was just terrible. No one could tell what had happened. Only Elena, who had feelings for Ellison, said the food was mostly okay and kept eating the pasta. But Serena told her not to force herself to eat something that tasted awful and quickly called Ellison over to check what was wrong. Just then they heard the footsteps of the restaurant owner. He looked unsure and barely moved, confused about why he was called, and his face showed something was off. Tears started falling from his eyes. Seeing this, the friends were frightened for Ellison. They were horrified by how he looked and hadn't realized things were so bad with him. One of his employees quietly mentioned that Ellison had been acting strange lately. Everything seemed out of control. He was mixing up spices and putting sugar into everything. While most people thought he'd lost it, the Arch-Mage thought he was just pathetic. Serena suspected that Rurin's disappearance was connected to all this. Then the door opened and a few people walked in. They were celebrating something and wanted to treat everyone. It was Venin, who used to own an orchard, and Hone, a pottery maker. They were happy to visit this restaurant, thinking the food would be great as always. Venin saw Ellison and asked him for 2 bowls of noodle soup, but then looked closely and was shocked by how terrible Ellison looked. Messy hair, sunken cheeks like he hadn't eaten in days. He was worried about Ellison, but also a bit sad they might not get their noodle soup. Ellison apologized and said he couldn't cook right now, but his assistant Linte would take care of the meals. Hone said that was fine, especially since Ellison looked exhausted, but Venin was still confused. He knew Ellison could still cook. It was obvious from how worried the Arch-Mage looked. Venin wanted to help and asked Ellison to explain, since Ellison had once helped him. Maybe now he could return the favor. But Ellison just stood there with tears on his face, unsure if he should speak. He remembered once telling Venin not to let love slip away, but now he was the one who had failed to follow that advice. He felt ashamed for giving advice without thinking he might end up in the same situation. So Ellison started to explain, but only in a hidden way. It was easier to speak that way without feeling embarrassed. He told a story about a couple, really talking about himself and Rurin. They were complete opposites. The girl came from a respected family, and even though she ran away, her family still wanted her back. Her mother had even written in her will that she was waiting for her daughter. The man, on the other hand, came from a poor background, had bad health, and might die early, leaving her alone. In this kind of situation, marriage should be between equals, a chance to forget the differences and return to her family. The real question was whether he should fight for his happiness. That confused him too. He was scared to interfere with fate, and now he wondered what the man in the story should do. He was really asking for advice for himself, without saying so directly. Venin had once said to live like there's no tomorrow, and he remembered saying that now. Ellison felt nervous, so he asked, if the man had real love, should he try to hold on to the girl? But then came another question, was it right to take away all of her chances and future? Then Venin, sounding a bit awkward, asked Ellison something uncomfortable. Was he really so sick that he might die? Ellison didn't understand at first why he was asking, but then remembered what he'd said in the story. Venin had figured it all out. It was clear the story was really about Ellison. Hone said he had suspected that from the start too. Then the man placed a bag on the table, saying it might help Ellison make a decision. Ellison was surprised, but Hone insisted he should listen. He took out 2 plates, one perfect and one cracked, and started thinking about what to do next. Meanwhile, in the Sacred Lands, Metadonna sat at his desk, his face blank and full of doubt, unsure if he had made the right choice. All he could do now was wait and see what would happen next, though it didn't feel like he was acting on his own free will. He remembered a conversation where it was suggested that Rurin should be with another black dragon, and he had been asked to place a bet, which shocked him. He believed Rurin should be with the dragon, but the elder disagreed. So he offered to explain everything to Ellison to help him understand why this opportunity was so important to Rurin. The memory sent chills through Metadonna's body, followed by a cold sweat. If Ellison chose to keep her, they would miss the traditional couples moment at the ceremony. But if Ellison changed his mind after learning the truth, Rurin would return to be with her own kind. Then came the crucial question, what exactly was Metadonna betting on? At that moment, Grandpa Rurin replied that he trusted Ellison completely. Trying to swallow the lump in his throat, Metadonna reached for a nearby glass of alcohol, his hands shaking so badly that drops spilled from it. He probably should have just left the drink alone. His face looked pitiful, but in his mind he blamed everything on Ellison, thinking he should have grabbed him, taken Rurin, and never let go. The old man imagined how things might unfold. Ellison would stop him from taking Rurin, decide to take control, glare at him with fiery eyes, and Grandpa would have no choice but to step back, leaving a happy ending for everyone. Metadonna bit his lips, full of regret, knowing that if Ellison had spoken even a single word, he would have stopped everything. He took another sip of his drink, wondering if he shouldn't have mentioned Rurin's long life or her mother's final wish. Maybe he should have held back his tears. But it was too late now, and in all of this, he thought Ellison was the fool. Rurin's mother had once said sadly that she didn't want Rurin to be seen as a sinner, and though she couldn't change things now, she hoped that one day Rurin would return to the dragons. The saddest thing for Metadonna was that as a father and elder, he couldn't do anything for his own family. It had been a long time since the last maturation ceremony, and now rumors were spreading among the black dragons that it was Rurin's turn. Everyone was ready to welcome her. A woman in a robe entered the room with a young lady and told Rurin to get ready. Everyone was waiting, and the final touches were being made to her outfit. Her hair was being braided and it was almost time to go out. Rurin turned around looking like a fairy, beautiful dress, hair tied up, and shoes that made her look graceful and feminine. But then, someone in the hallway mentioned waiting, and a girl rushed to stop a man who had pushed a maid aside and told her to move since she didn't even know who he was. He saw Rurin being prepared in the center of the room and realized who she was. Rurin asked who he was, and he said he was a black dragon from the Luhan clan. His name was Luhad. Full of energy, he said it didn't matter, though he had worried she might be unattractive. He admitted he was meant to be Rurin's future partner. Metadonna looked at the paper confirming this match for his granddaughter. Because of the war, there were fewer male and female dragons left, and the survivors usually fell into two groups: the weak ones who never made it to battle, lucky but useless, and the powerful warriors who survived, and Luhad was clearly one of the latter. He had been a real hero among dragons. Everyone thought he was the best choice to trust with Metadonna's precious granddaughter. But the old man cared more about his character. This was a man who had destroyed enemies without regret during the war. Now here he stood, still drinking and proud that word had reached him. He looked at Rurin and said she was even more beautiful than expected. Meanwhile, Rurin stared back at him with suspicion and judgment, and then ordered the messy servants to leave them alone. Luhad stepped forward and said he always gets what he wants: fame, honor, women, and he had already proved his strength in war. Now only two things remained. Then, without showing any respect, he walked up to the girl, grabbed her chin, and said that thanks to her being the granddaughter of an elder, he could solve two problems at once. Her being the daughter of a criminal was a bit of a problem, but he didn't care much. Suddenly, Rurin grabbed his hand tightly and warned him coldly, asking if he was really planning to go that far. She wasn't acting like herself anymore. She asked what Luhad had even done to act so powerful, and said only one person had the right to touch her. It seemed like Luhad wanted her to react like that. At first he thought he was imagining things, but then he realized it was real. It wasn't the usual dragon bloodlust, it was something else, and it gave Luhad the perfect excuse to show off his power, though his methods were far from noble. He even thought it would be fun to break the girl's spirit. Then a voice interrupted them, telling them to calm down. A figure came closer and said they may have different opinions, but things were getting too heated. Luhad felt awkward being seen like that in front of the great matriarch, but she told them that bloodlust was forbidden in the sanctuary, so they should go back to their rooms. The grandmother started scolding Rurin, but did it behind a sound barrier so no one else could hear. She reminded Rurin that her grandfather had warned her before, and that she should have been more careful about revealing what she had absorbed in the sanctuary. Only her grandparents knew the secret, and if Luhad had paid closer attention, he might have figured it out. Rurin admitted her mistake, looked down with guilt and apologized. But her grandmother couldn't stay angry at her one and only granddaughter, especially knowing how fiery her nature was. To lift her mood, she gently patted Rurin's head and told her she looked beautiful in her dress and said that Varen would be proud of her beloved daughter. That name was a painful reminder for Rurin. So she decided to ask her grandmother something important. Her grandmother seemed to know what it would be about. Rurin looked like she might cry and said the Lord was dead. The war was over, so why was her mother still called a criminal, especially since she hadn't created the ancient orb? Her grandmother's expression changed. It brought up painful memories for her too, but she quickly turned her back to avoid getting emotional. She said those were the rules, and no matter what the situation, they had to follow them. If they made an exception for Varen, others would also start lying and saying they found or stole the orb. But that answer didn't satisfy Rurin. She still cared about her mother. Her grandmother cut her off, saying that the rules were there to prevent the rise of another lord. Anyone who had the orb would be imprisoned for life. Then she said something that shocked Rurin. The dragons who had consumed the orb should be executed. That meant Rurin too, but her grandmother comforted her, saying Rurin was the only exception, just like her mother, and her mother probably knew what she was doing from the start. As she left, she told Rurin not to cause trouble during the ceremony, hinting that behaving well would show she appreciated what was being done for her. Meanwhile, Ellison listened to Hone's story as he waited to see which plate he would choose, a perfect one and a cracked one. Hone explained that he had made both plates as a wedding gift for his daughter Tina, so they held special meaning. When it was time for her to marry, two of Hone's apprentices, Gedroa and Piner, asked for her hand. Piner had been Tina's childhood friend, but he was poor and had lost his parents young. Gedroa was the wealthy son of a well-known workshop owner in Melksea and seemed like the perfect match. Because of this, people started calling him the ideal choice. Hone found it hard to choose between Piner, whom Tina truly cared for, and Gedroa, who had status and wealth. In his frustration, Hone accidentally broke the plates. He then told both men to fix the broken dishes as a test. The request seemed simple, but it helped Hone make his decision. Later, he showed both plates to the owner of a restaurant, one fixed perfectly and one still showing cracks, and asked which was better. Ellison took his time thinking, even though the answer seemed obvious. He chose the flawless plate, which was Gedroa's. Hone said that the plate looked perfect but was useless because Gedroa had used toxic materials. Piner's plate looked cracked but was repaired solidly and safely. The cracks held meaning. It represented the bond between Piner and Tina. In the end, Hone was not only convinced to approve their engagement but felt happy about it, and all his doubts disappeared. It was a beautiful and joyful moment. The lesson was clear. When love is real, nothing else matters. Hone had been fooled by first impressions and slid the cracked plate toward Ellison, hoping he would understand. As Ellison held the plate, Hone asked if he thought it had value. Ellison stood still, realizing the deeper meaning and how it related to his own situation. He thought about how different he and Rurin were. He was human, she was a dragon. He didn't know how long he would live or if danger would return. He wondered if being with her would only bring her pain and loneliness. Maybe dragons should be with dragons. But then he remembered how Rurin had cared for him when he was sick, how she laughed, held his hand, and promised to stay by his side if he wanted her to. Still, Ellison believed she needed to return to her clan. He had known this day would come, and though it hurt deeply, he decided to let her go. His last memory was of Rurin happily talking about their shared restaurant, saying it truly belonged to both of them. As Ellison ran his hand over the cracked plate, he felt the pain in his heart like a wound. Unexpectedly, he started crying and softly said the plate was fine. But inside he was asking Rurin for another chance. While he thought about how perfect she was, someone shouted his name. When he turned, he was completely unprepared for what came next. Mr. Creston punched him hard in the face, calling him a fool. It hit Ellison then that everything had been about Rurin. Mr. Creston asked if he was really going to do nothing to get her back. Ellison looked at him but didn't fight back. But suddenly he was hit again, this time by someone he knew and who also worked for him. Miltine and Ment were angry at the restaurant owner too because he didn't want to bring Rurin back. They couldn't just let him act like that. While the whole situation grew more tense, Venon and Hone laughed, joking that at least now everyone seemed to agree. Then Ellison saw someone else coming toward him, but he stayed still, hoping this one wouldn't hurt him. But he was wrong. He got hit in the head again. It wasn't as hard, but this time it was Elena, which was shocking because of her kind personality and feelings for Ellison. She was holding a robe and handed him a terrible-looking outfit to remind him who he was and what he was fighting for. She puffed up her cheeks, acting upset, even though Ellison wasn't planning to run the restaurant alone. A lot of black dragons had gathered in one place, waiting for a long-awaited ceremony. The old man transformed into a dragon and as the right moment approached demanded silence in the hall. Metadonna, the elder of the black dragons, announced the start of the maturation ceremony. Even though he didn't seem fully ready for it, he called for Rurin. The hall doors opened and a servant called out to her. She stepped forward, lit by the entrance light, with her head down, looking sad and hopeless. She wished none of this was really happening. Everyone agreed she was incredibly beautiful and said it was time to move on from thinking about her mother. They even joked that the longer you looked at her, the more beautiful she seemed. They would make a perfect couple. She walked up to her grandfather, who in dragon form looked massive next to her, and he told Rurin she had to take her true form for the ritual to begin, but she refused and a soft gasp spread through the room. She explained that this human form was her true form, which shocked the guests. They couldn't understand how she could reject her dragon nature and quickly blamed her time living with humans, saying it had ruined her. Metadonna grew nervous, feeling their honor was on the line, but acted like he was still in control. He called for silence and continued the ritual, asking Luhad to step forward, knowing this dragon wouldn't make the same mistake. When Luhad was told he would be Rurin's partner for the ritual, he said he was honored to stand there even after what he had recently done to her. Soon Rurin would become an adult, and clan rules said she had to stay in the sanctuary until she wanted to build a lair, have children, or become independent. As her grandfather spoke about the tradition of pairing females with chosen males and described what would happen after the ritual, Rurin didn't hear a word. Her face looked pale and sick, and all she wanted was for someone to find her and take her away. At the same time, she remembered the day she was raised, when the black dragons raided a criminal lair and decided her worth was not tied to her mother's crimes. But they left, mocking her with parting words, saying she'd never be able to hold her head high again, not because of anything she had done but because of her mother's past. Suddenly, a man broke free from magical influence. It was Ellison, whose fate was now deadly tied to Rurin's. He didn't understand why he had to deal with any of this. Rurin could have handled a few dragons even with a wounded and disgraced one nearby. But she refused to move, telling him this wasn't the Arch-Mage's concern and that he should leave. She immediately removed the magic and stayed calm, saying he hadn't helped and that he should try a different approach. He reminded her that food came first and she hadn't eaten. The black dragon lay curled near a fire her new companion had built, cooking something in a pot, keeping her wings low as if staying alert. He somehow produced a clay bowl, poured the stew into it, and confidently handed her a portion, sure it would taste good. He then remembered a strange sound he had heard in one of the dragons, and the conversation shifted toward that. He wondered why Rurin was letting them bully her. But before he could think more, a bright flash appeared, and instead of a sad, abandoned-looking dragon, a full-sized one stood before him. The flash was so bright Ellison thought he might go blind. When the light faded, a teenage girl sat in front of him with the same wounds, though they looked worse now since her body was smaller. But her mood had changed. She was no longer sad but defensive, and reminded Ellison that she had already told him it wasn't his business. Not knowing what else to do, Ellison tried to use food to get her to talk. He held out a bowl of soup, pulled it back, and asked her to tell him what was going on. She snapped that it wasn't fair, but then, to everyone's surprise, she started explaining everything in a calm, cold voice. She said her mother had carried an ancient orb, which was considered a serious crime among dragons. Rurin, being a teenager, couldn't fully hide her aura, which was probably why her mother told her to go to her grandfather. Some old barriers had been set up to hide her, but they weren't very effective. That's why she didn't fight back. Doing so would have exposed her aura, so she just endured everything. Ellison wondered if he should beat up the bullies for her, offering protection by fighting the dragons for her. Rurin was shocked by his offer. No one besides her king had ever done anything like that for her. She laughed, finding it hard to believe someone could talk so casually about punching a dragon. Ellison handed her a spoon and, smiling, told her he wasn't joking. The black dragon calmed down and got ready to eat, asking him to drop the idea. She explained that her family had earned honor by ending the war and that her grandfather had a way to restore her mother's name. Everything would come to a head once she returned to the sanctuary, but for now she had to endure the insults. What mattered most to her was clearing her mother's name. Everything else didn't matter. The war was over, and now it was time to make peace with the Red Dragons. Young members of both sides had to exchange blood seals. It wouldn't be easy, and Rurin was still staying in her mother's lair while her grandparents discussed the future. Sauron wondered if they should build her a separate den, but Metadonna had other concerns. He believed it was time to clear Vern's name, especially since the ancient orb no longer existed and the war had ended. He didn't want their daughter to carry that burden anymore. But his wife disagreed, saying rules were rules and there could be no exceptions, even if that meant treating their own daughter as a criminal. Metadonna yelled at her, trying to break through her cold attitude. Sauron, covering her mouth, looked down and almost blamed her words on impulse, but then admitted there were exceptions. Without meeting his eyes, she recalled how a small gap had formed in the den and Rurin had absorbed the orb. The old man, stressed and sweating, clasped his hands on the table. Those were now the only known exceptions. Back in the cave, Rurin scratched another mark on the wall. There were many of them. She had been keeping count, but there would be no more. The day she had waited for had finally come. She could return to the sanctuary. Her eyes sparkled like a child seeing candy, and Ellison was happy for her. He looked at all the marks on the wall and wondered how much time had passed. Rurin asked if he was as excited as she was, but was caught off guard when he said he'd miss her. She hadn't thought their time together was over. Hiding her feelings with fake pride, she teased him for saying weird things and joked that he should be honored to have spent time with a dragon like her. Ellison played along and called her a great dragon, making her laugh. She admitted the food was good and even invited him to come with her as an assistant, but Ellison said he had other plans and needed to leave. Waving goodbye, he told her to be careful and eat well. The girl soon found herself back at her ancestral home, but it didn't feel the same anymore. She didn't realize that the happiness she once knew here was gone. Almost right away she was slapped hard and scolded for eating there. The woman who had been trying to calm down was blaming Rurin, calling her the daughter of a criminal who created the ancient orb. But most of all, she was angry because her own son had died because of everything that had happened. She couldn't accept that Rurin wasn't the one to blame. She asked Rurin if she understood, and Rurin just stood there with a red cheek and a blank look in her eyes. The black dragon never thought she would face such hatred. Everyone around them was whispering about Rurin and her connection to Varen's family, remembering how the war started because of people like her mother. They couldn't understand how she had the courage to come here. Even though she was a child, they thought she should understand everything. Rurin stood there with a nervous smile, trying to figure out from her grandfather what was wrong and why she was being treated this way. She couldn't understand why her mother was still being blamed, but instead of an explanation, she heard her grandfather's cold, sharp voice from the shadows. He said Rurin was banished from the sanctuary. Rurin didn't realize what was happening until someone yelled again that the traitor's daughter didn't belong there. They believed she was bringing shame just by being present. Rurin stood without emotion. Her world started to fall apart. She couldn't believe she had gone through so much for nothing. Everything the black dragon had endured meant nothing. Nothing had changed. It felt like time had frozen since her mother's time. Rurin went back to her mother's den and found Ellison still there. He had seen that she came and didn't understand why she hadn't stayed home. She told him coldly that she had been kicked out of the shrine, but unlike her, Ellison didn't stay calm. He was shocked, trying to understand what that even meant. They had promised to clear her mother's name, but Rurin had already accepted that she was useless to them. and now they had pushed her away. It had all been for nothing. Ellison felt sorry and tried to comfort her, saying he could imagine what she was feeling. But before he could say more, Rurin interrupted him and told him not to lie to himself. He had no idea what she was going through. She even said maybe he enjoyed watching her being bullied. Ellison was stunned and hurt. He didn't want her to think that, but it was too late. Rurin turned into the black dragon. She demanded the Arch-Mage appear at once, ready to destroy him. Her aura couldn't be hidden anymore. She kept telling Ellison not to pretend to understand. He didn't know what she went through every day. He had only survived because of the shield. She shouted at him to leave, saying she wanted to be alone. She acted selfishly, claiming he had nothing to lose since he was from another world and couldn't understand her pain. Ellison was deeply hurt. He bit his lip and left. It was hard, but he couldn't go against someone who had suffered so long. The bowl of food was knocked over. The dragon stared after him but didn't stop him. She had gone too far. She asked again what he could possibly know. But soon the anger faded, replaced by heavy breathing and the return of bitterness. Rurin realized she should never have said those things. And now, because of that, she had no right to expect anything from him. In the present, Metadonna continued the ceremony, telling Luhad that he had earned his high position by surpassing others and being recognized for his efforts during the war, and that Rurin was becoming a sacred being who should gratefully accept the blessing. Now they had to look at each other, but the girl kept her eyes down. She didn't want to see the man standing beside her. Her mind was somewhere else entirely. Then it was announced they could proceed to the vow kiss. Tears filled Rurin's eyes. She was being forced into this and was hoping for a miracle. Luhad lifted her chin, and as she closed her eyes she remembered how she had treated Ellison cruelly, but he hadn't abandoned her, and maybe, just maybe, he would come for her one last time. Her tear fell onto the tile, full of regret and sorrow. And then, like in a fairy tale, a real miracle happened. The whole place suddenly shook, and everyone looked around, confused. Rurin couldn't believe that something had actually saved her from this moment. Panic spread as no one knew who had broken the barrier. It felt like an attack, yet there was no warning. The door began to break, and no one understood what was going on or who was behind it. In the silence, the strange noises were terrifying. No one could explain how the guards had missed this. The protective barrier was close to collapsing, adding to the fear and chaos. Who could break a barrier created by several dragons? Suddenly, the door flew open, and a bright light filled the room. A stranger stepped into the hall. Metadonna recognized him and couldn't believe it. But to Luhad, the face meant nothing. The figure stood on the broken wall and door, looked at Rurin, and for him, time slowed down. Just like in a great story, he apologized to the girl for being late, and Rurin's eyes filled with tears. She was overjoyed that she hadn't been abandoned by the one who now meant the most to her. It was Ellison in a robe. As he looked at her, he felt better, as if his life finally had meaning, and he promised never to leave her again. It was clear he had made up his mind. The others stared at him. They knew he was Ellison, the war hero. It almost felt like he was meant to be there, though the chances were slim. A 9th-level archmage like him gave everyone chills. They all knew he was the dragon slayer. Metadonna turned away, wondering why Ellison had come, but deep down he was glad. His heart nearly stopped with joy, and he hoped Ellison would take Rurin away quickly. The elder tried to speak out of respect, but Luhad cut him off. He didn't want unnecessary words. The dragon said humans weren't allowed here, and that was reason enough to act. He began to transform, saying he had waited for this moment with Ellison. Just entering and looking into the eyes of the dragons was already a serious offense, and now he had disrupted a sacred ritual. The whispering became so loud that nothing else could be heard. Everyone tried to calm each other, warning Ellison that his presence was a disgrace to the sanctuary. Ellison admitted honestly that he didn't know it was a crime to look dragons in the eye, and said he wasn't sure this dragon even knew who he was. He asked who Luhad really was, and the dragon changed into his true form, furious enough to crush everyone there. He couldn't believe Ellison was so arrogant after killing a few rogue dragons. Even though that wasn't true, Luhad wanted to show he wouldn't be insulted. He planned to teach Ellison a lesson. But with just a flick of Ellison's finger, the dragon changed his mind. He felt the effects in his body. Everyone was stunned. They didn't think any man could challenge a dragon inside their own sanctuary. No one dared to oppose him now. Ellison stopped dealing with the dragon and said Luhad was too weak to be the first to start a real fight. Luhad thought he was in charge, but now it was the mage who was threatening him, and Luhad was terrified. He didn't understand what was happening. This was just a common spell, so why did it affect him so badly? Metadonna shouted at Ellison, telling him to stop before everything was destroyed and dragons got involved. The shrine was already leaning, glowing with a blue aura. Ellison walked closer, saying he had ended the war and brought peace among all races, and that he had absorbed both the ancient orb and the Lord's heart. The servants in the sanctum quietly tried a neutralizing spell, but it didn't work, and Luhad couldn't bear the pain, wishing it would stop. Ellison ignored him, speaking about the power used to keep the dragon's agreement, and energy wings began forming on his back. He was angry at being doubted, calling it great disrespect. Rurin wiped her tears, realizing Ellison's rage could kill Luhad. Suddenly a portal opened and a dragon's paw appeared. Addressing the child and those tied to dragons, she dispelled the magic and declared the performance over. Ellison and Rurin looked up, and though Luhad had struck, it was not enough to harm Ellison, who was only catching his breath. The black dragon matriarch Sauron appeared to teach the lesson of grace and forgiveness toward the dragon. She was honored with a bow, as disrespect toward her was forbidden. Sauron told Ellison he had proven his right to be there, but if he wanted equality with dragons, he would be punished. She reminded him that the only reason he wasn't sentenced to death after absorbing the magic orb was because he was human, making Rurin's eyes widen. She hated hearing that. Ellison began thinking about preventing the Lord's birth, believing that absorbing the essence of three beings didn't mean dragons could control him, and seeing no reason for punishment since his existence prevented the creation of another ancient orb. But he was ready to face any challenge, light pouring from his hand and his arm covered in threads, declaring that if anyone wanted to punish him, they should act now. No one on the balcony moved. Rurin quickly begged the matriarch not to punish him and offered to complete the full ritual. Sauron didn't give a direct answer, saying she would decide after hearing his answers to the elders' questions. The first question was why he came here. Ellison answered that it was to deal with everything, his eyes shadowed with determination, then pointed at Rurin, saying it was all about her. Like a child, he complained that she knew nothing about order. Metadonna didn't understand how this was relevant. Neither did Rurin, but Ellison went on, accusing her of being a troublemaker who broke dishes, drank all the beer, was rude to customers, was a terrible cook who could be arrested for it, and had such a bad temper she'd start a fight if left alone. Then, suddenly serious again, he said he only mentioned her flaws to confirm them, but insisted she was not the daughter of a criminal. Metadonna and Sauron struggled to follow his shifting thoughts. He tried to speak about Rurin's mother when a magic circle formed around him to silence him, but the matriarch was furious. She warned him to think carefully, as rash words could destroy all sacrifices made, but Ellison broke the circle, apologized politely and stood firm in his decision. Moving to the center, he announced that Varen had not created the ancient orb. Rurin was shocked by this new information, and Ellison explained that Varen had stolen the orb from those trying to summon the new lord, making her a hero who prevented disaster. No one believed him, so he demanded the matriarch confirm that Varen was not a criminal. This surprised Sauron, showing Ellison's resolve. He had turned the sanctuary upside down again, just as he had 2 years ago. And all of it was because of Rurin, who also knew where this was leading. Rurin remembered how in the past everyone had been furious with her, calling her a disgrace to the family because her mother was seen as a traitor. Lise, almost foaming at the mouth, shouted that the war had started because her mother had dared to create an ancient orb. So Rurin had no right to demand anything. People thought he was a scumbag, and it seemed he only cared about bullying those he liked. But did he enjoy seeing her suffer? That was twisted. Rurin couldn't even form a sentence, tears filling her eyes. All she wanted was to restore her mother's honor, especially now that the Lord was dead and the war was over. She didn't need anything else. Ellison was beyond furious, realizing Rurin and her mother had endured dishonor for the clan without blaming anyone, yet the dragons had bullied her themselves. Now they wanted to take her back only because there weren't enough women in the clan, rotten and hypocritical. Rurin fell to her knees, covering her pale face, overwhelmed with pain and disappointment. The hysteria grew inside her, along with a strange but familiar feeling. Her mother was still branded a criminal, she was still banished from the sanctuary, and she had almost nothing left. Once again she was alone and vulnerable. She glanced at the bowl of soup her new acquaintance had been cooking, thinking about her actions toward him, remembering how others had treated her, calling her the daughter of a criminal and insisting she didn't belong. She realized she had taken her anger out on an innocent person just as they had done to her, recalling Ellison's face when she called him pitiful and silenced him as an outsider who knew nothing. Crying, she reached out, realizing Ellison was still beside her, wanting to help. She grabbed the bowl, asked him to come back and admitted she had been wrong, very wrong. Then she heard his voice. Ellison, as calm as ever, brought her food, a steak, telling her to eat a little because it was delicious. He mentioned going to the shrine but not finding Nese, though Rurin barely heard him, shocked that he had returned. What worried her more was his battered, bleeding appearance. She asked what had happened, and he smiled, saying he had taken her away himself, outrunning the dragons and storming into the sanctuary to claim her. She didn't need to worry about dishonor anymore. Rurin was stunned by his determination, especially since they weren't close. Then Ellison brought up his old idea of opening a restaurant and invited her to join him, promising to cook her delicious food from now on. She took the plate, tasting the meat, trusting him after what he had done. Ellison looked at her with warmth and care as she ate through her tears, wondering if he would stay with her forever. They were now in almost the same position, and Ellison promised not to let her return to the place she had been wronged, this time without using the restaurant as an excuse. Lifting his hood, he offered his hand, saying he just wanted her by his side and was about to mention choosing a partner for the ceremony, when Rurin leapt into his arms, their lips meeting. Tears still streamed down her face, and Ellison, surprised but unwilling to stop, kissed her back. When she pulled away, his face was dazed, cheeks flushed, and breath caught. She wondered if the moment had been delayed too long, but from that instant she felt she had been his dragon all along. At last her tears were of joy, not sorrow, and the great dragon turned toward Rurin and Ellison. Medidana was happy for her granddaughter. He changed into a more human form and walked toward the couple, reminding them it was already midnight. The elder had said before that if a grown female had no mate, she would be paired with any adult among the dragons, and Luhad, hearing this, was quietly trying to slip away from the stairs. Rurin seemed to have already found her perfect partner, and they glanced shyly at Ellison, reminding themselves that this was a matter of honor and life. The old man announced that Varen's honor was now restored, and that Rurin would officially be recognized as an adult member of the clan. Inside, he was deeply thankful to Ellison. The ceremony was then declared over, and the grandfather wished the couple happiness and blessed their life together. On the way home, Rurin kept asking Ellison about the restaurant, and he joked that they still cooked and sold food there, so she could eat all the steak she wanted because the customer's word was law, as long as there were enough ingredients. He asked her not to turn into a dragon at the restaurant when she got angry, and Rurin promised she wouldn't, making Ellison joke that his noble dragon wasn't in the mood today, which made her stiffen and explain that dragons behave differently. This was how the story began about a dragon who had fallen in love and chosen to live among humans. Rurin, now part of Ellison's life, home, restaurant, and business. When they reached Rurin's lair, they ate until their bellies were full. It had been a long day and it was late, so it was time to sleep and regain their strength. They sat on opposite sides of the bed, embarrassed and unsure how to act in their new relationship. Ellison broke the silence by nervously complimenting Rurin's beautiful dress, and she remembered when he had run from the bathhouse even though they used to bathe together. She noticed her heart beating quickly and decided to push the moment forward, saying the dress was uncomfortable, that many people had pulled it on her, and then, looking very seductive, asked for his help in taking it off. She didn't know how he would react but decided to try. Ellison blushed deeply but agreed, showing he was ready for a new stage in their relationship. His hands trembled as he pulled down the fabric while Rurin lowered her eyes, goosebumps running down her skin and excitement growing stronger. She didn't know what would happen next but could imagine it, which made her even more nervous. Suddenly a portal opened in the room, and cries came through, saying it was too early to leave. Sarin stepped out, saying there was still more to discuss, and Medidana followed, trying to stop the matriarch but making it clear it was fine not to go after her. Rurin and Ellison froze in shock, not expecting anyone, especially in their bedroom at a time like this. Both thought it was lucky their grandparents arrived now instead of later, when hiding things would have been impossible. Without breaking tradition, Rurin punched her grandfather in the face and Sarin could only scream. The girl didn't understand why Medidana was here again, but the matriarch hugged her granddaughter, explained she had brought him, and reminded Murin to behave, noting it had been a long time since the man looked this bad. Ellison, pouring alcohol into vials, said he thought the Grand Matriarch never left the Sacred Lands, and directly asked why Rurin's relatives had come. Sarin said the decision was hers depending on the man's answers, while Medidana silently drank, enjoying the rich whiskey aged for years. The woman wanted to discuss how Ellison had swallowed 3 ancient orbs, giving him a lifespan like a dragon's. If no more orbs appeared, Rurin's grandmother promised to overlook the chaos he caused because the bow was so important to her granddaughter. The truth about Rurin's mother had only come out because there was no danger of a new lord's birth, and Ellison could take Rurin from the Sacred Lands if he could stay with her for life. Sarin checked if the mage was sure of his answers, but he bluntly said he wasn't, smiling as if to brush it off, admitting he didn't know if his life was as valuable as a dragon's or if more orbs would appear. Sarin's expression darkened. Ellison had broken her principles, disrupted the dragon world, and ruined Rurin's chance at a normal life. She gripped her glass, disappointed, having once trusted him, now hearing this defiance in his own words. When Venin and Hone advised Ellison about meal, he told them a man could die without knowing the answer but already knew what the right thing was. Ellison said forcing Rurin to stay in the Sacred Lands and ignoring the accusations against her mother was wrong. But Sarin dismissed this as smugness, believing he didn't understand her mother's sacrifices. She explained that the dragon that created the orb couldn't absorb it, so the intruder and orb were sealed away, with Varen guarding it for his clan. The matriarch described her endurance, but Ellison interrupted, asking if calling her a criminal had changed anything or stopped the Lord's threat. It hadn't, and she died passing the orb to Rurin to prevent disaster. Sauron insisted it was mercy and hoped he'd understand, reminding him he'd seen the war, but Ellison said that was why her principles were wrong, that Rurin shouldn't be blamed for something not her fault. The grandmother froze, remembering her youth when a young man approached, amused by their similar names, his was Sardelin, and thought that alone was enough to get along. She told him she was a black dragon, and he was red, but he didn't care. She hadn't heard such words in years. Reaching for the tiara with a red stone near her braid, she removed it, and Ellison, who had long suspected it resembled the Dragon Lord's necklace, finally saw it up close. She confirmed it was the same given to her by the Lord many years ago, shocking Ellison and Metadonna. Sardelin often sought Sauron, interrupting her, but when she asked if he was tired of following her, he said he was happiest seeing her. The next day he came again, asking if she had packed, and kept coming daily, once telling her about a place with great views. They went there, sitting on the edge of the land, watching the sun set over the water as waves met the fluffy clouds. The man decided to take the chance and told the girl next to him that he liked her hair, and Sauron smiled and said she wished she had hair like his. Now Sauron sat holding her tiara, thinking about those times. She had told Sardelin she loved him, but their relationship didn't work out. One dark cloudy night she told him not to come anymore, and at first he didn't understand what she meant. He wanted to fix things and asked if he had done something wrong, but that wasn't the problem. Sauron was soon to take part in a maturation ceremony, where she would be given a partner just like what had happened to Rurin. Sardelin didn't understand how she could even think of another partner when she had him. But the problem was that dragons couldn't mix blood. If a future dragon lord was born, it would be dangerous. Without turning to face him, Sauron explained that it was a mortal sin in the clan, so he had to leave. The weather seemed to share their grief, but it didn't wash away the sadness. Sardelin accepted that there was no solution, believing fate had decided this at birth. So he decided to find a symbol of their love. Even though they came from different worlds, he made a necklace appear in his hands and suddenly broke it, showing the threads inside. He told her that despite the problems, his love for her was fate, and he threw half of the necklace at her feet, asking if she would let her origins ruin their love. Seeing her doubt, he tried to convince her she shouldn't reject him for something that wasn't his fault. He began to leave, telling her to think of another reason. Remembering this, tears ran down Sauron's face as she looked at the broken necklace, a token of her first love. These were the principles she had to follow. Ellison and Metadonna bowed their heads in respect for her sad story. Sauron stood, put on her tiara, and told Ellison she was wrong about some conclusions, saying that only later would they know if the risks were justified. The matriarch's stern face softened into a smile as she said she hoped the world would choose the right path. She was about to leave when Ellison stopped her, saying the Lord's last words were that if he could, he would have run away with her that day, and he regretted for the rest of his life not changing her mind so they could escape together. Something stirred in Sauron's heart. It began to beat quickly, as if she had remembered something she had always known but forgotten. Ellison didn't understand the meaning of those words back then, but now they made sense. It was a message for Sprint. She was opening the portal again, hiding her feelings behind strictness, saying it was just like him. Metadonna felt awkward hearing about his mother's past love at his age, but she silenced him, saying he talked too much. Ellison was surprised to learn Lady Sauron was Metadonna's mother, but they dropped the subject and disappeared. It was already dark outside when the angry Rurin stomped on the ground, wondering why they couldn't leave her alone. Was she being kicked out again? She thought about putting up anti-teleportation magic around her den, then noticed white petals in her side vision. Looking closely, she saw a beautiful white flower, somehow still alive in winter. She liked it, but wondered how it could grow. Then she heard someone say it was a Habiran flower, and she turned to see a girl with short green hair, her arms covered in scrapes and bandages, eating some kind of plant. The girl introduced herself as Selly and repeated that it was a Habiran flower. Rurin tensed, wondering how long Selly had been there, and asked if she was cold, then what she was chewing. Selly said it was just grass and delicious, then suddenly shouted that Habiran flowers were delicious too. Rurin barely stopped her from eating it and took the flower, saying the more she looked at it, the more she liked it, and she wanted to decorate her room with it. When Selly saw Rurin's abilities, she thought she was a sorceress and called her little sister, which Rurin didn't like, so she decided to leave. Now she knew the flower's name and left Selly behind, but stopped when she heard the girl say she had nowhere else to go. Rurin's legs shook, not from pity, but because she didn't want to take care of an annoying child. She said she was going somewhere warm with plenty of food and told Selly she could either come or stay. Selly, of course, ran after her. When they arrived, the huge monster growled at the stranger, trying to protect its mistress, but after Rurin told them they were just guests, she calmed down. The little girl held the dragon's arm and asked who it was. The brunette was annoyed but through clenched teeth explained they were guards. When she entered the room where Ellison was, she suddenly became cheerful and asked if he had finished his work. He asked her opinion about his soulmate's sudden departure, then noticed a flower and asked about it. Rurin asked if he thought it was beautiful, then explained it was called a Habiran flower, which she planned to grow on the second floor of the restaurant. Ellison then noticed Rurin had brought someone else and asked who it was. The girl introduced herself as Selly and called Rurin Big Sis, but Rurin explained she was not her sister, as her mother had only given birth to her, and she was annoyed the strange child was clinging to her. She said she brought Selly because she was alone in the cold, but Ellison didn't need excuses and was simply glad Rurin cared for others, which made her blush. Rurin then cunningly asked the Arch-Mage for a reward for her good deed, but Selly stared, trying to understand, and Ellison refused because of the child. Rurin grew angry and told Selly to leave, but Selly only asked what the sacred lands were. Ellison decided Selly could stay and that Rurin should look after her. The girl was happy, but the black dragon was not. Outside, the cold had stopped grass and trees from growing, so the place looked duller. Everyone was glad Rurin was back, and she was surprised at the warm welcome. They were happy Ellison might return to his old self. Serena asked if Rurin had come of age and joked about her being tied to someone else. But Rurin said the only good thing about the sacred lands was not seeing the red dragon's face. Elena told them not to fight, and the blonde was glad Ellison was back. Rurin said she'd heard the elf was helpful with the restaurant, but Elena modestly said it was nothing. When asked what she'd said to Ellison when they met, Rurin blushed, remembering she'd told him she was his dragon from the start, but instead she just smiled and said it was a secret, which disappointed Elena. Elena congratulated Ellison, but her feelings showed, and Serena distracted her by asking for food. Suddenly, Rurin heard a strange noise that irritated her. She stormed into the room and yelled about not being interrupted while working, quickly guessing it was Selly, who was gutting pillows, and only laughed at the scolding. Rurin reminded her she had been lonely in the den, which was why she was allowed into the restaurant, yet she was now causing trouble. Selly smiled and promised not to do it again, then jumped onto the bed, prompting Rurin to shout that she had said the same thing before. Each time Rurin heard a noise, like when Selly broke a plate, she would rush over to lecture her, but Selly never stayed quiet. When the black dragon took her around, she touched everything, once almost drinking beer after shaking the jar so much it turned into foam. Pleading didn't work, and Rurin was furious, ready to hit her. But she stopped, remembering her past mischief with Ellison. She realized she was powerless to change Selly and would have to endure her until the girl learned proper behavior. Ellison was in an unusually good mood, so energetic that even Linte was surprised and asked what was wrong with him, but Ellison only muttered to himself that you reap what you sow. It might have been the same kind of emotional outburst he'd had before about letting Rurin take something, but at least this time it didn't interfere with work. Meanwhile, the sun was setting, and as she swept the floor, the busy energy of the day seemed to fade away as if she was brushing dust from both the boards and his thoughts. Rurin wasn't feeling cheerful. She was more likely tired from working all day and making sure nothing was disrupted by a child. Suddenly, Ellison approached her, wanting to cheer up not just his friend but his favorite girl. He made pancakes topped with syrup or honey and a small cube of butter, feeling sorry for Rurin's hard day, and offered her some, also sharing with Selly. Rurin said she had only been hurting Ellison the whole time, which made him laugh, realizing that Selly had been lucky today, and that her behavior might make the dragon think twice. The pancakes were soft and easy to cut, with sweet syrup making them gooey, and Rurin and Selly ate happily, savoring the flavor. Ellison, as usual, knew how to bring joy through food, and the girls admired both the pancakes and the syrup, which melted in their mouths, once again proving he cooked the best. They sat by an open window where the flour they had once used for cooking was now on the sill. Selly remarked that Rurin was popular, saying she must be because everyone talked about her and she was pretty. But the dragon didn't agree and unexpectedly said she didn't want popularity, which surprised Selly, who asked why. Rurin explained that when she needed it most, the one person she waited for came for her, making her a little embarrassed. The little girl looked at her, chewing in silence, then asked if someone would ever come for her too. Rurin asked if she felt lost, but Selly didn't answer and instead recited lines like a poem or song about a lone green leaf in the spring wind under the warm sun on a tree planted long ago, ending with lying in its shadow and sinking into dreams. She stood with her eyes closed as if soaking in moonlight, then said she couldn't remember much, neither her home nor her family, but the song was stuck in her head. Rurin tried to understand the grief of a child who just wanted to find someone who knew the song. Selly guessed it might be her parents, and Rurin agreed, thinking they might have hummed it to her as a baby. Selly then said no one knew her, but if she became popular and sang for people, maybe her loved ones would see her and come for her. Rurin grew sad, remembering her similar thoughts before Ellison first came for her, bringing food and offering to travel together. He wasn't related by blood but had become the closest to her, and she didn't want Selly to suffer betrayal as she had, so she placed a hand on the girl's head and told her that her parents would surely come just as hers had. The next morning was cold but snowless, and they thought about warmer clothes, starting with dressing the child. Rurin gave her some of her things and asked if she liked them, but Selly fussed that the scarf was tight, making Rurin snap at her for being so picky. Ellison stepped in to keep the peace and said they needed to find Selly's parents since she couldn't stay forever. Rurin wanted to help, though she was getting drawn into the girl's story and was also the one most troubled by her lately. While Selly kept fussing with the scarf, Ellison asked what else she remembered, and Rurin mentioned she knew another song. Ellison thought they'd need help from someone who knew everyone in town, which interested Rurin. Soon, they were at the store and the butcher's house. Ellison went inside, was greeted automatically by the girl working there, and decided to start with small talk, asking if the store had finally settled down. Creston's wife smiled and said yes, now that they had their butcher shop and didn't have to worry about deliveries, then mentioned her husband was out for a while but would be back soon if Ellison wanted to stop by. Ellison explained to her that it wasn't about her man but about herself, and that he needed the help of someone who knew everything about everyone. They were looking for the parents of a lost child, but they weren't even sure if the family was from the town of Grake, and the child couldn't remember any names. This frustrated the woman because such gaps made the search much slower and harder, but they still needed to find out the child's name. Rurin held her hand. The girl's name was Selly, and her age was uncertain, about 13 or 14. The black dragon, true to his nature, grumbled about not knowing her exact age, so Ellison told the woman to write it as 14. She quickly noted the details. Selly, age 14, checked them one last time and promised to pass on any information she found, saying she couldn't refuse to help the child first and her friends second. Ellison suggested that Selly should say thank you even for small help. So the girl bent very low and thanked everyone, making all but Rurin smile, as she kept her serious expression. Word about Selly spread quickly around the city, with people asking if anyone was looking for a child. Her name was shared in the streets, restaurants, and shops, some hearing it for the first time. There was even gossip about Old Man Omen's missing daughter, but that was quickly dismissed as a different case. Meanwhile, Selly was helping Rurin sew cushions she had ruined, though she wasn't very good at it, sewing the wrong parts together without realizing it. Rurin tried to teach her, but the girl was more trouble than help, as with most tasks. Then Selly ran to see what Ellison was doing. He was in the kitchen cooking something. He noticed her watching from behind the door but didn't call her out, though he could feel her gaze. It made him uneasy, wondering if she was thinking about her missing parents, and he remembered his own pain when his mother died. Realizing even Rena knew nothing about her family, he feared they weren't from Grake, making them much harder to find. He was making the same pancakes as yesterday, pouring batter in rounds and waiting for bubbles to form, when he finally turned to Selly and casually suggested they eat first. She was a bit embarrassed but agreed, going upstairs to call Rurin. Soon the three of them were at the table, sharing the fluffy pancakes Selly loved. She happily said how delicious they were and insisted the second pancake go to her little sister, making Ellison wonder if anyone would think of him. Rurin explained the restaurant was closed because it was their legal day off, so no customers came. Ellison silently ate his pancake, then turned to Selly and asked if she wanted anything, maybe to play outside. The girl, shy around these new friends, didn't answer right away. Ellison and Rurin silently agreed she was probably sad about her parents, so they wanted to cheer her up. Rurin asked where she wanted to go, saying she'd take her even to the end of the world. Selly smiled at the phrase, but said instead that she wanted to see an animal that laid the same eggs Ellison used for cooking. This became a small quest for them. They knew it was a palenchu but didn't have one. Ellison thought about it and said there was a baron, Eric, on the ranch, but Selly found them big and scary and preferred smaller animals. He remembered that palenchu eggs were hard to get, and while they could look at the birds, touching them was unlikely. A shield was placed over part of the town's forest to stop a small bird from escaping. It was a palenchu, like a chicken in our world, pacing quickly and tilting its head. That alone made Selly so happy, as if she had been waiting her whole life for this moment. She didn't mind that she couldn't get closer. Just seeing it from afar was enough to make her squeal about how cute it was. The bird was scratching around strangely, and Rurin couldn't understand what was cute about it, but Selly decided to try again to get permission to touch it. Rurin agreed, warning her that even Ellison couldn't manage it, which embarrassed him, though there was nothing to be ashamed of. The Arch-Mage began explaining that Selly was still small and didn't know everything, and that even experienced hunters had trouble catching them because they could sense vibrations and the flow of mana, never letting anyone near. Selly didn't hear any of this. She ran straight to the bird. Just as the mage said they weren't called legendary birds for nothing, they heard someone shout that the palenchu had been caught. The mage froze when he saw Selly holding the bird calmly in her arms, smiling and asking Rurin and Ellison to look at her new friend. The bird seemed confused. Ellison asked how she had done it, and Rurin teased that Rurin had one win. Selly had one win and Ellison had none. The mage couldn't accept losing and sank to her knees in defeat, but the black dragon ignored this and congratulated Selly, for she had not only caught the bird but also made it relax enough to stay willingly. Night fell, and in the Baron's manor, the Baroness was having dinner, already having heard the day's news. She said people in town were looking for the girl's parents, and Ellen Rurin from the restaurant seemed to be searching too. The Baron's face changed. He hadn't expected them to be involved, but it was no surprise since they always helped. The Baroness began to say she wanted to help as well, but her husband interrupted, saying it was a big disappointment she hadn't told him sooner. Something in him shifted and his fighting spirit awoke, ready to help the one who had saved his life. He promised to use all his resources to find the girl's parents, and said he would stir up the whole town of Grake. The Baroness blushed, looking at him like a hero, and was glad she had told him. The guards, though confused, were ordered to search the city. Outside in the dark with the wind roaring, Ellison and Selly headed home. Selly was happy, running ahead, still laughing at her brother's surprised face. Ellison kept trying to figure out how she had done it, and she teased that the Arch-Mage was just too slow. She wanted praise, so she asked if she had done well, hoping for recognition. And Ellison confirmed it, saying not everyone could do such a thing. She thought this was the happiest day of her life, which was amusing for someone almost a teenager. She didn't need much. She had a warm scarf she had first refused, ate delicious pancakes, and saw a cute bird. Suddenly she stopped, looking at her friends, wondering what tomorrow might bring if today had been so much fun. Under the pale light reflecting off the frozen ground and branches, she looked enchanting. She didn't know what they would do next, but she was sure it would be even better. She hugged Rurin and Ellison unexpectedly, and began humming the song Rurin had sung at the dinner table, starting with a lime-lone green leaf and continuing with Fluttering in the Spring Wind. Rurin's face softened, showing a rare, warm, caring expression, as if she finally began to see the girl as more than just a problem. Rurin picked up the lines under the warm sun on a tree planted many years ago. Selly, as soon as she heard it, shone like the sun, happy to be accepted. Then Rurin tried to get Ellison to sing with them too. He doubted if it was worth it and thought to himself as the brunette learned to sing, but she only commented that he was blushing in embarrassment. She wondered if he was too shy to sing, and he lowered his eyes trying to deny it, but his blush gave him away. Then he suddenly said he felt for a moment like they were a family. Rurin immediately turned red too, her eyes widening in surprise. She had never thought of it that way until that moment. Selly didn't seem to realize what she was saying. She just kept singing lines from songs, still hoping to meet her real mom and dad, not thinking that these people had replaced them for one night. That's how confused they were, as they walked home singing, holding hands, and enjoying their time together. The scene shifts: a guard at the city gate and a wagon with a cage carrying someone approaching. The guards wouldn't let them pass, warning that beyond was the territory of the town of Grake. Then the rider gave the guard a paper pass, which he quickly read. The guests were headed for the town of Guilty, and the order had come from there. The guard asked their purpose, and the rider replied with a counter-question, as if it should be obvious they were transporting criminals. Inside the cage were people in tattered clothes with chains around their necks. One guard said the pass was valid, but another said they could have passed except for one last question. Did the two drivers know a child named Selly? They were looking for her parents, but judging from the reaction they wouldn't find anything here. While they sorted this out, they explained the Lord had ordered them to ask everyone passing by. Two prisoners in the cage called out, crying and wondering if they had said the right thing. It meant Selly was alive, which made them happy. Later, in a large luxurious room next to an unlit fireplace, Ellison sat in darkness, covered in shadows. Rurin came in, worried because it was late and he was still awake, which was unusual for him. He asked where Selly was, and the brunette said she had gone to bed early, though she wasn't sure if she had fallen asleep. As soon as Rurin sat down, the mage cast a shimmering bubble around them so no one could overhear. He said it was time, he needed her help. It was hard for him to start, unsure how she would react, but he told her they might never find Selly's parents. She jumped at the sudden statement, and his face showed real unease. Back in the city gate, the bald man said he had never even heard of her before and had never been questioned like this, which only made things more stressful. Suddenly, a prisoner in the wagon grabbed the bars and shouted for the men to wait and listen to him because he had something to say. When the guards came closer, they saw a stranger in a tattered cloak with a magic circle on his head, his face hidden. Through nerves and excitement, he said he knew the answer to their question. The guards saw a chance to learn something important and didn't want to miss it. But then the second mage on the cart, a girl, spoke sharply to him, not politely at all, calling him respectable in a mocking way. A mad look showed from under her hood, and she began to summon magic, accusing the local lord of being lazy for detaining even those with permission to pass. She threatened them, saying they had two choices: detain them and risk conflict with the count, or let them through. The prisoners looked almost mad, as if sitting in a volcano, and their escorts made it clear they didn't want interference. The guards had to choose between following the rules or avoiding trouble because the travelers had a valid pass and no one wanted conflict for the whole city. The guards quickly decided to let them pass, not asking questions. Later, Ellison and Rurin sat under the shimmering dome barrier, which looked like a soap bubble from outside, discussing important matters without fear of being overheard. They talked about the replies they had received from Reyna and Lord Ryden. Unfortunately, no one had heard anything about a child named Selly, and no one could say anything at all. Rurin was very confused by this news. She couldn't believe no one had heard anything at all. Had the girl just appeared out of nowhere, and no one had ever seen her before? Then Ellison had a disturbing thought. He remembered that the girl had been found on the edge of the village, and that made it even creepier. It was winter, and he didn't even want to think about what that might mean, though it could be true. He told Rurin what was on his mind, that sometimes poor starving people get rid of those they see as unnecessary, but he didn't say it directly. The brunette asked what exactly he was hinting at, and the thought gave her goosebumps. She couldn't believe Selly had simply been abandoned, and they didn't want to think it was true. But Ellison came up with an explanation for why the girl remembered nothing. Shock can cause memory loss, and in this case it seemed very possible. He added that it was only a guess, but they were starting to think it might be right. Now they had to face the real issue. If they couldn't find Selly's parents, where would she live? The choice was between letting her stay or sending her to an orphanage. Rurin was seriously thinking about it, but avoided dwelling on it because it was such a hard decision. They only had enough space for themselves, so living together with Selly would be cramped, making the orphanage seem more likely. But suddenly from the ceiling, or rather from the room above, came strange noises of banging and things falling. The sound instantly stopped their serious talk, and both jumped to their feet in alarm. The noise came from the restaurant kitchen, which had been closed for the night. Thieves? They rushed there with a furious Rurin in the lead, demanding to know who dared break in. She pulled back the curtain, hoping to scare off the intruder, but her voice faltered when she saw who it was. It was Selly, smiling shyly as she was caught in the act, holding a whisk and a plate with something like dough. Drops of it were on her dress, and eggshells and spilled flour were everywhere. She had been cooking. Embarrassed, she explained that she always ate pancakes and wanted to make them herself. Ellison then remembered how she had been watching him cook earlier, and now understood why. But Rurin's mood stayed stern. Hands on her hips, she asked where Selly had gotten the eggs, and the frightened girl admitted she had taken them when they visited the Palenchu. The brunette looked at the messy floor, seeing broken plates and scattered things. The kitchen was now a complete mess, which was upsetting because the restaurant was kept in perfect order. Rurin's voice turned cold, and she stared into Selly's eyes, making her understand, as much as her age allowed, that she had disobeyed and broken the house rules. For the dragon in human form, the decision was instant. She ordered Selly to follow her in a strict tone, frightening the little girl who hadn't expected such a harsh reaction from people who had treated her kindly before. Even Ellison was surprised, as he had expected Rurin to be angry, but not this cold. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, two men in ragged capes, apparently the ones who had dared to shout at the guards earlier, were screaming in pain, trying to shield each other while crying. One begged for the beating to stop, saying he was truly sorry and would never do it again, clinging to his companion. The baton strikes hurt terribly, but the bald man kept yelling at them, asking if they understood who they were dealing with, calling them fools. He warned that if they spoke out of turn again, their tongues would be cut out so they could never do it again. The girl who had sat with him at the front of the cage and successfully threatened the guards stretched, trying to shake off sleep and boredom, and told her partner to be quieter with the punishment, as she didn't like loud noise when she wanted peace. She also reminded him that they must not let the prisoners die, even by accident, since they didn't have complete control over them and needed to deliver them safely from one place to another. The man quickly calmed down after remembering this, while those who had been bullied so much could not hold back their tears, not only from the treatment but also because they couldn't learn more or share information about Selly. They began whispering so softly that their lips barely moved, then got out and continued on their way. The girl noticed the man giving them a hard kick, saw they were completely silent, and her partner warned her that the prisoners would eventually get their own way, so one threat wouldn't re-educate them. The prisoner's voice was shaky as he quietly began humming something, afraid his voice might shake or get louder, and Rurin's words came from his mouth like soft warm sunlight once falling. Meanwhile, Rurin and Selly were already outside, the older girl holding the younger one's hand in silence for a long time, her resentment so strong it was unclear if she could even speak. Selly, feeling depressed by the atmosphere, took a long time to decide to speak first, knowing Rurin wasn't in the mood for calm conversation. Looking guilty, she asked in a shaky voice what she had done to make her sister so angry, worrying she had caused trouble though it wasn't her fault. Rurin interrupted, saying no one had come for her, avoiding looking back, which meant Selly's parents weren't in the town of Grake. This shocked Selly, her eyes wide, her last hope of finding her home and loved ones gone. She began trembling like a leaf, rubbing her hands together nervously, on the verge of tears. She had feared this but kept hoping for the best. The thought that no one was looking for her consumed her, until Rurin suddenly changed her tone to a cheerful one, saying this meant Selly would now live on the first floor and start learning to serve food. The performance was so believable that Selly at first didn't know if she had heard it for real or imagined it. Rurin saw how much the girl reminded her of herself, even though she didn't know how to cook, and Selly remembered being told she couldn't go to the first floor when guests were there. The dragon corrected that this was before they knew she'd be staying with them, so now she could learn kitchen work. Selly was thrilled, though still too shocked to fully enjoy it, and Rurin understood her feelings when she had tried cooking. Hugging her, Rurin said she could stay forever if she wanted, silently promising that Selly would never feel loneliness or rejection again and would be cared for like a real child protected from a bad fate. These words touched Selly so deeply that she burst into tears, her eyes overflowing, feeling more certain about her good future than ever before, and gladly agreeing. Having longed for a family, she realized family didn't have to be biological. She had found something closer. In a warmer, even more cheerful tone, Rurin returned to the subject of her kitchen work, and they laughed and joked about it with no need to pretend anger anymore. Ellison, it turned out, had not left them alone but was sitting high on the magic circle watching everything without interfering and realizing his worries had been unnecessary. The next day, Selly would meet the ranch workers, and she hoped her sister would still teach her to cook, but Rurin suggested asking Ellison instead. Suddenly Selly froze as if under a spell, staring ahead with wide eyes, feeling something sink inside her and a strange heaviness in her chest. She saw a lantern on the wall, iron bars nearby, and her own shadow moving with her, her eyes trembling as she struggled to escape the feeling. Disgust filled her, her body clenched, nausea rose, and her head began to hurt badly. It didn't take long for Rurin to notice it too. It began to bother her, and her voice brought the girl back to reality when the brunette asked what was wrong. She froze like a statue, and now Selly also realized what was wrong. It was because of her memories. She remembered the road they were standing in front of, and what remained was to face what she had done there in the past and what it had led to. She seemed desperate to find someone, and Rurin thought it might help to dig into those memories. She began nudging the girl's thoughts, wondering if maybe they had planned to meet someone here, since any clue was important now. But suddenly Selly became terrified, broke into a cold sweat, and shouted at Rurin not to go there. Her face was so full of fear that Rurin became even more curious. While Ellison was cleaning the kitchen with magic, Rurin told him what had happened, that Selly's memories had returned in fragments, which surprised the Arch-Mage as well. The dragon explained that Selly had suddenly remembered something while they were walking in the forest, and it was unsettling to hear and to see how quickly Rurin had reacted. Concerned for Selly, he asked how she was. Rurin assured him she was resting upstairs, likely having a hard time because of the sudden return of memories, and that she was clearly frightened. The dragon then firmly ordered Ellison to watch over her, saying that if she was well enough they could take her to the lair. Rurin, however, was going to check the road despite Selly's warning, and Ellison didn't stop her, knowing she would do as she pleased. The moon shone softly, beautifully lighting a white flower on the windowsill as the wind pulled petals away, sending them drifting toward the stars. At that moment Selly remembered everything, and though it took her breath away, she could finally make sense of her past. The same moon lit Rurin's path as she walked, sometimes looking up at the starry snow-filled sky, still unable to believe Selly had a family. She paced back and forth, calling into the night for whoever Selly might have been looking for. And though it seemed foolish, it was the only way to find someone so late. Far down the path she realized it might have been reckless to ignore Selly's warning, especially as the place was getting creepier. Suddenly she heard a sound behind her and turned to see a horse-drawn wagon approaching. She wondered why it was here at night, and as it came closer, she saw that it carried a cage full of prisoners, not humans, though she didn't care to look closely. Deciding they weren't what she was looking for, it was an unpleasant sight, so she turned to leave without noticing that two prisoners were quietly muttering to themselves. But then she caught a familiar song in their words, recognizing the word sunshine, and freezing in shock. She first wondered how they knew the song, then if it was an incredible coincidence, and finally what she should do about it. The horses suddenly stopped, neighing loudly, surprising the drivers who saw they had been delayed by the city guards. The wagon wouldn't move though the road was fine, and then they noticed a stranger clinging to the cage, demanding to speak with the prisoners, ignoring that the coachman wouldn't like it. Meanwhile, Selly searched her memories and realized these were not her parents but her sisters, Melby and Melly, who were sitting inside the cage, crying and staring fearfully at the person questioning them. In a rage, Rurin gripped the cage so hard that it broke, then demanded in a cold voice to know how they knew the song. She had only learned it recently, and it might be connected to their new family member. She pressed the terrified prisoners for answers while they kept glancing toward their captors. The bald man driving the horses kept staring at the girl, unable to believe what he was seeing. Was she really doing this with her bare hands? But the girl refused to give up. She asked the prisoners who was behind them and promised that the two of them would remain unharmed. Whatever their answer, she would keep her word and protect them. The crying men in the cage wearing iron collars decided to trust this stranger, hoping her strength enough to break their cage would protect them. They wanted to talk about a song but were interrupted by the second wagon. Smirking, the girl warned the slaves that if they spoke again, she would cut out their tongues. Two people climbed down from their bench and walked over to the one who had stopped their work, laughing and saying that even shut-ins like this could be entertaining. The girl, a rank 5 mage named Melchak, asked the brunette who she was and, glowing with energy, demanded if she knew whose path she had blocked. Rurin didn't want to fight and explained she wasn't trying to interfere, then turned to the prisoners. If they couldn't speak, she told them to nod in answer to her questions. She asked if the two knew Selly. The hooded men were surprised, not expecting that question, and answered yes. Though their faces were hidden, tears streamed from their eyes, catching the light, showing that Selly was not an easy person for them to talk about. This made the brunette ask if they were close. One prisoner, voice shaking with fear, said yes, they were very close. That was enough for the dragon to act. With one wave of her hand, she shattered the cage. The prisoners were shocked, never expecting freedom like this, and it was clear the girl was not to be messed with. She intended to free only two of them while the transporters sat frozen in shock. The blonde mage was so stunned she only laughed nervously at first. Though they had threatened her before, this stranger didn't take it as a reason to back off. Red light began to shine from the blonde, and she told her partner Nolan goodbye before disconnecting the wagon. Nolan, worried about what Melchak planned, was told plainly that they would have to get rid of everyone. Suddenly, fire particles rained from the sky. The mage used rank 5 fire magic, roaring as a magic circle tore from her hands along with class B lightning. She was truly furious now. Rurin was freeing the people she wanted when they saw magic spheres flying toward them, impossible to dodge. An explosion, the amber blast erupted, sending hot air and spreading fire. The mage grew angrier. First they had been stopped at the entrance, now this strange girl was stopping their work. He muttered Selly's name, trying to figure out who she was, maybe a duke's daughter. Then, through the fire, a voice spoke. The mage turned and saw the girl's silhouette, blue particles around her. She said she had given her a chance to resolve things peacefully. A blue particle pierced the flames, leaving a perfect circle of empty space. Rurin thought she had been kind lately and would not kill her, but she would need to be more careful. When she pointed at her, a sphere formed on her hand and she suddenly felt terrible pain. Looking down, she realized part of her hand was gone, blood gushing out. After a moment of shock, the pain hit, and she fell to the ground screaming in disbelief. The freed prisoners shivered, glancing back at their captors, and the brunette decided to take them to someone who could help, though she wasn't sure if Elena was awake. Ice spikes formed around her as the two asked who she was. Rurin summoned a portal, smirked, and said she was Selly's older sister, proud of the title. Soon after, she burst into a room where Elena was sleeping, shouting that the elf's patients had arrived. Elena and Serena jumped up in shock, the red dragon thinking it was an ambush. Rurin left the new arrivals there and headed to her lair, calling for Selly, curious about how she was doing. Entering the sleeping room, she found Ellison surprised at her quick return, and on the bed sat a little girl, overjoyed to see her older sister again. Ellison said it was getting late, so he had taken the girl upstairs. Rurin wasn't worried about that. She was more concerned that Selly seemed much better, and when she asked, Selly happily said she was fine. Proud of herself, she rubbed her nose and announced she had good news. She didn't explain right away, only saying she thought she had found people who knew the girl's favorite song, which surprised both Ellison and the girl on the bed as they hadn't expected such news so late at night. Rurin tried to build suspense before saying the names, but the little girl blurted out, asking if they were Melby and Melly. Shocked, Rurin asked if Selly had remembered something, but before she could get an answer, she saw the joyful child come to her, call her sis, and thank her for what she had done. Selly said they were actually her relatives. Rurin was glad they had found the people the girl cared about and patted her head as she hugged her. Ellison, however, was curious about where his friends had found them, and got the quick answer that they were in the area with the prisoners. Melby was hurt, so she had taken them to Elena, assuring them she was not in danger. The girl said what mattered most was that they were safe, and after such a long day she suggested they sleep and see them tomorrow, calling her sister the best for solving this difficult case. They brushed their teeth and went to bed, with Ellison and Rurin falling asleep almost immediately from exhaustion. Selly lay in the middle, still awake, smiling to herself. She thanked God for everything being resolved, and felt great relief that Melby and Melly were alive, and that all would be well. She held the hands of the two beside her, grateful that her little sister and brother had been the first people she met here, giving her support and a home. She remembered when Rurin had decided to go somewhere warm with plenty of food, inviting her to come or stay, and she had eagerly agreed. She also remembered how they had promised she would be found, and how they had kept that promise. She thought of the delicious pancakes Ellison had made, her favorite meal which she had enjoyed and shared. Lying in their arms, she cried from happiness, feeling surrounded by love as if they were her real parents, safe and carefree. She recalled happy moments in the snow and the time they spent together, realizing they were the happiest of her life. Now, falling asleep in their arms, tears rolled down her cheeks as she laughed with joy, knowing she had found a real family she wanted to stay with forever. Morning came to the city, cold and frosty. Though the snow had not yet fully covered the ground, it was time to wake up. Ellison opened his eyes and looked at the girls lying next to him. His eyelids felt heavy, and he wanted to stay in the warm bed longer, but suddenly he realized Selly was gone. Shocked, he got up at once, wondering where the baby could have gone when she had been right beside them. He woke Rurin to tell her the troubling news. She was unused to getting up early and felt confused at first, but soon she noticed Selly was missing too, her mind filling with questions. Ellison said he had not heard anything, and Rurin confirmed she had not noticed anything either, though neither could understand how they had failed to sense the child leaving. The only reasonable thought was that Selly might have gone to Alina's place because she wanted to see her relatives badly, but that seemed absurd since she did not know the way. They did not waste much time sitting up in bed to get dressed and change out of pajamas, when suddenly Rurin admitted she had heard something strange the night before, though she was not ready to say what it was because she was unsure herself. Her worry was clear even in the way her eyebrows drew together. They knew they had little time. If this guess was wrong, they would need another plan quickly. Deciding to go to the clinic at once, they arrived there very soon, bursting inside without knocking, urgently asking if Selly was there. Their haste and lack of formality seemed wild but understandable. Elena greeted Lady Rurin and Mr. Ellison calmly, while Serena scolded them for nearly breaking the door. The elf did not know yet why they had come, so she simply mentioned they were just in time, having finished treating the ones Rurin had brought the night before. They were resting now, and the worst was over. Those who had been there all night were happy to see their rescuers. Ellison saw them for the first time, scanning them from head to toe. The boy asked Rurin what was going on, as they did not seem like the people he expected, and he doubted they were Selly's relatives, until he remembered how Selly had joyfully hugged the brunette, calling her little sister, and had been certain they were family after only hearing their names. Melby and Melly were ready to cry with joy, still confused about the events of the previous day but thankful to be saved, eager to see their sister. When they asked why Selly was not with them, Ellison looked embarrassed, rubbing behind his ear, while Rurin's face fell as she realized Selly was missing here too. Without explaining, she turned and left, telling the Arch-Mage only to watch over them. She went straight to the butcher shop, where Reyna, unaware anything had happened, greeted her with her husband. Seeing Rurin's panic and hearing her ask urgently if Selly was there, Reyna said no, she had never seen her. Doubting this, Rurin asked again if Selly had been in the restaurant at Is. Confused, she could not understand what Reyna meant when she insisted she had never seen the girl, especially since only a few days ago she had asked for help finding Selly's parents and had stopped by the shop. Rurin, surprised, stepped back and said that had never happened. Then the butcher's wife added that there had only been Rurin and Ellison, which stunned Rurin completely, making her feel as if the whole world had gone mad. At Alina's house, everyone was sitting around the table talking about how Selly had called Melby and Melly her younger cousins, which made them laugh. The boy explained that it was fine to call Melly that, but he didn't join in. They said Selly didn't remember people's ages well, so out of habit, she also called him little brother, even though they were actually the same age. Ellison found this strange and touched his chin, thinking about it. It felt odd because the girl they saw seemed much younger, so he apologized for asking an awkward question and asked their ages. Melly said she was turning 17 and didn't understand why he asked, while her brother said he was going to be 18, without realizing this would later become an important clue. Ellison was unusually confused and remembered that Selly was only about 13 or 14. He had no idea what was really happening, and the girl even seemed aware of the age mix-up. He was sure it couldn't just be a silly mistake. Elena asked the Arch-Mage if he was all right, and Serena was also worried by his sudden change in mood, wondering what was happening. Ellison was shocked, unable to take it all in, looking as if he had seen a ghost, because the man's mind was completely different, and he couldn't understand how there could be a 5-year age difference between the two prisoners and Selly if she and the man across from him were the same age. Ellison couldn't believe that Elena had never seen Selly before, even though she tried hard to remember her but failed, and Serena added that she hadn't seen her either. Hoping for some clue, Ellison wondered if they had at least heard her voice, since Rurin was always upstairs muttering to herself. But Serena said she had only heard Rurin and thought she was angry with someone. Ellison was horrified to realize that even Reyna hadn't seen her, and no one except him and Rurin had. Now the girl was missing, making it almost impossible to find her. He began to doubt himself, but he remembered that when Selly first came to the lair, Rurin had told him about the flower and they had met. Iljan had been surprised by the plant and asked about it, but the girl didn't answer right away and instead asked if she thought it was as beautiful as she found it. She had never admired any plant so much, and finally explained that it was a gibbon flower, which Rurin had decided to grow on the second floor of the restaurant. An unexpected choice since growing such a plant was difficult. Suddenly Ellison stood up, realizing something, his face showing shock and unease, as if he had been splashed with cold water, and without explaining anything he opened a portal, saying he had to check something, and entered the darkness, knowing he couldn't waste time because if his suspicion was true it would change everything. Serena asked if they should follow him, but Elena didn't ask. She simply stood up and said she would definitely go with the Arch-Mage. Soon Ellison appeared in the restaurant, serious and determined, thinking about the strange gibbon flower Rurin had brought there, and as he stepped out of the portal he realized that although Selly had come with them to the lair, he had only felt her presence when he saw the flower. Inside the room he found only Rurin, her back turned, clearly upset, and when she turned he saw why. She held a potted flower that was shabby and close to wilting. This shocked Ellison while Rurin blamed herself, confused why the flower hadn't survived despite her careful watering and attention. Something strange was happening. Everything seemed back to normal, but in the worst way. The broken plate Selly had shattered was whole again. The fluffed pillow looked untouched, and the girl was gone, as if he and Rurin had only imagined her. While others wondered how someone could use teleportation magic, everyone at Elena's house also arrived at the restaurant through a portal, confused about what was wrong, though Rurin and Ellison knew. Rurin's mood sank further, and she began to feel frightened by her realization. It was as if Selly had never existed, though she couldn't understand how. Suddenly, Elena's face changed when she saw what was in Rurin's hands, and she began to stammer as thoughts formed in her mind. She asked if the flower was Habirin, shocking the others like a thunderbolt. After a heavy silence, Ellison asked the elf if she knew something about it, and Serena was amazed at Rurin's carelessness in bringing a flower without knowing what it was. Serena had heard of it, though it was very rare, and Elena, embarrassed, lowered her eyes before finally saying it was also called the undying flower of the underworld. Everyone listened closely as she explained that it was an eternal flower connected to legends of the soul's ascension, wish fulfillment, and reincarnation. Something almost unbelievable, even in the magical world, where records said it withered only after carrying the voice of the dead to the living. They were shocked, realizing their guess was closer than ever but still resisting belief. Ellison was so unsettled he couldn't speak, but when he finally did, he asked Elena to explain what she meant, even though he feared he already knew. No one had seen Selly, and the flower carried the voice of the dead. The girls stayed silent, waiting for Ellison to piece it together himself, when suddenly two people in shabby clothes interrupted awkwardly, asking what had happened to Selly and where she was, as if they hadn't heard what had just been said. At that moment, Rurin spoke in a stern and commanding voice, telling the two that they were not just prisoners. But the boy and girl who knew Selly personally still could not understand what was being asked of them because they had not yet received the answer. The girl explained that they needed help to find Selly, which seemed to be her greatest concern. The dragon asked who had separated them all, reminding them of their harsh fate. They touched their scars and wounds and hesitantly said that they were simply glad they had met Selly in the cell. They remembered the past, how they had met Selly, and recalled the song they listened to with its words, close my eyes, and I fall asleep." It felt strange to sing such a beautiful song in such a dark place, but in those bleak conditions cheering oneself up was necessary. At that time the two of them were only children, wearing iron collars on chains like dogs. The girl clapped her hands, admiring how beautifully the other girls sang, and the boy remarked that she was a real singer. In front of them stood Selly, strangely looking the same age as she appeared to Ellison and Rurin. She admitted she didn't know what it meant, but promised that once they were free she would always sing that song. Even with a collar around her neck, the girl never lost her cheerfulness. At that moment Melly decided she could play the tune, and Selly agreed, then turned to Melby, telling him he would dance since the leading roles were taken. The boy was surprised by this role, but in that good moment filled with imagination, Melby wondered if escape was possible. Being realistic, he believed they would most likely be sold, but Selly never lost hope and shared her faith with the others, saying they would escape. The spark of her dream shone in her eyes, and her spirit remained unbroken. She gave a motivational speech, insisting that no one would buy the children yet, since they would not be needed for a few more years, and suggested they train to grow stronger and eventually break their chains. The children believed in their new sister's confidence and agreed they should prepare themselves. But suddenly, a wealthy man entered the dungeon, dressed in rich clothes, jewelry, and a mask, laughing loudly as he admired the children, though his voice carried sarcasm and cruel mockery. When he saw the brother and sister, he immediately decided to take them both. Melly and Melby were horrified, tears streaming down their faces because as terrible as their lives already were, the thought of belonging to this strange man was even worse. The other buyers did not interfere or bargain, knowing better than to cross him, and so the children trembled with fear and clung to each other. They had heard rumors about this man and knew that being sold to him meant disaster. They could only fear the future, not even daring to hope. Selly, however, turned her back to them, unable to face the thought of parting, though she was still deeply worried for their fate. Then suddenly, a voice from one of the cells challenged the man, mocking and provoking him, asking if he could not even look his challenger in the eye. The man froze, stunned that anyone dared speak to him with such disrespect. Without turning, he asked who had spoken, and his chilling voice changed the whole atmosphere. The other nobles grew nervous, fearing his wrath, and turned toward the cell. It was Selly. With a calm face she spoke again, asking if he thought everyone would indulge him. Melly and Melby panicked for their little sister, not understanding why she was risking herself. Then she pushed him further, saying, "Well, yeah, sure. Perverts like him don't care at all." The man finally turned, laughing at first nervously, then louder and louder, before angrily declaring that he liked this girl better. He ordered the scribe in the corner to change the purchase order for her, and the scribe obeyed quickly, too afraid to resist. Melby wanted to shout that they should not change it, that he and his sister should be taken instead, but Selly silenced him with her foot and a finger to her lips. Pulled up by her chain to the iron bars, she looked back at the children and told them that a true sister protects her own no matter what, reminding them of the song she had sung. As she was taken from the cell, she promised they would meet again one day. Her brother and sister cried out, begging her not to go, but nothing could stop it. They watched the sister they had come to love be led away down the cold corridor to her new master. It was a terrible and unforgettable moment, one they wished they could erase from memory. Though 5 years had passed, the memory still filled their eyes with tears. They knew they had to find her because of everything she had done for them, and it was their duty. Rurin was deeply troubled and could not get over what she had learned, but Ellison went to her and tried to calm her down, reminding her that this was not the time to lose heart. Then something strange happened. A magical aura appeared around the flower, and it distracted Rurin from her painful thoughts. The plant began to glow with a soft blue light, and Rurin's greatest sorrow came out. She had made a promise to Selly, and nothing hurt her more than knowing she could not keep her word. She asked the others to join her in going together, and Melly and Melby instantly agreed because after all, Selly had once saved them and was almost like their own sister. The sun was setting, and evening gave way to night as the boys hurried to search the area before darkness fully fell. Following the path the glowing flower revealed, Rurin asked where to go, and Ellison, holding the flower, said it was leading them, so he guided the way. The boy and girl with them kept calling out for their sister, and Rurin began to cast a spell, though she was angry that Selly had gone without a word, which was reckless and worrying. Still, she knew anger would not help them find her. She remembered Alina's warning that the flower would wither when it carried the voice of the dead to the living, a prophecy they had never understood and still could not. Then Rurin cast her conjured orb, opening a large portal that glowed with a black hole inside, and she trusted the dragon to have set the right path through it. She declared her goal. She must find Selly, who appeared before her in vision, singing the same song of the lone green leaf in the spring wind. From exhaustion, Rurin collapsed to the ground, her hands burning, gasping for breath, and Ellison ran to her, saying she had overused teleportation and that he should take over. Meanwhile, Melly and Melby continued calling out for Selly, refusing to give up hope that she would hear them and return. They could not accept losing her, for she was always the one to find solutions, even teaching them how to survive when hunger tormented them, showing them grass could be eaten, and cheering them in sad times. She had encouraged Melby when he failed to bend iron bars, telling him it was still impressive. As night fell, they finally saw a tall tower, and Ellison said the monotrail led there. They were exhausted but could not turn back after coming so far. The Arch-Mage opened the portal to bring them closer without draining everyone's strength, and without hesitation they rushed in and nearly broke down the door, calling for Selly, certain she had to be inside, since the flower had brought them there. They longed to run into her arms, but what they found was horrifying. Melly and Melby's faces changed to pure terror as the hope they had carried crumbled away, and the song Selly had taught them echoed faintly in their minds, fading into silence. Before them lay Selly, but she was no longer alive, chained and tortured. Stumbling in disbelief, Melly and Melby ran to her, screaming as if getting closer might prove it false, but nothing changed. Tears streamed down their faces, sharp with grief. Rurin and Ellison were equally shattered, unable to believe what they were seeing. Though Alina's words had given them a warning, hope had carried them until now. But the truth before them was an unbearable shock. Melly and Melby collapsed near the corpse of Selly, who had already become a skeleton, though her clothes remained the same, and the bitter truth was that she was still wearing an iron collar and a heavy chain. The brother and sister could not accept losing the girl who had shared the dungeon with them for so long and had given them moments of happiness in their dark lives. They had lost someone very dear. But this painful scene was suddenly interrupted by the arrival of two men, the same lord and servant who had once carried the prisoners, from whom Rurin had rescued the siblings now mourning over their friend. These two men, worried about the escaped slaves, had come looking for bandages they thought might be in the tower, and their only option was to light the beacon to warn the count. But when they opened the door and looked into the darkness of the room, they froze in horror at the sight of four people who should not have been there. Two stood over the skeleton of the dead girl, and two others turned toward them with eyes full of fear and hatred for what had been done. The men shivered with goosebumps, shocked because they were certain no one could be there, yet four unwanted figures stood before them. They immediately recognized the brunette who had broken the slaves free, but now they were outnumbered, with no chance to escape or explain. Then they realized that the two in the body were the freed slaves of the strong girl. The brother and sister, filled with sadness, anger, and rage after losing someone dear and suffering as slaves, turned to face their tormentors, ready to fight instead of waiting for their fate. The hooded girl recognized the one who had made her lose a hand, her breath quickening and sweat pouring down her face, torn between fear of worse pain and the burning chance for revenge. Rurin also recognized them, realizing she had miscalculated by sparing instead of killing them, leaving everyone unsafe, though she believed her power and Ellison's power should keep control. Wanting to give even enemies a chance, she held back, but the hooded girl, trembling, raised her hand, red energy forming into a growing orb. With hatred, she and her companion charged at the brunette, sword ready and magic circle blazing, crying out for the death of the one who had ruined their lives and angered the count. To them, she was a monster, for she looked like an ordinary woman yet had beaten them so easily. But their attack was suddenly broken when the magic circle shattered and its power was sucked away. Ellison had absorbed it, furious that someone had tried to kill the one he loved, who had always stood with him in good and bad times. He disarmed their enemies, and Rurin joined in, summoning a glowing blue sphere of energy that filled the room and grew larger until it consumed the space. The two men who had entered were blinded by the light, unable to act, and their screams were drowned by a roar. The dragon's power, unleashed to finally settle old scores. The sphere became a massive beam that burst through the tower wall, carving a scar into the earth and shooting into the forest where they had once come to save Selly. The ground shook under the force, and it seemed impossible that the tower still stood instead of crumbling into ruins and scattered bricks. Rurin stood in the ruins of what had once been a room, surrounded by her own blue flames. As she remembered everything about Selly and her lost brother and sister, she thought that the chance for life she had given them had already been gone 5 years ago, when the countdown to the tragedies in the lives of innocent children had begun. Then she and Ellison had run to the rest of the boys who could not escape from Selly's bones, and though the enemies had been defeated, sadness returned and weighed on them as they mourned the loss of such a beautiful friend and child. Melly, who had always been a ray of sunshine, was completely broken, and whispered through tears that it should not have ended like this, that this was not how she had wanted it to be, because her world had turned gray. Though she and her brother had always hoped to reunite with their little sister, all they found were her remains, and it was unbearable to look at her white bones and know that this had once been such a dear and meaningful person. So Rurin asked the corpse why she sat there as if alive, even though she could no longer hear or answer. With one wave of her hand she broke the old chains around Selly's neck that would have fallen apart soon anyway. Everyone mourned the dead girl, and the dragon said that nothing more would be forced on her throat. The heavy atmosphere made it hard to breathe, until suddenly the flower in the sphere that had brought them here began to shine, spreading magic circles and scattering glowing particles. Ellison, amazed and confused, watched as the energy from the flower split into 3 beams that entered Selly's skeleton and gathered into a single glowing sphere that sank into her bones. Though no one expected it, they all hoped it would help the girl. Then Rurin and Ellison were shocked as a child's cheerful voice rang out. It was Selly, happy to see everyone, and squealing with joy that they had really come for her, saying she had been waiting so long but never lost hope, because she had always been the one to share hope with others and push them toward their common goal of finding her. Melly and Melby, overwhelmed, called her name and burst into tears of joy as they rushed to hug their little sister, who laughed with her usual childish view of the world and was surprised that her siblings had grown taller while she had stayed the same. So much time had passed. Though her brother was stunned and crying without end, he was horrified to realize that she was not in her old body but appeared like a spirit, yet they could still touch her. Then Selly, still calm, shared the bad news as she began to fade away, apologizing because the flower's time was almost over. They realized that she could not truly return to life, and they only had this brief moment with her. She turned to Melby, telling him he had tried very hard, while he bit his lips to stop sobbing, wishing he could talk longer and know how she had survived. Melly could not bear to say goodbye so soon after finally meeting again, but Selly told her that she had wanted to spend more time with her sister, that she had searched for instruments and memorized all the songs they had composed. The two clung to her fading spirit, holding her hands, crying, and begging her not to leave, but Sally only smiled, showing she accepted her fate. Her siblings grieved that they could not even thank her for saving them. She gently reminded them of what she had said when they parted in the dungeon, that it was a big sister's duty to protect her younger siblings, even if they had forgotten. The boy knelt before her and reminded her that they were the same age, yet what pained him most was that she had been so brave to protect siblings who were not even her own, while they could do nothing to save her. At last, Sally's spirit turned toward Ellison and Rurin. She also called them sister and brother, and the boy and girl stood waiting for Sally's last words. From her expression it seemed clear she would not leave them disappointed or sad, yet the moment still filled their eyes with tears. With a face full of joy, almost as if she would laugh, she said that although her life had not been very long, the time she had spent here was the happiest of her life. She seemed to shine, not because of the flower's magic, but because of her childlike innocence, honesty, and joy. Even in such a hard moment before saying goodbye, she asked Ellison to make her more pancakes if they ever met again. The dragon and the Arch-Mage looked at her with deep concern, not knowing how to react, as they were close to tears at the girl's fate. To them she had become like a real daughter, though she had been only a spirit all along with her body hidden in the tower. They did not want to show their sorrow, so they simply hugged her warmly, saying they would have granted her request anyway, surrounding her with the love and care of true parents and reminding themselves not to despair. They said their goodbyes with dignity and renewed hope that they might see her again. By then the flower glowed with green light, its petals nearly gone and the stem breaking apart, a sign that the time to speak with the dead was ending. The girl knew this too, but stayed happy that she had shared this moment with the people dearest to her. She pressed closer to Ellison as tears rolled down his face, for though he rarely cried, this touched him deeply. With a hopeful voice she asked if Rurin and Ellison had promised to keep their word about what they had discussed. As she faded almost completely into thin air, the boy answered that they had promised and would never break it. Then Sally dissolved into tiny glowing particles drifting in the air, while her brothers and sisters, though only in name, looked upward at the specks, trying to see her one last time. Sadness hung heavily over everyone, and none in the tower could hold back tears. Only Rurin stood without emotion, as if emptied inside, her heart heavy and pounding in her head. She thought no one could understand what she had given up or endured. Staying with the girl had awakened her protective side, but now that was stolen from her. She trembled, hiding the storm inside, and touched the dead girl's skull, where her final tear fell and broke on the cold white bone, as if Sally had never lived again. It was time to leave, and this place would forever remain a symbol of unity and the life energy of the little girl. The boys left with heavy hearts, carrying Sally's memory to her new home, where she was still loved and awaited. That night gave them both the joy of reuniting with someone who became family, and the crushing grief that would remain with them forever. Later, Raina heard the store door open and saw Ellison enter. At first, not knowing what had happened, she asked if she should find Sally's parents, hoping the boys had already reunited her with them. But as soon as she noticed the Arch-Mage's expression, her face changed to uneasy concern. When she asked why, hoping for good news but fearing the worst, an awkward silence filled the butcher shop. She noticed the shovel at his feet, still covered in dirt, and soon Ellison told her everything. The story gave her chills, and she could hardly imagine the strength it took to endure such a loss. A part of the sorrow from the tower seemed to have followed into that room. The woman braided her hair and finally said that her visitor had gone through so much, and she felt very sorry, though she knew nothing could change what had happened. And so the morning in the restaurant began with unexpected news. After such a heavy night, everyone wished the new friends would stay longer or maybe stay for good, but Melby and Melly decided otherwise. After changing into clean clothes, they were ready to leave. The restaurant owner was surprised, but the siblings did not change their minds and only thanked everyone for their kindness, especially for letting them see their little sister again, now and forever their little sister. Their new friends were curious about where they were headed, and the two answered right away that they wanted to travel the world and share Ellie's song. It was the only bond they had left, and they wanted the whole world to hear it. They added shyly that it was their dream, and they would do everything to make it real, all for the girl who gave them faith in freedom, hope for a better future, and had become their true soulmate. Rurin was still upset, as everything was too painful for her. Then Ellison asked Melly and Melby to wait a little because he had something for them. In a couple of minutes he returned and tossed them a big sack. The restaurant owner insisted they take it, almost ordering them. They caught it just in time and, opening it, found it filled with silver coins. Ellison explained that he had put money inside so they could avoid trouble with bandits, and told them to hide it carefully so it wouldn't be stolen. He wanted to make sure they wouldn't go hungry during their long journey. Melby and Melly panicked and tried to refuse, saying it was too much for people they had only just met, but Rurin cut them off with a smirk and told them if they ever got hungry, they could come back any time and be fed well, maybe even for free. She reminded them they would return someday anyway because Selly would remain there forever. Her grave was close to the restaurant, and anyone could visit to talk with her, not just to see a stone, but a place where her soul could meet her loved ones. Melly and Melby lowered their eyes, wiping away tears, and sincerely thanked the owner for his kindness and understanding. The siblings left the restaurant hand in hand, smiling through their tears. And so, the rumors about the missing child slowly faded away, everything settling on its own, and life could go back to normal. But something else troubled Ellison that night after returning from the tower. He had a strange dream where Selly was walking through a white city, and a woman approached, asking if she was alone. The girl cheerfully said yes, adding that it was good her brother and sister hadn't come. The woman agreed and then asked if she had eaten. Selly admitted she wasn't very hungry, but the woman still took her hand, saying children always say that, and promised her aunt would feed her. She led her to a house, placed a plate in front of her with 3 pancakes covered in honey and butter, and Selly cried out in delight, thrilled to see them. The woman asked if she had eaten them before, and Selly answered honestly that yes, she loved pancakes. She devoured them happily, and the woman asked if they tasted better than the ones she had before, boasting that no one could cook them like her. After chewing, Selly replied that they tasted the same as the others, just as delicious. Glowing with happiness, she said she was glad to eat them again. The woman with brown hair was shocked that they tasted the same, realizing what that might mean. She asked if the little girl had eaten at the man's restaurant, and Selly, surprised and overjoyed, said her brother and sister were there too, then asked how she knew about Ellison. The dream revealed the woman's face. It was Ellison's mother. With a warm smile, she said she wanted to know more about them and their restaurant, and then asked her new little friend if she would like another serving. It all happened so suddenly for Ellison that he jumped up, waking from the dream. To him it had felt completely real, but soon he realized it was only a dream. Even though it was pleasant, he still couldn't calm himself, as if he had seen a nightmare, and this feeling came only because the dream had so many unexpected turns. Now his thoughts turned to his mother. He never expected to see those two important people together in the same dream. It became clear why the pancakes tasted so familiar to Selly. Ellison had taken the recipe directly from his mother, and now he sat up with a dazed expression. Just then he heard someone waking up beside him. It was Rurin, and she asked if he had dreamed about the girl too. She pressed the cravatee, and it turned out that the dragon had also dreamed of Selly. But from Ellison's confused look, his dream had been more complete and filled with stronger feelings. Still, Rurin went on to describe that the girl was actually a woman who smelled exactly like Ellison, and at that the boy lost his senses. Unable to believe it could be real if they had both dreamed the same dream, Rurin did not recognize his mother because she had never seen her before, but Ellison was now sure Selly would never go hungry again. Tears suddenly filled his eyes, and he began wiping them away, while Rurin hugged him in support. The Arch-Mage became more convinced that it was not just a dream but a vision of the world where souls remain after death. Meanwhile, the evening city was not crowded. People hurried about their tasks, some going home after a day's work, others strolling the streets under the red sun sinking toward the horizon. On the busiest street sat the local beggar, his face hidden beneath a hood, asking for food, asking for just 1 coin, and some passers-by gave out of pity. There were already 3 coins in his bowl, and someone added another, and the beggar expressed his thanks, calling the giver a respectable man. The only one unhappy with this was the chef of the nearby restaurant, because the beggar often appeared there. Last time he had been seen rummaging through the garbage, and now the chef came out with a big bowl of water, demanding to know why he was hanging around again, then threw the water on him like he was a stray animal, shouting at him to leave quickly, so as not to ruin the restaurant's reputation. After all, who would want to eat at a place where beggars loitered? The beggar then revealed his face, counted the coins in his bowl, and said the leftovers he had tried were not that good anyway. It was Dariant, someone Ellison had known in his life, who always wished he could taste a bowl of rice from that very restaurant, though no one ever left food behind there. The man who kicked the beggar out hurried inside, thinking about how unlucky he was today. The homeless man, however, convinced himself it was a restaurant too, and licked his lips as he tried to hold back his saliva, realizing the food here was just as good as Ellison's. But this night he had a special mission. So he pulled his hood tighter, focused on his task, and moved on, reminding himself he wasn't here to relax. Soon he found himself in a dark alley, surrounded by ruined and abandoned houses where the silence and emptiness made it clear why no one walked there at night. It was too dangerous. He kept walking, waiting for them to arrive, since they always chose lonely places. But without noticing, because of his hood, he didn't see the people gathering around him until a rope flashed before his eyes and a bag was dropped over his head. 2 robbers attacked, twisting him and cutting him off from the world outside, excited that at last a victim had fallen into their hands. When they realized it was a man, one of them said it didn't matter, and the captive tried to ask who they were, though the bag muffled his voice. His shaky words begged for mercy, but inside he thought it was not he who had fallen into the trap, but these robbers who had gone after the bait like mice, and he was glad things had turned out this way. Though he knew it was too soon to celebrate, the roots of this story went back to the city of Dedran, where corrupt officials and criminal gangs had been removed, peace restored, and the guilty locked away. The citizens and defenders praised their new lord and felt proud that Dedran was finally free, no longer rotting under corrupt rule. But then a knight in a red robe appeared and warned them not to rejoice too loudly, saying it was dangerous to attract attention, and reminded them they had been helped by a man of good heart whom everyone knew. He added that without that man's help the battle would not have ended without greater loss. And although things were now better, they should not forget the blood their comrades had spilled. The mood darkened as the fighters remembered their losses. But then Dariant, who had spoken, softened his tone, smiled, and reminded them that for recruits they had done well. His words lifted their spirits again, and as he left the fighters shouted after him that they would train harder, to which he replied that they must, since this was only the beginning. Suddenly a woman's voice called out to him, and he stopped, though he didn't turn his head, keeping the image of a commander above his men. Citizens stepped forward to thank him for giving them a chance to defend themselves, saying they now believed more in their strength. One woman admitted that even though the Count had freed them from slavery, they still lived in fear of being caught again, but she was glad they could finally fight back. Dariant accepted her words with a steady face but showed that he was glad to hear them, and told her that Count Revolk, whose true name Ellison could no longer be hidden, had destroyed the slave cells. The woman lowered her gaze, saddened, and confessed that some people were starting to recover their memories as the brainwashing faded, remembering dark things from their past and realizing they had been brought to Dedran from somewhere else. This shocked Dariant, who now understood that the fight against slavery wasn't over, that somewhere people were still being chained and broken. If only their memories had returned earlier, they could have acted sooner. Now the knight walked down a dark dungeon corridor, his hands in cuffs, surrounded by others in rags and chains being shoved forward. Everything was clear, he was under cover, and now he could see with his own eyes what still needed to be destroyed. At a table sat a man with a quill in hand, writing on a paper covered with many names, and he barely looked at those forced inside. Dariant suddenly became very worried, realizing that his face might be recognized and that some soldiers could expose him. He regretted not asking Medran to cast an illusion spell, but now it was too late and he could only hope to stay unnoticed. When he reached the man keeping the slave list, the man commented on his strong body and said he would be good for the auction. Though the disguised slave said nothing, he sighed with fear and sadness before being locked in a cell with iron bars. This made Dariant uneasy, as he thought he just had to wait until dawn to continue his investigation, hoping to gather as much information as possible. He noted that escaping would not be too hard if he remembered the layout, and left quietly to report everything without revealing his identity, since otherwise the slavers would cover their tracks. Though no backup had been prepared because the situation was uncertain, he had already witnessed heartbreaking moments, such as a brother and sister being separated while begging to stay together. The guards obeyed orders coldly, which was painful for Dariant, a man of honor, to see as innocent people suffered fates they did not deserve. Yet for now, he had to act like another broken slave who had ended up there. His bad luck came when a girl cried out too loudly, demanding what she shouldn't. She was taken to the post and whipped hard until blood ran down her back, and she cried for mercy, even though she was not guilty and only wanted to protect her younger brother. It was a sight that showed how cruel the world was and made it unbearable to watch. Dariant lowered his head, while his sense of justice burned inside him, his hands shaking not with fear but with anger as he clenched his fists and looked at the handcuffs, realizing again that such a mission was not suited for him. He could not stand by while innocents were abused. Unable to hold back, he suddenly charged at the fence where a guard stood. The guard noticed too late and only managed to ask, "What are you doing?" before a shout rang out, drawing the attention of other guards who turned to see what was happening. A metallic sound echoed when Dariant broke free of the cage, declaring he could not just watch. Already holding a sword taken from the guards, he caused alarm, though the others saw it as nothing too serious, and rushed to calm the rebelling slave, shouting warnings to be careful since he had a weapon. A knight in robes stepped forward to remind everyone of the Empire's laws. Meanwhile, elsewhere in a restaurant, life went on as usual after their adventures. Ellison set down a plate of braised ribs and showed how they were cooked, while the owner asked Linte how he liked the dish. The boy praised its smell but was more curious about the unusual pot on the table, which Ellison explained was a pressure cooker that cooked evenly with high heat. He added that though he normally used magic, this pot was better for Linte, who was unfamiliar with it and nervous about trying something new. But learning was necessary. Then Linte noticed his boss leaving and politely asked where he was going. Ellison at first said nothing before vaguely answering that sometimes you just need a change of pace. The restaurant was full of customers, including Jaunt the barber, who tore into his meat with delight, so enchanted by the taste that he could hardly stop eating. His eyes were wide with joy as he declared it incredible, while his wife, embarrassed by his behavior, asked him to act properly in public and quietly reminded him not to be so messy. But he insisted that this was the true way to eat meat. Though she admitted using a knife was less satisfying, she still disapproved of his behavior in front of everyone. Suddenly, a girl came up to them holding a plate, and she only confirmed it. It was Rurin. She explained that the problem was that the meat was hard to cut with a normal knife, and she held out the plate, saying she had brought wet towels so they could just eat with their hands without worrying. The man started proving he had been right all along, and the host's close friends at the next table were incredibly surprised, since it was the first time they had seen Rurin smiling while serving food. Serena shared her opinion that she thought the black dragon would be sad after what had happened, but she quickly came to her senses, even though a lot had been weighing on them lately. Galena, sitting next to her, was not very happy. She and Rurin had their history, and when she looked at Rurin, she could not believe what she knew was true. The brunette suspected nothing, just working as a waitress to help out during a busy time in the restaurant. Meanwhile, the dungeon was a bloody mess, and the fight grew more violent. The guards fell quickly, bleeding out and dropping their weapons, until the knight defeated them all. He stood tall with his blood-covered sword while the dying men asked who he was to be able to kill them all so easily without leaving a single guard alive. Looking at the stained blade, he thought about how, even though it wasn't his sword, he still needed to train, because in truth these enemies were weak. Then he remembered his purpose, looked at the cages and told the prisoners to step back so he could free them. The slaves thanked him, amazed that he had defeated so many on his own, but suddenly a voice came from behind asking, "What now?" The knight froze like a statue, shocked that someone else dared approach him. The slow steps made him sure he wasn't in danger, but he thought how strange it was that first a noble magician led a coup, and now even a slave was rebelling. It was a familiar man involved in the slave trade, bitter and angry, carrying a saber that gleamed in the dungeon torchlight. With a naive tone he asked for a favor, saying he already had too many problems and didn't want to deal with another rule-breaker. But Dariant didn't wait. He tightened his grip, turned, and declared he had heard of him, calling him Rurin, an escaped man from Dedran. He stood ready and calm, questioning who Rurin was and why he kept doing this. Outside, the night had fallen. While most houses were dark, a study in the manor was still lit, where the crown prince leaned over a map stuck with pins. He couldn't believe the truth of what he saw. These marked lands were all tied to the slave trade, a massive problem for the empire. Holding his head in despair, Leon realized the threat was larger than expected and sooner or later would have to be stopped to preserve the honor of the Luverne Empire. The emperor, sitting across from him, admitted sadly that this was likely not even all of them, and there was no quick solution. He asked his son if he had met Ellison, and Leon, staring at the map, said yes, remembering how the Arch-Mage had asked him to check for more slave cells across the empire, leading the knight to investigate different areas until this map was made. But the results were grim, and Leon admitted it was important the crown prince hear about it directly rather than through rumors. At first, the young blonde hadn't believed it, but now he was horrified, realizing he had missed the scale of the problem and how carefully hidden the slave trade had been. It was a shame to him and the empire, something even an ordinary lord could not handle, and he tried to excuse himself by thinking of how huge the network was. Then a thought struck him suddenly, like a light in the dark. With sweaty hands, he turned to his father, wanting to discuss the rumor that one of the survivors of the destruction of the slave trade in Dedran was a member of the Order of Knights. He thought he could find a clue about this, or at least something that would help them deal with the problem. The information was about the commander of the First Order, whose name was Adrian Pierce. The report said he went missing in the first days of the war, so he asked the emperor if that was true, and without trying to hide anything he said he believed it was Adrian Pierce standing there now. The emperor was shocked by this statement because he had not expected to hear that name. He wondered how a knight could have done such a thing, as it didn't make sense to him, but he still took the thought seriously. He rumbled, paused, and then said that an ordinary man would never have been able to arrange all this, but he still doubted it could be true. Leon now felt embarrassed because he could not convince his father of his idea, but the old man kept thinking about it. He said that when he had been promoted, the prince was already training abroad, and he rubbed his face as he thought. Then he remembered that Ellison said the swordsman was between 20 and 30 years old while the commander of the First Order was about the same age as the emperor. If he were still alive, that meant he would be around 60 years old. This shocked the crown prince, and he cried out in surprise, wondering if he had heard correctly, because it seemed impossible that someone that old could run an entire slave monopoly. Meanwhile, Dariant, who was working undercover, was fighting the enemy, but things were not going well for him. His sword had shattered. while Reedon managed to cut his enemy's blood and with a cold stare, said the end was near. He added that he was disappointed in the knight who had shown promise but could not last long against him. The scene then shifted, showing a campsite with things scattered on the ground. A backpack, boots, cooking gear, and other travel supplies. Ellison and Rurin looked at them, wondering if it was enough. The girl said it looked good and that it seemed they were leaving again. Rurin walked over to the bags, looked at Ellison, and said it reminded her of the old days when they traveled often. Ellison corrected her, saying it was those times. After she had absorbed the orb, the dragon searched through the dresser to make sure nothing was forgotten. She found a red cloth and realized what it was, pulling out a red mask with cut-out eyes and a rope to tie around her head. She asked Ellison if he would take it too. At first the Arch-Mage thought about it, but then said no, they wouldn't need it. He even smiled, realizing how ridiculous they looked in those masks. As they left, he explained that not taking the mask meant they would not have to work at the street stall anymore, and added that they also would not have to work in the restaurants, which sounded strange because the restaurant had been their life's work, and it seemed odd to leave it behind. Meanwhile, the story returned to the knight who had just been defeated by Reedon, who ended the mutiny and was angry and disappointed with his opponent, whom he had once respected. He thought the fight would be harder and longer, but now he was furious, though pleased the vice commander was in such a poor state. He thought the fall of the First Order had come, and that maybe it would have been better if the man had disappeared at the start of the war instead of ending in such shame. He said the man had been rebuilt too quickly, but suddenly his speech was cut short when his weapon was ripped from his hands, and his attack failed. He stumbled through the pipes where guards worked and thought about how this slave had once been a soldier, though he did not ask how he knew his name. Dariant, despite his wounds, still resisted, saying the First Order should not speak like that. He grew angry and refused to give up. The criminal leader scoffed, saying it was careless talk and that Dariant had only survived. He dodged the blow when his sword broke, though he was unsure because he hadn't seen it. The fight continued as the men clashed, their weapons striking with force that sent a shockwave around them. But they stood firm, knowing what they were fighting for, each with their reasons and determination. In the Emperor's palace, the issue of the slave trade was still being addressed, and while some fought against it elsewhere, the Emperor was no longer surprised, though at first he had not believed it possible. He mentioned Reedon, noting that he used martial arts of the First Order, which shocked Leon. This information made Leon's guess seem even more likely. The peer commander had often traveled across the Empire to train students, and many had wanted to learn from him. He was a remarkable knight who shared his skills with anyone willing to learn, refining his techniques and giving his knowledge freely. He hoped someone would one day surpass him, never holding back information, always acting for the good of others and seeking to create knights who could protect their country. Crown Prince Leon thought about everything for a long time and concluded that Reedon was strong because of the commander, and this worried him since training alone could not give someone such unnatural power. Defeating Reedon would be very difficult, and Leon knew he was dangerous. The fact that he escaped from Ellison by himself showed he was not an ordinary person. On top of that, dragons were probably connected to the tree, making things even more dangerous and complicated. Leon remembered Ellison's warning that anyone who tried to throw the Rurin Empire into chaos would lose their peaceful life, because they would have to face him, not as a restaurant owner but as a mage. Yet even as a mage, Ellison had not been able to fully defeat Reedon, though there was hope he had not used his full power. Leon was nervous as he gripped a map showing where the slave trade was still active. He told his father that the situation was far more dangerous than they had thought, and insisted they had no choice but to request Ellison's help, since without him the case would be lost. They needed someone as strong and dangerous as their enemy to balance the fight. The Emperor covered his face with his hand, regretting that he had not admitted the truth earlier. And even now it took him a long time to speak, but he finally said it was impossible. That night was full of unease. In one place, politics were being dealt with, while in another, the same issues were fought with swords. Incredible power flashed from the blades of two knights battling to the death. Reedon had the upper hand, but his opponent did not give up, defending and even attacking. Dariant, who fought for the rights of the people, realized that Reedon was using the same ball technique as him, but at a much higher level. Dariant barely avoided a fatal blow only because he guessed where the strike would land, as if Reedon was testing him instead of finishing him. But why he would do that was unclear. Reedon struck again, forcing Dariant to retreat, and a wave of energy shook the ground. There was a pause, though no one knew if it would help or destroy them. The knight tried to catch his breath, studying Reedon's powers and recognizing the techniques. Even his voice seemed familiar, though Dariant did not want to admit it. He asked if Reedon was the son of the man he thought, but Reedon only replied that he was older than he looked. Then, as Reedon swung his saber again, Dariant was shocked by what he had learned and froze, unable to resist, only staring with wide eyes. At that moment the dungeon collapsed. Screams echoed and stones rained down, leaving it uncertain whether the noble knight's son had defeated his opponent. Still, Dariant managed to defend himself, all while trying to accept the truth he had just learned and fight with the knowledge of Reden's real power. Suddenly, Reden pressed close, crushing his defense, and with a brutal look told him that this was not how it was done, as if trying to mentor him. But what kind of teacher gives lessons in the middle of such a brutal battle? Dariant was shocked, sweating, staring into Reden's eyes, seeing something familiar that confirmed his suspicions. Memories flooded back of when he had trained with the ball, summoning great power, only to hear someone correct him, saying his lunge kick was wrong. He remembered stopping to catch his breath and listening to his mentor's advice. The man had told him to step firmly, to hold steady without hesitation, to extend behind his hands without twisting them. The way the man wielded his sword had been powerful and graceful, each strike perfect. Then, with one cut, the knight had split the ground and shattered a thick wooden fence into splinters. The knight had walked closer, removed his helmet, but kept his face turned, ordering him to memorize the technique he had shown. Finally, he revealed himself and gave more advice, telling him that if he held the brass correctly he would never miss. That knight was Adrian Pierce, commander of the first squad of knights of the Imperial Palace. An older man with gray hair and a long beard, whose eyes carried the weight of countless battles and whose sword was his loyal companion. The young Dariant, who already had a scar on his forehead from battle, looked at the commander in awe of the technique he had just witnessed, wishing he could reach the same level and trying to memorize everything he had seen. The ground still bore the hole left by the commander's strike, and though they had leveled it, the commander did not want to leave the area ruined. So he took a shovel and began restoring it to its original state. As he worked, the boy he had been teaching brought up rumors of the skirmish at the palace, saying the nobles were against the commander traveling and teaching swordsmanship. The gray-haired man explained this was always the case. Nobles did not want others to gain strength, preferring to keep the power of great warriors for themselves. Still, while repairing the damage, the knight said that a sword left unused would only rust, and he refused to let his skills fade away. He was determined to pass them on, to perfect them endlessly, and to ensure the cycle of growth and evolution continued, reaching infinite possibilities. The true power of mankind. Dariant was shocked, as he had never met someone willing to share such great abilities instead of keeping them selfishly. Believing himself a worthy candidate, he said he could fulfill this wish, and the commander replied that if Dariant could create even more perfect skill, he would gladly accept it, though it would take great effort. As the sun set, Dariant swore he would do anything to become the man's apprentice, and would ask for his instruction when the time came. Remembering this stirred violent emotions in him now, and he shouted at Reden with rage, demanding how he could dare impersonate the commander who had trained him. He called it selfish, since he had worked tirelessly from infantryman to deputy captain, striving to inherit his teacher's skill and prove his words were not empty. His attacks grew stronger as he fought furiously, but his anger only made him predictable, and his opponent gained the upper hand. Reden saw only rage in the knight's strikes and thought how easily emotions controlled him, proving he had not changed or grown wiser. Lost in this thought, Reden was suddenly struck in the shoulder, blood pouring as the knight shouted that he must not insult Commander Pierce's legacy. The blow, born of raw emotion, was unexpected, yet the knight felt no pain, only pleasure that his lessons had not been wasted. Smiling as blood dripped, he wanted his opponent to push him further, dissolving into the desire for a stronger fight. In this battle to the death, he commanded Dariant to stop speaking of legacy, then attacked with such force that when his weapon hit the shield, a metallic sound rang out and a wave of power spread. But their duel was suddenly interrupted by a voice, startling them both. It was the dragon Ellison had once defeated, now holding a guard hostage under a magic circle, saying the man had something to declare. Shocked, Reden demanded to know who it was, while the captive guard, trembling, called out to Sir Reden, warning him of a mage behind them, a disaster so great it shook him into panic. His words proved it was no lie, and the men realized it was not the time to waste energy on personal fights. Meanwhile, the Emperor's son Leon confronted his father, frustrated by the refusal to seek the Arch-Mage's help. He could not understand why asking was impossible, shouting even though it was disrespectful, insisting peace was important, but exceptions must be made when powerful aid was needed. Furious, he said that if his father would not ask, he would go himself. But the Emperor calmly replied that Leon had misunderstood. It was not that asking for help was impossible, it was that the decision had already been foreseen. He stroked his beard and explained he had already sent a letter 2 days ago, so the matter was already in motion. Leon was shocked. He never thought his father would do this, but now he realized Ellison had most likely already made his decision, and perhaps things were already being dealt with. In the dungeon where the slaves were held, a knight who had been taken hostage was speaking in panic about an attack. He said reports were coming in from everywhere. The city of Lucian, which also had a slave trade, was under attack. The city of Shadman, marked on the Emperor's map as a place of dark dealings, was also reporting attacks. and the city of Lunatar had announced it too, though it was already hard to respond because these reports kept piling up. Rurin stood next to Shalom Lena, listening in shock as everything they had been running suddenly began collapsing like dominoes. He couldn't believe it. They had tried to prepare in case of an attack and had plans to fight back, yet now every place was burning. The guards watching over the slave cages screamed and tried to save themselves, but struggled to escape in the closed room as the fire raged everywhere. Suddenly, a silhouette appeared. The slave traders could only see the emblem and couldn't believe their eyes when they recognized it. The emblem carried many circles, a sign of a magician's high rank. They were stunned, realizing immediately this was a war hero, and they begged for mercy and forgiveness to survive. But the man who had come said he had had enough. He raised his hand and unleashed magic, declaring that he didn't want people like them to call him a hero and that he wasn't doing this for such scum. It was Ellison. He cast 8th rank magic, glowing green as a strange sphere appeared in front of him, giving off an ominous hue. It was clear he had come to bring justice. Everyone involved in the slave trade tried to run, but the green flames followed them, and there was no escape. The Arch-Mage cast the Inferno spell, and a beam erupted from the ground, shattering the dungeon's stone entrance where people were being kept illegally. There was no way out now, as the beam tore through the very materials of the dungeon. The noise unbearable, while everything outside turned green under its rays. A massive hole appeared at the entrance with stones flying through the air, and the area was shrouded in a green mist. This was incredible power, and Ellison no longer hesitated to use it for justice. He stood within his magic, face hidden so no one could recognize him, satisfied that at least one center of slavery had been destroyed. The freed prisoners stepped into the open and thanked him with deep gratitude, praising the Arch-Mage who had saved them and promising to tell everyone about their hero. But more surprises came, as Ellison brought water and food for the starving and thirsty people, showing he would not abandon them. He pointed to a path and told them to find a warrior there who would protect them. For he had not come alone. Others were helping him free and care for the people. A woman trembled, realizing the legend was true, and swore never to forget him. A man admired him as a true hero, understanding why the slavers had feared him, while a woman remarked that he was too handsome and guessed he might be a woman. But a child said he was ugly, and the girl beside him, likely his sister or mother, hushed him for being rude, especially after what Ellison had done for them. It seemed the spell Ellison used wasn't just to hide his face but to change it, leaving no recognizable mark. People assumed his scars were from the war. Ellison moved on, stepping through a portal into a forest, and lifted the spell from his face. Waiting there was a female voice, Rurin, happy to see him finally arrive. Ellison confirmed he had reached the place, and it turned out Rurin had also been destroying another slave den, sitting on a rock while an entire settlement burned in her blue flames. Together, they prepared to move to the next location to free more people. Meanwhile, the dragon Iramantium was rescuing Dariant. The dragon healed his wounds, warning him it would hurt, then cast another spell, saying the dungeon events had been dangerous. He asked if Dariant was all right, and though still shaken, Dariant thanked him and said he had already heard about him. He knew Iramantium was the dragon who had healed Count Ryden, even though Ellison and Rurin had pushed him to do it, and he also recognized him now. Iramantium stayed silent, staring into Dariant's eyes, surprised that his fame had already spread so far. Dariant admitted he never expected to meet him in such a place, and his companion decided to be honest, saying he wouldn't interfere, but when a fight broke out, he couldn't just stand by. Meanwhile in the dungeon the survivors were shocked that both enemies had escaped. The dragon said it was lucky that Dariant let the man go. Otherwise he might have died, but the knight knew it wasn't over, and even wished they would meet again, which frightened the dragon completely. He said he couldn't fight again or he would be finished, and the other was surprised that a dragon could say such a thing about fighting a man. The dragon repeated the word, man, realizing he hadn't thought of him as just that, while Dariant didn't understand what he meant, so he told him to forget it and said he was probably mistaken. Dariant admitted he was more worried about those they had left behind, thinking they should have escaped together because it would have been fair. But the dragon said it was fine and not to think that way. It didn't sound like heroic words, but the dragon explained he had already saved the day while Dariant was fighting, something the knight hadn't even noticed. Then the dragon led him to his lair and asked if he wanted to see his home, carved into the rock with several windows and a stained glass door. Dariant didn't have time to answer, though he wouldn't have refused, and when he stepped inside he asked about those who lived there. Several women's voices happily greeted the dragon, relieved that he had returned, and he was welcomed by young women dressed as maids who had been worried about his long absence. Surrounded by their attention, the dragon laughed, asking if they treated him like that, and they told him not to be gone so long again. Dariant stood back, finding it a little comical, and the dragon explained that these women were all former slaves he had rescued, sheltered, and given work to, and now they were free with something meaningful to do. Some had nowhere else to go, Some he had trained in medicine and sent elsewhere. Others had regained memories and returned home, and those who stayed, especially the girls, wore uniforms to work here. Iramantium then used magic and turned to Dariant, explaining that when everyone looked down on him, he had relied only on the magic of the mind, driven by an obsessive desire to make people love him even against their will. But later he realized hearts couldn't be forced and that kindness drew people more effectively. Embarrassed, Dariant listened as the dragon hugged a maid who told him dinner was ready and asked if he wanted to bathe first. Dariant was unsettled, thinking the dragon still had that strange desire to take someone as a wife and dress them as a maid, but since everyone seemed happy, he decided not to judge. Suddenly the quiet was broken by a loud crash as a door was kicked open, its wood dented by a heel, and a girl stepped inside with sharp heels clicking, moving as if she owned the place. Throwing down a bag, she demanded to know how many times she had to tell them to clean her room. Now that they were honorary servants, the dragon was startled, dropping to his knees and apologizing in a trembling voice, saying he would clean it. Looking more like a servant than a master, a sharp heel came down on his back, making him writhe in pain, and the cold voice of the girl cut into him like a whip, scolding him for his pathetic excuses and asking where he had found so many slaves this time. Dariant turned to look at her more closely, and was shocked to recognize her. It was Lady Medrin, someone he never expected to see here, given her power. The moment he said her name, she noticed him, startled as well, her face suddenly flushing as tears mixed with sweat on her cheeks. She seemed overwhelmed, embarrassed, and confused, her commanding presence collapsing into that of a flustered, vulnerable girl. Rurin and Ellison sat together on a blanket, and food was cooking in a pot among the trees, with a plate already holding something Rurin had prepared. They were not planning a proper dinner because after all their heroic deeds they were completely exhausted. The girl noticed the food smelled delicious, and the guys said it would be ready soon. They just needed to wait a little. It was pieces of meat, lightly fried with butter, and Ellison said they had done well after such a hard day, and that it reminded him of their hike. He did not notice at first that Rurin was embarrassed, as if remembering something from that hike and deciding whether to talk about it. Suddenly she said she had no appetite and apologized, which surprised Ellison, because she never refused food, and with the physical, emotional, and moral strain they had been under, food was necessary. In a nervous voice he asked if she meant it, clearly confused, and though he suspected the reason earlier, he had ignored it. Wanting to avoid a difficult conversation, Rurin stood and said they should move on, that things should be finished by now, but Ellison stopped her and asked if she felt guilty. She froze instantly, as if turned to ice, though she tried to keep moving. Ellison had long noticed troubling changes. Once lively and bright, she now seemed faded, refusing food she once loved, avoiding even simple conversations, losing interest in walks, movies, and normal joys, almost as if disappearing into silence. He watched her with growing worry, sensing she carried a pain she could not handle alone, hidden under a mask of indifference, and he was determined not to ignore it. Drops of sweat ran down her body because she hadn't expected the conversation to continue, and she tried to explain herself, saying that whenever she sat still, a face appeared before her. The girl they had lost not long ago. Overcome by emotion, tears began to fall, and she confessed that she could not bear the thought of another child suffering Selly's fate, which left her unable to rest. It was a trauma she would carry for a long time. Ellison could not abandon her. He wanted her to let go of those feelings, and he told her he once felt the same way. He held her hand to comfort her and recalled his painful memories, how in the 3rd year of the war, right after graduating from the academy, he was sent to the front lines. He fought day and night against monsters, growing into a hardened warrior, remembered by those he saved as a powerful magician, almost a killing machine who defeated enemies alone. Yet for him, despite being praised, it was never enough. He once entered a tent where the commander of the 2nd Company of the 8th Infantry Regiment praised him for his efforts and urged him to rest since the night should be quiet. But Ellison demanded to know the next unit he could join in battle, surprising the commander, who warned him that such non-stop fighting would destroy him. The commander, firm but concerned, ordered him to rest, eat, and recover, even if only for a short time, because strength would eventually run out. Later, Ellison sat in a hot bath, steam filling the room, his muscles loosening after tension, with 2 pieces of bread, soup, and peas before him. He stirred the soup without much appetite, brooding over how many people had died, wishing he could stop innocent deaths, feeling restless even while eating. To him, even a short break felt like failure. After forcing down a little food, he jumped up, left the dishes unfinished, and laughed nervously as a thought struck him. The idea of one day opening a restaurant, imagining how good it must feel to be well fed. But outside the camp lay sacks filled with corpses, and suddenly the man on the tower blew the warning horn. The sun was low, unclear whether rising or setting, and their brief rest was shattered by a deep rumble. the exhausted fighters were ordered to be battle-ready in full gear, though they had barely recovered from the last fight only hours earlier. And then came the announcement that a dragon was approaching. Ellison jumped to his feet and pulled on his robe, glad that he finally had the chance to challenge them. He was angry at himself for being careless this time and not noticing things sooner. His bad mood showed in everything he did. His fists were clenched, his face dark, his shoulders tense. One thought tortured him. How many people had already died? How many lives had been stolen too soon? He could not accept it as something that just had to happen. Those deaths gave him no rest and weighed on his soul day and night. Ellison felt he could never live in peace while this endless cycle of violence continued, and deep down he wished it would stop. He wanted to be the one to end the pointless killing of innocents, even if it meant risking everything. He had already faced one opponent when he first arrived, but back then his skills and mindset were different. Still, he had become the local hero, known and celebrated when he came to the rescue, though people were surprised to learn it was the mage Ellison. The battle had been terrifying. The red dragon crushed warriors underfoot and burned everything in its path. Fire blazed all around, smoke filled the air, and breathing was almost impossible. It was a brutal fight, both in reality and in feeling. Then suddenly a blue light appeared from the red-hot ground, cutting deep cracks through it. Those who recognized the power knew immediately who had arrived. It was the fox. Furious, he commanded the dragon to face him in a one-on-one battle. His rage came from a long desire for revenge against the beast that had killed so many, a pain that had haunted him endlessly. That was the moment he first rushed at the dragon, charging toward the huge, muscular monster with his hands behind his back, weaving magic circles and hurling insults at it. The fight was not going to be easy, and soon the commander heard that Ellison had gone alone. He acted like a true fighter, warning Ellison not to do anything foolish. But an officer reported the barracks were empty and Ellison had escaped. Furious, the commander shouted why no one had stopped him, only to be told it was impossible when he had simply run away. The plan was broken, but at least it was Ellison, and the commander believed if anyone could do it he could, though he still could not believe Ellison had gone alone against the dragon. Now Ellison faced the creature, but the dragon was lazy, seeing no real opponent in a mere human and thinking Ellison had only rushed toward his death. But Ellison's fury gave him strength. He summoned a magic sphere, telling the dragon to see for itself what a human could do before judging him. The endless list of names of the dead filled his mind, each one burning him with grief. He promised himself he would destroy the dragon and end the suffering. Power gathered in his hands with great force, and he poured everything he had into the flow of magic. The Arch-Mage attacked before the beast even realized what was happening, and soon a beam of blue light struck the massive monster. But everyone knew this fight would not end quickly. Later, Ellison sat beside Rurin, admitting awkwardly that he had always known he was different, though not out of pride. He had felt it ever since his academy days, and he confessed the truth nervously to his girlfriend because he wanted no secrets between them. He believed he could win, but his attack only wounded the dragon, not killed it, and the beast finally recognized that this human was unusual. Shock crossed Ellison's face when he understood why the dragon was called the embodiment of death, the flying scourge, the pinnacle of all living things. The dragon sneered that Ellison was only unusual among humans, and then unleashed a massive beam of red energy from its mouth. The blast sped toward him, and though Ellison tried to block it with his shield, he knew the attack was too fast and powerful. Suddenly, someone grabbed him by the neck and yanked him aside just before the impact hit, scattering in a massive explosion. The wave hurled the rescuer back, and Ellison turned to see who had saved him. The man yelled at him, asking if he was an idiot, reminding him that even dragons dodged such attacks. It was Ellison's first meeting with Darren and Beaton. The dwarf soon learned Ellison was only second rank, though he admitted he had expected more. Still, Darren respected him for daring to block the dragon's breath with a shield despite the risk. Beaton put on his helmet, told Ellison to be glad he wasn't going to die that day, and Ellison, still shocked, asked who they were and how they had come to this battlefield. They did not answer, only ordered him to leave quickly, warning that the dragon was far more dangerous than he thought. Darren loaded a fiery arrow onto his bow, a smirk on his face, certain of his aim. The arrow struck the dragon straight in the eye, blinding it and filling its body with terrible pain and fever. Beaton used the moment when the dragon was trying to handle its pain and rushed at it, swinging his axe and flying like a missile, leaving behind a blazing trail as hot as the arrow that had blinded the beast. Ellison was stunned, unable to stop replaying in his head how close he had just come to death. Darren looked at him, noticed his shaken mood and told him to calm down, promising they would survive and that there was no need to worry so much. He also saw that the mage's clothes were torn from the battles and that his worn face showed his wish to help everyone, then admitted he understood what kind of person he was. He said this crazy stranger was pretty good since it was the first time he had ever seen magic break through a dragon's shield. It was an amazing skill, and when the fighter who had regained his senses and was attacking again told him to stop talking and help more, the blonde man continued, saying people like him all had one thing in common: they carried everyone else's problems on their shoulders without truly judging their chances. Then he gave advice: if you don't like something, say it; if you're happy, enjoy it; and if you need rest, then rest. He added a metaphor, saying the stronger the bow, the easier it will break, and warned that if this fighter kept trying to face the dragon alone, he wouldn't last long. He reminded him he was only one man, and it was important to think not only of himself but of others who could help, just as his companions had now. No one fought in this war alone, and no one cared about the sacrifices already made. Suddenly more dragons appeared, not attacking the heroes but surrounding the red dragon, and an order rang out to destroy it because the Lord's agreement had been broken. The dragon looked at one of the fighters and calmly asked if it was them again and how they always kept up, but Beedon gave no answer and told him to deal with the other man, and they split apart. To his surprise, Ellison then saw a dragon fighting another dragon. He finally had a moment to breathe, and when he asked what was happening, the creature laughed at his confusion and pointed to the mountain ahead with a smug grin, mocking him. Ellison's comrades had arrived like an army to support him, showing they truly cared. They asked if he could now see that he was not alone, called him by name, and introduced themselves properly. The short one was Beedon and the other was Darren, before leaving with a light-hearted remark that they hoped to survive to meet again. Though Ellison was in no mood for jokes, his mind kept echoing with the words that he was just one man who could not do everything by himself. After that, he returned to eating his soup, thinking about how terrible it tasted, just like the food in his school days. But he distracted himself from the horrors of war by following the desire in his heart to become a restaurant owner. He started cooking scrambled eggs, told the commanding officer that from now on he would handle the meals, and the officer agreed, later realizing he had been right to let him take over. For the first time in the war, Ellison smiled because he was doing what he loved. He wanted to learn from this a lesson for Rurin about not feeling guilty for happiness. Unexpectedly, she nudged him shyly, her cheeks turning red, and admitted that she was happy just being with him, holding hands, running the restaurant together, or even just eating his food. She placed her hand on his chest, torn about her feelings, but asked if she should suppress them. Ellison told her no, she should accept them, since they could not be pushed away, and said he had learned from his comrades that such things could not be ignored. He held her hand tightly, blushing too, and it became a very sweet moment for them both. When the food was ready, he placed the scrambled eggs on top of the meat, and the smell was so delicious it made his mouth water. They began eating, and Ellison was delighted to see Rurin enjoying the meal with her old appetite. When he asked her how it tasted, she smiled, said it was delicious, and admitted it had been a long time since she had enjoyed food like that. The scene changed. The red-haired girl smoked her pipe, every move filled with perfect grace. She sat on something like a bar stool and giggled when someone entered. The man who came closer could hardly believe his eyes, then boldly put his arm around her waist. Excited that there was finally a new Eriko, he asked if it was her first time there. The woman was shocked, not expecting this, and suddenly kicked him in the face. He didn't see it coming, and the metallic taste of blood filled his mouth as he collapsed to the floor unconscious, while the one who had taken him down so easily simply moved on. The girl wondered aloud what that was about, thinking men like him were fun to test since they didn't seem to feel fear, and she enjoyed it. The man next to her was Rurin, who apologized for acting out, though in truth he should have been thanked. The girl, who was a red dragon, already knew he was upset about the broken objects, but she only remarked that he was unlucky, and he replied he wasn't that angry. Then the door opened again, this time with more people entering, apologizing for the noise that had drawn them there. It was the third Duke of the Rurin Empire, Melik Delian, who admitted he hadn't known such scum still walked in his land and said he wanted to hear their plans soon. He blamed Ellison and Rurin for ruining everything he had learned. The girl, annoyed, asked if they should at least greet him first before getting into serious matters, then told him it wasn't easy, inviting him to sit since they had called him for the plan anyway. Meanwhile, Rurin dreamed that Ellison came to her and advised her not to waste happiness. She promised she wouldn't and, blushing with embarrassment, suggested she might be open with him. He agreed, and she unbuttoned his shirt, asking again if she could be honest with him about everything. He said yes to everything, and the brunette began undressing until nothing was left, pressing close to him as they embraced, feeling the warmth of each other's bodies and the beating of their hearts as if they had become one. Suddenly she woke, her heart racing, realizing it had only been a dream, but the feelings remained. Her face flushed as if it had happened, and she grew embarrassed by her fantasies, not knowing why they came into her head. She covered her eyes with her hands as the monster beside her, Rurin, noticed while cleaning the room.